Unexpectedly thrust into the desolate world, Yuan is compelled to embark on a rigorous journey of survival amidst the wasteland. Faced with threats from urban marauders, extreme natural disasters, player plunderers, and the incursion of civilization, he has but one choice: to exert every ounce of his strength to fortify his sanctuary. Fortunately, Yuan has acquired a fateful card, embarking on his journey of ascendance. The challenges presented by the cards of slaughter, indulgence, extravagance, and conquest loom large, while others are consumed by fear and trepidation over the dangers that may arise. He has already developed an array of rare refuge facilities: the secret library, the celestial observatory, the hot air balloon landing pad, and a life altar, enabling him to detect and eradicate threats at their source, while others are forced to tighten their belts due to extreme natural disasters. He has already established a complete and cyclical ecological planning system: the vertical composite farm, the aquaponic system, the insect breeding chamber, and the algae cultivation dish, allowing him to feast lavishly. While others cower in fear of player wars and the encroachment of marauders from other wasteland worlds, he has consolidated all armed forces within the urban district, creating a comprehensive reconnaissance and strike system, unlocking hidden titles, and casting a shadow over the city. He crushes all the rats that covet his domain. As new civilizations rise from the ruins of the old, Yuan gazes upon his civilizational fortress, quietly reflecting. This is my civilization. Chapter 1. Wasteland, Civilizational Fortress. The loading of Wasteland, Civilizational Fortress is complete. Game eligibility activated. Congratulations, you have acquired the identity of a survivor player. Survivor Yuan. Initial area selection completed. The result is the Riot District. The following are warm reminders. Please remember them well. Special disaster events may trigger irregularly. These could be natural calamities or extreme occurrences, so exercise caution. They may pose the greatest threat to your survival in the wasteland. For a solution, please refer to the first reminder. Yuan gazes at the virtual light screen before him, his brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he softly curses, "Damn you, Nikita, can there really be a virus link in the game?" Just moments ago, he was engaged in a hardcore search and rescue game, outsmarting 3 dogs and Olding. Yet, he turned to find a blood-stained letter in a foot bath. As a veteran player, he was well acquainted with in-game items. However, this letter was unfamiliar to him. Curiosity piqued. He clicked to open it, revealing an invitation to an obscure wasteland game, with options limited to a simple yes or no. Without further contemplation, Yuan chose to confirm. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this strange place, followed by the content he had just witnessed. Complaints aside, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings, Yuan understood that overthinking would be futile. As an enthusiast of apocalyptic survival, he realized he had been chosen by some entity to enter the wasteland world. Now, the most pressing matter is to ascertain his condition. He appears to be in a dental clinic, evidently ransacked, with disarrayed footprints and shattered glass littering the floor. Only a dentist, grimy and adorned with a headlamp, lies in the corner. This must be the area he had drawn, the Riot District. After listening for a few seconds without detecting any unusual sounds, it seemed safe for the time being. His gaze turned to the virtual light screen, reminiscent of a game interface, featuring 5 options: battle, survival, social, leaderboard, and special. At this moment, both the survival and social pages displayed flashing red dots. Upon clicking to check, the survival page revealed a prompt. Please quickly determine the location of your hideout and activate the hideout management function. Upon opening the social page, he found a chat channel buzzing with activity, where messages flooded in, mostly consisting of requests for help and trade information. He also noticed that speaking in the chat channel was not free. Each message, limited to 50 characters, cost 10 survival points. Currently, Yuan possessed 0 survival points. Is this increasing the communication cost between players? He pondered thoughtfully. After reviewing the other pages, his gaze lingered on the leaderboard page, which displayed the hideout rankings. Rows of hideout names were shown, arranged in order. The names were diverse, but the ranking standard was singular: civilization points, which encompassed various aspects such as hideout facilities, resource reserves, regional influence, potential risks, development potential, and achievements, providing a comprehensive overview. As Yuan had not yet constructed a hideout, he did not have a ranking. However, seeing the display of 9,999th place, he speculated that he must be in 10,000th place. Observing the various options on the virtual light screen and the uniquely characterized hideout names on the leaderboard, Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. As a seasoned survival enthusiast, a flicker of long-lost anxiety crossed his mind. He also noticed that someone in the chat channel seemed to mention him. Beehive Hideout. The newcomer should have entered the game by now. Why haven't they built their hideout yet? I wonder what area they were born in. Recently, newcomers have been dying rather quickly. Tower of Babel Hideout. I hope nobody draws a city block or polar region. Those are death maps. Just to be clear, no one is allowed to compete with me for this round. I aim to challenge for an S rating and civilization fragments. Stag Hideout. Don't mention it. A few days ago, I was almost taken out by street thugs. I had to modify my armored vehicle. It was ridiculous. Beehive Hideout. Same here. I encountered a thug knight on the road and nearly died of fright. Whoever manages to snag a newcomer gets to invade. Too bad about the new player protection period. We still have to wait a month. Star-Lord Hideout. Whether newcomers can survive today is questionable. You all think too much. There's no safe place in the Wasteland world. Thugs. Death maps. Civilization fragments. New player protection period. Competing for newcomers. A sense of foreboding flashed through Yuan's mind. No way. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. Fear manifests in reality. Outside the dentist's clinic, a series of gunshots rang out, suggesting a chaotic battle in the neighboring block. He could even hear the resonating sound of car engines approaching rapidly. Without time to think further, Yuan hid behind the wall, concealing himself, cautiously peering out through the window. Just as he settled into his hiding spot, several modified off-road battle vehicles roared past the street, exchanging gunfire. Boom! A grenade exploded on the street. The shrapnel and debris from the explosion splattered against the clinic's walls and glass, creating a cacophony of noise. As Yuan peered out, a small shard grazed his face, leaving a faint trace of blood, and he quickly withdrew his head. Once the sound of engines faded, Yuan understood that he could no longer wait. He must find a hideout immediately. He sought a location that balanced defensiveness and concealment, and the most suitable places would undoubtedly be underground structures. Subway stations, underground parking lots, and civil defense shelters were all top choices, but he swiftly ruled them out. What he could think of, others could too, and they had likely already become stronghold for thugs. Given the current situation, the concealment of the hideout needed to be prioritized over its defensiveness. Half an hour later, as Yuan climbed down the ladder through a sewer entrance and stood in a 3-meter diameter sewer passage, he realized he had found the right place. The center was a sewage channel with walkways on either side. Perhaps due to the city's desolation, the air in the sewer, although still slightly acrid, was more circulation-friendly than he had anticipated. Wearing a dentist's headlamp, Yuan navigated the network of sewers beneath the city, seeking the most suitable location for constructing a hideout. Unexpectedly, he discovered an underground space hidden between the sewer and the surface, connected by a ladder. Climbing up, it resembled an early air raid shelter, long abandoned, filled with cobwebs, and featuring an ancient brick arch structure that was complex and sturdy, dating back at least several decades. The air raid shelter layer. Perhaps at the inception of the city, the need for refuge from warfare had been considered, hence this design of wet and dry separation for sheltering, which had long since been forgotten over time. Now, however, it had become the perfect location for Yuan's hideout, offering both the concealment and convenience of a sewer while mitigating the risk of sewage exposure. After careful selection, he found a space hidden behind a half-height arch, seemingly an evacuation point. This will do. He opened a virtual light screen and clicked on the hideout construction option. Would you like to set this location as your hideout? Friendly reminder. The choice of hideout is crucial. Please decide carefully. Without hesitation, Yuan confirmed his choice. The hideout is under construction. 1, 25, 68, 99. The archway and the area behind it were enveloped in green data. The green light, intensifying as a wall constructed of green data, materialized before Yuan. As the green light faded, a wooden door embedded in the wall appeared before him. Congratulations! Your hideout construction is complete. The facility management log is now activated. The resource management log is now activated. The hideout event memo is now activated. Please promptly determine the name of your hideout to activate the hideout leaderboard. For this, he directly selected the game nickname he had always used, Yuan. Chapter 2, Gifts of Fate, Green Forest City Daily. Congratulations! Yuan's hiding place has entered the rankings, currently holding the 10,000th position, rewarded with 100 survival points. As Yuan was preparing to delve into the details of his refuge, a mechanical notification resonated in his ear. The construction of the hiding place has been completed. Player Yuan has caught the attention of Fate and received a Fate card. What is this? A Fate card? On the virtual screen, within the survival page, there was initially only the option for hiding place management. Now a new option appeared, Fate card. He clicked to open it. The virtual screen was enveloped in a mysterious deep purple glow, and a simply designed wooden long box materialized in the center. Beneath the wooden long box, a line of text slowly emerged. Maxim, every gift from fate has already been marked with a price in the shadows. This line of text began to dissipate after 3 seconds, transforming into 3 options. Choose one of 3 gifts of fate as a present from destiny. 1. A dilapidated dining table. Function: receive 1 free breakfast daily, with a chance of additional food items that require survival points for purchase. 2. A war newspaper rack. Function: receive 1 free newspaper daily, which may contain some intelligence, with a chance of additional items that require survival points for purchase. 3. A shabby wooden table. Function: receive 1 free item daily, with a chance of additional items that require survival points for purchase. Warm reminder: after selecting a gift, you will draw a fate card as a cost. Please choose wisely. Gazing at the 3 options displayed on the screen, Yuan's heart raced. Each choice captivated his attention. He desired them all. Yet, such a luxury was evidently unattainable. The most prudent option would naturally be food. Choosing food could never be a mistake. However, the other 2 options, intelligence and items, were also appealing. Intelligence could provide valuable information, while items would likely assist in the construction of his refuge. After pondering for a few moments, his gaze settled on the worn newspaper rack, and he made his final decision. While food and items offered a certain level of assurance, intelligence held boundless possibilities. The worn newspaper rack has been placed in the hiding place. Please check it yourself. The wooden long box began to quiver upon Yuan's choice. 3 seconds later, it ceased its motion, revealing a long, earth-colored card adorned with mysterious patterns before him. This fate card: Slaughter. Rock level slaughter card. Slaughter card, quality rock level. The player must kill a human within 2 days or face death themselves. Yuan's pupils constricted as he instantly comprehended the implications of the so-called gifts of fate and the price that had been marked. As long as I embrace the gifts of fate, I must fulfill the requirements set forth by the destiny cards. Taking a deep breath, my initial trepidation suddenly dissipates. I push open the wooden door concealing my refuge, revealing a space of approximately 60 square meters, stark and empty, save for an antiquated newsstand divided into 3 tiers. Activating the virtual interface, I call forth the management page of my hideout. Fish Abyss Hideout. Owner: Yuan. Area: 60 security level, 0 comfort level, 0 energy level, 0 defense level, 0 hygiene level, 0 within the facility management log. I discover several options for facility construction, including security, rest area, water collector, and ventilation, encompassing over 20 various construction projects. However, all are displayed as unbuildable. I scrutinize each one. Rest area level 1, floor mat, building materials, 1 lighter, 1 yoga mat, 3 old fabrics. Security level 1, dilapidated door, building materials, 10 units of wood, 1 screwdriver, 15 screws, 2 hinges. Restroom level 1. As I review the list, a sense of urgency grips my heart. Resources, and more resources are imperative. To establish my hideout, I require a vast array of supplies, alongside food and water, which must be addressed today. Otherwise, as my physical condition deteriorates by tomorrow, sourcing materials will become increasingly arduous. From the information gathered in the chat channel and the intensity of the gunfights outside, I realize that my only hope of acquiring supplies rests in the cloak of night. Daylight is not an option. A mere sniper or thug could easily end my life. This underscores the advantage of constructing my hideout within the sewers, where the network interlaces through the city's streets and buildings, shielding me from the threat of snipers. The virtual panel displays the time. It is now 4:32 p.m., with only 2 to 3 hours remaining until darkness falls. Time is of the essence. I must act swiftly. My gaze falls upon the sole item in the room, the dilapidated newsstand, upon which rests a neatly stacked newspaper. All hope hinges upon this. Unfolding the newspaper, I find most of its contents obscured, seemingly tainted by ink, yet 2 sections bear clearer text. A surge of joy fills me as I begin to read. Green Forest City Daily Date, Wasteland Year 1. Weather: clear turning to cloudy. With a forecast of light acid rain expected at 11:50 p.m., anticipated to last for half an hour. Temperature: 19 to 26. Publisher: Wasteland Fate Press. District News Section: quality, rock solid. Danger level: low. At 14:45 today, a gunfight erupted at 48 Feewood Street, Wudong Apartment, in District 13 of E-City, leading to a chase throughout the urban area, resulting in 8 fatalities and 7 injuries. Investigations revealed that Wutong Apartments served as a surveillance outpost for the insurgent prison established in District 13, which was subsequently raided and destroyed by the Black Shield Police Department, confiscating all supplies and setting booby traps at the entrances of rooms 401 and 402. However, a small quantity of materials remained in rooms 408, 503, and 506. The apartment was marked by nearby vagrants, who planned to explore it after midnight. Upon reading the information in the newspaper, Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. The insurgent prison and the Black Shield Police Department were likely the two factions involved in the gunfight and chase that occurred 2 hours prior, with the timing of the conflict aligning perfectly. This was indeed the event of the day. His gaze shifted downward, and his heart began to race. The remaining supplies in rooms 408, 503, and 506, marked by the city's vagrants, filled him with genuine relief over his choice to hide behind the dilapidated newsstand. The danger level was deemed low. City vagrants? His eyes fell upon the ochre-colored fate card displayed on the screen, and his gaze sharpened. Chapter 3. Looting the Dead. Spoils of War. The Dogleg Knife. At 1935, as dusk enveloped the sky, Yuan cautiously lifted a manhole cover near the dentist's office to observe the surroundings, recalling the direction from which the gunfire had erupted. He remembered that the shots came from the 2 o'clock direction relative to the dentist's office, meaning he should search in that direction, as it would not be far. After patiently waiting for over 10 minutes, the sun had completely set, casting darkness over the city. Yuan swiftly crawled out of the sewer, carefully replacing the manhole cover. Under the dim night, he made his way toward the direction of the gunfire from his memory. He continually checked street signs and confirmed his bearings, moving with a measured pace. After more than half an hour, Yuan crouched in a green belt by the roadside, using the half-height shrubs to conceal his figure, observing the wreckage of an armored vehicle a few meters away, realizing he had reached Wutong Apartment. The ground was littered with signs of explosions and battle, and the lingering scent of gunpowder still hung in the air. The sky was filled with drifting dark clouds, and a crescent moon emerged, casting a faint light upon the street. Yuan did not rush to reveal himself. Instead, he pressed his body lower, remaining completely still. He was uncertain when the vagrants would arrive, how many there were, or if anyone was already observing him from the shadows. He dared not take chances and chose to prepare for the worst, quickly surveying and memorizing his surroundings while the light lasted. Minutes later, the crescent moon was again obscured by clouds, plunging the street into darkness and significantly reducing visibility. Now it was the moment. As darkness descended, Yuan silently rose, crouching low and stealthily making his way towards the Wutong Apartment. It was only when he slipped through the entrance and leaned against the wall that he became acutely aware of his heart racing, as if it might burst from his chest. He took rapid, deep breaths, striving to suppress his anxiety while engaging in self-affirmation. As an enthusiast of survival scenarios, Yuan had imagined such scenes countless times. Yet, the chasm between fantasy and reality was unbridgeable. Theoretically, he understood everything, but both his body and mind required a period of adjustment. As his emotions gradually stabilized, Yuan dared not linger any longer. Every second before the arrival of the refugees was precious. He fumbled in the darkness on the first floor until he located the staircase leading upwards, far from the periphery of the apartment. However, as he reached the corner between the first and second floors, his foot was unexpectedly caught by something, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. In that instant, there was no time to consider anything else. He quickly switched on his headlamp to assess the situation. Upon discerning the scene before him, a gasp escaped his lips, and instinctively he recoiled. Good heavens! There lay 2 corpses on the ground, riddled with bullet holes, blood pooling around them. On the very first day of entering the game, was he to encounter such a thrilling spectacle? Yet, in the next moment, Yuan's gaze froze, his pupils dilating as they fixated on the connection between the bodies and the floor. What lay beneath the corpses? He hurried forward, pushing aside the bodies to reveal what was concealed beneath, a short blade. Although stained with blood, Yuan felt no revulsion. He simply wiped the blade against the corpse and grasped it in his hand. Was this a dogleg knife? A look of delight crossed Yuan's face. He swung a couple of times, finding it remarkably easy to handle. The spine of the knife waited for enhanced striking power. At last, he had a weapon for self-defense. Could this be considered scavenging from the deceased? Humanity is peculiar. Often, a shift in thought occurs in an instant. Though Yuan harbored a profound fear of the dead, the notion of scavenging was all too familiar. The way he regarded the two corpses revealed no trace of fear, only an insatiable desire for resources. Without further hesitation, he confirmed that the light from his headlamp would go unnoticed outside the apartment and, disregarding the bloodstains, commenced his search for supplies on the bodies. 2 minutes later, Yuan beheld the treasures at his feet and smiled. 1 lighter, 1 crushed instant noodle packet, 7 Marlboro cigarettes, and 1 Snickers bar. He found no firearms or ammunition. They had likely been taken by the officers from the Black Shield Police Department. Nevertheless, these acquisitions left Yuan quite satisfied. At least he had secured some food. After restoring the bodies to their previous state and cleaning the blood from his shoes, he ascended the staircase. According to the newspaper, a total of 8 individuals had perished in the conflict, and with no bodies visible at the apartment's entrance. It was highly likely that the remaining corpses were located within the building itself. Regarding this matter, Yuan harbored no particular obsession. His sole destination was the 3 supply rooms, and concerning the corpses, he left everything to fate. He needed to hasten his pace, for the safe retrieval of supplies took precedence over all else. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yuan produced a piece of blood-stained white cloth torn from a corpse, wrapping it around his headlamp. The light dimmed considerably, scattering and weakening, illuminating only the surroundings within a meter, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection. Ascending to the 4th floor, it was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here. The walls bore countless bullet holes and marks of explosions. Defensive walls constructed from sandbags were still visible in several areas. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, and after listening intently for 2 minutes without hearing a sound, Yuan cautiously ventured onto the 4th floor. Scattered throughout the corridor were 3 corpses of assailants, their bodies so mangled that they were unrecognizable, making scavenging impossible. 2 long guns lay abandoned on the ground, resembling AK-74U models, though their bodies were deformed and their magazines completely emptied. Yuan inspected them and found only a single spring of potential value, which he pocketed. His gaze swept across the scene, taking in the bloodstains, bullet holes, shattered glass, debris, and discarded cans, all evidence of the ferocity of the earlier conflict. He pushed the cans and shards of glass near the staircase, fashioning a rudimentary alarm trap. Should anyone approach and tread upon the glass or kick a can, the sound would alert him. Subsequently, he sought room 408, paying particular attention to the tripwire's location as he passed rooms 401 and 402. At the door, he indeed spotted 2 gleaming threads connecting to a grenade positioned behind the door. If accidentally triggered, it would likely offer no chance of escape, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. He considered disarming the grenades, but ultimately decided against it. The risk was too great. Safety came first, after all. Soon, he located room 408, but his brow furrowed slightly. The interior was in disarray, the security door riddled with bullet holes, and a bloodied footprint marked the entrance, indicating that a fierce battle had also occurred here. It was difficult to believe this was a supply room. Surely, the intelligence had not been erroneous. The supplies must be hidden somewhere within. With this thought, Yuan hastily began to search the room. There was nothing in the wardrobe, nothing beneath the bed, nor in the bathroom. The room was not large, and after thoroughly checking every conceivable hiding spot, frustration began to mount within him. How could there be nothing? Yet he remained undeterred, continuing to scan the room. Eventually, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a particular spot. Initially taken aback, his eyes then sparkled with realization. In Chapter 4, titled City Shadows, a rare achievement was unveiled. Indeed, it was here, within room 408 of the Wudong apartment. Yuan pried open the aluminum ceiling panels in the bathroom, causing a backpack to drop down. As he opened it for inspection, he could feel his heart racing. A foldable alloy crossbow, accompanied by a specialized quiver containing 10 pristine alloy bolts, 5 cans of beef, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 packs of Golden Flea cigarettes, 4 bars of chocolate, and a multifunctional pliers. Now equipped with a ranged weapon. Although the temptation to load the bolts was strong, Yuan had never wielded a crossbow before, so he ultimately decided to return the other items to his backpack. He understood the importance of avoiding unfamiliar weapons whenever possible. With supplies secured, the value of the previous location diminished significantly. He stuffed the provisions he had scavenged into his backpack and replenished his food and water, revealing a satisfied expression. Since entering the Wasteland game, he had not consumed a drop of water and had been starving, enduring the hunger due to the lack of resources. Now, with his stomach filled, he felt more capable of facing any unforeseen challenges that might arise. Glancing at the time, It was already 9:10 p.m. The longer he lingered, the greater the chance of encountering wandering refugees. Without further delay, he slung his backpack over his shoulders, grasped his tactical knife in one hand, and held a headlamp to illuminate the ground as he exited the room. With his recent haul, Yuan became increasingly cautious and vigilant, treading lightly as he ascended to the 5th floor. Aside from a corpse at the stairwell, the area bore little sign of conflict. Initially, he held little hope for this body, but to his astonishment, he discovered a screwdriver in a resealable bag nestled in the thigh pockets. The bag contained an assortment of nails, both screws and long spikes, filling Yuan with elation. The construction of his hideout required both a screwdriver and screws, and now he had what he needed. He stowed the items in his backpack, eagerly anticipating the potential treasures within the next 2 supply rooms. Just like the 4th floor, he carefully placed noisy items such as shards of glass and empty cans at the stairwell of the 5th floor. Following the room numbers, he reached room 503. To his surprise, the door was locked. Twisting the doorknob proved futile. Surely, wouldn't he resort to barging in? The thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. What a ridiculous notion. The apartment doors were fortified against theft. He would never manage to break one down. Moreover, with refugees approaching, the noise would be tantamount to courting disaster. Reluctantly abandoning room 503, he proceeded to room 506. This door was unlatched, yet the interior mirrored room 408, disheveled and ransacked. However, in the corner of the bathroom, Yuan spotted a bottle of toilet cleaner, a necessary material for constructing a bathroom in his hideout, which he promptly added to his backpack. Drawing from his experience in room 408, Yuan adeptly located hidden supplies this time. Within the toilet tank, he found a small package tightly wrapped in black tape, its contents obscured from view. Yuan swiftly stowed the items into his backpack, intending to examine them further upon returning to his hideaway. However, he soon realized that his dual shoulder pack had reached its utmost capacity after accommodating the new parcel. Complicating matters, he discovered 4 packs of Camel cigarettes, a dozen instant noodle bags, 5 or 6 cans, 3 bottles of water, 2 large bags of chocolate, and a tactical axe hidden within the ceiling of the restroom. The layers of dust above indicated that these supplies had been concealed for quite some time. Yet, the pressing issue remained. He simply could not carry so many items. His backpack and pockets were already brimming, and there were no spare sheets in the surrounding rooms to assist him in transporting the goods. It was impossible to take everything with him. Determined, Yuan resolved to retreat immediately, intending to free up space in his backpack before returning to collect the remaining items. He could not afford to abandon such valuable supplies. Ultimately, he attached the tactical axe to the outside of his backpack, tucked 2 packs of cigarettes, one in front and one in back, into his waistband, and carried a large bag of chocolate in hand. After hastily securing the aluminum panels and wiping away any fingerprints to erase signs of disturbance, he retraced his steps. As he made his way back, he remained vigilant, yet he encountered no anomalies until he reached the vicinity of the dental clinic. Skillfully, he slipped into the sewer, turning his headlamp to its brightest setting. Navigating the familiar paths, he returned to his hideaway in less than 20 minutes. Rather than rushing inside, Yuan meticulously surveyed the area, inspecting the vigilance traps he had set before departing. After thoroughly checking each trap, the tension that had gripped him since he left finally dissipated, replaced by a smile. He was back at last, though this operation was backed by detailed intelligence. Uncertainty loomed in Yuan's mind before he set out. He questioned whether he could accurately locate the Wudong apartment, evade potential dangers along the way, gather supplies before the refugees arrived, and return safely with the haul. The prospect of venturing into danger without yielding results weighed heavily upon him, and the pressure he felt was unprecedented. However, Yuan understood that he had to locate the Wudong apartment tonight. He must bring back supplies, even at great cost. If he failed to procure resources today, his chances of survival in the Wasteland would significantly diminish. He had no alternative. Fortunately, despite the challenges faced, the outcome was gratifying. He returned with a backpack brimming with supplies. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A new batch of provisions awaited him at the Wudong apartment, and he was determined to retrieve them that very night. But just as he joyfully pushed open the wooden door of his hideaway, carrying his backpack inside, a mechanical notification echoed in his ears, jolting him to attention. Hidden condition triggered, returned with supplies valued at 10,000 survival points on the first day in the Wasteland. 2 weapons, injury, status minor injury. Hideout located in an underground structure, conditions met. Unlocking the City Shadow tidal route. Reward: 1,000 survival points. Acquired title: Block Rat. Achievement unlocked. Path to Ascendancy. Achievement points earned: 100. Changes to the Hideout ranking. Comprehensive evaluation initiated considering initial resources, number of facilities, regional impact, risk resistance coefficient, development potential, achievement bonuses, and rarity of titles. Current Hideout ranking updated: 9,859. A hidden condition has been triggered. Yuan's eyes sparkled as he activated the virtual interface. Witnessing his ranking ascend like a rocket, climbing from the very bottom to the current position of 9,859. A jolt of electricity coursed through his body, raising goosebumps as he realized he had risen by 141 ranks. Chapter 5: Player Reactions, Titles, and the Urban Scavenger. Yuan suddenly recognized that his previous understanding of the Wasteland game was rather superficial. Perhaps the Hideout ranking was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. The title pathway, did it imply multiple routes? Having merely embarked on the title journey and accumulated 100 achievement points, his ranking had surged by 141 positions. What sort of titles had those ranked higher than him acquired? This was beyond his knowledge, as he was unable to access the information of other players. This had already become evident to him upon entering the Wasteland. The conversations in the chat channel clearly indicated the presence of competition, even hostility, among players. Once the novice protection period concluded, it would likely be those malevolent survivor players who would seek his demise. This was not a Wasteland world. It was akin to nurturing a venomous creature. Just as Yuan was lost in contemplation regarding the title pathway he had initiated, a ripple stirred in the chat channel. The players at the bottom of the Hideout ranking, representing the weakest segment, faced the highest rates of elimination and mortality, as they were deemed the most delectable prey by seasoned players. Every newcomer emerging from the protection period would attract the attention of several dozens, or even hundreds of veteran players vying for their demise. Therefore, shortly after Yuan's ranking shift, those veteran players who perpetually scoured the bottom rank for targets suddenly realized that the newcomer who had just entered the game had vanished from the last position. The players who had already marked him as a target were left bewildered. Where did he go? Not in the bottom 50, not in the bottom 100. Until they finally spotted that familiar name at position 9859, the veteran players were left dumbfounded. Burning Chariot Hideout. Wait, did I read that wrong? ISN Yuan, just a newcomer who entered the Wasteland a few hours ago. How could he suddenly leap 141 ranks? Ocean Cube Hideout. Are you sure this is a newcomer? Could it be a big shot? In just a few hours, he climbed to 9,859? I'm still at 9,914. Hive Hideout. Quite intriguing. Yuan, have you developed any rare pathways? Care to share with us? In the chat channel, players relentlessly shared their experiences regarding the elusive Fish Abyss Hideout, fervently seeking rare blueprints, equipment, and items. The Lava Hideout echoed similar sentiments, with players expressing their desperation for weapons or suitable tools for excavation. The Gray Bear Hideout called out for sustenance and water, pleading for salvation amidst impending doom. Meanwhile, the Angry Whale Hideout warned others not to trust the Moss Cabin, labeling it as a deceitful trap for inexperienced players. Despite the cost of survival points for each message sent, seasoned players were insatiably drawn to the rapid ascent of the Fish Abyss Hideout's ranking. Akin to sharks sensing blood in the water, the meager survival points were of little concern. Their primary focus lay in extracting valuable information from the novice. Particularly those players with lower rankings understood the formidable challenge of ascending the ranks. The sudden spike in the Fish Abyss's ranking suggested either a significant discovery of survival resources capable of altering one's fate or the triggering of unique conditions that unveiled rare paths, greatly enhancing the hideout's potential. They yearned to ascertain the possibility of replicating such success, aware of the slim chances but still hopeful. What if by some stroke of luck, this newcomer faltered under pressure and divulged critical information? Yuan was jolted back to reality by the incessant notifications, observing the fervent messages flooding the chat, a reflection of the player's desperation intertwined with underlying schemes and greed. His expression remained composed, occasionally revealing a contemplative demeanor. Minutes later, the screen dimmed, calming the emotional turbulence sparked by his ranking surge. Although the ascent confirmed he was on a unique and promising trajectory, it also heralded the impending dangers. Veteran players, poised to target him as prey in a month, would undoubtedly grow increasingly intrigued and covetous following this unexpected turn of events. Understanding the reasons behind the fish abyss's remarkable rise became their foremost objective, followed closely by the intention to seize all opportunities and resources therein before eliminating him, an inevitable outcome. Yuan's gaze fell upon the dagger, strapped to his thigh, a flicker of ruthless determination igniting in his eyes. At 10:53 p.m., dark clouds enveloped the sky, the air thick with moisture, signaling an impending downpour. The city succumbed to darkness, broken only by distant gunfire echoing through the silence. If the day signifies a realm of thuggery, then the night transforms into a period of activity for the rodents. Those who have curled up throughout the day, vagrants, scavengers, survivors, emerge from their shelters, silently weaving through the city in search of sustenance and resources essential for survival. Every morsel of supply is exceedingly precious here, and the night is rife with skirmishes and competition in every shadowed corner. Yuan, having satiated his hunger, glides through the darkness with the stealth of a ghost. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeps over potential threats, while his ears remain attuned to even the faintest suspicious sounds. The streets, shrouded in inky blackness, obscure all visibility. Yet, within Yuan's eyes, the general outlines of objects remain discernible. Though he cannot attain perfect night vision, his abilities surpass those of an ordinary human. His hearing, too, has transformed. Whispers that were once imperceptible now resonate with clarity in his ears. This newfound acuity is a testament to his recently acquired title, Block Rat. Title, Block Rat. Quality, exceptional. Path affiliation, City Shadows. Effects, hearing 15, smell 10, grants dim vision in darkness, and allows for a slight perception of air currents within a 3-meter radius through the fine hairs on his skin. Yuan had not anticipated that the effects of this title would manifest so vividly. Empowered by this designation, his movements grew increasingly assured, enabling him to deftly evade obstacles just before collision. In complete darkness, he harbored no fears of being spotted from afar, swiftly approaching the vicinity of the Wudong apartment. This time, he carried only a backpack, a tactical knife, a folding crossbow crafted from alloy, and a dentist's headlamp. Notably, after an afternoon and an entire night of use, the headlamp's battery was waning. Although it still emitted light, it had dimmed considerably. He silently hoped to find an alternative light source soon, even if it were merely a new battery. As he prepared to approach the entrance of the Wudong apartment, a faint sound sent a jolt of alarm through Yuan's heart. A thought flickered through his mind. Someone is hiding inside the apartment's doorway. Chapter 6. Success in eliminating the rock-solid slaughter card. There is indeed someone concealed within the entrance. Yuan recalled whether he had made any noise earlier. Yet, he had been cautious, his steps light, and the other person's breathing remained steady, clearly unaware of his presence. Exhaling deeply, he furrowed his brow. It had been less than an hour since he departed. When had this individual arrived? Did they have companions? These questions loomed uncertainly. The fact that the other was hiding near the apartment entrance instead of seeking supplies suggested either they were awaiting allies or lying in ambush for adversaries. Yuan concealed himself in the deepest shadows of the apartment's entrance, opting to observe the unfolding situation. Within moments, he indeed discerned 2 barely audible footsteps approaching swiftly from the distance. A deliberate, hushed tone echoed as the key turned. "Biao Ge, I am here." A breath responded in a similarly subdued manner. Yuan narrowed his eyes, relieved that he had refrained from acting impulsively. He concealed himself deeper, his breathing beginning to slow. "Is there any commotion over there?" "Damn, there isn't even a shadow. It's pitch black. Why did you take so long to arrive?" Biao Ji's frustration was palpable. Another voice muttered, "Biao Ge, in this darkness, how can we see anything? Besides, so many died during the day. Who else would dare come here? Enough of your chatter. Tell me, did you see anyone enter?" The hesitant monkey quickly asserted, "After dark, it's impossible to see, but I kept watch before nightfall. Not a soul entered. Not even a cat." Hearing this, Biao Ji's tone softened slightly. "All right, everyone stay sharp. The skirmish this afternoon was fierce. There must be supplies left behind by those from the police station. If we can find any discarded guns or ammunition, we'll strike it rich. As usual, you search for locked rooms. The monkey and I will check other areas, starting from the bottom and working our way up. Be swift. If anyone else arrives, don't hesitate. Take them out without mercy. Once we return, that woman we captured will provide you with plenty of entertainment. She is quite alluring, especially with that beauty mark at the corner of her eye. It's impossible to resist. It would be splendid to capture that woman we saw the other day as well. Her figure is simply exquisite. Yes, Let us search for a hiding spot. Haha. With lewd chuckles, the three entered the apartment building, their footsteps fading away. Yuan finally exhaled deeply, feeling immensely grateful. Indeed, someone had been watching this place, and his caution had paid off. Encountering the vagrants, Yuan had been mentally prepared. He would not retreat because of them. This was also an opportunity. They were unaware of where the supplies were located and could only search the building. He had to act swiftly to seize the resources in room 506 before they did. After listening for several more seconds to ensure that the three had begun their search, he entered the Wudong apartment. With enhanced hearing, although the vagrants were being exceedingly cautious, their movements were crystal clear to Yuan. Seizing the moment, he made his way up the stairs towards the 5th floor. Arriving at room 506, he once again slipped into the bathroom to stash the previously left supplies into his backpack. Just as he was about to depart, the sound of footsteps echoed from the lower floor, eventually reaching the 3rd floor. So soon? Yuan was taken aback. Had they not begun their search from the 1st floor? How could they reach the 3rd floor so quickly? He quickly deduced that it was the one referred to as Key, whose task was to locate the locked rooms. He was a locksmith. Wait, locked rooms. A locksmith. As Yuan glanced back at room 503, a myriad of thoughts flashed through his mind, leading him to a resolution. Perhaps there was a chance. He promptly turned around and returned to room 504. After concealing his backpack, he gripped a knife, hiding behind the door, and closed his eyes, waiting in silence. The room was enveloped in darkness, the impending storm creating an oppressive atmosphere that made it hard to breathe. Before long, footsteps echoed on the 5th floor, causing Yuan's eyes to snap open. They had arrived. The footsteps alternated between advancing and pausing, occasionally accompanied by the sound of a flashlight being turned on and off, indicating that the intruder was searching for locked rooms. Soon, the dim light swept across the open doorway of room 504, finally resting on the locked security door of room 503. The sound of keys echoed in the corridor. There's another one here. The intruder, holding the flashlight in his mouth, withdrew lock-picking tools and squatted before the door of room 503, beginning to manipulate the lock. The lockpick danced within the keyhole, and he closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the spring within the lock. Yet, Yuan had silently approached him from behind, standing motionless like a statue. A few seconds later, with a click, the security door of room 503 swung open automatically, revealing a glimmer of joy in the intruder's eyes. But at that moment, Yuan sprang into action, extending his hand from behind to cover the intruder's mouth. The flashlight was thrust into his mouth, leaving him no opportunity for resistance. The cold blade sliced through his throat, a torrent of blood gushing forth with a gurgling sound. The intruder attempted to struggle, but Yuan held him firmly, his gaze piercing. Before long, the intruder ceased his struggles. He was dead. At the moment of his last breath, a dusty yellow fate card materialized before Yuan, accompanied by an exotic background melody that resonated in his mind, shrouding the scene in mystery. The fate card trembled violently, its vibrations intensifying. The rhythm of the background music grew increasingly urgent and elevated. Yuan's heartbeat synchronized with the tempo, accelerating rapidly, thumping like a drum. Finally, when the music reached its zenith, a voice that penetrated the soul erupted in his mind. With a crack, the violently trembling fate card fractured, crimson droplets seeping from the break, the scent of blood wafting to his nose. The rock-level kill card has been eliminated. The music ceased, and the fate card vanished, leaving only the lingering metallic scent of blood. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Fate card, rock-level kill card elimination successful. Fate points, 1. Detected that the kill target has valuable options. Do you wish to plunder? Requires 1 fate point. Plunder? Yuan gazed at the corpse beneath him. 3 blood-red options materializing before him. 1 skill, theft, 2 skill, climbing, 3 skill, lock-picking. Upon seeing the final option, Yuan immediately selected it, plundering option 3. Fate points, 1, skill acquired, lock-picking. On the virtual light screen, the previously vacant battle page suddenly displayed a new skill, the ordinary level lock-picking. The unexpected delight brought a slight smile to Yuan's lips. However, upon noticing the corpses at his feet and the ajar door, he swiftly suppressed his joy and reverted to a cautious demeanor. Now was not the time for celebration. He returned to room 504 to retrieve his backpack, dragged the body into room 503, and, after scanning the corridor warily, closed the door behind him. Chapter 7. Room 503 Key. Discovering high-value supplies. The 503 apartment was similar to others, a 30-square-meter studio with a private bathroom and balcony. Yuan shut the door, ignoring the nausea, and extracted a flashlight from the key's mouth. After a brief wipe of the blood, he surveyed every corner of the room, including under the bed and the wardrobe, and behind the door. He drew all the curtains to block out any light. Once assured there was no danger, he approached the corpse and began the traditional art of looting. The key bore only a fabric crossbody bag, filled with an assortment of items: wires, a ballpoint pen, 2 batteries, a dagger, 2 small compressed biscuits, and a small cloth pouch. The pouch contained various lock-picking tools, which brought Yuan great joy. He gathered all these items, including the lockpick held tightly in the key's hand, into his clothing pockets. Folding the crossbody bag, despite some bloodstains, he stowed it away in the Wasteland. Such containers were exceedingly rare, and none could be discarded, even if he did not need it himself. After completing his looting, his attention shifted to the room itself. Compared to others, it was relatively clean and tidy, yet signs of a hasty escape were evident, and the room's occupant appeared to be a single male. The bathroom's toiletries were scarce. Shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, men's masks, toothpaste, and a toothbrush lay scattered across the sink. Yuan collected these items into his backpack, recognizing their scarcity, including the shower curtain and neatly folded towels. His backpack was once again overflowing, mainly due to the shower curtain taking up half the space. Fortunately, he had anticipated such a scenario, but he needed to make an attempt. He opened the virtual light screen and accessed the special page. Locking onto the Wasteland trading hole section, a feature he discovered while examining the virtual light screen earlier in the afternoon, akin to a flea market for player trading. Would you like to spend 1,000 survival points to join the Wasteland trading hole? Yuan furrowed his brow. This was the very reason he had hesitated to join before. Had it not been for the unexpected activation of the City Shadow title route, he would not even qualify for trading, and even now, he barely had 1,100 survival points, almost a complete depletion of his resources. Though reluctant, he chose to confirm his decision. Eventually, everything must be unveiled. The sooner it is revealed, the sooner one can relish its benefits. Congratulations, Yuan has joined the Wasteland Trading Hub, and now he may engage in transactions with other players. He lists a shower partition curtain for sale, though he is uncertain of its exact value and lacks the time to investigate, so he arbitrarily sets the price at 2,000 survival points. To him, this price seems exorbitant. Yet should someone be willing to pay it, he would gladly proceed with the transaction. Even if no one expresses interest, it matters not to him. His primary goal is to free up space in his backpack. The listing is successful, with a maximum duration of 12 hours for the item to be available for trade. He is reminded that for every hour beyond this limit, a 5 storage fee will be deducted from the transaction price. If the excess time is less than an hour, it will still incur a charge equivalent to 1 hour. Upon reading this notification, Yuan's eyes narrow slightly in surprise. Remarkably, it has succeeded. Although the requirements for joining the trading hub are absurdly high, it is indeed worth the effort. Upon inspecting his backpack once more, he realizes that the remaining supplies are either too small to warrant listing or consist of hard currency items like cigarettes and chocolate, which he is reluctant to part with, even at inflated prices. Ultimately, he decides to list a few larger bottles of toiletries at 500 survival points each. As he often reiterates, selling them incurs no loss. Should they remain unsold, he can use them himself. He then checks the ceiling and water tank of the bathroom, but finds no hidden resources, and thus he concludes his search. Room 503 is quite simplistic in layout, featuring a bed, a bedside table, a wardrobe, and a writing desk. The only noteworthy item is an iron cabinet in the corner, which surprisingly contains 3 locked drawers. Yuan first packages the bedding and mattress for listing in the trading hub, but he receives a notification stating that this action cannot be completed. His plan to empty the room fails, and with a slight pout, he abandons it. Inside the wardrobe, he discovers only a short-sleeved shirt and a long coat, which he accepts gratefully, for he is in dire need of fresh clothing. The outfit he has worn throughout the day is marred with stains and blood. He stuffs the clothes into his backpack and approaches the writing desk, which has 3 drawers and a single-door cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, he is pleasantly surprised to find a package of high-quality goods, more than half a bag of soy milk powder, containing over 20 small packets. To Yuan, this is nothing short of boon. Soy milk is not only high in calories, but also rich in protein and fat, making it an excellent source of nutrition in this desolate world. The taste of soy milk powder is a rare delight amidst the wasteland. Such a treasure he would never consider listing, Instead, he stows it all in his backpack. In the desk drawers, he finds several books and notes, which he briefly peruses before deciding to list them as well. Perhaps there is useful information contained within that he can explore later. However, upon placing the desk lamp for sale, he suddenly receives a notification from the trading hub. Current listing capacity has been reached. What? Yuan immediately checked and noticed that he currently possessed only level 1 access, allowing him to list a mere 15 items simultaneously. To increase this limit, he must upgrade his access level, which requires 2,000 survival points. Damn, is the next step going to involve upgrading to SVIP membership? Yuan felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Fortunately, he had already listed all the major items in the room. The only thing left to examine was the locked metal cabinet. He took out his unlocking tools, inserting the lockpick into the keyhole. Instinctively, Yuan seemed to sense the intricate structure of the lock mechanism, intuitively understanding how to unlock it. In less than a minute, he managed to open all 3 locked drawers. The first 2 drawers, however, brought him immense delight. The first drawer contained 1 hand-crank emergency radio, 2 windproof candles, 2 batteries, and 1 adjustable wrench. The second drawer held a car emergency kit. The hand-crank emergency radio was designed for disaster preparedness, roughly the size of a brick, featuring multiple functionalities such as hand-crank power generation, solar charging, LED lighting, and radio capabilities. The car emergency kit contained various supplies, including a pressure bandage, trauma dressing, elastic bandages, disinfecting wipes, and a thermal blanket, sufficient to handle bleeding, bandaging, securing, and protecting against infection, as well as preventing heat loss in emergencies. As an enthusiast of survival, he was intimately familiar with these items, possessing more than 1 set of emergency equipment at home. With these 2 items, his chances of survival in the Wasteland would significantly increase, especially with the inclusion of the car emergency kit, granting him a degree of risk management capabilities. Both items were quite substantial in size, prompting Yuan to carry his messenger bag in front of him, placing the soy milk powder, windproof candles, batteries, and other small items inside. The hand-crank emergency radio, car emergency kit, and adjustable wrench were stowed away in his backpack, leaving both bags filled to capacity. He quickly opened the 3rd drawer, aware that the other 2 refugees could arrive at any moment. Time was of the essence. However, just as Yuan touched the contents of the drawer, an unexpected alert sound jolted him. Ding! High-value resources detected. Chapter 8. New optimized path for shelter traps. Ding! High-value resources detected. New optimized path for shelter facilities discovered. Would you like to add this optimized path to the ventilation duct construction list? Yuan took out the items from the drawer, his expression one of bewilderment. What could be so significant as to prompt a system alert for a new optimized path? Upon realizing what he was holding, a glimmer of surprise crossed his face. Was this a blueprint? Yet, there was no time to examine it further. He hastily stuffed the item into his backpack. With that, all resources in room 503 had been collected by Yuan. After a quick check for any omissions, his gaze turned toward the curtains. The substantial piece of fabric, whether for concealment or cutting, presents itself as a commendable material. Just as he was poised to take action, the sound of rolling cans echoed through the corridor, igniting a glimmer of alertness in Yuan's eyes. Visitors approach with unexpected haste. Cautiously, he edged towards the door, pressing his ear against it. Kiki, are you there? A deliberately lowered voice resonated from the stairwell. Indeed, it belonged to that mischievous monkey. Kiki. The monkey's attempts to continue were abruptly interrupted by Brother Biao. All right, they're likely upstairs. Let us ascend and investigate. Good. As their voices faded, Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering uncertainly as he focused intently on the door, as if attempting to see through it. Thoughts raced through his mind. The 2 were headed upstairs. Was this not the optimal moment to depart? Otherwise, should they fail to find the key, they would undoubtedly return to search. Bloodstains lingered at the entrance, readily revealing the troubling situation. After a brief contemplation of mere seconds, Yuan reached a resolute decision. He secured his backpack firmly onto his back, adjusted the crossbody bag to the front, shortening the straps to ensure freedom of movement. From his waist, he retrieved a folding crossbow and bolts, deftly loading it while securing a tactical knife to the outer thigh, readily accessible for use. With all preparations complete, he cautiously opened the door, the crossbow leading the way, his steps steady and swift as he approached the stairwell. Now was the time to depart, leaving unscathed with all supplies. This was the most favorable outcome. As long as he could escape the Wutong apartment, with the night cloaked in darkness. The urban expanse would conceal him. In such a vast city, finding him would be a fool's errand, no matter how it was considered. Leaving at this moment was undoubtedly the best choice. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. Once the two regained their senses, it would inevitably escalate into a confrontation. Brother Biao possessed but a few supplies. What was the point of risking his life against the likes of the filthy brat, when the risks outweighed the rewards? A prudent retreat was the paramount strategy. This operation was a matter of fortuity, with the advantage firmly in his grasp. Reaching the stairwell, darkness enveloped the corridor. The faint illumination granted by his title allowed Yuan to discern the staircase's outline in the pitch-black environment. Listening intently for several moments, the eerie silence of the stairwell was stifling, causing him to furrow his brow. This was unusual. With two individuals searching upstairs, there ought to be some signs of movement. A troubling thought flickered in his mind. The best course was to leave post-haste. No longer hesitating, he softened his steps and began to maneuver towards the staircase. With his crossbow aimed at the sixth-floor stairwell, prepared for any sudden appearances from the two. Though he had practiced only a few times in hiding, the firing of the crossbow was straightforward, and Yuan felt confident in hitting any target within 5 meters. As he approached the staircase, he had barely taken a couple steps when, crack, a beam of flashlight illuminated the corner between the 4th and 5th floors, transforming the stairwell into a scene reminiscent of daylight. The monkey, spotting Yuan, revealed a vicious grin. "Brother Biao, this dog has indeed emerged. Let us deal with him." The moment the flashlight of Yuan illuminated the surroundings, he was struck by the realization that he had forgotten the potential threats lurking downstairs. Fortunately, he had already devised an escape strategy for the worst-case scenario in his mind. Thus, at the instant the monkey let out a cry, he swiftly redirected his aim from the upstairs to the lower level, targeting the threat below. Upon seeing the crossbow, the monkey's expression transformed from one of savagery and ferocity to sheer clarity, as the fear in his eyes had not yet fully formed. And he could only manage a disbelieving exclamation, "Damn. Bang, sus, tu." Without granting the monkey any chance to react, the bolt pierced through its throat, blood gushing forth. The monkey clutched its neck, incredulously staring at Yuan as it collapsed to the ground. At that same moment, as Yuan released the crossbow, he transferred it to his left hand while his right hand grasped the dogleg knife, his gaze fixed on the 6th floor. Yet, when he discerned the weapon in Brother Biao's hand, his pupils constricted suddenly, and a chill ran down his spine. With no time to ponder, he turned and leapt down the stairs without a moment's hesitation. Bang! While still airborne, Yuan felt a tremendous force strike his back, causing him to stumble as he descended the staircase, nearly losing his footing. But there was no time to linger. He scrambled downwards, utilizing both hands and feet in a frantic dash. The sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it, he thought, realizing that there were firearms involved. A clear violation of any unwritten rules of combat. Yuan felt as if he had narrowly escaped death, adrenaline coursing through his veins, rendering his entire body in a state of tingling tension. Fortunately, Yuan had reacted swiftly, and his decisive action against the monkey had granted him a fleeting chance at survival. Although it felt as if he had been shot in the back, he had not sensed any pain. He should be fine. His mind raced. Brother Biao had a gun. This was an unforeseen complication. The furious roars of Brother Biao echoed behind him, accompanied by the sounds of pursuit, closing in rapidly, no more than 10 meters away. His previous plan was now rendered futile. If he simply fled, he would be leaving his back exposed to Brother Biao, making him an easy target. No, he could not afford to present his back to Brother Biao. The risk was far too great. What to do? What to do? Though only a second had passed, Yuan felt as though time stretched interminably. Under the looming threat of death, his mind grew increasingly calm and rational. Bang! He leapt down to the 4th floor. At that moment, his breath caught in his throat as a bold idea emerged. Hearing Brother Biao's leap behind him, he had no time to think further and swiftly darted into the corridor of the 4th floor. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets whizzed past him, striking the wall, and he could feel the debris scattering around him. "You want to escape?" Brother Biao's frantic voice followed him, filled with despair. The loss of the keys and the monkey had driven him to the brink of madness. Losing 2 allies in this desolate world felt like a waking nightmare. However, what truly captured Biao Ji's attention was the bulging backpack of the man he had just encountered, clearly brimming with supplies. Regardless of the nature of the contents, Biao harbored a singular thought: to seize it. As for the man, he deemed him expendable. Chapter 9. Pursuit, Counterattack, Ambush. His aim was swift at 7 paces, and even more so, precise under 7. A counterattack? Impossible. In Biao eyes, the man was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, and no unexpected outcome would arise. This conviction stemmed from the lives he had taken under his gun, instilling in him a profound confidence. It was this very confidence that fueled Biao relentless pursuit of Yuan, particularly upon witnessing the latter's panicked retreat into the 4th floor, which only solidified his certainty. Flee. Let us see where you escaped to. The thought of that bulging backpack of supplies ignited a sense of impatience within him. He pressed on, only to find the man had taken refuge in a room. Without hesitation, he followed, only to see the man leap towards the balcony, retreating behind the wall, clutching his head and covering his ears. Just as Biao sensed something amiss, an almost imperceptible sound reached his ears. A faint thunk echoed, the sound of a spring being released, following the direction of the noise. His pupils dilated in horror as he beheld a fist-sized object nestled in the corner. Before he could react, a deafening explosion erupted, engulfing the room in a fiery inferno. The blast wave obliterated everything within, leaving Biao charred body sprawled on the ground, his legs shattered beyond repair. Thick smoke and flames enveloped the room, casting a brilliant light in the darkened street. The nearby scavengers, survivors, and those searching for supplies were drawn to the unexpected explosion. As they beheld the raging flames and billowing smoke, some observed cautiously, others retreated, some pondered, while a few, driven by greed and fear, slipped into the shadows. Coughing, Yuan shook off the dust, his head spinning from the aftermath. Fortunately, the balcony was open air, mitigating the situation. Gazing at the chaotic scene within the room, he felt a pang of dread. Had it not been for the low wall separating the apartment from the balcony, he might have met the same fate. Watching the flames flicker within the room, Yuan understood the necessity of immediate departure. The commotion had been too loud. Both the gunshots and the explosion would undoubtedly attract attention. He retrieved his crossbow from the ground, nocking an arrow and gripping his knife tightly. As he maneuvered past the burning wooden curtains, he caught sight of Biao charred corpse. The handgun lay discarded nearby, without pausing to examine it. He secured it at his waist and hastily rummaged through Biao belongings, stuffing everything into his pockets as the smoke thickened around him. Finally, there was the backpack behind Biao, surprisingly only half filled and clattering with little of value, yet Yuan did not mind. Without further delay, he withdrew the crossbow arrow, secured his belongings, and rushed downstairs. The dogleg knife was sheathed against his outer thigh, with his left hand grasping the backpack and his right hand holding the drawn crossbow. He arrived at the ground floor of the apartment. Just as he was about to exit the stairwell, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. Sensing the air movement accelerate in front of him to the right, there was no time for contemplation. He propelled himself backward, halting abruptly, tilting his head back and tucking his chin slightly. At that moment, a glimmer of cold light swept dangerously close, grazing his scalp and severing several strands of hair. However, his assailant reacted swiftly, realizing the first strike had missed and clearly unwilling to forfeit the opportunity. With a swift twist of the wrist, the blade arced back, aimed at Yuan's neck, its ferocity akin to lightning. If struck, it would surely result in either death or grave injury. Yet, Yuan had already responded, hurling the heavy backpack towards the attacker's face, successfully intercepting the assault. His right hand, firmly gripping the crossbow, was poised to unleash the bolt. Nevertheless, the adversary was exceedingly cautious. After the missed strike, they retreated without hesitation, blending once more into the shadows, leaving no chance for Yuan to counterattack. This was troublesome. A sheen of cold sweat broke on Yuan's forehead. He found himself cornered in the ground floor corridor. Such a vigilant enemy was far more formidable than Biao. They would not easily allow themselves to fall into peril, and with merely the crossbow bolt in hand, a fatal strike would be a daunting task. The most pressing concern was that more individuals might converge upon this location, eager to partake in the spoils. This was a wasteland, teeming with those willing to risk their lives for resources. If he remained trapped here, the situation would only grow increasingly dire with the passage of time. Fortunately, it seemed the opponent was alone. Otherwise, they would not have been so careful. What Yuan needed to do now was not to engage in combat, but to vacate the premises as swiftly as possible. He understood this necessity clearly. Suddenly, the lights illuminated the corridor, revealing half of a face behind the wall. Yuan inhaled deeply. Indeed, the opponent was cautious. The backpack he had previously discarded had been seized by them, obscuring the area below their eyes. Their body was entirely concealed behind the wall. Such meticulousness. And what kind of gaze was that? Though only one, I was visible. It reminded Yuan of a wolf pack, calm, wild, vigilant, and imbued with absolute confidence and aggression. The adversary's gaze immediately locked onto the crossbow, then roamed over Yuan's form, particularly lingering on his waist and the outer thigh. Yuan sensed their scrutiny. What were they searching for? Surely not a handgun? No wonder they were so cautious. This thought flickered through Yuan's mind, and he suddenly comprehended. However, now was not the time for such musings. He spoke in a low voice. My friend, our stalemate here benefits no one. I cannot carry these supplies, so you may take what is in that backpack as a token of our meeting. However, Yuan did not harbor the expectation that mere words would compel the other party to depart. Negotiation, after all, requires that one offers benefits to the other while also demonstrating one's own strength, does it not? The adage that truth lies within the range of cannons holds true in this situation as well. He adjusted the crossbow in his hand. Of course, if you wish to fight, I shall oblige. At this distance, while it is unlikely that the crossbow bolt would kill you, the arrowhead has been deliberately contaminated with feces. Should you be struck, even if you manage to find antibiotics, the experience will be far from pleasant. Without antibiotics, you may as well await your demise. Upon hearing these words, the opponent's gaze abruptly narrowed. Though it quickly returned to normal, Yuan could not be mistaken. Despite the urgency in his heart, he maintained a calm demeanor, fixing his gaze upon the other with a resolute determination to face death. This was a psychological duel. So what do you think? Will you take that bag of supplies and leave, or will you risk infection and engage me in battle, ultimately benefiting others? With this statement, silence enveloped the corridor. Yuan shifted his weight downward, preparing for a desperate struggle. Although it was likely that the other party would choose to depart with the supplies, it is always wise to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Fortunately, the situation did not escalate to its most dire outcome. Very well, the man's voice resonated. Chapter 10, Firearms, Cold M, 1911A1. Very well, the man's voice echoed again. Yet before Yuan could feel joy, the man extended a hand, pointing at something by Yuan's feet. But I need that. What? Yuan paused, taking a step back, his gaze lowering to the ground. He then noticed that the fabric crossbody bag on his chest had developed a small tear at some point. 2 packets of Vivi soy mill powder had fallen to the floor, having been sliced open just moments ago. Yuan suddenly understood. Yet, the man's demand caught Yuan off guard. While the soy mill powder was indeed nutritious, why would he specifically request this item? His gaze then fell upon the pink hair tie on the man's wrist, and Yuan seemed to grasp the situation. All right, I can give you a maximum of 10 packets of soy mill powder. I need it as well. After 2 seconds of silence, the man nodded slightly. Agreed. The trade was established. Yuan carefully placed 10 packets of soy milk powder on ground. You will clear the way. Once I depart, these items are yours. The other party nodded slightly, retreating while maintaining a concealed posture. Yuan also lowered his crossbow, ensuring he retained the capacity to retaliate without appearing threatening. The two moved in succession, and moments later, Yuan had exited the stairwell, with the apartment door just ahead, while the other man hid behind a wall. Regrettably, he was too cautious, missing the opportunity to eliminate him. Yuan sighed inwardly. As he observed the wary gaze of the other party, Yuan nodded slightly, extinguishing his flashlight, plunging the building once more into darkness. With the arrival of the shadows, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting out of the Wudong apartment and merging into the darkened recesses of the street. Despite the weight of 2 backpacks and the inky blackness enveloping the road, he navigated as if guided by an internal compass, deftly avoiding obstacles just moments before collision. However, after sprinting for several dozen meters, he abruptly halted, crouching behind a trash bin, motionless, his ears tuned to the environment like radar, capturing every sound, while his hand crossbow remained primed for action. The echoes of distant screams reached him, persisting for over a minute before finally subsiding. Daring not to linger, he stealthily made his way towards the dental clinic, occasionally hearing distant gunfire echoing through the neighborhood, fleeting yet disconcerting. The return journey unfolded with relative ease. Just as he pried open the manhole cover, a thunderclap resounded in the sky, a raindrop landing on his arm, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Yet, with no time to dwell, he hurried into the sewer, securing the cover behind him, concealed in the shadows 5 meters away. He remained vigilant for 5 minutes to ensure he had no pursuers before sheathing his crossbow and approaching his hiding place. The areas touched by rain felt a slight sting, and when he illuminated his skin with the flashlight, he noticed a faint reddening. Indeed, it was acid rain, a testament to the harshness of his surroundings. He frowned slightly, grateful for his timely return, having only been lightly doused, which was not a significant concern, yet disinfection was imperative. He meticulously inspected the perimeter traps he had set in his refuge, finding no issues. Pushing open the wooden door of his hideout and unloading his backpacks, he ignited a windproof candle, illuminating the space. It was only then, when he collapsed on the ground, that he felt the deep ache in his muscles. The earlier mental and physical exertion, coupled with the heightened vigilance required for a successful escape from the Wasteland, had taken a toll on him, leaving him utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, gazing at the supplies strewn about and the 2 fully packed backpacks, Yuan felt a sense of accomplishment. Activating the virtual interface, he recalled the alert that had sounded in his ear the moment he successfully extricated himself from the Wudong apartment, but he had had no time to examine it then. Curiosity piqued, he wondered if his rank had risen. Upon scrutinizing the information displayed on the interface, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Detected player has negotiated, resolving a crisis and safely evacuating. Acquired the exceptional skill, Persuasion, reward, 200 survival points. This was a revelation. Yuan found it hard to believe. Indeed, within the skill section of the combat page, alongside the ordinary lockpicking skill, a new skill had emerged, Persuasion. Skill effect. During negotiations and communications, one becomes more adept at perceiving the psychological shifts and linguistic gaps of others, thereby increasing the likelihood of the other party accepting one's viewpoints by 30. Yuan abruptly straightened his posture. So that is how it is. In the Wasteland gaming realm, combat transcends mere violence. It encompasses psychological warfare, verbal deception, information disparity, and intelligence manipulation. Anything conceivable can be executed. The operational scope is vast, yet this corresponds with a dramatic escalation in survival difficulty. As the saying goes, the most unpredictable entity is the human heart. Every step taken henceforth necessitates greater caution. Upon mastering a new skill, albeit a passive one, Yuan was rewarded with an additional 200 survival points, uplifting his spirits. He promptly removed all items listed on the Taodao cave marketplace. The mattress was laid directly on the ground, and the bedding was tossed aside, providing at least a place to rest. However, covered in blood and debris from his earlier ventures into the Wasteland game, he now resembled a vagrant. Gathering his resolve, he began to sort through the day's acquisitions. Yuan also noted the bullet hole on his backpack, a dent on the adjustable wrench inside, and a bullet that had exploded. A wave of trepidation washed over him. It was indeed perilous. One could argue that the adjustable wrench had saved his life, although it was accompanied by a hand-cranked flashlight radio and a car emergency kit. The latter two would scarcely provide any real protection against a bullet, merely serving as a buffer at best. The most valuable items included the hand-cranked flashlight radio, the car emergency kit, cigarettes, and Biao Ji's handgun. Yet, the object of greatest intrigue was undoubtedly the handgun. A virtual display materialized, revealing details about the firearm. Colt M1911A1. Type, pistol. Firing mode, single shot. Effective range, 50 meters. Ammunition caliber, 45 ACP. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. The Colt M1911A1 is one of the classic firearms, often featured prominently in various films and games. As a seasoned player, Yuan was naturally well acquainted with it. He inspected the magazine and chamber, discovering only 1 round remaining. Already in the chamber, after ejecting the round, he rummaged through his pockets to retrieve a small pouch of 45 ACP ammunition he had pilfered from Biao Ge, containing a mere 5 rounds. He loaded these 5 rounds, along with the previously ejected one, into the magazine. Gazing at the weapon in his hand, Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy. Firearms embody a man's romance, especially in such a desolate world. Possessing a gun provides a sense of security. However, detecting the scent of gunpowder and the grime in the crevices of the firearm, Yuan frowned slightly. He resolved to seek out specialized gun oil and cleaning lubricants to maintain and clean the weapon. Otherwise, a critical malfunction during a crucial moment in battle would be rather amusing. The handgun lay aside as he turned his gaze towards the remaining supplies. Chapter 11. Optimizing the blueprint for a concealment facility Inventory of supplies. First and foremost was the high-value item discovered in the metal cabinet. He retrieved the blueprint from his backpack, and to his surprise, a virtual light screen displayed pertinent information about this item. On the application of passive geothermal ventilation ducts in underground and energy-efficient buildings. Quality rare. Description: capable of optimizing the ventilation duct structure of the concealment facility, automatically regulating indoor temperature with nearly zero energy consumption. When auxiliary equipment is added, it can provide dust prevention, odor elimination, backflow prevention, and humidity control, as well as effective responses to extreme weather. Functionality: the temperature within the underground hideout remains consistently around 10 to 25 degrees Celsius, with the possibility of temperature regulation upon the installation of auxiliary devices. This blueprint looks quite promising. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yuan's eyes. Automatic indoor temperature regulation with minimal energy consumption. Could this be likened to a natural air conditioning system, coupled with those additional benefits? It is undoubtedly the most perfect ventilation system for an underground hideout. Upon closer examination of the several pages of blueprints, the intricate lines clearly illustrated the geothermal ventilation ducts. Multiple pipes buried deep underground connected the subterranean structure to the surface, with various technical terms and symbols annotated at different locations, accompanied by detailed explanations. In simple terms, the geothermal ventilation duct employs the constant temperature characteristics of the underground soil to regulate air temperature through natural ventilation techniques. At a depth of 3 meters underground, the temperature remains stable year-round at 10 to 15 degrees Celsius. Thus, as external air traverses the buried pipes, it is either heated or cooled by the soil. Achieving temperature regulation. This system utilizes natural air pressure differentials, requiring no electrical devices, and therefore incurs no energy consumption. The blueprint also enumerated the advantages and disadvantages of different pipe materials, as well as the pros and cons of layout choices, primarily concerning pipe length, burial depth, and the distinction between serpentine or straight arrangements. Furthermore, it detailed the specifics of the intake and exhaust openings, along with the gradient of the pipes. Notably, the pipe slope requires only a slight inclination of 1 to 2 degrees to effectively drain condensation generated during cooling into the drainage pit, preventing backflow. The details are remarkably comprehensive. Once these optimizations are completed, the goal of achieving zero energy consumption and naturally regulating the temperature of the underground structure will be realized. However, the addition of auxiliary equipment could yield even more comprehensive functionality. For instance, a low-speed fan can adjust the air exchange rate. An incorporation of air filters or humidity control devices could provide dust prevention, odor elimination, and dehumidification effects, enhancing temperature regulation. The virtual light screen reappeared with a prompt regarding whether to add the blueprint to the optimization path. Optimization is imperative. Yuan felt no desire to delay, promptly selecting to add the optimization path. The blueprint in his hand shimmered briefly before vanishing from sight. The optimization path for the concealment facility's ventilation ducts has been added. Please review it at your convenience. He opened Survival, Concealment Facility Management Log, and Ventilation Duct Construction List. Indeed, the geothermal ventilation duct has made its appearance on the construction list. However, it is somewhat embarrassing for Yuan, as the construction of the geothermal ventilation duct necessitates the completion of Level 3 ventilation before he can proceed with optimization and upgrades. Yet, he has not even constructed the most basic single-pipe vent. Goodness, the acquired technology is far too advanced for immediate application. Who can he turn to for a resolution? Yuan finds himself in a comical predicament. Nevertheless, this also ignites his motivation. He shall regard the geothermal ventilation duct as a short-term objective. After categorizing and organizing everything, only 3 items remain before Yuan, which leave him in a quandary: a wallet, a hotel key card, and a 10-centimeter-long key. All 3 items were retrieved from Biaoge. Examining the key card, the surface has been so worn that the name is indecipherable, but he can vaguely make out the words XX Grand Hotel along with an emblem resembling a bauhinia flower. The back, however, still clearly displays the room number, room 0813. The key is evidently not a typical door key. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan carefully stows away these 2 items and picks up the wallet. This is a lady's wallet, containing a family portrait. Yet the man in the photograph is not the unsightly Biaoge, but rather a strikingly handsome gentleman in his 30s. Ah, this must be a wallet pilfered from some unfortunate soul. With an arched brow, Yuan curiously rummages through the wallet, which is surprisingly clean. Inside, You find a neatly folded water bill and several unfamiliar banknotes, alongside a few condoms. Yuan blinks, momentarily taken aback. What kind of situation is this? After inspecting all the spoils, the hotel key card and key tantalize Yuan with the scent of resources. Anything that Biao Gu carries must possess considerable value. He must discover which hotel this is. Next, it is time to upgrade his hideout facilities. The system's reminders linger in Yuan's mind. Diligently upgrading his hideout is his long-term goal. For the upgrade of the hideout's entrance, he currently requires 3 units of timber and 2 hinges. He has sufficient screwdrivers and screws. To construct a resting area, he still needs a yoga mat, while a lighter and old cloth have already been gathered. As for the bathroom, he is still short 1 bucket, although he has located towels. After compiling the necessary construction materials, he opens the Hideout cave page to search, only to soon find himself cursing. Damn it! A bucket costs 200 survival points, and a yoga mat is priced at 500 survival points. Have they lost their minds? He currently possesses a mere 300 survival points, barely enough for a single bucket. Who would be foolish enough to pay such prices? Yet, he quickly realizes a pattern in the pricing of these materials. The costs of industrial or household goods are generally exorbitant, whereas natural resources such as timber, stone, and creek water maintain relatively normal prices. 1 unit of timber or stone is 5 survival points, while 1 liter of clear creek water is 20 survival points. Lake water and river water are even more reasonable at just 10 survival points per liter. However, the price of a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water has surged to an astonishing 80 survival points. Yuan has come to a realization. The price is determined by the difficulty of acquiring resources. Industrial and daily necessities can primarily be sourced from human settlements, such as cities, villages, and factories. Yet these locations are often fraught with the presence of thugs, vagrants, and scavengers, significantly increasing the danger while the resources remain scant. Having encountered vagrants, Yuan is acutely aware of their peril, not to mention the threat posed by those wielding heavy weaponry. Being discovered would spell certain doom. The greater the challenge in obtaining resources, the higher their value naturally becomes. With this understanding, Yuan's eyes sparkle with insight. Gazing at the vast array of supplies amassed that evening, a subtle smile graced his lips. Scarcity is a boon. The trading method in Tao Cave extends beyond mere survival points. Bartering is also an option. He immediately set to work. Before long, the player chat channel within the social page erupted in a frenzy. Chapter 12. Trading cigarettes, turmoil, and constructing a hideout entrance. C-Cube Hideout. Who is the big shot that listed so many cigarettes? Is it you, Cigar Master? Why is it a resource trade? Can I exchange with survival points? Burning Chariot Hideout. Has the Cigar Master preemptively released the cigarettes? Aren't there still 2 days left? I'm craving a smoke. I'll go take a look. Angry Whale Hideout. I just checked. The newly listed items are all premium cigarettes, not the hand-rolled ones from the Cigar Master. Wasn't there a water barrel for sale in Tao Cave? Why was it taken down? Bro, I'll buy it at a high price. Gray Bear Hideout. Premium cigarettes are typically only found in cities, right? Has some big shot from an urban area made a move? How terrifying. I happen to have an abandoned service station. I'll go dismantle the hinges now. In an instant, the entire chat channel was invigorated by the sudden listing of cigarettes. In the harsh realities of Wasteland survival, cigarettes serve as the best means to alleviate anxiety and unrest, significantly enhancing emotional stability. Yet, due to their extreme scarcity, aside from the Cigar Hideout, which periodically stocks poorly flavored hand-rolled cigarettes, most individuals who find cigarettes tend to hoard them for personal use, resulting in minimal circulation. In a mountainous region, within the confines of the Cigar Hideout, a cigarette the thickness of a pinky finger was lit and brought to a man's lips. The slowly exhaled smoke gradually enveloped his face as he quietly observed the flurry of messages in the chat channel, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Premium cigarettes? Huh. It's likely some fortunate soul managed to scrounge up a few cigarettes from the wild tobacco and is now eager to trade for resources. His gaze drifted outside the hideout, revealing a smirk of contempt. As long as this wild tobacco remains unharmed, it shall be my exclusive resource. The city? If survival there were so effortless, those at the top of the rankings would not have disappeared one by one, their confidence swelling. Fools! No matter how abundant the resources in the city, one must possess the means to enjoy them. In the desolate wasteland, survival ultimately hinges on resources, particularly monopolized renewable resources. Possessing such resources ensures a steady influx of materials at one's disposal. As a former executive of a tobacco company, Yuan swiftly established a refuge upon discovering wild tobacco in this barren land. His decision proved astutely prescient. After drying, shredding, and rolling the wild tobacco with minimal effort, he capitalized on the anonymity offered by the Tao Tao cave for transactions. Under the watchful eyes of prominent players, he successfully earned his initial fortune, propelling himself into a meteoric rise. When suspicions arose regarding his identity as a tobacco trader, he weathered waves of player confrontations and raids, eventually elevating his refuge's ranking to an impressive 1978. Thus, he remained unfazed by the players selling cigarettes. After all, others had previously marketed premium cigarettes, but the supply was scarcely significant. Nonetheless, he approached the situation with a modicum of caution, accessing the Tao Tao cave to search for cigarettes. However, upon the instant the search results appeared, Yuan's pupils constricted dramatically, causing the cigarette he held to tumble to the ground, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The entire screen was filled with options for cigarette transactions, ranging from 3 cigarettes exchanged for PVC pipes to a single cigarette traded for metal hinges, presenting a staggering array of 15 trading options. Some trades, having just concluded, immediately prompted new listings. Within a brief span, around 50 to 60 cigarettes had exchanged hands, with trading still ongoing, far exceeding his initial expectations. Yuan typically managed to trade no more than 200 hand-rolled cigarettes every 2 weeks, a feat already at his limit. While the wild tobacco grew rapidly and differed significantly from his prior understanding of tobacco, excessive harvesting would inevitably impact its growth. As transactions progressed swiftly on the trading page, the number of completed trades soon surpassed half, with 70 to 80 cigarettes amidst a sea of thousands, a veritable feast for the wolves. Ultimately, only 5 or 6 trades remained unfulfilled. Yuan glanced at the trading interface, scoffed softly, and closed it, though his mind raced with possibilities. Though unaware of the individual behind the cigarette trades, the sheer volume of cigarettes and the industrial and essential goods acquired suggested that this player hailed from an urban area. Only players from such regions would require an abundance of industrial and living supplies to construct a refuge. He reopened the chat channel, pondering the identity of this mysterious trader. A particular message caught his attention, igniting a glint of contemplation and coldness in his gaze. Moss Cottage Refuge. Do you think it could be that newcomer from the afternoon? After all, their rapid rise in ranking surely indicates they've gathered a substantial amount of resources. Is it Yuan? Yuan also noted this message, his eyes gleaming with insight. This individual possessed a keen intuition, connecting the dots, especially since he had been warned recently about the Moss Cottage Refuge, known for deceiving newcomers. Moreover, with such blatantly incendiary remarks, it seems I have become a target. After pondering for a few moments, I opened the event log for my hideout and began to record. Day 1 in the Wasteland, the mossy cottage, my refuge, appears to harbor hostility and shows signs of orchestrating public opinion manipulation, surveillance, and provocation, warranting further observation. Preceding this note, I had already documented 2 prior entries. Entry 1, Day 1 in the Wasteland. While evacuating the Phoenix Tower, I was ambushed. Although I managed to negotiate my way out successfully, I was compelled to relinquish a portion of my supplies. The assailant exhibited extreme composure, caution, and decisiveness, with a gaze both aggressive yet devoid of blind confidence. Reminiscent of myself, this individual is exceedingly dangerous. If unnecessary, I must avoid conflict, but should an opportunity arise, a decisive strike is imperative. Speculation suggests they may have a woman or child as companions. Entry 2, Day 1 in the Wasteland. It has been confirmed that the cigar hideout belongs to a high-ranking player who commands tobacco resources. After completing the hideout log, I perused the chat channel, but finding no valuable information, I closed it. Under the guidance of the mossy cottage, numerous inquiries arose about whether I was selling cigars. Yet, how could I respond? It is akin to sending messages without incurring any cost. I retrieved all materials from the Tao Tao hole necessary for the transaction. I opened the facility management log for my hideout and commenced the construction of its facilities. Security, dilapidated door. Construction materials, 10 units of wood, 1 screwdriver, 15 screws. 2 hinges. Construction requirements, hideout. Construction time, 10 minutes. Having met the construction conditions, shall I commence? Yes. As Yuan confirmed the choice, the wood, screwdriver, screws, and hinges vanished from the pile of supplies. The entrance to the hideout was once again enveloped in a green luminescence, the space contorting as time appeared to accelerate exponentially. 10 minutes later, when the luminescence dissipated, I found myself in Chapter 13, Hideout Resource Management Log. Security Level 1, Dilapidated Door. Function, Security Level 1. Evaluation, at last. A semblance of a proper door, but are you certain a lock isn't necessary? Yuan, is this it? I activated the virtual interface to examine the so-called security level and noted that there are numerous data metrics within the hideout information, among which security level is but one. Others include defense level, comfort level, energy level, sanitation level, and more. The security level is composed of various components, primarily influenced by the functionalities of the hideout's infrastructure, such as security measures, walls, ventilation, and water collection systems. To construct kitchen facilities, one must complete Level 1 ventilation and Level 1 water collection, and achieve a security level of 5 to unlock the kitchen. This is because a Level 1 kitchen is merely a fire pit, posing risks of fire and carbon monoxide poisoning, which the ventilation and water collection systems are designed to mitigate. Moreover, the maximum security level is an impressive 60, and when I consider the current Level 1 security status, it seems nearly indistinguishable from having none at all. Indeed, it is a fact that a grand entrance devoid of even a lock cannot be deemed secure. Fortunately, upgrading the entrance of the hideout to Level 2 can elevate its security status to Level 3. However, the materials required for this enhancement: 1 anti-theft lock, 10 steel units, 20 rivets, and 1 nail gun, pose a significant challenge. While it is true that some individuals are selling these items, the prices are exorbitantly high, and no matter how abundant the resources, they cannot withstand such consumption. Having previously attempted transactions through Tao Cave, Yuan resolved to conduct his own search first. Subsequently, Yuan completed the construction of Rest Area Level 1, Sleeping Space, and Bathroom Level 1, Washing Area. The sleeping space boasts a comfort level of 1, restoring an additional 5 stamina per hour and enhancing bodily recovery speed by 5. The appearance is indeed that of a sleeping area, simply a yoga mat laid upon the ground. However, Yuan discovered that lying on the yoga mat alleviated some muscle soreness and even provided a tingling sensation to the bruises sustained during earlier battles, a sensation that was absent when resting on a mattress. Thus, resting on the sleeping space was undoubtedly his optimal choice. The Bathroom Level 1, Washing Area, is far more rudimentary. The materials used for its construction include a drainage outlet, PVC pipes, and cement. Consequently, it resulted in a mere 1 square meter cement floor, slightly depressed at the center where the drainage outlet is located. In one corner of the washing area lies a red bucket acquired through trade, which made Yuan's eyes twitch. This is truly a makeshift washing area. There is no faucet. One must procure water manually. Thankfully, a drainage system has been provided, ensuring that washing up does not flood the hideout. However, using the restroom is out of the question, and he must temporarily seek relief outside. Yuan silently resolved to upgrade the bathroom level as soon as possible, for the drainage system is critical for his long-term survival, and he certainly does not wish to lay traps all around. Nevertheless, the functionality of Bathroom Level 1, Washing Area, is quite commendable. It boasts a hygiene level of 1, a comfort level of 1, a 10 reduction in the probability of illness, a 5 reduction in the likelihood of wound infection, and a 5 reduction in the risk of mental breakdown. This may serve as a buff to maintain hygiene, as a clean body indeed contributes positively to mental stability. With security, rest area, and bathroom all reaching Level 1, ventilation, water collector, and lighting were subsequently unlocked. Ventilation Level 1, single pipe ventilation, requires PVC pipes, sealing glue, and a vehicle-mounted air conditioning exhaust fan. The requirements for water collector Level 1, faucet, include stainless steel pipes, a faucet, and pipe sealing tape. In contrast to the previous 2 facilities, Level 1, lighting, is remarkably simple, eliciting a smile from Yuan. Lighting Level 1, candle necessitates just 1 candle. Conveniently, Yuan currently possesses a windproof candle. Directly opting to construct Level 1 lighting candle, the task was completed in a mere 5 seconds. Revealing the facility's functional information: comfort Level 1, candle consumption rate 40, illumination range 20, brightness 10. As for the construction of ventilation and water collector, that would have to wait until the materials were fully gathered. Nevertheless, completing the construction of 4 facilities on the very first day in a wasteland left Yuan exceedingly satisfied. Glancing at the clock, it was already 1:30 in the morning. The acid rain had commenced at 11:50 p.m. and lasted for half an hour, and now the rain had long since ceased. Originally, He had intended to gather some supplies during the night. But upon reaching the exit of the air raid shelter and the sewer ladder, his brow furrowed slightly. A faint scent of rust and rotten eggs wafted through the air. Though the aroma was subtle, it was unmistakable. This odor arose from the aftermath of the acid rain, the rotten egg scent possibly being a byproduct of the rain's evaporation, while the rusty scent emanated from the corrosion of metal. Clearly, although the acid rain had stopped and the rainfall was minimal, its impact on the city had not waned. Instead, it continued to persist. Venturing out tonight was ill-advised. Exiting, particularly from the sewer, posed a high risk of exposure to contaminated standing water, which could result in corrosion-related injuries, a price too steep to pay. He would have to assess the situation tomorrow, holding on to the hope that all would proceed smoothly. Returning to his hiding spot, he expended 10 survival points at Tao Tao's hole to purchase a liter of lake water. After a brief cleansing of his body, he prepared to rest. He took a moment to check the dilapidated newsstand, finding no new newspapers, indicating that the refresh time had not yet arrived. As for the destiny cards, Yuan planned to draw them upon waking the next day. After all, if the destiny cards were bound by a time limit akin to the kill card, then the hours of rest he had were at risk of being squandered. He placed the louder supplies, such as canned goods, behind the security gate. Any attempt to enter his refuge would trigger a noise. Lying on the yoga mat, with his pistol loaded and resting on his chest, and his machete within reach, he extinguished the candle and gazed into the enveloping darkness. Thus passed the first day in the Wasteland, its richness of experience utterly astonishing. He had already conceived a general direction for exploration tomorrow, though the specifics would await the next day's newspaper to crystallize. The hotel room, key on Biaoge. What hotel did it belong to? And whose wallet was it? Why was there a condom? A myriad of disjointed questions flashed through his mind, and Yuan, weary from the day's endeavors, gradually succumbed to sleep. Resource management log of Yuan's hideout. Date 2 of the Wasteland. Location, District 13, East City, Green Forest City. Food, 8 cans of beef, 12 packets of instant noodles, 5 bottles of mineral water, 34 pieces of chocolate, 33 packs of Camel cigarettes, 7 Marlboro cigarettes, 1 Snickers bar. Supplies, 3 condoms, 9 long nails, 1 mattress. Weapons, 1 dogleg knife, 1 tactical axe, 1 alloy folding crossbow, 1 Colt M1911 A1 pistol. Tools, 1 multifunctional pliers, 1 adjustable wrench. Containers, 1 backpack, 1 canvas shoulder bag, 1 wallet. Chapter 14. Map of the Eastern District of Green Forest City. No, you're seeking death. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, raised his pistol, and sat up. Yet, all he could see was pitch darkness. Taking a deep breath, Yuan, now fully awake, realized he had just emerged from a nightmare in which he saw a monkey lunging at him with a wicked grin, a crossbow bolt embedded in its neck. Exhaling a long breath, he felt his emotions stabilize considerably. What a predicament! Just yesterday morning, he was at home, enjoying the air conditioning, sipping cola, and playing video games. How did he end up in this desolate world? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he activated the virtual screen. It was already 6:20 a.m. He had barely rested for 4 hours, yet his physical condition had remarkably improved. The muscle soreness had significantly diminished, although there was still some lactic acid buildup. It wouldn't hinder his movement. He rose to light a windproof candle, illuminating his hiding place. With a flickering flame, he lit a Marlboro cigarette, taking 3 puffs. The last inhalation was held for 3 seconds, after which he slowly exhaled. The nicotine coursed through him, sending a tingling sensation across his scalp, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief. With the morning grogginess completely dispelled and the cigarette dangling from his lips, he directed his gaze towards the security door, finding nothing amiss. However, as his eyes swept over the corner's dilapidated newspaper stand, they suddenly sparkled with excitement, and his heart raced slightly. He hastened his steps towards it. The newspapers had been updated. Yet, this was not the sole reason for his eagerness. He noticed something else beside the newspapers. Picking it up, he discovered it was a map, a surge of joy flooding his heart. The map was undoubtedly one of the items he needed most at that moment. But upon closer inspection, he found it obscured and utterly indecipherable. At that moment, a message popped up on a virtual screen. Would you like to spend 200 survival points to purchase this informational item? Yuan recalled that aside from the newspapers, which were provided free of charge, any other randomly refreshed supplies from the dilapidated stand required survival points for purchase. He immediately opted to buy it. Only then did he notice his remaining survival points. After deducting 200 points, he still had 230 points left. That didn't seem right. He had only accumulated 1,300 survival points yesterday. After spending 1,000 on joining the toad hole, 10 on purchasing lake water, and then subtracting the 200 he just spent, he should only have 90 points remaining. How could he possibly have an additional 140 survival points? However, he soon grasped the underlying reason. At 6 o'clock, he received several system notifications. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to a new day. Shelter Survival Assessment, awarded 140 survival points. Shelter Ranking Bonus Assessment Result, 0, today's settlement. Total of 140 survival points. Please continue your efforts. Upon clicking for details, he learned that shelters receive a daily basic survival point reward of 100 points. Additionally, each level 1 facility constructed would yield an extra 10 survival points. As he possessed 4 level 1 facilities, he thus received a total of 140 survival points. With a slight arch of his brow and a smile gracing his lips, he found this quite favorable. At the very least, there existed a stable channel for acquiring survival points. Although the quantity was modest, it was indeed humane. The amount of survival points earned was directly correlated to the strength of the shelter, ensuring fairness. Glancing at the map in his hand, all information was now fully revealed. Map of East City District, Green Forest. Quality rock. Description. This map details the architectural and street conditions of 15 districts in East City, Green Forest, and was surveyed 5 years ago with an accuracy rate of 88. Regarding the map, he harbored no disdain. A 5-year-old map was adequate. Even if some changes had occurred over those years, they would undoubtedly be minor, with no significant impact on the layout of the streets or the prominent buildings. Grasping the freshly updated newspaper, he returned to the resting area. Under the flickering light of the wind-proof candles, he meticulously examined the map. East City comprised 15 districts. Yesterday, he had ventured to the Wutong apartments located in District 13. Following the map, he quickly located Faywood Avenue in District 13, as well as the positions of the Wutong apartments and the dental clinic. With these 2 locations as reference points, he had a rough idea of the approximate position of the shelter, undoubtedly facilitating his upcoming search for supplies. Carefully folding the map, he turned his attention to today's newspaper, where only 2 locations were distinctly marked. District News Section. Quality, rock grade. Danger level, moderate. The Thug Prison. Through an insider in District 13, has learned that their stronghold was destroyed by the Black Shield Police Department. In retaliation for this provocation, they have decided to strike back and let the Black Shield Police experience the might of the Thug Prison. According to our undercover reporter, the Thug Prison's raiding team plans to ambush the returning patrol of the Black Shield Police Enforcement Team at 7:30 p.m. tomorrow evening. At the intersection of Jinxie England Avenue and Riverside Street in District 14, targeting the Land Hotel. For this operation, the Thug Prison expects to deploy 5 homemade landmines, 20 Molotov cocktails, 20 grenades, 2 snipers, 2 machine gunners, 20 raiders, 5 suicide bombers from the Slave Squad, 2 Doomsday pickups, and 1 scavenger vehicle. District Entertainment Section. Quality, rock grade. Danger level, low. Due to the erosion caused by acid rain last night, a screw in a fence at the John K. Animal Park in District 11 of East City has corroded, resulting in a number of animals claimed as private property by the Aurora Animal Assistance Association, escaping the zoo under the cover of darkness. Currently, a small group of animals has fled to Block 12, where 3 wolves and 2 hyenas are hiding near North Newsom Avenue. In the ecological area west of Hongan Park, 8 Korean sheep are roaming freely, while 2 boa constrictors have entered the Northern Forest Experience Hall, appearing quite terrified and unlikely to leave anytime soon. The on-duty personnel of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association have reported the situation and are organizing armed searches, though they seem to be heading in the wrong direction. Yuan glanced at the information in the newspaper, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Having experienced the so-called low level of danger last night, he realized how perilous the situation truly was. Now, with landmines, Molotov cocktails, grenades, and suicide squads, not to mention armored vehicles and pickups, it was still only considered a medium level of danger. It was indeed somewhat absurd. He could hardly imagine what scenarios awaited him with a high level of danger. Would it be aerial bombardments? Yet, his heart was stirred with excitement. He mused, if he could fish for opportunities at the edge of the battlefield and collect some spoils, his mind raced with various thoughts as he unfolded the map. Seeking the location of the Land Hotel in District 14. Upon locating the Land Hotel, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. On the map, District 13 lay between District 12 and District 14, with District 12 to the north and District 14 to the south. The Land Hotel on Golden Orchid Avenue could be reached smoothly by heading south along Feewood Avenue, where the Wudong apartments were situated, and then proceeding east on Golden Orchid Avenue would lead him directly to the hotel. Yuan's gaze sparkled with anticipation. It seemed there was an opportunity. Chapter 15, Regional Isolation. Destiny cards, Indulgence cards. Yuan pondered for a moment before setting the newspaper aside. The clashes among the rogue factions required careful consideration. Everyone knew that taking advantage of the chaos could yield significant rewards. Even if he merely stumbled upon a corpse, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits. Weapons, equipment, ammunition, and supplies all were urgently needed by Yuan. However, the risks were substantial as well. The medium level of danger was an issue that could not be overlooked. Yet, contemplating the potential invasion from players once the beginner protection period ended, this was undeniably a rare opportunity to enhance his strength. After all, he had 2 days to prepare, which was ample time. He opened a can of beef, its surface solidified with a layer of pale yellow beef fat due to the lack of heating. Yuan frowned slightly but understood that in this wasteland, fat and protein were exceedingly scarce nutrients. Gritting his teeth against the greasiness, he consumed a piece of meat still coated in fat, chewing slowly as the warmth of his mouth melted the fat, allowing the rich aroma to spread throughout his palate. As Yuan's brow gradually relaxed, savoring the food in his mouth, he opened the chat channel, intending to see if anything noteworthy had transpired the previous night. However, in the next moment, his movement paused briefly, revealing a flicker of astonishment before he quickly regained his composure, chewing another piece of beef before continuing to browse. The chat channel displayed 2 pinned messages. Elimination notice. The Windmill Hideout has been eliminated by the Thug forces. Time, 3:46. Elimination notice. The Green Vine Hideout has been eliminated by the Stag Hideout. Time, 4:28. 2 individuals had perished overnight, yet the chat channel seemed unfazed, with several acquaintances of the Stag Hideout inquiring whether any high-value resources had been scavenged. Stag Hideout? What a miser. He actually constructed his hideout atop a mountain. Utterly ridiculous. I wasted so many survival points on the invasion. What a loss. Though such sentiments were expressed, no one took his words seriously. No one probed further. Rather, the conversation shifted towards the Thug forces. Hive Hideout. The recent Thug forces are incredibly aggressive. This marks the 3rd player they've eliminated in half a month. What are they up to? What do the thugs in your area say? Angry Whale Hideout. The day before yesterday, I saw 2 Thug forces clashing from afar. Goodness. I was a kilometer away on a mountain and dared not show my face. I was terrified with rockets flying. Babel Tower Hideout. Don't even mention it. In my area, we hadn't encountered a thug in 10 days to half a month, and now vehicles pass by every few days, leaving us on edge each time. Tower Hideout. Do you think something significant is about to happen? After all, our regions are not interconnected. How could the thugs all suddenly change? Yuan's gaze immediately shifted to the last message, a tempest of thoughts swirling within him. What did regions not interconnected mean? Instinctively, he felt compelled to unravel this mystery. However, being in the novice phase, he was unable to add friends or unlock the private chat feature. Setting aside the pang of losing survival points, he began typing a message. Yuan Hideout, Tower Hideout. May I inquire what is meant by regions not interconnected? With fewer participants in the morning chat, his question quickly garnered a response. Tower Hideout, Yuan Hideout. Aren't you that new big shot from yesterday? A modest fee of 50 survival points grants access to the Taodao Cave search number 21563, which contains comprehensive answers. To his astonishment, upon entering the Taodao Cave and searching, he discovered that there were indeed numerous answers to novice queries available, with prices ranging mostly between 40 and 60 survival points. It was evident that this had evolved into a well-established industry. He decided to purchase the item with number 21563, only to find that it was merely a note. Its handwriting faded from having changed hands multiple times. After contemplating the information, Yuan came to a profound realization. Although the Wasteland players occupied the same chat channel, they remained isolated from one another. Each player's initial area could be regarded as an independent world. These worlds, while sharing similar backgrounds, each possessed unique characteristics, including variations in world progression, cultural disparities, and resource differences. It can be said that exploring one's own independent world is an essential endeavor for every player, and the future development of the world is intricately linked to the player's influence over their region. For instance, The legendary item, known as the Civilization Fragment, allows players' worlds to merge with it, thereby unlocking rare, evolutionary paths, though the specific rewards remain an enigma. The sole means of acquiring a Civilization Fragment lies in instigating player raids, essentially invading another player's world. Only by achieving a sufficiently high evaluation score and receiving war rewards can one potentially obtain a Civilization Fragment, albeit with exceedingly low odds. This explains why highly ranked players are inclined to invade novice players. The player raid wars are currently the only method to enter other players' regions. Such was the understanding that dawned upon Yuan, validating some of his previous conjectures. Yet, his sense of urgency grew increasingly palpable. The threat posed by impending player invasions a month hence was far more severe than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, he had finished the canned beef. And after stowing away the metal can, he activated the virtual screen. To enhance his strength swiftly, he still hoped for the favor of fate. The last gift of destiny had afforded him a perfect start on the first day in the Wasteland. Now, it was time to acquire the second gift of fate. As the fate card interface materialized, the familiar line of text reappeared. Maxim, all gifts of fate have long been marked with their prices in the shadows. The text gradually faded, revealing 3 options for this round of fate gifts. 1. Ancient milk barrel. Function: place animal milk inside. After 3 hours, harvest 5 times the amount of animal milk. 2. Everlasting flashlight. Function: a flashlight that never extinguishes. 3. Locating watch. Function: can pinpoint one's current location and guide to a hiding spot. Yuan's gaze fixated on the locating watch. Though the other 2 options were quite appealing, they seemed somewhat impractical for him. He still had enough food, and while the everlasting flashlight was tempting, his current lighting was sufficient, especially since he also possessed a hand-cranked lantern. Furthermore, upgrading his lighting would eventually unlock electric lights. The locating watch, however, held a certain intrigue. Upon confirming his choice, a sleek black matte watch materialized in his hand. The fate card box began to tremble, and after 3 seconds, yet another earthy yellow card was drawn. This fate card, Indulgence. Rock Grade Indulgence card. Indulgence card, Rock Grade quality. The player must indulge in primal desires at least once within 2 days, or face death. By the heavens! Upon discerning the information inscribed upon the fateful card, Yuan's lips twitched in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes, unwilling to accept the sinister truth. He glanced again, only to find the information unchanged. A surge of blood nearly erupting from his mouth. This was sheer madness. In this desolate wasteland, where on earth could one find individuals indulging in their desires? Chapter 16. The blueprint of bronze quality. Within the subterranean passage, a figure moved swiftly. The beam of a flashlight pierced through the darkness, occasionally revealing a few damp, furry rodents scurrying about, pausing momentarily to scrutinize this unexpected visitor with their raised paws. Yuan gradually came to a halt, lifting his left wrist to reveal a virtual map visible solely to him, projected from his wristwatch into the air. A green dot on the map blinked incessantly, and after careful comparison, Yuan nodded slightly. This must be the place. Gazing at the positioning watch on his wrist, a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had not anticipated that this device possessed the remarkable capabilities of map scanning and virtual projection. A delightful surprise indeed. He promptly scanned the map of East City District in Green Forest into the watch, resulting in the real-time positioning effect he had just witnessed. However, the accuracy of the positioning still required verification, and his current objective was to ascertain the reliability of the watch in conjunction with the virtual map. This was crucial for his subsequent actions. Ascending through the sewer via a ladder, he finally spotted a rusted iron wire dangling from the manhole cover above, and he could no longer suppress his grin. The wire was corroded with rust, with a pebble entwined at its base. This was the very wire he had placed on Fairwood Avenue the previous night, intended to pinpoint this manhole cover. His plan was straightforward. Using this cover and the dental clinic as anchor points, he aimed to map the corresponding sewers of other streets. By meticulously charting a detailed route, this despised city sewer network would serve as the most convenient and rapid passage to other districts, devoid of any danger. Originally, this was to be a long-term endeavor. Yet due to the capabilities of the positioning watch and the district map, everything had been expedited. New ideas began to form in Yuan's mind. With the map's positioning confirmed, he set his sights on the East City Waterworks Center as his next destination. Located on Soren Avenue in Block 7, the distance to Block 13 was not trivial. Even at full speed through the sewers, Yuan spent nearly an hour reaching Soren Avenue. After much effort, He located a manhole cover on the street behind the East City Waterworks Center. Crouching by the manhole, he listened attentively to the sounds outside before cautiously securing the internal, rotating bolts of the cover. With all his strength, he began to twist, and, as the lock contracted, the cover slowly creaked open a narrow gap. It was just past 9 in the morning, and sunlight streamed through the fissure onto Yuan's face as he carefully observed the surroundings. The street lay in disarray, littered with debris, overturned vehicles, collapsed telephone poles, and bicycles eroded by acid rain, presenting a scene of desolation. Confirming safety, Yuan swiftly pushed aside the manhole cover and emerged from the sewer. The cover was left slightly ajar, and he slipped a thin line through the gap. In a few swift strides, he reached the rear entrance of the Water Authority. The door stood ajar, and peering inside, he discovered that the place had long been ransacked. Signs of vandalism were evident everywhere. Glass lay shattered, and Yuan quickly slipped inside. With a dogleg knife gripped firmly in one hand and an M1911 A1 pistol holstered at his waist, he was prepared for combat at a moment's notice. He hastily traversed the unremarkable areas of the first floor and ascended to the second, his objective being the archives or the office of the Water Bureau Director. For it was only in these two locations that he might uncover the city's sewer system maps. Finding the archives was not a challenge, as few would show interest in such a place. Upon pushing open the heavy door, he noted the scattered files at the entrance. However, the interior of the archive remained relatively intact. Although some filing racks lay collapsed, the documents were largely unharmed. Yuan easily located what he sought, discovering not just one, but multiple comprehensive maps of the sewer system. The blueprints were updated approximately every 5 years, and he meticulously scanned each one into his watch. It was not until he reached a somewhat faded document in a corner archive box that his eyes brightened. Completion map of the Green Forest City Air Defense and Refuge Sewer System, Eastern City Edition. Quality, bronze. Description: this strategic underground construction blueprint was created 89 years ago by Green Forest City in anticipation of a potential nuclear war, integrating air defense, refuge, and sewer diversion. However, as time passed, its existence faded from memory, forgotten until the arrival of the Wasteland. Yuan could hear his heart racing. Remarkably, he had stumbled upon a blueprint of bronze quality, his first encounter with such a prized item. As he unfurled the document, he marveled at the incredibly precise and intricate lines. Understanding that he had struck gold, the previous sewer maps paled in comparison to this one, resembling mere simplified versions. Laying the blueprint flat, sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a warm glow on the ground. His watch emitted a red line, beginning a scan from right to left. This scanning process felt unusually prolonged, meticulous in its pace. Just as his arm began to ache, the scanning concluded, and he stowed all the blueprints into his backpack. Eagerly, he activated the virtual map on his watch. Before him appeared a flawless amalgamation of the Eastern City block map, numerous updated sewer maps, and the bronze quality master map. The Eastern City Block Sewer Refuge System Master Map. Yuan was captivated, his eyes fixated as he zoomed in and out, examining the details. He soon realized that due to the incorporation of those updated sewer maps, the current sewer system structure on this map was unprecedentedly clear. He possesses an intimate knowledge of the number of manhole covers on each block, the connections between these covers and the underground parking facilities, as well as the locations of stormwater discharge outlets in the parks and the local rivers. He is acutely aware of which sewers have a steep gradient and which ones exhibit greater curvature, all meticulously annotated. The same meticulousness applies to the air raid shelters. What once seemed a labyrinthine passageway to Yuan now appears as if illuminated by an extraordinary insight. With a mere glance, he could discern the direction he ought to take, even in the enveloping darkness of the sewer. As long as he follows the guidance of the map's cursor, he will not falter. Yuan comprehends that from this moment forth, the sewers will be his domain. Once he enters the underground passages, no one will be able to locate or apprehend him. Through the sewers, he can access any location in the Eastern District, and in moments of peril, he can accurately pinpoint the nearest sewer entrance to extricate himself from danger. Upon entering the sewer, he transforms into a fish gliding through the ocean, a bird soaring in the sky. This is his territory. At the very instant he grasps this truth, a crisp and captivating, yet coldly precise mechanical notification resonates in his ears. Significant progress detected in the tidal path of Yuan's hiding place. Player title: Block Rat has been enhanced. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 17, Achievement unlocked, the backside of the block. Significant progress detected in the title path of Yuan's hiding place. Player title, Block Rat, has been enhanced. Achievement unlocked, the backside of the block. Achievement points gained, 200 points. Evaluation of the hiding place ranking in progress. Potential for development increased. Risk resistance coefficient elevated. Regional impact enhanced. Achievement bonuses augmented. Current hiding place ranking has been updated. 9,499th. As a mechanical notification echoes in his ears, the initially euphoric Yuan finds himself unexpectedly calm. He gazes, entranced, at the ranking information displayed on the virtual screen, exhaling a deep breath. A subtle smile gracing his lips. It appears he has taken the right step. What had once been a somewhat nebulous concept in his mind now crystallizes with newfound clarity, bolstered by his recent epiphany and the system's confirmation. Indeed, the urban area is a treasure trove, a truth known to all. Yet why do players shy away from it? The answer is singular: the thugs. Various factions of thugs inhabit the city's blocks, rendering them fraught with danger and nearly impassable. Yet, as with everything, there exists a duality. The city embodies this principle as well. Just as every entity casts a shadow, what is the shadow of the city? It is neither the subway tunnels nor the basements and parking lots, but rather the sewers, often overlooked and scorned by most. A city may function without subways, basements, or parking lots, but it can never exist without sewers. Everyone is aware of the foul stench, filth, and darkness that pervade the sewers. Yet, this is the underbelly of a city, an undeniable reality. However, with the advent of positioning watches and the comprehensive mapping of the East City District's sewer refuge system, the situation has evolved. If the surface of the city is a realm ruled by thugs, the underbelly has now opened its gates to Yuan. His mindset is clearer than ever before. What remains now is to diligently cultivate this uncharted territory of the sewers. All blueprints have been removed, rendering the archives devoid of purpose. Nevertheless, the Water Services Center can still be a site of exploration. Exiting the archives, he traverses through the pipeline maintenance department, the sewage supervision room, and the water quality testing room. Each room is in utter disarray, littered with refuse and dried bloodstains. Undeterred, he meticulously searches each space for valuable supplies. He dismantles 2 sets of anti-theft locks from the upgraded security doors and stows them in his backpack. He removes 10 energy-saving light bulbs, storing them in his makeshift hideout, as these will be essential for future upgrades. Notebooks, thermometers, water cups, measuring tapes, blankets, and whatever else he can find or collected. These items, deemed worthless by the thugs, are treasures in Yuan's eyes, even in the absence of high-value goods. Being a scavenger is a worthy pursuit. After all, aren't the veteran players constantly yearning for city resources? Perfectly, they have survival points. While Yuan possesses supplies, an arrangement beneficial for all. He also retrieves a somewhat damaged fabric crossbody bag, which is primarily filled with assorted miscellaneous items. Upon reaching the director's office, he is taken aback yet pleased to find a heavily footmarked and vandalized metal door still locked. Producing a lock-picking tool, he swiftly unlocks the door in mere seconds. Gripping his knife tightly, he enters the room and carefully closes the door behind him. The room retains the ambience of the world prior to the cataclysm. A thick layer of dust blankets the desk, and unfinished work remains scattered atop it, with documents seemingly awaiting approval. Yuan speculates. Could it be that the previous day's work was interrupted by the onset of the Wasteland? However, he holds little interest in uncovering the truth, focusing instead on the supplies. As he passes by the break room's storage cabinet, its contents catch his eye. Inside, a delightful array of coffee beverages and snack items awaits him. There are vacuum-sealed coffee beans, instant coffee, black coffee powder, and an assortment of coffee accompaniments such as sugar cubes, condensed milk, cocoa powder, and powdered milk. Although the quantities of each type may be limited, and some items may have surpassed their expiration date, Yuan is unfazed. Expired goods will surely be welcomed by other players. He promptly empties his backpack, prioritizing the packing of these beverages. In the Wasteland, coffee holds a strategic significance akin to that of cigarettes. Not only does coffee provide ample energy, but the caffeine within also invigorates the spirit, dispelling fatigue and contributing to mental stability. Bringing everything back is undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. The water heater and grinder have also been listed on the trading platform. Once he constructs a generator, these items will be pivotal in enhancing his quality of survival. Moreover, should he choose to dismantle them, The materials contained within hold considerable value. Within the confines of his room, Yuan meticulously sorted through his belongings, continuously rotating and updating the supplies in his backpack and on the trading platform, ensuring that only the most valuable items were stowed away. He discovered 2 packs of Marlboro cigarettes and several bottles of fine spirits beneath his desk. After some contemplation, he decided to list 3 packs of Marlboro cigarettes, each priced at 1,000 survival points. This price was not inflated. Rather, it was a reasonable estimate based on his transactions from the previous night. He opened a pack for individual sale, pricing 2 cigarettes at 100 survival points each. As anticipated, within a minute, all the cigarettes were sold out, resulting in an influx of 4,000 survival points. He promptly expended 2,000 points to elevate the trading platform's access level to 2, thereby increasing the number of items he could list from 15 to 25, allowing him to showcase larger items that were cumbersome to transport. He then closed the virtual interface. Ultimately, only a safe remained unopened. The safe, embedded within the desk, had a lock mechanism far too complex for his skills to bypass. After several minutes of futile attempts, he resolved to list the safe on the trading platform and unlock it at a later time. However, it was impossible to list it, leaving him no choice but to muster his determination, consume some recently found biscuits, and resume his lock-picking endeavor. Drawing from his previous experience with the iron cabinet in room 506 of the Wudong apartment, he approached these locked cabinets with utmost seriousness. He had a hunch that something valuable might be hidden inside. The greater the difficulty of the lock, the more bountiful the potential reward. Thus, he continued to reinforce this mindset, immersing himself in self-encouragement. 2 hours later, with his eyes slightly lowered and ears attuned, he felt the tension of the safe's lock spring while carefully listening for the subtle differences in the sounds of the tumblers. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. He had succeeded. The safe door swung open with alacrity, revealing its contents. Ding! Successful unlocking of an excellent grade lock has greatly enhanced your lock-picking skill proficiency, resulting in an elevation of your skill level to excellent. Chapter 18. Acquiring blueprints and facing an attack. Gazing at the open safe and hearing the system notification resonating in his ears, a profound sense of exhilaration flooded Yuan's mind. It became evident that locks also possess classifications. Thus, a standard anti-theft door falls under the ordinary category, while this safe belongs to the excellent tier. There would likely be rare and even higher-grade locks in the future. It appears that the potential of the lock-picking skill is even greater than I had anticipated. As thoughts flowed, his gaze fell upon the safe. The first thing that caught his eye was the gold bars. The safe was divided into 2 tiers. The lower tier housed 3 gold bars, 2 bundles of cash, a Glock 17, and a box containing 20 rounds of 9mm FMJ ammunition. The upper tier contained 2 blueprints and a folder. Yuan eagerly grasped the Glock 17, unable to suppress his admiration. As the quintessential model from Glock, he was naturally well acquainted with it. The magazine, a standard 17-round, was fully loaded. The firearm was in excellent condition, a stark contrast to the severely worn M1911A1 he had in hand. After chambering around, he slid it into the holster at his waist, his gaze shifting towards the blueprints and documents, brimming with anticipation. Indeed, as he touched the blueprints and folder, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! High-value resources detected. New optimized pathways for shelter facilities discovered. Would you like to add this optimized pathway to the water collector construction list? Ding! High-value resources detected. New optimized pathways for shelter facilities discovered. Would you like to add this optimized pathway to the restroom, security, and wall construction lists? 2 rare blueprints and 4 optimization pathways. Yuan's eyes widened as he hurriedly examined the blueprints. Proposal for the renovation of urban residential sewage to prevent contamination and infiltration. Quality, excellent. Description, optimizes sewage treatment pathways and shelters, adding waterproofing, anti-infiltration, and sewage recycling routes for restrooms, security, and walls. Function, the shelter boasts superior waterproofing and reverse osmosis effects, with a water consumption rate of 20. Feasibility proposal for optimizing household water through seawater desalination. Quality, excellent. Description, optimizes the water collector pathways in shelters, adding seawater desalination routes. Function, the seawater desalination rate can reach 45, yielding special resources such as sea salt, pure sea salt. Though merely 2 blueprints of excellent quality, the optimization effects greatly pleased Yuan, especially the second blueprint, which indicated that seawater desalination could also yield sea salt resources. Although salt was not scarce for him, many in Taodao Cave already sold various types of salt, including well salt, lake salt, rock salt, and even sea salt. This represented a new avenue for resource acquisition, and no one would ever find such an opportunity excessive. As the two blueprints vanished, the optimization pathways were completed. Yuan's gaze turned to the final document, and upon reading the text, his heart skipped a beat. The joy he had just felt now tinged with a hint of gravity. Investigation report on abnormal creatures in the sewers. Quality, bronze. In recent days, maintenance workers in the sewers of Block 10 had repeatedly reported sightings of abnormal giant creatures. Upon investigation, significant traces of large biological activity were indeed discovered. Based on the analysis of residual hair samples, the creature in question is suspected to belong to the rodent family. However, the individual has not yet been captured. Subsequently, our wastewater testing personnel conducted examinations in areas exhibiting unusual biological activity, where they detected trace amounts of hormonal catalytic agents, potentially linked to the aberrant behavior of the creature. Following a joint investigation with the East City District Police Department, it was confirmed that the hormonal catalytic agents were of an unknown compound deliberately introduced into the sewage system, thereby instigating mutations among sewer rats. Efforts to capture the giant rodents are currently underway, and the East City District Police have traced the source of the wastewater dumping to a specific location, executing a forced entry under the pretext of public safety concerns. The premises had long been abandoned, revealing evidence of a religious ritual, with the bathtub exhibiting a strong presence of the same hormonal catalytic agents found in the wastewater, confirming that this location was the original source of the substances. Deputy Chief Hogg of the police department stated that he would continue to oversee the case, resolutely preventing any incidents that could jeopardize public safety. The combination of the words sewer, rat, and mutation evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Yuan slapped his forehead, grinning widely. Could there be 4 turtles involved? He hastily reviewed the investigation report once more, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Yet, his brow soon furrowed again. Other concerns were trivial, but the pressing question remained. Had that rat been captured? Before the arrival of the Wasteland, it could have been classified as a giant rat, suggesting it would measure no less than a meter in length. The mere thought of encountering such a creature was unsettling, particularly when envisioning its long whiskers, yellowed incisors, and a bare, long tail swaying about. A chill ran down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He would rather face the destitute than confront such an abhorrent creature. At the bottom of the document was the location of the mutated rat's sewer habitat, as well as the room where the religious ceremony had taken place. Activating his locating device, 5 red dots appeared on the virtual map. One dot was situated within a residential building in Zone 9, while the remaining 4 were all within the sewer confines of Zone 10. Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was heading towards Zone 7, directly opposite Zone 10. Hopefully, he would not encounter that creature. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 12:30 p.m. He had spent too long unlocking the safe. It was imperative that he return to his hiding place swiftly. He packed all essential supplies into his backpack, filling the safe with less critical items before locking it once more. The metallic door to the director's office was secured again, marking the conclusion of Yuan's exploration of the Water Authority. He needed to return to his refuge without delay. The construction materials for the hideout remain insufficient. It is imperative to gather more tonight. His mind continues to ponder the forthcoming actions as he departs from the Waterworks Center, approaching the vicinity of the manhole cover. His steps momentarily falter before he swiftly sidesteps, evading potential danger. To his dismay, the string he had previously placed in the crevice of the cover has vanished. Simultaneously, an arrow grazes past his head. Following this, 2 figures armed with makeshift hammers and spears emerge from a nearby, shadowed corner, charging towards him. Yet another arrow is loosed, but he has already taken refuge behind a garbage bin. With the 2 pursuers now within 5 meters, a glint of fierce resolve flashes in his eyes. He draws his M1911A1 pistol, aiming it behind him. The sight of the firearm instills fear in his assailants, and before they can react, a rapid succession of gunfire erupts. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, blood splatters from the 2 attackers, who collapse heavily onto the ground. Ignoring their plight, he discards his backpack and, akin to a cheetah, lunges towards the archer. However, the archer has already turned to evade as the shots ring out. Previously, to ambush him, The archer had concealed themselves within the thickets, rendering them nearly invisible. With no cover in sight and a distance of no more than 10 meters between them, he fires one last round from the M1911A1, which misses but strikes the archer's leg. The archer falls, terror etched upon their face as they behold the wrathful approach of the pursuer. Yet, he grants no opportunity for speech. The knife swiftly arcs through the air, silencing any further utterances. A cursory search reveals no valuable supplies, save for the recurved bow, which holds some worth, along with a quiver containing 3 remaining arrows. He seizes these, removes the archer's finger guards, and returns to the garbage bin. One of the earlier attackers lies motionless, while the other, bloodied and gasping, struggles to crawl away, leaving a trail of crimson on the ground. At the sound of their pleas for mercy, he feels a twitch of irritation. Raising the knife, he delivers a swift blow to the neck, rendering the second assailant lifeless. Approaching the third, indifferent to their fate, he strikes again at the neck. There is no time to scavenge the belongings of the 3, for the roar of an approaching vehicle reaches his ears, drawing near with urgency. Regrettably, he cannot linger. He discards his backpack along with the bow into the sewer, hastily cleans the scene, descends the ladder, secures the manhole cover, and hastens towards Block 13. Soon after, 2 vehicles, steeped in a post-apocalyptic aesthetic, come to a halt in front of the East District Waterworks Center. The vehicle still bears faint traces of its former identity as a police car. Yet the patchwork of welded metal armor, the protruding spikes, the mounted machine guns, and the myriad bullet holes and rust adorning its surface imbue it with a rugged and imposing presence. Across its body, bold letters, sprayed in black paint, declare Black Shield Police Department. An enforcer, clad in a law enforcement uniform, disembarks from the vehicle, discarding a half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, which he subsequently crushes underfoot, followed by a spitting of phlegm. "Let us check it out," he calls out. An unruly thug, adorned with ammunition pouches and a bulletproof vest, leaps from the car and dashes into the street, soon returning to the vehicle's side. "Boss, 3 vagrants are dead inside, all bearing gunshot wounds and with their throats cut. Swift work. This method isn't typical of vagrants." The enforcer raises an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at the thug while pulling a cigarette from his pack. And what does that imply? Noticing the enforcer's demeanor, the thug sheepishly produces a match to light the cigarette. Vagrants are like a pack of hyenas. They won't spare a morsel of resources, even if they have no use for it, nor will they leave anything for others. However, not only were 2 weapons left at the scene, but the vagrants also didn't take any of the resources on their bodies. Moreover, the fighting style was clean and decisive, which is uncharacteristic of vagrants. Could it be the handiwork of someone from the thug prison or another faction? The thug hesitates, but ultimately shakes his head dismissively. It doesn't seem like it, but the wounds resemble those made by the cookery knives from the thug prison. Upon hearing this, the enforcer chuckles lightly, offering the half-smoked cigarette to the thug. As the thug's eyes widen in surprise, the enforcer strides towards the street. Eagerly, the thug takes a deep drag, grinning in delight as others look on with envy. He swiftly turns to follow the enforcer, declaring, "Boss, I'll lead the way." The enforcer merely glances at the 3 corpses before disregarding them entirely. Instead, he scans the surroundings, his gaze fixing upon the shrubbery where the archer had previously crouched. Crouching down, he meticulously examines the signs of disturbance before his attention shifts to the back door of the Eastern City Waterworks Center. "Go, summon 2 more individuals." Upon the arrival of 2 thugs, the enforcer approaches the Waterworks Center. The trio of thugs immediately forms a triangular formation, shielding the enforcer in the center. Weapons at the ready, adopting a combat stance. Left turn. The thugs comply without hesitation, executing the command as the enforcer issues further directives. The quartet ultimately halts at the second-floor archive room. The thugs remain vigilant as the enforcer's gaze falls upon a footprint on the ground, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Observing the evident signs of recent rummaging within the archive room, he displays a hint of surprise. An archive room? What could possibly be of interest within the Waterworks Center's archive? Following the trail of footprints left by Yuan, the enforcer retraces the steps. His interest peaked upon reaching the heavily locked metal door of the director's office at the Waterworks Center. Open the door. With a resounding bang, the lock was shattered by a single gunshot. Upon entering the room and scanning the surroundings, the enforcer's gaze fixated on the safe. "Boss, this safe will need to be cut open back at the base. Should we take it with us?" The thug inquired obsequiously. "Of course we shall take it. Bring the safe and all other supplies from this room. leaving not a single item behind. Haha, understood. Come help me. Soon, the thug, cradling the safe, exited the waterworks center, buoyantly heading towards the vehicle. The enforcer followed closely but paused momentarily at a nearby manhole cover, crouching to scrutinize it. When he spotted a faint crimson fingerprint, a glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Ah, clever little mouse. An hour later, Yuan returned to his hideout, guided by a virtual map. Even while carrying supplies, his return time was significantly reduced. After discarding all the materials, he briefly cleaned the blood and grime from his body. He retrieved the director of the Water Bureau's chair from the subterranean hideout, collapsing into it, and downed half a bottle of water as he began to review the day's events. The daylight excursion had proven excessively perilous, with a high likelihood of being discovered. Moreover, those who dared to brazenly travel by car during the day were undoubtedly affiliated with the thugs. Regardless of their faction, none were adversaries he could presently confront. He was fortunate to have escaped in time. However, reflecting on the three assailants, Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Those three should meet the criteria for the Indulgence card. Shouldn't they? Yet, as this thought emerged, he shook his head gently, casting it from his mind. Such an idea was too horrifying. He was not like the infamous Chuan Yi. No, this thought was unacceptable. He needed to devise a different strategy, for there must be another way. Yuan was acutely aware that the three men bore wounds that had become infected and emitted a foul stench, likely harboring numerous diseases. Nevertheless, to eliminate the Indulgence card, a target for Indulgence was essential. In this desolate world, where could he possibly find a woman? Frustrated, he ran his fingers through his hair. With less than 2 days remaining, if all else failed, he might have to randomly seize a vagrant. Contracting a disease might not necessarily lead to death, but failing to complete the Destiny card task would certainly result in demise. In that moment, Yuan profoundly felt the malice and mockery of fate. On one hand lay the threat of death, and on the other, the insistence on his moral and psychological boundaries. Fate awaited, eager to see what choices Yuan would make under the specter of death. Would he abandon his principles and fully immerse himself in the Wasteland? Or would he steadfastly uphold his boundaries and face annihilation? This was the price one must pay to receive the gifts of destiny. Chapter 20. Methods to eliminate the Indulgence card. The menace of the Indulgence card left Yuan restless. Yet, reason dictated that the safest option was to venture out only under the cover of night. He casually opened the chat channel, eager to discern whether the bait he had cast previously had drawn out any ill-intentioned parties. It was only then that he realized the channel was abuzz with discussions about newcomers. 12 hours had slipped by unnoticed, and 2 additional novices had already ventured into the Wasteland, with their hideouts fully constructed. Players were fervently discussing these 2 new entrants, frequently mentioning the name of the Moss Hut hideout. After all, it was only a day since entering the Wasteland. Yet the hideout's ranking had surged by an astonishing 501 places, a leap that left all players in awe. The fervor of the discussions was palpable. Yuan had anticipated this development. He quickly skimmed through the content, and suddenly, his gaze turned icy, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Moss Hut hideout was indeed drawing the attention of others once again, coinciding perfectly with the recent addition of his cigarettes. Moss Hut hideout. Has anyone noticed that since yesterday, every time the ranking of Yuan's hideout rises, cigarettes are restocked? Could this be mere coincidence? Another user queried. Moss Hut hideout. If the big shot Yuan has discovered rare resources, let us make a trade. Did you stumble upon a resource warehouse? How else could their ranking have soared by 501 places in just a day? What could this individual possibly desire? Yuan had already confirmed that the Moss Hut hideout harbored malicious intent towards him, yet he remained perplexed as to the origin of this animosity. Did they intend to plunder him once the novice period concluded? If that were the case, there would be no need to direct others' attention towards him. Upon checking the hideout rankings, he noted that the Moss Hut was ranked 733, merely average, even if their hideout as capability surpassed his own. The margin was certainly not substantial. So what was their objective? Sending messages incurred no cost. This illogical predicament, coupled with the feeling of being targeted, gnawed at Yuan's mind like a festering sore. He opened his hideout's memo and marked the Moss Hut as a hostile entity before perusing other chat content. Under the intentional guidance of the Moss Hut, it was evident that discussions surrounding Yuan's hideout were indeed prevalent. He examined the individuals who mentioned him most frequently, all of whom fell below the 7000 rank. Interestingly, Nearly every mention of Yuan's hideout coincided with casual references to the cigar hideout. In an instant, clarity struck Yuan. These individuals were likely in cahoots with the Moss Hut, conspiring to cultivate enmity against him. Though no one knew who had stocked such an abundance of cigarettes, the analytical guidance from the Moss Hut, combined with the orchestrated atmosphere created by these individuals, had led to an implicit assumption that the clandestine seller of cigarettes was none other than Yuan's hideout, competing with the cigar hideout for tobacco business. They had even enlisted water army tactics against him. Yuan diligently noted the IDs of these hideouts before closing the chat channel. The Moss Hut hideout posed a significant threat, but during the novice protection period, it could not affect him, as long as he remained unaffected by their actions. The development of his hideout remained the foremost priority. Currently, the most pressing issue remains the matter of Indulgence, a situation that is urgent and demands immediate attention. I casually picked up the book I had brought back from room 506 last night and began to leaf through its pages. Suddenly, I paused at a particular title, quickly locating the page once more. How medieval pirates satisfied their physiological needs on the vast seas. The methods employed by these pirates during their extended voyages were constrained by the limitations of navigational technology and also mirrored the societal culture and environment of their time. The means of addressing physiological desires typically included 1. Homosexual relationships, which were tacitly accepted by certain pirate groups. 2. Acts of violence during raids, where pirate assaults on merchant vessels or coastal towns often accompanied plunder. 3. Temporary partners, as pirates would frequent brothels when docking at ports. 4. The domestication of animals. Sheep or goats not only provided sustenance, but also became substitutes, leading to the notion that sheep could be alluring to humans, which eventually birthed the demonic imagery of the black goat. Upon reading the fourth solution, I paused momentarily, lost in contemplation. The glimmer of hope in my gaze began to dim, leaving only struggle and choice in its wake. A news article I had seen that morning flashed through my mind. 8 Korean sheep were spotted roaming in the ecological zone west of Red Coast Park in Block 12. My psyche resisted, yet my reason whispered to me that this might be my final means of alleviating the burden of indulgence. I reopened the fateful card, gazing at the inscription, and a resolution formed within me. To survive, as long as I could endure this woman. The rekindled fervor of my willingness to embrace death instantly crumbled. I picked up the pink wallet that lay discarded beside me, my eyes fixating on the tear mole at the corner of the woman's eye in the family portrait. Memories surged back, recalling the conversation among Biao Ge and his companions before the entrance to Wudong Apartments last night. The woman is too seductive, especially that tear mole at the corner of her eye. She simply cannot be resisted, Monkey had said. The tear mole indicated that the woman they spoke of was indeed the one in the photograph. My eyes widened in realization. This was the woman. Suddenly recalling something, I quickly retrieved the water bill from the wallet, examining the residential address inscribed upon it. A sense of relief washed over me. With an address, I should be able to locate this woman's home. It had only been a day, so she should still be alive. Although I was uncertain whether she had been captured by Biao Gu and his companions at home, having hope was certainly better than despair. I promptly opened the virtual map, searching for the address from the water bill. In just 2 minutes, I pinpointed the residence on the map, 68 Canchino Street. This was situated on the west side of Block 11, adjacent to Block 12. As I maneuvered through the sewer and stealthily slipped behind a streetlight in the cover of night, I prepared to proceed. The time had reached 9 p.m. After a brief respite in the afternoon, his energy had been restored, and he had familiarized himself with the Glock 17 pistol, ensuring that he could fire at a moment's notice should danger arise. A tactical knife, an alloy folding crossbow, a backpack, and a messenger bag had become his standard equipment. Canchino Street was a quintessential residential area, lined with detached houses, each adorned with its own lawn, garage, and basement. However, now the street was littered with toppled signage, broken trees, and overturned trash cans with plastic bags strewn about. The lawns had succumbed to rampant growth, with half-meter-high wild grass that brought a sense of satisfaction to Yuan. Following the virtual map, he swiftly located number 68 Canchino Street. Chapter 21, Born Human. Only seeking clarity of thought. Due to the city's power grid failure, Canchino Street lay enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. Yuan arrived at the front door of the residence at number 68, where the door was firmly shut and silence reigned within. Yet in a post-apocalyptic world, a locked door signified potential trouble. After listening intently and ascertaining that there were no sounds emanating from within, he retrieved his lock-picking tools. In a mere 3 seconds, the door, which was anything but sophisticated, yielded effortlessly. His exceptional lock-picking skills were beginning to manifest their prowess. Cautiously securing the door behind him, with the tactical knife in hand, Yuan began to search for any potential stragglers who might be hiding within. The title of Street Mouse, after undergoing an enhancement, now allowed his dim vision to discern the outlines of objects in complete darkness. Although still not entirely clear, it was significantly better than before. However, after a thorough search, he found no sign of any lingering survivors, let alone the woman with the tear mole. Had he misjudged? Was it possible that she had not been captured here? Yuan furrowed his brow. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. Yet, observing the disarray of furniture and household items strewn about the room, he instinctively sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. It was so subtle that, without his enhanced hearing, he surely would not have detected it. Following the direction of the sound, he crept forward cautiously. The noise grew louder, becoming increasingly distinct. Upon opening another locked door, he realized he had stumbled into a garage, and the sound was emanating from a basement on the other side. They haven't returned yet. They must have run into trouble. All the supplies are now mine. A man's voice echoed, filled with greed. I've been eyeing that woman for quite some time. Now all these supplies belong solely to me. With a decisive push, Yuan opened the basement door, and light seeped through the crack, revealing a man with his back turned, bare from the waist up, wielding a long whip. Venting his desires, he was indeed in the right place. A surge of triumph filled Yuan as he raised the folding crossbow, aiming at the man's back. The bolt flew true, embedding itself halfway into the man's flesh. The man turned around in disbelief, only to be met by the glint of a dog-leg knife. Yuan swiftly surveyed all corners of the basement, confirming the absence of other foes, yet his gaze toward the woman abruptly halted. Even though he had long been acquainted with the malevolence and distortion of human nature in the Wasteland, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. He raised the knife once more, striking down fiercely at the man. The reason was simple. He had seen the family portrait in the pink wallet, depicting 3 individuals, all present in the basement. The only difference was that the handsome male figure, the father, was suspended by a noose around his neck, lifeless, his body marred by numerous gruesome cuts and gashes. The child was crammed into a paint bucket, submerged, floating, and grotesquely swollen. The woman with the tear mole was the sole survivor of the trio. However, she too was bound by ropes, hanging helplessly in the air, her body riddled with scratches, bites, and various wounds, leaving not a single inch of unblemished skin. She appeared almost unrecognizable from the torment she had endured. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest, one might easily assume she had succumbed to her suffering. Even so, Yuan surmised that she was perilously close to death. He sliced through the ropes with a knife, lowering the woman to the ground. She had already lost consciousness. Observing the myriad wounds adorning her body, some of which had begun to fester, he then set the man down as well. There was little else he could do. A man's wallet lay discarded on the floor, containing identification that revealed his name, Fedmon. He also discovered the woman's identification, which indicated her name was Mona. The good news was that he had located the woman. The bad news was that he felt no inclination to fulfill the Indulgence card task. If forced to choose, he would prefer to chase sheep instead. Taking a deep breath, Yuan began to navigate the room. The threat had been neutralized, and the residence, for the time being, seemed relatively safe. Here, he noticed an abundance of scarce supplies that he needed to collect without delay. First, he found a complete toolbox on the basement shelves, which not only included screwdrivers, wrenches, hex keys, needle nose pliers, and pipe wrenches of this model, but also a set of power drills. He packed everything away. Subsequently, he discovered the stainless steel pipes and faucets needed for constructing a rainwater collector, along with PVC pipes, 2 of them sufficient for building a level 1 ventilation system. He also located electrical wiring, copper wire, butane canisters, portable stoves, metal polishers, cleaning agents, electrician's pliers, pipe sealing tape, and sealants, household items that were often difficult to find outside. To Yuan, these treasures were invaluable. He stowed smaller or lighter items into his backpack, while larger, heavier ones were placed on shelves. In no time, the inventory of items had reached a total of 25, and his backpack was brimming with various tools and components. He prepared to make another trip. For now, he had only taken the urgently needed supplies from the basement, leaving the materials in the garage and residence untended. By the time Yuan returned, an hour had elapsed. The garage was sealed with a rolling shutter, alleviating concerns of being discovered by light. With just a few towels to block the gaps between the shutter and the ground, he could safely illuminate the space with his flashlight. Inside the garage, the car had been dismantled into parts, and various tools lay scattered about. He successfully acquired the vehicle-mounted air conditioning exhaust fan needed for ventilation, while other potentially useful items, such as the vehicle battery, speakers, air conditioning compressor, spark plugs, onboard computer, engine, and turbocharger were all neatly arranged. Though space was limited for concealment, the air raid shelter offered ample room. What pleased Yuan the most was discovering 2 sturdy truck tarps in the garage. These tarps were not only robust, but also waterproof. While they were not immediately useful for his hiding place, they would undoubtedly be in high demand among players surviving in the wilderness if sold. Everything was cataloged. It was clear that he could not carry all the supplies from his residence, even after several trips, as there were simply too many building materials and tools to collect. Especially since the owner seemed to have been preparing for some construction, the basement was piled with several bags of quick-drying cement and similar materials. Yuan could only take the most critical and urgent supplies, leaving the rest for a later retrieval when necessary. Upon his return to the basement, he noticed that the woman with the tear mole had inexplicably awakened. To say she was awake was to misrepresent her state. She appeared as though she were lifeless. Her gaze was vacant, devoid of soul and thought, merely staring blankly at the nearby corpse of a man. She was nothing but a shell. Seeing this, Yuan let out a long sigh. He approached and placed a pink wallet before her. The family portrait within displayed the radiant smiles of 3 individuals, painfully vivid. At that moment, the woman's eyes flickered. Her gaze, somewhat dazed, fell upon the photograph, lost in a trance, as a single tear of blood trickled down her cheek. She then turned her gaze to Yuan, her lips barely moving. Kill me." Her voice was hoarse and filled with despair. Yuan looked into her eyes and exhaled heavily. He placed the dagger and 2 packages of food he had scavenged from the refugee before her. "I have slain the refugees for you, including the 3 who went out. This is all I can offer. Consider it a form of payment for their demise. I do not advise you to die. Only by living can you send those you deem deserving of death into the abyss." Without waiting for her response, he turned to leave. Though he urged the tear mole woman to survive, the path to survival was fraught with difficulty. Without antibiotics or medical aid, given her injuries, she was unlikely to endure the night. She was nearing death, unbeknownst to Yuan, as he turned to depart. The tear mole woman etched his silhouette deeply into her memory. Upon departing from the residential area, and once again returning to his hideout, it was already 2 a.m. After a grueling 5-hour round trip, Yuan felt somewhat exhausted. Yet, his tasks for the night were far from complete. He followed the inclinations of his heart, albeit pushing himself into a dire predicament. He bore no regrets regarding his choices, for as a human, he sought only clarity of thought. However, the Indulgence card needed to be eliminated. He did not wish to perish under such obscure circumstances. Thus, action was imperative. Chapter 22. Urgent Typhoon Warning. Danger Level. High. East City, 12th District, Ecological Area west of Red Shore Park. Yuan gazed at the nearby flock of sheep, curled up in a circle, too fearful to make a sound. In truth, the sheep were not hard to find. Upon his arrival in the ecological area, he had already heard their bleating. However, this place was exceptionally remote, and with no supplies available in the park, it rarely attracted visitors. Consequently, the flock could linger here for a day without anyone noticing. The real challenge for Yuan lay in capturing the sheep. The ecological area had long since fallen into disrepair, with all vegetation withered. Nevertheless, the sheep still regarded them as a delicacy. Otherwise, they would not remain here. At the very least, the plants within the ecological area, shielded by glass roof, while yellowed, had not been eroded by acid rain. Observing these desiccated plants, Yuan swiftly devised a plan. On the trading platform, several new transaction requests soon emerged. 1 cigarette exchanged for 3 kilograms of fresh grass. 10 orders. Those players still awake scavenging for supplies, or just rising to use the restroom, all received notifications regarding the newly listed items on the trading platform. What has been listed? Firearms, cigarettes, or tools? Who would be listing items at such a late hour? Or is it the specific supplies I set reminders for? Who is still grinding away? Have they found liver protection pills? However, when players saw the trading information, some immediately became alert. 3 kilograms of grass? Grass? A player situated in a grassland rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Once assured he wasn't mistaken, he joyfully grabbed his scythe and dashed outside, fearing he would be slow. The grassland had plenty of grass. Exchanging one cigarette for 3 kilograms of grass was akin to receiving it for free. Within a minute's time, transactions were swiftly completed. Those who acquired the cigarettes wore expressions of delight. Some eagerly lit their cigarettes, revealing looks of satisfaction, while others cautiously inhaled the tobacco aroma, savoring the moment. Of course, there were those who did not enjoy smoking and promptly listed the cigarette for sale at 80 survival points. Yet, as soon as it was posted, it vanished in an instant, leaving the seller regretting their decision. Damn, I should have priced it higher. Yuan, however, paid no mind to such matters. He successfully gathered 30 kilograms of grass and tossed 6 or 7 kilograms towards the flock of sheep. The flock was startled, ready to flee. But as they caught a whiff of the sweet scent of fresh grass in the air, they paused in their tracks. The dewy grass of the early morning exuded a fragrant sweetness that was simply irresistible to the sheep, who had nearly forgotten the taste of it. One by one, under Yuan's watchful gaze, the 8 Karashan sheep succumbed to temptation, eagerly grazing on the verdant bounty. The more they consumed, the more delectable it became, their rapid munching creating a crisp sound that echoed clearly in the stillness of Hong'an Park. However, 6 to 7 kilograms of grass could hardly withstand the onslaught of 8 sheep, and soon it was devoured entirely. Yet, the tantalizing aroma lingered in the air, drawing the flock's attention to the grass at Yuan's feet. Without hesitation, they approached him, continuing to feast, unperturbed by his presence. As if it were the most natural occurrence, Yuan stood in silence, realizing he had forgotten that this flock had escaped from a zoo and bore no fear of humans. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly opened his flashlight and began to select a target. Without allowing any reaction from the sheep, he retrieved a rope, subdued the chosen Karashan sheep, and bound its hooves. He then slung it over his shoulder and made his way toward the sewer. Little ones, wait for me to build a refrigerator. Don't wander too far. For 10 minutes, Yuan had locked eyes with a particular Karashan sheep, reminiscent of a giant panda. Ultimately, he faltered, resigned. He tossed the freshly traded grass at the sheep's feet and collapsed heavily into his office chair, murmuring in defeat, "I can't do this. I really can't." His mind was flooded with thoughts of mutton skewers, grilled lamb chops, and lamb noodle soup. The cravings were overwhelming. Desire. Why must it be lust instead of appetite? As the clock approached 6 in the morning, despite his extreme fatigue, the threat of indulgence kept sleep at bay, lighting a cigarette to ease his weariness. His restless thoughts gradually settled. There was still a day left, still a chance. Perhaps today, with some effort, he might encounter other women. He recalled that the monkey had mentioned a woman. Should he seek her out? As time crept towards 6 o'clock, he received a reward of 140 survival points. And today's newspaper had refreshed on the dilapidated newsstand. Regrettably, no additional intelligence items had appeared. Extinguishing his cigarette, he momentarily cleared his cluttered mind. First, let us examine today's intelligence. Opening the newspaper, his bleary mind sharpened instantly upon noticing a bronze-quality news item prominently displayed in the center of the page. However, as he read the headline, his initial joy and excitement swiftly transformed into a daze. The smile that had begun to form faded as a chill crept down his spine. Emergency typhoon warning. Quality, bronze. Danger level, high. The meteorological department has issued an orange warning. Typhoon, Bukyuxing, is approaching, prompting the city of Lushan to activate its weather alerts. Latest update. According to the Lushan City Fate Meteorological Station, this year's first typhoon, Bukyuxing, formed in the Shattered Waves Sea at 4:18 a.m. today, with a maximum wind force of level 11. Typhoon scale, small. Movement speed, rapid. It is expected to make landfall in Lushan City at 3:48 a.m. tomorrow, with a projected duration of 2 to 3 days. The strongest winds may reach level 13, and the city will experience heavy rainfall around midnight, accompanied by thunderstorms and strong winds. Residents in low-lying areas are advised to seek higher ground due to the risks of storm surges and seawater inundation. Outdoor activities should be minimized. Local life news. Quality rock. Danger level, medium. Master craftsman Maxer, residing at number 7 Canchino Street in East City Block 11, is currently distressed. Her research has reached a critical phase, yet her survival resources can sustain her for barely a week. She urgently requires a supply of resources to continue her work and ensure her survival. She is presently confined within a sealed laboratory, diligently engaged in her final research endeavors, and will only venture outside in 2 days to seek supplies. Oh heaven, how perfect it would be if a kind-hearted individual would sponsor my research. Alas, This world has devolved into a wasteland. Why hasn't Fedmon brought me supplies yet? Danger level. High. Yuan swallows hard, unable to remain calm. The orange typhoon warning indicates landfall at 3:48 a.m. tomorrow, with maximum wind force reaching level 13. Having experienced a typhoon in his childhood during a visit to his grandmother's house, Yuan vividly recalls the terror of that storm. Can you imagine the sight of a house stripped bare by the winds, leaving only its foundation and a few broken walls? Yuan has seen it. That typhoon left an indelible mark on him. Now, with this level of typhoon approaching Lucian City, the countdown remains at 21 hours, 44 minutes, and 35 seconds. Chapter 23. Yuan, a man of remarkable execution. He exhales deeply, casting aside the newspaper and vigorously rubbing his slightly numb cheeks. Remain calm. The threat posed by the orange typhoon is far from trivial. The accompanying heavy rainfall would spell disaster for Yuan, who resides in the sewers. This was a crucial consideration when he chose to take refuge in the sewers. Although the accidental discovery of decades-old air raid shelter layers temporarily alleviated his concerns, he cannot ignore the potential dangers once the sewers are filled with rainwater. He must contemplate the waterproofing measures needed after the sewers reach capacity. As for the suggestion in the warning to seek refuge in high-rise buildings, Yuan considered it but swiftly dismissed the idea. The hiding place serves as his refuge, and he is uncertain whether abandoning it for the upper levels might yield adverse consequences. Even with a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of risk, he cannot afford to take the gamble. Should any issues arise within his sanctuary, traversing this desolate world would become an insurmountable challenge. Opening the virtual map, Yuan scrutinizes the architectural structure of the air raid shelter, noting that the section in which he resides possesses 2 exits connecting to the sewer. One is the ladder exit he frequently utilizes, while the other lies a modest distance away, approximately 70 to 80 meters from his hiding spot, to prevent the sewer water from infiltrating the air raid shelter. Both entrances must be sealed. The other shelters are not interconnected and can be disregarded for the moment. As a precaution, Yuan picks up a flashlight and departs his sanctuary to conduct a thorough inspection of the entire air raid shelter. It must be acknowledged that although the air raid shelters from decades past exhibit outdated designs and brick construction, their quality is undeniably commendable. Apart from the 2 exits, all walls remain intact. By sealing these 2 entrances, he can avert the rainwater from the sewer flooding the air raid shelter. Both exits have a diameter of approximately 12 meters, necessitating a sufficiently large cover to obstruct them, along with waterproof materials for sealing. Furthermore, a weight must be placed atop the cover to withstand the buoyant force of the sewer water. Yuan swiftly records his findings in the memorandum within his sanctuary. He then returns to assess his available resources. 2 pieces of truck tarpaulin are perfectly suited for this task, as they inherently possess waterproof properties. The cover for sealing the exit could be fashioned from a bedboard, and suddenly, he recalls the sandbag walls intended for defensive fortifications within the Wutong apartment building, which are plentiful. Moreover, the building is not lacking in bedboards. With these thoughts converging, Yuan is unable to remain idle, promptly demonstrating exceptional decisiveness. After hastily securing provisions, he clears all items from the Tao cave, subsequently placing 25 packs of cigarettes on the shelves, each priced at 1,000 survival points. Armed, he races towards the Wutong apartment, as he is now in a race against time. Upon reaching the Wutong apartment, it is nearly 7:30 in the morning, and all 25 packs of cigarettes are sold out, netting him 25,000 survival points. He immediately elevates the permissions of the Tao cave from level 2 to level 4, achieving a 2-level advancement, allowing him to list up to 50 items. He opens the sewer manhole cover, confirms its safety, and swiftly emerges, setting up a warning trap before hastily entering the Wutong apartment. Upon stepping inside, he is confronted by 2 additional corpses in the first-floor lobby, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Gritting his teeth to suppress his nausea, he quickly ascends to the 4th floor. As anticipated, he spots 2 rows of sandbag walls serving as defensive structures. Rather than immediately transporting them, he meticulously inspects each room on the 4th floor to ensure no hidden adversaries remain before finally approaching the sandbag walls to commence the task at hand. Every time, 50 sandbags are placed, and a round trip takes 25 minutes. Yuan spent 2 hours emptying all the sandbags from the 4th and 5th floors, and unexpectedly discovered a complete outdoor gear set on the balcony of a room on the 6th floor, which included not only a tent and an insulating blanket, but also a large rain tarp, filling him with immense joy. By 10:30 in the morning, The originally spacious passage of the air raid shelter had accumulated a considerable amount of items, especially at the two exit points, which were piled high with blast-proof sandbags. In addition to bedboards and truck tarpaulins, outside the security gate, dozens of sandbags formed the final line of defense for the hideout. Yuan discarded the cigarette, but at his feet, finally regaining some vigor. He recalled that the basement of the woman with the tear mole seemed to contain a significant amount of quick-drying cement. And if the air raid shelter were to be sealed off, ventilation for the hideout would need to be constructed immediately. Furthermore, wasn't the security system optimized to include waterproof and anti-permeation pathways? Yuan promptly opened the management panel of the hideout to check. Indeed, in the second-level upgrade interface of security, an optimized pathway labeled Waterproof Door had appeared. This was unlocked after he obtained the optimization blueprint from the East City Waterworks Center. To transform this Security Level 2 simple anti-theft door into a Security Level 2 stainless steel waterproof door, he merely needed to gather materials such as silicone waterproof strips, automatic water-blocking strips, and waterproof adhesives. All of these could be found at the home of the woman with the tear mole, as her door was equipped with these items, allowing him to dismantle them directly. However, before setting off, Yuan needed to upgrade ventilation, water collector, and security. He had already gathered the construction materials at the woman's residence, but delays had occurred due to the sheep capture and the typhoon. Ventilation Level 1. Single-pipe ventilation required 2 PVC pipes, 1 sealing adhesive, and 1 vehicle-mounted air conditioning exhaust fan. Water Collector Level 1. Faucet required 3 stainless steel pipes, 1 faucet, and 1 pipe sealing adhesive. Security Level 2. Simple anti-theft door needed 1 anti-theft door lock, 10 steel materials, 20 rivets, and 1 nail gun. As the construction materials disappeared, a green light curtain enveloped the hideout once more, and 1 minute later, ventilation and water collector were completed. A ventilation hole appeared on the ceiling of the hideout, with a vehicle-mounted exhaust fan embedded in the wall, slowly rotating without wind. On the right wall, an additional faucet emerged, appearing no different from a typical household washing machine inlet faucet. The effects of the facilities were straightforward and robust. Ventilation Level 1, single-pipe ventilation, safety Level 1. Indoor and outdoor air circulation speed of 15, with a 20 reduction in air poisoning risk. Water Collector Level 1, faucet, safety Level 1. Capable of providing up to 24 liters of urban domestic water daily. After all, being only a Level 1 facility, Yuan did not expect much. At the very least, it alleviated his concerns regarding air quality and water supply. As for the Level 2 security upgrade, it requires 30 minutes, but Yuan decided against waiting. Returning once more to 68 Canchino Street, he found the door still firmly shut. Upon descending to the basement, the bodies of the woman with the tear mole, the man, and the child had vanished, leaving only the disfigured remains of the homeless. They had been stabbed with a dagger. Yuan sighed in relief. It was perhaps for the best that they had departed. He swiftly located fast-drying cement, surprisingly finding 4 large bags, suggesting that the previous occupants had intended to construct something. He stored them away and proceeded to the basement door, dismantling the waterproof strips, hinges, and other components above, but the quantity was inadequate. In disregard for his own safety, he ventured into the long-abandoned neighboring residence to gather enough materials for upgrading the waterproof door. Without delay, Yuan returned to his hideout to commence a new round of construction. Chapter 24. Construction completed, proceeding to the Land Hotel. As the last gap at the exit was sealed with fast-drying cement, a look of profound relief washed over Yuan. At last, he had effectively blocked this exit. According to the instructions for the fast-drying cement, it would take no more than an hour to fully harden. When that time arrived, he would merely need to place the explosion-proof sandbags atop the cement, using the tarp from the bottom of the exit cover as a waterproof barrier, which should mitigate any potential issues. Equipped with his tools, he retraced his steps. The sole passageway outside his hideout had been barricaded by a 12-meter-high wall of sandbags, constructed for explosion resistance. The waterproof tarp found in the Wutong apartments was wrapped around the outer layer of sandbags, providing a waterproof effect. The corners and floor seams on both sides of the wall were filled with fast-drying cement, reinforcing the sandbag wall and completely eliminating the possibility of rainwater seepage. Unlike the earlier exit, the cement here had already hardened. Yuan kicked it a couple of times. It was solid as a rock, and a smile crept onto his lips. After meticulously inspecting the gaps between the sandbag wall and the surrounding walls with a flashlight and finding no issues, he then scaled the high sandbag wall to re-enter his hideout. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The relentless, high-intensity toil since yesterday afternoon had left Yuan utterly exhausted, yet every effort was worthwhile. One of the two exits from the air raid shelter had been completely sealed. He merely needed to wait for the cement to harden and place the explosion-proof sandbags on top. The frequently used ladder exit had all the necessary materials in place, and should the need arise, it could be sealed within half an hour. This was merely the first line of waterproofing measures Yuan had devised against the impending typhoon. The second line was the high wall constructed from explosion-proof sandbags at the entrance. Even if rainwater infiltrated the two exits, this wall would prevent the spread of water. The third line of defense, naturally, was the optimally completed stainless steel waterproof door before him. Level 2 security, stainless steel waterproof door. Quality, excellent. Function, security level 4. Equipped with waterproof, anti-backflow, corrosion-resistant, permeation-proof, soundproof, impact-resistant, and locking capabilities. This waterproof door features a frame adorned with silicone waterproof strips, complemented by an automatic water-blocking strip at the base. The hinges and locks have been completely transformed into stainless steel, rendering their former appearance unrecognizable. Additionally, a waterproof slope has been constructed at the entrance, with all seams between the door frame and wall treated with waterproof sealant. As long as the main door remains securely closed, all silicone seams automatically seal and adhere, preventing any leakage. Waterproofing poses no issue. Yuan nodded slightly, recognizing that the exceptional quality of this security measure marked his first optimized facility. He had exerted considerable effort on these 3 waterproof constructions. If there were any shortcomings, it would be the lack of waterproof treatment on the walls of the hiding place, though this was not a significant concern. Upon returning to his refuge and lying on the makeshift bed, Yuan felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. Even a slight stretch of his legs elicited audible cracks from his joints. The construction of the hiding place's facilities required merely the provision of materials for a straightforward completion. However, the sealing of the air raid shelter's exit and the construction of the second waterproof wall necessitated his manual labor, laying brick by brick, transporting hundreds of bags of explosive sand, and applying quick-drying cement, which had thoroughly drained the last vestiges of his strength. He had not even taken the time to eat, and as sleepiness overtook him, he hastily set an alarm for 6 p.m. on his locator watch before slipping into a deep slumber. The jarring sound of the alarm bell pierced through his dreams, and Yuan felt an excruciating headache. He seemed to be ensnared in an endless darkness, yearning to succumb to its depths. So tired, truly so very tired. Sleep, I must sleep. Yet, amidst the chaotic darkness, the ringing grew ever clearer, gradually rousing his consciousness. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, gazing at the soft candlelight within the refuge. His mind remained somewhat foggy until he fully awakened 3 seconds later. This is the alarm I set. He silenced the ringing. Feeling that his energy had replenished by more than half, though his body still felt hollow, he was significantly improved. Struggling to rise, he patted his cheeks to invigorate himself further. Lighting a cigarette, the sharp sting in his lungs finally revived some of his spirits. The time was now 6:05 p.m. Quickly replenishing some food and water, Yuan retrieved a hand-crank flashlight, generating power before leaving the refuge to inspect the state of the previously sealed exit. The sound of the dogleg knife striking the cement echoed sharply. A smile danced in Yuan's eyes. After nearly 4 hours of hardening, the cement had set completely. He immediately placed the prepared sandbags evenly atop the cement board, effectively concluding the exit sealing. Upon returning to the refuge, he meticulously checked his equipment. The dogleg knife, Glock 17 pistol with 20 rounds, alloy folding crossbow, and backpack. Preparing himself for departure. There remained approximately 1 hour until the ambush at the Black Shield police station near the rebel prison. His purpose for venturing forth this time was to take advantage of the murky waters, seeking opportunities to gain an edge, embarking with a light load and a minimalist approach. To this end, he deliberately cleared the supplies stocked in the Taotao cave and prepared a handful of grass to feed the Kelly Mountain sheep. As he gently stroked the sheep's head, he murmured to himself, "This is the final opportunity. May fortune smile upon me and grant me the capture of a woman during this endeavor. Then you shall be freed." Before departing from his hiding place, he suddenly paused, opened the Taotao cave, and swiftly conducted 2 transactions. He spent 75 survival points to acquire 10 stones and 5 pieces of wood, along with 5 long nails and 1 steel from his hideout. He then commenced construction. 30 seconds later, a 1-meter square fire pit emerged on the floor of his hideout. Encircled by stones, with wood positioned in the center, and a stainless steel tripod standing above the wood. Once the wood was ignited, he could utilize the tripod to boil water, prepare soup, or grill food. This was a newly unlocked facility, Kitchen Level 1 Fire Pit. Following the completion of ventilation and water collector, its functions included energy level 1, comfort level 1, and sanitation level 1. When burning, the room temperature in the hideout would rise by 5 degrees, and within a 2-meter radius, it would increase by 15, unlocking food preparation. A gleam of joy illuminated Yuan's eyes. 3 level 1s were quite an achievement. At long last, he could enjoy a warm meal. With this thought, he extinguished the candlelight and departed from his hideout. Golden Orchid Avenue in District 14 is renowned as a bustling commercial street in the East City. Before the Wasteland, countless luxury vehicles traversed this area. Particularly at the intersection of Golden Orchid Avenue and Waterfront Street stood the Land Hotel, once one of the most opulent establishments in Green Forest City. Countless tycoons, politicians, magnates, movie stars, socialites, royal family members, and gang leaders frequented this place, symbolizing status and identity, as well as serving as a threshold of class. It had once been the most dazzling sight in Green Forest City. Regrettably, the Land Hotel now merely stands as a somewhat iconic structure amidst the urban decay of the Wasteland. At this moment, Yuan crouched atop a ladder in a corner of the sewer along Golden Orchid Avenue, straining to listen to the sounds outside. He glanced at the time with effort. It was 7:15. There remained a mere 15 minutes until the conflict, as per the Indulgence, was set to erupt. Chapter 25. The battle commences, the suicide squad of slaves. Yuan observed the location of the Land Hotel on the virtual map. The sewer where he currently resided had been meticulously chosen, strategically positioned on the western side of the intersection between Golden Orchid Avenue and Waterfront Street, directly opposite the Land Hotel, with Waterfront Street lying straight ahead. He had long since unlocked the sewer manhole cover, ready to open it at a moment's notice if necessary. Perhaps due to the impending typhoon, the sky was already shrouded in darkness despite it being before 7:30, creating an ominous sense of an approaching storm. It is dark now. How wonderful it is that night has fallen. Yuan whispered to himself as he peered through the manhole cover at the dimming sky outside. Soon, the sound of car engines and the friction of tires against the ground resonated. Yuan immediately deduced that the source was from the direction of Water's Edge Street. Suppressing the urge to lift the manhole cover and observe the outside, he quietly awaited the onset of battle. The rumbling of vehicles grew increasingly closer. Perhaps due to their imminent arrival at an intersection, their speed began to diminish. Yuan had already retreated from the manhole, returning to the sewer while covering his ears. Indeed, just as he landed, a series of explosions erupted above him. Following that, a relentless barrage of gunfire and screams ensued. The staccato of machine gun fire, accompanied by explosions, transformed the night into a terrifying harvest of chaos. Yuan could hear the sound of cars exploding and tumbling. Another machine gun roared to life, its sound resonating near the sewer entrance, leading Yuan to speculate that the counterattack from the Black Shield Police Department had commenced. However, after only a few bursts, the gunfire ceased abruptly, silenced by an ear-splitting shot. A sniper, perhaps. Sensing that the landmines had likely been triggered, Yuan ascended the ladder once again, cautiously pushing open the manhole cover. What greeted his eyes was a dazzling display of gunfire and raging flames. In the middle of the street, several heavily modified Wasteland vehicles lay overturned, engulfed in fierce flames. From the 3rd and 4th floors of the Land Hotel, 2 machine guns spat fire, suppressing the personnel of the Black Shield Police Department below. Occasionally, someone would hurl Molotov cocktails that shattered on the ground, igniting flames that splattered within a 3 to 4 meter radius. A rioter, inadvertently splashed with the incendiary liquid, was instantly engulfed in flames, emitting heart-wrenching screams that echoed through the street. However, before the rioter could shed their burning armor, bullets from an unknown source pierced through their body. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the scent of fuel permeated the air, while bullets whizzed overhead. The consecutive explosions of grenades made Yuan's eardrums ache painfully. A few stray bullets struck the walls near the manhole cover, prompting Yuan to quickly close it, only to stealthily reopen it moments later, squinting to observe. The danger level was alarmingly high. This was nothing short of a miniature battlefield. Clearly, the ambush on the rioter prison had been remarkably successful. The personnel of the Black Shield Police Department were now all taking cover behind the armored vehicles, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. Just a few meters ahead of Yuan, 7 or 8 fully armored rioters from the Black Shield Police Department with their backs turned to him, were attacking the land hotel, but were too intimidated by the machine gun fire to show themselves. As Yuan continued to scout the battlefield, searching for a target to strike, he suddenly heard the rioters exclaim, "Grenade!" In the next moment, those 7 or 8 rioters abandoned their cover behind the vehicles, accelerating a few steps before making a diving motion forward. With a deafening explosion, a grenade detonated precisely at the location where the assailants had sought refuge. 7 or 8 of them were flung into the air, while the marauders from the prison began to call out names one by one. One unfortunate soul was propelled near the manhole cover where Yuan stood. Before he could even touch the ground, a flurry of bullets pierced his body, causing him to collapse in a lifeless heap after a few futile convulsions. Yuan felt a sharp sting at his temple, a fragment of stone having grazed him. Yet he brushed it off, his gaze keen and hawk-like as he swiftly assessed the unfolding situation. At that moment, Yuan resembled a poised hunter, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Remarkably, less than a minute had elapsed since the onset of hostilities. The counteroffensive from the Black Shield Police Department commenced. Suddenly, a flash of fire erupted as a machine gun nest within the land hotel was razed to the ground, engulfed in flames. With the suppression of gunfire lifted, the personnel from the Black Shield Police swiftly retaliated and began to maneuver towards Water's South Edge Street. Concurrently, a signal flare, radiating a crimson glow, ascended into the sky, a call for assistance from the Black Shield Police. Boom! Flames erupted from the higher floors of the land hotel, revealing a sniper who had taken down the assailant who had released the signal flare. Yuan frowned, muttering to himself, "Fool, the flare has already been fired. Eliminating him serves no purpose and only reveals your position." He began to question the professionalism of the sniper from the Marauder's prison. Indeed, the very next moment, the sound he had heard before echoed again. This time, Yuan observed with clarity as a rocket, spewing incandescent flames, soared toward the land hotel, crashing into the sniper's room with a violent explosion that blasted a gaping hole in the hotel's exterior. 2 mangled bodies were ejected from the blast, landing on the ground like discarded rags, but no one paid them any heed. The firepower of the Black Shield Police was astonishing, even deploying RPGs. Yuan's heart raced. The combat capabilities of both the Marauder's prison and the Black Shield Police exceeded his expectations. The ambush from the Marauder's prison was undeniably ruthless. Yet the Black Shield Police's counterstrike was equally decisive. Importantly, the equipment of the Black Shield Police evidently surpassed that of the Marauder's prison. Was it conceivable for a mere neighborhood gang to possess such formidable firepower? Yet, Yuan couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss. As long-standing adversaries, the Marauder's prison could not be oblivious to the strength of the Black Shield Police. If they chose to ambush, how could they falter so easily? Soon, Yuan's confusion was clarified. Figures descended from above, wielding RPG launchers, leaping down onto the Marauders. Some fell lifelessly to the ground, while others landed amid the vehicles of the Black Shield Police. Just as Yuan grappled with the absurdity of the situation, he witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The corpses detonated violently, sending the vehicles of the Black Shield Police soaring, creating multiple craters upon impact with the ground. Flames consumed the streets, and the Black Shield Police Department, which had only just begun to organize a counteroffensive, found itself once again in peril as assaults from the prison of thugs intensified in frequency. Yuan inhaled sharply, instantly recalling a name mentioned in the intelligence regarding the prison of thugs, the Suicide Squad of Human Bombs. Chapter 26. Wealth and Danger Unexpected. Goodness, human bombs. The prison of thugs was nothing short of a den of lunatics. Yuan swiftly analyzed the armed characteristics and power dynamics of the 2 factions of thugs, preparing for the potential battles that lay ahead. However, he soon came to a realization, his heart racing. All remaining combat forces of the Black Shield Police Department had shifted to Water's Edge Street, and the attention of the prison of thugs was entirely focused there. Even the gunmen and snipers he feared most had all perished. It appeared that no one was paying attention to this side of Jean Xianglan Avenue. His gaze immediately shifted to the corpse just 2 meters away, his heart pounding fiercely. Was this not the opportunity he had awaited for so long? At this moment, the sky had turned pitch black, with only the flickering light from nearby burning vehicles providing a semblance of illumination. Yuan hesitated no longer. He pushed aside the manhole cover and swiftly emerged, taking a few steps to the body, dragging it towards the sewer. A deafening explosion erupted. The battle on Water's Edge Street intensified, with vehicles from the prison of thugs blocking the retreat of the Black Shield Police Department, launching a final assault. They needed to conclude the fight and retreat before reinforcements from the Black Shield Police Department arrived. As Yuan observed the unfolding chaos, he bent low and crawled towards several other thug corpses, disregarding everything else as he dragged the bodies towards the sewer. Next, he gathered the scattered firearms and ammunition from the ground, tossing each one into the sewer without exception. Just as he prepared to return to the sewer, something caught his eye: a backpack. A large backpack, estimated to have a capacity of at least 60 liters, far exceeding the 30 liters of the backpack he currently wielded. Nearby lay a wrecked vehicle and several fallen corpses. This backpack was a necessity. After 2 days of survival in this desolate landscape, Yuan understood profoundly the significance of a spacious backpack. Securing this backpack became his sole objective. However, the backpack was at least 20 meters away, perilously close to the intersection within the combat zone between the raiders of the prison of thugs and the thugs of the Black Shield Police Department. No one would pay heed to the situation behind them, as long as he could return to the sewer before being detected by the enemy. Even if the prison of thugs eventually noticed him, they would disregard him. The Black Shield Police Department was their true adversary. Rapidly assessing the situation in his mind, Yuan felt it was worth attempting. With resolve, he no longer hesitated. After a brief moment of gathering his strength, he dashed towards the backpack, skirting along the shadows cast by the wall. Yet, as he approached within 5 meters of the backpack, he found himself in the most precarious moment. The flames from the burning vehicle illuminated his silhouette. Yet, he paid them no heed, swiftly approaching his backpack. Before his left hand had even grasped the straps, he had already pivoted. In the instant he clutched the backpack, he exerted a sudden force with his feet, akin to a Black Panther, vanishing into the shadows within mere seconds. Moments later, as the manhole cover slammed shut and the internal bolts locked into place, he returned to the sewer. He felt a numbing sensation in his limbs, his heart pounding violently in his chest, as if it might leap out at any moment. Instinctively swallowing hard and gasping for breath, goosebumps erupted across his skin, a hallmark of adrenaline surging through his veins. The thrill was exhilarating. This heart-pounding excitement was unprecedented. He lowered his gaze to inspect the backpack and was pleasantly surprised to discover its exceptional quality: an outdoor Oxford cloth mountaineering backpack. Quality: excellent. Description: this durable and highly functional outdoor backpack is suitable for various scenarios, particularly for long-distance carries. Capacity: 60L. Features: waterproof, abrasion-resistant, lightweight. Movement speed impact: 4. Turning speed impact: 2. The contents of the backpack were equally astonishing. Neatly packed within were several packets of military rations, followed by canned food and a medical bag. All were invaluable assets for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, especially the medical bag, as he currently possessed a vehicle-mounted first aid kit, but lacked the necessary medications. With these supplies, his risk mitigation would significantly improve. A deafening explosion resonated again, the sound of the vehicle detonating. Without further examination of the backpack, he began to scavenge the corpses. He had discarded 6 bodies, indiscriminately collecting whatever he could find, tossing small items into his dual-shoulder backpack and hanging larger ones directly on his gear. He swiftly categorized bulletproof vests, tactical gloves, military knives, and masks. However, perhaps due to his urgency, his hands trembled uncontrollably, as if afflicted with Parkinson's, nearly leaving behind afterimages. He brought his left hand down heavily upon his right. "Damn it! Stop shaking, you useless hand!" A voice, strained and furious, erupted from his throat, akin to a dragon's roar. Yet this outburst had a palpable effect. As the tension and frustration dissipated, his state of mind swiftly stabilized. In under 3 minutes, he had thoroughly scavenged the corpses. His dual-shoulder backpack was half filled, while the Oxford outdoor bag was completely stuffed. The gunfire from the direction of Water's Edge Street had gradually ceased since the car explosion, save for sporadic shots, a sign that the Black Shield Police Department had likely been decimated by the mob. Indeed, the sound of car engines roared back to life, rapidly retreating. The gang members were making their exit. Yuan slung the Oxford bag over his shoulder and positioned the backpack in front of him, preparing to return to his hideout. His gains this time had been sufficiently abundant. There was no need for greed. Remaining here posed a significant risk of encountering reinforcements from the Black Shield Police Department, where the dangers outweighed the rewards. However, to his surprise, just 2 meters from his departure, a beam of flashlight suddenly flickered from the sewer in the direction of Water's Edge Street, prompting a cold glint to flash in Yuan's eyes. Swiftly removing his backpack, he maneuvered to the corner of the sewer. The light approached rapidly, accompanied by distinct footsteps, only one person. He promptly assessed the situation, pressed himself against the wall, and gripped his knife tightly. Damn it! A furious roar echoed in the sewer. Carmen, you wretched bastard. When I return, you'll pay for this. You want to see me dead? Huh? Just wait. I'll remember this grudge. The voice drew nearer until it rounded the corner of the sewer, illuminating Yuan's face with the flashlight, startling the man, who instinctively raised his gun. But Yuan, ever the strategist, could not afford to give him a chance. As the gun was just lifted, his knife had already struck the man's wrist. A piercing scream erupted, but it quickly ceased as the knife was drawn across his throat, accompanied by Yuan's icy command, "Scream again, and you shall perish." Chapter 27. The Enforcer, Carmen. The flashlight fell to the ground, illuminating the sewer, where blood flowed freely, and the air was thick with the stench of urine. Yuan frowned slightly, his gaze turning menacing. The knife rested against the neck of a bald man clad in an enforcer's uniform, with only a few sparse hairs adorning his head. At this moment, sweat poured down his face, pale as death due to his severed right arm. Yet despite the imminent threat of death, he struggled to muster a forced smile. Before he could utter a word, Yuan delivered a kick to his face, causing blood, shattered teeth, and saliva to spill from his mouth, his eyes briefly flashing with intense resentment. Yet, this was quickly masked as he spat out the blood. The bald man understood that regardless of Yuan's identity, the fact that he had not been executed immediately indicated a glimmer of hope for survival. Yuan stepped on the man's severed arm, the knife grazing his skin, and spoke in a low tone. "I ask, you answer. Understood?" Without waiting for a response, he posed his first question. "Where is the Black Shield Police Department stronghold?" The bald man, drenched in sweat, managed a slight curve of his lips. "Huh. If I answer, will you spare me?" "Absolutely not. But I can make your death more merciful," Yuan replied honestly, and with that, the knife struck the bald man's left hand once more. "My hand." The bald man's eyes bulged, bloodshot and filled with desperation, his previous calmness evaporating as he gazed at Yuan. Yuan, his eyes deep and unwavering, fixed his stare on the bald man's eyes and reiterated, word by word, "Now, tell me, where is the Black Shield Police Department stronghold?" The knife was raised once more. "Speak, I command you," he said, his voice laced with authority. The anguished cries of the bald man echoed once more. This time, the vicious blade struck his left ankle, leaving only a sliver of flesh connecting his foot to his calf, blood splattering across Yuan's face, rendering it grotesquely vivid. "You are a devil, a true devil." A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yuan's mouth. Delaying is also a form of refusal. "I shall ask you one last time. Where is the Black Shield Police Department stronghold?" The blade now aimed at the bald man's right ankle. Witnessing Yuan's cruelty, the bald man could conceive of no other thoughts, not even the fleeting resentment that had crossed his mind previously. This was a demon incarnate. "District 1. The bald man hastily replied, "The East City Police Headquarters, that is our headquarters." "And where is the stronghold of the Marauder prison?" Yuan pressed on, without the slightest hesitation. "It is outside the eastern outskirts, at Soren Prison. Which faction in Green Forest City poses the greatest threat?" Before the bald man could finish his answer, Yuan's next question was already in the air. The bald man, nearly unconscious from blood loss, stammered, "It's just," but Yuan abruptly lifted his head, adopting a listening posture. The sound of approaching vehicles reached his ears. The Black Shield Police were arriving. Yuan understood it was time to depart. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down, and the bald man's body convulsed once before falling still. Quickly, he stuffed the bald man's belongings into his backpack, discarded his gear, and sprinted toward his hiding place. Not long after, 5 or 6 Wasteland vehicles illuminated the battlefield of Water's Edge Street, as if it were day. Personnel from the Black Shield Police were already clearing the area. Clad in enforcer uniforms, Carmen stepped out of the vehicle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, surveying the smoke-filled battlefield. Feeling the humidity in the air and the intensifying wind, Carmen furrowed his brow. "Is a torrential rain approaching?" One of the marauders, noticing his arrival, rushed over. "Boss, the danger is not yet fully averted. What if the gang from the Marauder prison has set an ambush?" Before he could finish, Carmen interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Enough with the chatter. Report the situation." "Yes, we have secured the high ground. The team that was ambushed was the Freeze Enforcement Unit, nearly all annihilated. But we have yet to locate any trace or body of the Freeze Enforcer." Carmen's expression tightened. Freeze? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Freeze is exceptionally cautious. If he senses danger, he will undoubtedly flee or conceal himself. He would not take unnecessary risks. Boss, Freeze is the brother of Commander Loris. If something has truly gone awry, the marauder's face darkened, but he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind him. Carmen noticed the newcomer and gestured dismissively. Enough. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Have everyone searched diligently, alive or dead. We must find them. Yes. The marauder promptly departed. 2 men, also clad in enforcer uniforms, approached Carmen. Enforcer Glow surveyed the battlefield, his brow furrowed in concern. Carmen, is it Fries? Carmen nodded slightly, yes. We have yet to find any trace of him. Let us hope nothing untoward has occurred. Beside them, the enforcer Soda immediately displayed his discontent. What are we waiting for? Fries is the brother of Commander Lawless. Everyone, hurry up and search. Those who had followed Soda and Glow quickly joined the search. Satisfied with their response, Soda nodded at Carmen. Aren't you the one with the keenest nose? Get on with it. However, Carmen remained indifferent, prompting Soda's irritation. Carmen, don't push your luck. Among the 3 of us, you are closest to this location. If you cannot find Fries, I wonder how you will explain it to Commander Lawless. With that, a malicious grin appeared on his face as he spat on the ground. Glow, chuckling, intervened. All right, enough of that. If we cannot find Fries, we will all be in trouble. So let us get on with the search. Otherwise, we will have a difficult time explaining ourselves. Before long, someone reported that Fry's body had been discovered, and the 3 immediately rushed to the scene. Yet, upon their arrival at the sewer and witnessing Fry's tragic condition, they all fell silent. Carmen examined the wounds on Fry's body, particularly the fatal injury on his neck, his gaze sharpening. Glow's voice came from behind. This is troublesome. Carmen, your investigative skills are unparalleled. Why don't you take a closer look? Very well. Carmen summoned the individual who had discovered Fry's body for questioning, identifying him as a member of Glow's enforcement team. How'd you find this place? It was I who noticed a manhole cover blown off by a self-destructing slave, revealing the sewer beneath. I speculated that the enforcer Fries might have fallen, and upon arrival, I indeed found his body here. Did you observe anything else? Approximately 20 meters from here, I found 6 additional bodies, all members of Fry's enforcement team. Their equipment and supplies were missing. However, they succumbed to gunshot wounds and explosions, not knife wounds. Carmen then inspected the 6 bodies before climbing out of the sewer via a ladder, arriving at Golden Orchid Avenue to examine the traces on the ground. Observing the bloodstains left by the dragged bodies, the basic outline of the incident began to form in his mind. The first thought that crossed his mind was of the mysterious individual who had killed the 3 vagrants at the East City Waterworks the previous day. A flicker of surprise and curiosity passed through Carmen's eyes. Such audacity. Chapter 28. Blocking the exit of the air defense shelter. The underground mine is an incredibly mysterious and perilous area. Before the Wasteland outbreak, it had been frantically excavated, reaching depths of several thousand meters underground. Its interior is a labyrinthine maze with numerous forks. Once one ventures inside, the likelihood of becoming lost is exceedingly high. Here, not only do the remnants of our predecessors pose safety hazards, but following the eruption of the Wasteland, an array of botanical traps and cunning subterranean predators have emerged. The geothermal springs and flowing lava make navigation perilous. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The mossy hideaway is nestled in this treacherous terrain. Within this refuge, luminescent moss and phosphorescent mushrooms have been meticulously arranged to provide illumination. A figure kneels upon the floor, their gaze fixed intently upon a coarse hide spread before them, a slight smile curling at the corners of their mouth. At the center of the hide lies a box of golden wool cigarettes, with the corpses of 4 unknown creatures positioned at each corner: a sightless fish, a large-eared mouse, a long-legged spider, and a crimson-skinned bat. Each creature is marked by a stream of blood that converges towards the center of the hide, yet something seems to impede its flow, causing the blood to twist and curve, ultimately forming 2 indistinct characters: Fish Abyss. The moment these characters materialize, the kneeling figure's eyes ignite with brilliance, the smile stretching to the depths of their gaze. Indeed, it is the Fish Abyss. I had a hunch this individual was extraordinary. Xiao Wu licked his lips, revealing the smile of a hunter who has spotted prey. This marks the 3rd or 4th occasion, within merely 3 days. The total number of traded cigarettes has exceeded 40 boxes. The resources he possesses are undoubtedly substantial. A glint of greed flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, quickly subdued by rationality, replaced by a contemplative expression. This individual is rather ominous. Having entered the Wasteland but a day ago, their ranking has surged by 501 positions, likely having embarked on a unique path akin to mine. Caution is paramount. It would be prudent to have others scout the way. Regrettably, that cautious fellow Cigar has yet to make a move. The sightless fish was casually seized by Xiao Wu, who brought it to his lips and began to tear into it. The fish's flesh, comparable to the rich texture of tuna, caused Xiao Wu's eyes to narrow in delight. Fortunately, with those few trying the waters, once the novice protection period concludes, the true nature of the fish abyss hideaway may soon be unveiled. Yet, a frown creased Xiao Wu's brow once more. And then there's that wretched whale, who has thwarted my plans repeatedly. This slippery character is utterly elusive, making it impossible to pin him down. I must devise a strategy. At 8:34 p.m., Yuan deliberately took a lengthy detour before finally returning to the hideaway. He discarded his backpack and hurried to the air raid shelter's ladder exit to seal it off. First, he draped a truck tarp over the exit, then affixed a pre-cut bedboard to ensure a snug fit. With this, the exit was mostly blocked. He then returned to the hideout, fetched a bucket to collect water, and swiftly mixed quick-drying cement in the required proportions, sealing the final gaps of the exit. The quick-drying cement sets rapidly, leaving Yuan with only 15 to 20 minutes to complete his task. Fortunately, having practiced previously, this process proceeded with great order. As he applied the final layer of cement and meticulously inspected all the crevices, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. His capabilities were limited to these actions, with the remainder left to face the tempest as it may come. The bomb-proof sandbags he had retrieved from the Wudong apartment, aside from the 20 bags he intended to use to weigh down the exit bedboard, were all arranged before the security gate. It was now past 9 o'clock. With 6 hours remaining until the typhoon's arrival, he hoped they could endure. Despite having made ample preparations, a sense of unease lingered within Yuan. Having witnessed the perilous nature of the battlefield, he dared not underestimate the impending threat posed by this high-level typhoon. No, he needed to reinforce the shelter's facilities further. As he entered the hideout, the merino sheep approached him, bleating incessantly. Observing the clean-cut grass and round pellets on the ground, Yuan felt overwhelmed. In the midst of his own chaotic situation, he had to tend to this demanding creature. Yet, neglecting it was not an option, with the exit now blocked. This animal was his sole hope for survival. Initially, he had contemplated capturing an injured female prisoner at the Land Hotel to alleviate his desires, but alas, he had encountered only one living being, a balding man. He cast a resigned glance at the fire pit he had meticulously constructed. What a pity. Ultimately, he opened the trading portal and discovered that perhaps due to his continuous cigarette transactions for grass, there were indeed people offering grass for trade, 3 kilograms for 1 cigarette. Others had even set up exchanges for survival points. 3 kilograms of grass for 20, 10, or 5 points. They had ingeniously rolled their own. Given that the cost of grass was virtually non-existent, being able to harvest a large bundle in just 2 minutes meant that any sale was profit. Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Naturally, he opted for the most economical trade, spending 100 survival points to acquire 45 kilograms before halting. This supply would suffice to feed the merino sheep for a while. After tidying up the hideout, Yuan approached the fire pit, ignited the firewood, and using the stainless steel pot he had previously collected, filled it with water from the rainwater collector, and placed it on the tripod to heat. He contemplated his forthcoming plans. The most pressing task was to upgrade the shelter's facilities before the typhoon struck. Any enhancements he could make would be beneficial. He activated the virtual interface, accessing the shelter's facility management log to review the construction requirements. Currently, he had completed 7 facilities: security level 2, stainless steel waterproof door; rest area level 1, sleeping mat; bathroom level 1, washing area; ventilation level 1, single duct ventilation; water collector level 1, faucet; lighting level 1, candles; kitchen level 1, fire pit. The information regarding the hideout had considerably expanded since its inception. Yuan's hideout. Owner: Yuan. Area: 60. Security level: 6. Comfort level: 4. Energy level: 1. Defense level: 0. Sanitation level: 2. The ability to construct facilities such as warehouse and recreation area has been unlocked. Yet these establishments offer little tangible assistance against the impending typhoon disaster. Although he harbored a keen interest in the warehouse and recognized the necessity for a storage space. The timing for its construction was far from ideal. With the fire pit and faucet in place, the issues of food heating and water supply have been resolved. The 3 waterproof measures should adequately mitigate the impact of torrential rain on the city's sewer system. Nonetheless, an unsettling feeling lingered within Yuan, as if he had overlooked something crucial. Wait, he suddenly froze. What about the sewer? Chapter 29. Addressing vulnerabilities through inducement. The sewer. Yuan hurried to the bathroom, illuminating the drain with his flashlight. Upon observing the dark, vertical pipe, he finally comprehended his oversight. Despite all precautions taken to shield his refuge from potential flooding, he had neglected the fact that the bathroom housed a sewer outlet. Once the torrential rain filled the city's sewer system, it was likely that water would backflow through this outlet into his sanctuary. A cold sweat drenched his back, a mix of dread and relief washing over him. Fortunately, he had discovered this in time. Otherwise, when the typhoon struck and the rain poured down, it would have been too late. However, his expression quickly soured as he realized it might already be too late. The exit from the air raid shelter to the sewer had been blocked by him, rendering him unable to gather materials for construction. After replacing a candle in his refuge, Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Prior to entering this wasteland, he had not been fond of smoking, even feeling some aversion towards it. Yet, he had to admit that, amid complex thoughts, it served as an effective means to clarify his mind and stabilize his emotions. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated to its worst potential. Yuan contemplated 2 potential solutions to the issue. The first, a rather crude approach, involved filling the bathroom's drainage pipe with quick-drying cement, effectively sealing it off in a physical sense. However, the repercussions could be severe. He was uncertain what changes would ensue in the bathroom facilities after such an action. It was unlikely that it would be rendered completely useless, but the most probable outcome would involve the need for reconstruction or removal of the cement. Regardless, this option was relegated to the last resort. The typhoon was expected to arrive at 3:48 a.m., and if he had not resolved the backflow issue by then, he would have no choice but to pursue this course of action. The second option was to upgrade the bathroom facilities. Previously, at the Eastern City Water Authority, he had unlocked an optimization route that included enhancements for the bathroom. Upon reaching level 2, the bathroom would become eligible for facility upgrades, similar to the stainless steel waterproof door. Level 2 bathroom, vanity area, requires construction materials: 1 ceramic wash basin, 2 corrugated hoses, 1 latex paint, 2 stainless steel pipes, and 1 faucet. The optimized level 2 bathroom facilities will transform into a splendid shower room. After constructing the level 2 bathroom, vanity area, one merely needs to add 1 shower head, 1 PVC pipe, 2 check valves, 2 anti-overflow floor drains, and 1 waterproof coating to complete the enhancement. Previously, Yuan acquired numerous home materials from the residence of the Tier Mole woman at 68 Canchino Street. He had contemplated upgrading the bathroom, thus possessing latex paint, stainless steel pipes, PVC pipes, waterproof coating, and faucets. The remaining materials must be procured through Tao Tao Cave. After a thorough search, fortune smiled upon him as he discovered 2 corrugated hoses and a shower head. However, the ceramic wash basin, check valves, and anti-overflow floor drains were conspicuously absent from the listings, necessitating a purchase request. Unlike his previous transactions involving cigarettes, he had released nearly 40 boxes over 3 days in the Wasteland. Although the demand for cigarettes remained high, it no longer held the same fervor. Previously, in his efforts to upgrade Tao Tao Cave, he had listed over 20 boxes, leading many to resell those cigarettes for profit after completing their transactions. Currently, he had only 2 boxes left, which he needed to reserve for personal use. This time, he listed the supplies obtained from the raiders, primarily melee weapons, for Damascus daggers, 2 6H5 bayonets, a tactical axe, and military boots that were ill-fitting. In addition to the materials needed for upgrading the bathroom, he included construction materials for other facilities in his hideout, such as bicycles for building a level 1 generator, wires, rectifiers, and copper wires and switches for upgrading to level 2 lighting. These were all facilities Yuan intended to complete within the next 3 days. Constructing a level 1 generator actually required an AC generator and a battery, along with energy-efficient bulbs for upgrading, lighting. Yuan possessed all these items, thus only needing to gather the remaining materials to commence construction. The listing he published quickly caught the attention of other players, as after upgrading Tao Tao Cave to Tier 3, although remaining anonymous, each new listing would be pinned and refreshed at the top. When Yuan listed the supplies he had scavenged from the raiders, It sparked quite a stir, as items like bulletproof vests, shotguns, rifles, grenades, and military boots were unmistakably associated with raiders, making it difficult to avoid attention. Consequently, once Yuan's purchase request surfaced, those with ulterior motives immediately took notice. Assuming it was yet another attempt to shift resources through listings, a common practice among players. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. Although the newly listed items were melee weapons, the demand for transactions was alarmingly low. Previously, the price for a melee weapon ranged from 3,000 to 8,000 survival points, varying by category. Weapons such as daggers, which serve primarily for piercing, generally possess a value of around 3,000 survival points. In contrast, multifunctional weapons like tactical axes, capable of both combat and chopping, command prices exceeding 6,000 survival points. However, the astonishing opportunity to exchange these weapons for certain materials has sparked immediate action among the resourceful. Given the perilous nature of urban and town areas, there are, nevertheless, resource points situated in remote wilderness that players can discover. Abandoned vehicles, deserted camping sites, roadside service stations, rural villas, farms, and dilapidated houses populate these less hazardous locales. Though scarce, they typically pose little threat. Some individuals, already exploring these nearby structures, promptly altered their course. Others, initially poised for rest, upon seeing the acquisition notice, recalled possessing materials that met the exchange criteria, promptly rising to search. Furthermore, some dashed from their hiding places, commencing the dismantling of a stranded RV by the roadside. Their singular motivation was to secure the weapons first, even if they had no personal use for them, the prospect of reselling for a profit, ranging from a few hundred to over 1,000 survival points, was an enticing opportunity no one would refuse. This was precisely the strategy employed by Yuan. Pressed for time, sought to swiftly acquire materials for upgrading the restroom, thus incentivizing others to strive fervently. With limited availability, speed was of the essence. Having observed through the chat channel that all players were already aware of the weapon trade and engaged in fervent discussions, Yuan chose to disengage from matter. As long as there was discourse, players would invariably seek materials for survival points. He merely needed to wait. Suppressing his impatience, Yuan cast a longing gaze toward the pile of spoils in the corner. Seizing the moment, he began to organize his recent acquisitions: Level 1 generator, pedal generator, MP5 submachine gun X2, Remington 870 shotgun X1, FN/FEL assault rifle X2, Glock 17 pistol X1, Glock 19 pistol X2, tactical gloves X5, tactical boots X2, composite ballistic helmets X3, M67 grenades X7, stun grenades X2, chest rigs X6, level 3 police bulletproof vests X6, and numerous rounds of 9mm 7.62 by 51mm and 12-gauge buckshot. As he gazed upon the neatly arranged spoils, a smile lingered in his eyes. With this array of equipment, once the novice phase concluded, he would possess the means to confront the invading veteran players. This was the very reason Yuan was willing to take risks and fight fiercely. For him, the impending invasion by veteran players in 27 days represented the gravest threat. Relying solely on his folding crossbow and handgun to combat seasoned players was nothing short of folly. However, with these new acquisitions, the situation had markedly improved. His greatest gain, however, was not merely the items mentioned above. Yuan cast his gaze upon the entirely pitch-black enforcer gear at his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips. He silently expressed his gratitude to the bald man, who had bestowed upon him a set of equipment of exceptional quality before his departure. Enforcer bulletproof vest, enforcer tactical gloves, enforcer tactical boots, enforcer goggles. Each of these 4 pieces was of remarkable quality, providing not only outstanding protective capabilities, but also unique effects. The tactical gloves enhanced grip strength and offered stab resistance, while the tactical boots improved foot protection and alleviated fatigue. The goggles boasted features that protected against glare, flash, and ultraviolet rays, while enhancing color contrast. Yuan speculated that the enforcer set likely included a tactical helmet as well, though he was unaware of its whereabouts, having been misplaced by the bald man. To be fair, the bald man was quite affluent. He wielded a tactical sword as his melee weapon. Yet Yuan found himself preferring the dogleg knife slightly more for its ease of use. Of course, his most significant acquisition was that somewhat oversized handgun carried by the bald man. SW Model 500 revolver. Quality, excellent. Description: This firearm is designed specifically for hunting large, dangerous animals and for extreme shooting enthusiasts. Caliber, 25 Magnum. Capacity, 5 rounds. Effective range, 100 to 200 meters. The moment Yuan laid eyes on this handgun, he found it difficult to look away. He toyed with it incessantly, yet regrettably, its immense power came with a weight of no less than 2 kilograms, presenting a considerable challenge for him. The recoil was nothing short of exaggerated, and with only 15 rounds of 500 ammunition found, it was evident that this weapon would only be suitable for specific circumstances, at least in Yuan's understanding. It would not serve well for combat. The remainder consisted of various trifles scavenged from the bodies of the thugs. Among them, only a keychain found on the bald man piqued Yuan's interest, adorned with 3 keys. Given the bald man's elevated status within the ranks of the thugs, Yuan found it hard to believe that he possessed no personal stash. Alas, he was unaware of the locations corresponding to these keys. Otherwise, he might have devised a way to pilfer one. With the spoils organized, a notification sound from the trading post echoed, signaling the completion of a transaction. Under the allure of the survival point, the potential of players indeed proved to be immense. All listed items had gradually found buyers. As Yuan retrieved the supplies from the trading post, he couldn't help but smile. This group was truly tenacious. The ceramic sink was evidently freshly removed, bearing clear marks of its dismantling. Wires, check valves, and anti-overflow drains still retained the debris left from their violent extraction. The bathroom has been upgraded to level 2, with all optimized materials in place. Yuan immediately activated the virtual interface to select the upgrade and construction options. As the bathroom was enveloped in a green light, the construction was set to take 30 minutes to complete. Most importantly, the issue with the drainage system was resolved. Yuan also placed those materials that were temporarily unnecessary on the market, exchanging them for supplies needed to build other facilities. All equipment, such as gloves and chest harnesses, was traded, but he decided to retain his firearms and armor. He did not wish for a player, after the beginner phase, to wield weapons that he had sold. Half an hour later, upon the completion of the material collection for level 2 ventilation and level 1 generator, they were also added to the construction list. The bathroom transformed dramatically as the green light faded. What was once a modest 1 square meter washing area expanded into a 2 square meter shower room, which was no longer empty. A sink and a shower head were installed on either side of the bathroom. Notably, the anti-backflow function of the drainage system, which Yuan was most concerned about, did not disappoint. Both floor drains featured a floating ball barrier design, and a check valve was secured at the connection point between the sink and the drainage pipe. Bathroom level 2, shower room. Quality, excellent. Functionality, sanitation level 2, comfort level 2, reduces illness probability by 15, lowers wound infection risk by 10, decreases the risk of mental breakdown by 15, equipped with moisture resistance, sewage backflow prevention, odor control, and insect deterrent effects, providing 24 liters of potable water daily. At this moment, Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. Though uncertain whether the level 2 bathroom, this anti-backflow feature could withstand torrential rains, he could only trust in his refuge. Seizing the opportunity before the typhoon arrived, Yuan promptly shed his garments and stepped into the shower room, washing away the remnants of his time in the Wasteland for the first time. The water was icy and invigorating, yet he was astonished by the amount of black water that pooled at his feet. While he longed for a thorough cleansing, the 24-liter water limit restrained him, compelling him to hastily apply a bit of shampoo and body wash, quickly scrubbing himself before exiting. Even so, he felt rejuvenated, his entire being refreshed. In that moment, he grasped the essence of reaping rewards from 1S efforts. As he exited the shower room, the level 2 ventilation and level 1 generator were also completed. Ventilation level 2, dual pipeline ventilation. Functionality, safety level 2, with an indoor and outdoor air circulation speed of 25, reduced risk of air poisoning and slight dust prevention. Generator level 1, pedal generator. Functionality, energy 3, pedaling for 60 minutes generates 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity with a maximum storage capacity of 108 kilowatt-hours. Yuan approached the pedal generator. Remarkably straightforward and somewhat rudimentary, a modified bicycle, complemented by a battery and an onboard generator, has been ingeniously amalgamated and enhanced by the system's black technology. Sitting upon the bicycle's seat, Yuan pedaled vigorously, feeling a distinct resistance, albeit manageable. On the handlebars, the modified control panel illuminated with a red light, generating power at standard level, 60 minutes and 48 seconds remaining until fully charged. Chapter 31, Commander Lawis. The Burning Fortress. A spark of novelty flickered in Yuan's eyes as he discovered that the power generation levels could be adjusted, categorized into 3 modes: strength, standard, and leisure. He promptly twisted the regulator, shifting the power generation level to strength mode. "Oh my!" Yuan exclaimed, his eyes bulging, and the veins on his arms standing out as he gripped the handlebars. Rising from the seat, he pedaled with vigor. The resistance felt akin to cycling up a steep 35-degree incline. Sitting down while pedaling was utterly impossible. Yet, the efficiency of power generation surged, cutting the charging time down to 30 minutes, effectively halving it. However, after less than a minute of exertion, Yuan conceded defeat. Without a gearbox, the strength mode proved unrealistic for prolonged use. Perhaps it would only be employed in emergencies. Leisure mode, on the other hand, was remarkably effortless, requiring little exertion, though the charging time correspondingly doubled. Overall, Yuan was quite pleased with the pedal power generator. With the completion of the first-level generator, additional electricity-dependent facilities were subsequently unlocked. However, only the upgrade materials for the Level 2 lighting, energy-saving lamp were fully assembled. He promptly chose to upgrade, and as the wires, switches, and energy-saving lamps vanished, the ceiling of the hideout became adorned with a green luminescent screen. While generating power, Yuan also perused the trading information from Taodao Cave. All the melee weapons he had previously listed were exchanged, leaving only a single pair of tactical gloves, while he still had 2 pairs of military boots. He surmised that size might be a factor, but he was indifferent. With 10,000 players, the boots came in limited sizes, so there would always be demand. East City District 1, East City Police Station. Quickly move the obstacles. The enforcement team is returning. A burly thug, observing the approaching armored vehicles, commanded his subordinates to clear the path. With a whoosh, several armored vehicles that had just returned from Water's Edge Street halted in front of the police station. 3 law enforcers were the first to disembark, glancing toward the figure standing at the entrance of the police station, behind whom was a body bag carried by 2 individuals. Commander Lawis, Carmen, Glow, and Soda saluted the approaching Lawis. He appeared to be a man in his 40s, not particularly tall, and somewhat slender. Yet, the moment the 3 beheld Lawis, they tensed, as if even their breathing had slowed. Loris disregarded the 3 individuals and approached the body bag. With a swift motion, the bag was unzipped, revealing a bloodied visage that sent a chill through Loris's icy gaze, devoid of warmth, akin to an unfathomable abyss. He then shifted his attention to the trio, each of whom was now beaded with cold sweat. Sort of felt a tightening in his throat, involuntarily swallowing hard. As if ensnared by a venomous serpent, his blood seemingly congealing. Carmen and Goro stood rigidly, not daring to utter a sound or avert their eyes. At last, Loris's gaze fell upon Sorta. "Are you feeling anxious?" "And no." Sorta quickly forced a somewhat stiff smile. "Then enlighten me. How did Freeze meet his demise?" His voice slithered forth like a poised serpent, cold and smooth. Sorta promptly nodded, his body slightly bending. "Commander Loris, based on the scene analysis, Freeze fell into the sewer during the assault on the riot prison and was subsequently ambushed by enemies hiding within, suffering severed right hand, left hand, and ankle, with the fatal wound being the carotid artery. Before he could finish, he caught the tranquil gaze of Commander Loris. "Do you think I am incapable of discerning this? I am asking you, how did Freeze die?" Sorta gulped, feeling the air grow dense around him, just as he was on the brink of suffocation. Loris's attention shifted to Carmen. "You speak." Carmen stood at attention, chest out, head held high. "Report, Commander Loris. Freeze, the enforcer, was killed by an ambush from enemies who had previously concealed themselves in the sewer. Based on the scene, several bodies of enforcer team members were found, and it is currently speculated that the assailants were individuals stationed in the sewer by the riot prison. What evidence do you have?" According to the analysis of the wounds on Enforcer Freeze, the weapon used by the assailant appears to be a kukri, particularly effective for slashing. The lacerations on Freeze's wrist and ankle were inflicted by this weapon. Furthermore, as I understand, the kukri is a weapon manufactured within the riot prison, presently only wielded by the Marauders. Additionally, I suspect the involvement of the Burning Bastion in this attack. The Burning Bastion? What is your basis for this? Loris furrowed his brow. Report, there is no concrete evidence, but it is rumored that Black Lung Victor is in dire need of a healthy pair of lungs, while the riot prison controls the largest slave resources in Green Forest City. Moreover, numerous traces of incendiary bottle explosions were discovered at the scene, and the resources controlled by the Burning Bastion pertain to fuel. Carmen's words trailed off, yet everyone present comprehended his implication. Loris exhibited a contemplative expression, patted Carmen on the shoulder, and turned to leave. I have heard you captured an individual from the riot prison. Send them to me. Yes, sir. It was only when Commander Loris's figure had completely vanished that Carmen and the others exhaled deeply, particularly Sorda, who felt as though he had just emerged from the depths of water, shot a fierce glare at Carmen before shoving past him and exiting. Glow could only smile wryly before departing. A thug approached, producing a lighter to ignite the cigarette dangling from Carmen's lips. Boss, the captive has been sent to the commander. But those in the thug prison are all madmen. Can it be made to talk? Carmen cast a sidelong glance at his subordinate. Just do your job. Do you dare question Commander Lalis? You must be tired of living. The thug, glancing around nervously, whispered, Boss. Was it really someone from the thug prison who attacked the Friss enforcer? It happened yesterday at the waterworks. Before he could finish, Carmen shot him a glare. Shut your mouth. Not a word about yesterday. If you don't want to die, keep your nose out of it. If you wish for death, I can oblige. I understand. Boss. The thug quickly replied. All right, old ghost. Keep an eye on things here. I'll go take a look. Carmen said, handing over the remaining half of his cigarette before striding towards the police station. Just as he reached midway, a drop of rain splattered on his face. A cool breeze sweeping past. Looking up, he noticed the rain intensifying, the wind picking up noticeably. This storm would not be a mere drizzle. Listening to the raucous sounds of the thugs behind him, Carmen hastened his pace. A faint smile tugging at his lips as he mused. I never expected that fellow would actually take down Friss. What a delightful surprise. Perhaps I can make use of this later, especially that fool Soda. Yet, he pondered, was he truly one of the thug prison inmates? The weapon was indeed a cookery knife. Chapter 32, Curiosities. With the lights extinguished, 3 energy-saving lamps flickered to life, casting a bright cold white glow throughout the room. Yuan snuffed out the candle. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the civilized world, momentarily forgetting the impending threat of the approaching typhoon. Each of the 3 10W energy-saving lamps could illuminate for approximately 33 hours, with just 1 hour of cycling, which was quite satisfactory. However, Yuan was aware that once other electrical facilities were constructed, this meager power supply would not suffice for daily needs. Yet for now, he was thoroughly content. As the lighting level rose to 2 and the clock struck 1 in the morning, the bleating of the sheep tied in the corner caught his attention. Yuan sighed heavily. Ever since returning to his hideout, he had been incessantly seeking distractions, attempting to evade the inevitable. But the construction of the hideout's facilities was nearing completion. Less than 5 hours remained until 6 o'clock. He understood that what was destined to come would eventually arrive. Drawing from his pocket the small square package he had preserved, he approached the corner of the hideout with a resolve akin to facing death. The exotic yet mysterious BGM echoed once more in Yuan's ears. Before him, a card of earthy yellow materialized, quivering incessantly as the rhythm of the music escalated, approaching a critical crescendo. Suddenly, the card of Indulgence fractured, leaving Yuan's mind blank, as if he could hear the eerie laughter of a beguiling woman. It was only after a few moments that he gradually regained his senses. The fate card had vanished, replaced by a chilling mechanical notification. Fate card. Successful elimination of Indulgence card. Fate point 1. Detected that the Indulgence target possesses conversion value. Would you like to convert? Requires 1 fate point. Yuan's eyes brightened at this. Convert. Fate points 1. Acquired rare treasure. Mia. What on earth is this rare treasure? As Yuan pondered, darkness enveloped his vision, and then his pupils dilated in shock, as if witnessing something extraordinary. He instinctively took 2 steps back to steady himself. Mia, standing before him, was no longer the previous Krishan sheep, but an unfamiliar, gigantic sheep. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, it boasted exaggerated, spiral horns akin to those of a ram. Its body cloaked in dense, fine, and silky wool that shimmered under the light, resembling the fabled golden fleece. This was the true golden fleece, not mere smoke. Yuan vowed, eagerly examining the details of this so-called rare treasure. Yuan's jaw dropped further. Mie. Quality, rare treasure. Owner, Yuan. Load capacity, 500 kilograms. Speed, 60 kilometers h. Equipment effects. Increases load capacity by 100 kilograms, stamina by 80, and running speed by 40. Combat method. Horn charge. Rare treasure construction. Mia's feeding trough. Function. Produces 20 kilograms of premium wool every 7 days and 300 milliliters of high-energy sheep milk daily. A rare treasure indeed. This treasure possessed three distinct states: equipped, standard, and rare treasure construction. The standard state is as it is now, in the form of a sheep, capable of being ridden, engaged in combat, and producing resources. The equipped state manifests as a tattoo upon Yuan's skin, granting him the attributes of the Miemia rare treasure. The two states of equipment and riding can be switched freely. The rare treasure construction, on the other hand, is a specially built facility for Miemia. Once constructed, Miemia cannot leave the rare treasure building, and thus cannot engage in either equipment or riding. However, this will unlock the functions of the rare treasure building. Miemia's feeding trough, where every 7 days, one can obtain a precious food item collected by Miemia. 3 states, 3 effects. This was beyond Yuan's expectations. He had never imagined that his seemingly desperate choice would lead to such a monumental twist and delightful surprise. Though the reason for the Yu's horns remains a mystery, it does not diminish Yuan's affection for her. He placed his right hand upon her forehead, silently invoking the word equip. In an instant, he perceived a flash before him, and Mu vanished. Yet his physique underwent a remarkable transformation. His stature, originally standing at 1.78 meters, had surged significantly, bringing him closer to the ceiling. Hastily retrieving the measuring tape he had collected, he pressed it against the wall, discovering his height had reached 1.88 meters, an increase of a full 10 centimeters. His body had transformed, with muscles distinctly defined and robust, yet not in the bulky manner of a bodybuilder. Rather, it was a more harmonious and elongated form. Yuan speculated this might be attributed to the enhancement of his attributes in endurance, speed, and load-bearing capacity. He could palpably sense an increase in his strength and boundless stamina, as if an inexhaustible energy surged within him. Removing his shirt, he revealed a pitch-black tattoo of a ram's head adorning his chest, with 2 vivid crimson eyes positioned where his pectorals rose. The massive spiral horns extended from his shoulders down to his arms, merging seamlessly with his sculpted musculature, an embodiment of brutal aestheticism. Gazing at his nearly flawless physique, he could only describe his current state with one word: powerful. Such strength was the only fitting match for this body. As Mu reverted from its equipped state, Yuan felt a wave of weakness wash over him once more, a sense of reluctance unfurling in his mind. He forcefully suppressed this thought with rationality. The sensation of wielding Mu was indeed formidable, yet Yuan understood that the extraordinary attributes it conferred were but fleeting illusions. Should he allow the equipped state to become his new norm, the day would inevitably come when he would have to rely solely on himself in battle, marking his demise. Ultimately, it is one's own body that forms the bedrock of true strength. After feeding Mu some grass, he retrieved the sheep's milk for the day. High-energy sheep milk. Quality: rare. Description: possesses certain healing properties, particularly effective for specific injuries. Also provides a calming effect and supplies the body with abundant energy, enhancing physical constitution with prolonged consumption. Functions: accelerates the healing of injuries, especially fractures, with remarkably significant efficacy. Calms the mind, reducing the likelihood of mental instability during rest. It restores an additional 5 points of stamina and bodily functions. After consumption, it quickly replenishes energy and restores stamina. Prolonged use gradually strengthens bones and physical resilience. After 7 consecutive days of consumption, one receives the buff Vital Essence, 15 stamina, slight resistance to cold. Chapter 33. Information cards, insider knowledge. A colossal spiral of dark clouds descended upon Green Forest City from the Shattered Wave Strait, resembling a millstone pressing down from the heavens, accompanied by the howling sea winds and torrential rains unleashed like a floodgate. The long-abandoned billboards swayed violently in the howling winds, fracturing alongside the mighty trees and overturned vehicles. It seemed as though the very sea would engulf this place within moments. Indeed, the coastal line of Green Forest City had already succumbed to a tsunami towering 7 to 8 meters high, and with the landfall of Typhoon Puchin, even more intense storm surges were barreling towards the city. Within the urban sewer system of Green Forest City, as torrential rains and storm surges inundated the area, a deluge of rainwater surged into the drains, causing the water levels to rise precipitously. In a dim corner of the sewer beneath the East City District, specifically in Sector 10, as rainwater began to backflow, a slender figure swiftly emerged from a pipe approximately 1 meter in diameter. Shaking off the damp, dark fur, its fist-sized eyes glimmered with an eerie green luminescence in the darkness. After a few sniffs, it dashed in a particular direction. Before long, it found itself in a narrow passage where faint voices and the flickering light of a flashlight could be heard. "Uncle, we must leave this place. The rain is getting heavier, and if we stay, we will surely drown. In this situation, neither the rioters nor the refugees will venture out. We must escape to the upper floors. Oh dear, our supplies. They're all gone. Uncle, supplies can be replenished later. If we do not leave now, we will truly be out of time. What does that sound? No, no." The shadow lunged at the man, sinking its teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth. "No, such a large rat. Help, help," the boy cried, but the blood had already awakened the shadow as ferocity, its once eerie green eyes rapidly transforming into a deep crimson, as it turned and pounced toward the boy's location. Squeak, 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 clang, clang, clang. Yuan was jolted awake by the alarm of his GPS watch, his eyes fluttering open to reveal it was already 6:30 a.m., just hours earlier. After eliminating the lethal threat of the Indulgence card and basking in the joy of acquiring the rare meme, he could no longer suppress the overwhelming fatigue. After setting the alarm to ring every 2 hours, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. He understood that only by ensuring ample energy and stamina could he face any unforeseen incidents that might arise. Therefore, appropriate rest was far more crucial than staying up to guard. This marked his second awakening. He had previously stirred at 4:30 a.m., at which point he had meticulously inspected every corner of the air raid shelter, leaving him somewhat reassured. Although he could clearly hear the tumultuous rush of water in the sewers, his greatest fear of seepage had not materialized. Once more, he grasped his flashlight and ventured into the air raid shelter to assess the situation. However, as he opened the waterproof door, his brow immediately furrowed. The air carried an unsettling odor and humidity. His lingering drowsiness vanished in an instant. He sprinted a few steps toward the high wall of sandbags, pressed his left hand against them, and with a leap, used his left hand as support, propelling his entire body over the sandbag wall, racing towards the 2 exit points. Firstly, he headed towards the earliest blocked exit. The exit was dry, and there were no signs of water seeping through the cracks. After confirming that everything was in order, Yuan immediately rushed to the frequently used exit. However, as soon as he stepped into the passage, a splash of water echoed beneath his feet, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly glanced down and noticed a thin layer of water spreading across the ground. He hurriedly took a few steps to reach the exit, where he observed water gushing from a corner of the sandbags, which were meant to be protective. Without hesitation, he moved the 2 bags aside, revealing a gap before him. This opening, situated at the corner of the exit wall, was about the size of a paving stone. When he shone his flashlight on it, he could see rainwater rushing beneath, completely flooding the drainage system. The relentless flow of rainwater battered the gap, as a stone brick from the outer layer of the air raid shelter had been washed away, leading to the exposure of this opening. Although the quick-drying cement could seal the internal crevices, it could not reach the outer bricks of the exit. Yuan's expression darkened significantly. He realized this was his oversight. It must have been his repeated entries and exits over the past few days that loosened the outer bricks. Previously, he had focused solely on the conditions inside the shelter, never considering that the outer bricks might pose a problem. This oversight had led to the current predicament. Regret was futile. He needed to find a way to stop the water. He immediately carried the 10 or so sandbags from his hiding place to the exit, tearing open the outdoor tent he had collected earlier to use as a waterproof cover to block the gap. With the water now rushing violently, he could not undertake repairs and could only employ this makeshift solution to stem the flow. Fortunately, it proved effective, with the sandbags in place. The rainwater no longer surged into the air raid shelter, temporarily averting disaster. Thankfully, he had discovered the issue in time, managing to contain the crisis at its nascent stage. Now, he could only hope that the gap would not widen further. Returning to his hiding place, Yuan examined the remaining half bag of quick-drying cement, which represented his only hope for the future. If the torrential rain could pause for even a brief moment, he would have a chance to repair the opening. Worrying now would be of no avail. He could only wait. With sleep eluding him, he ignited the fire pit, boiled a pot of water, and consulted the virtual display, which presented several notifications. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to a new day. Shelter Survival Assessment, 220 survival points awarded. Shelter Ranking Bonus Assessment, 0. Today's settlement, total of 220 survival points. Keep up the good work. Achieving 220 points was commendable, as the water in the pot reached a boil. Yuan opened a can of beef and poured it in, followed by a package of instant noodles, quickly filling the shelter with an enticing aroma. Next to him, Mia sniffed the air and looked over. Yuan, noticing this, waved his hand. The creature named Mia approached with an evident intelligence, gently stroking its soft fur. Yuan pondered and asked, "Is your name truly Mia? Shall I address you as such from now on?" Mia tilted its head, gazing at Yuan before nodding in affirmation. At that moment, the meal was ready, with steam being drawn away through the ventilation, bringing a refreshing breeze along with it. After finishing breakfast, Yuan stood before the dilapidated newsstand, perusing the freshly delivered newspapers. A card appearing beside the paper caught his eye, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by a look of confusion. An additional piece of intel had surfaced, yet this card bore the rock quality label of Insider. Information card, rock level Insider. Quality, rock level. Function, utilizing this card grants access to insider information regarding a specified event. Chapter 34. The Book of Destiny, Mending the Breach. Yuan observed the earthy yellow card inscribed with the word Insider, which bore a striking resemblance to the fate cards he was familiar with, his eyes narrowing slightly. The emergence of the Insider card was indeed a pleasant surprise, as obtaining information on designated events was immensely beneficial to him. There were countless matters he wished to unravel: the divisions of the rogue factions, the disparities in their strengths, their rivalries, the locations of the rooms corresponding to the bald man's 3 keys, and the whereabouts of the hotel room car belonging to Brother Biao, among others. However, Yuan understood that he possessed only a single Insider card at present. He must reserve it for a crucial moment to maximize its potential impact. At that juncture, a virtual screen appeared, revealing the page of the fate card. The book, which Yuan had initially assumed was mere decorative background beneath the fate card's wooden box, unfolded. One of its pages featured 4 slots for cards. The Insider card vanished from Yuan's grasp and snugly fit into the first slot of that page, seamlessly embedded. The book then closed, returning to its prior state, yet Yuan sensed he could open it at any moment to retrieve the Insider card within, which offered him some comfort. Slowly, a line of text emerged on the previously nameless book, the Book of Destiny. Clearly, the Insider card, as a derivative of Fate's gift, bore an intrinsic connection to the fate cards. Yuan chose to dismiss any further entanglements with this realization. It was inconsequential. He needed to navigate the immediate challenges first. Acquiring the Insider card was not without its costs, amounting to a hefty 500 survival points. Due to his confinement in the hideout, Yuan refrained from exploring the new gifts of fate, deciding instead to wait until the typhoon had passed. After all, selecting a fate gift required the completion of fate card tasks, which, in his current predicament, will be tantamount to courting disaster. He picked up the freshly delivered newspaper, still showcasing 2 stable pieces of rock-quality news. Green 4 City Daily. Date, Day 4 of the Wasteland calendar. Weather, the typhoon Bukyuxing is imminent, with the eyewall storm currently making landfall. The maximum wind force is expected to reach level 13, and the eye of the typhoon will be entered around 11:40 a.m., lasting for 4 hours. Temperature, 22 to 28. Publisher, Wasteland Destiny News Agency. Community Life section. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, low. All enforcers at the Black Shield Police Department are filled with dread towards Commander Lawes, fearing his interrogation methods and his cruelty towards enemies and traitors alike. Under this atmosphere of fear, Enforcer Soda secretly expresses his intention to ally with Commander Lawes, while using the death of Freeze to incite tensions between Lawes and Carmen. However, he is unaware that Lawes has long suspected Enforcer Carmen of willfully failing to provide timely support to Riverside Street, resulting in the death of his brother at the hands of the enemy in the sewers. Lawes intends for Carmen and those in the rebel prison to pay for his brother's demise, and the one who killed Freeze must also perish. Yuan is slightly astonished. He has only killed 1 person in the sewers, that being the bald man, and did not expect him to have a commander brother. No wonder he is so arrogant. This Lawes is also a threat. If he discovers my presence in the sewers, he will undoubtedly search every sewer, causing yet another problem. Record this information in the memo. Moreover, the first piece of typhoon information weighs heavily on Yuan. At noon, Lucian City will enter the eye of the typhoon for 4 hours. This news is exceedingly vital for Yuan, as he knows that regardless of how fierce the storm was prior, once in the eye of the typhoon, calmness will ensue, and even sunshine may emerge. In no more than an hour, The rainwater in the sewers will drain, and the water level will recede, providing him with the opportunity to repair the breach. Yet, the actual situation is far more severe than Yuan anticipated. 5 hours later, as he gazes at the water level reaching his knees, he feels a sense of helplessness. The second waterproof high wall has completely succumbed. An hour ago, he had just found some stones to temporarily block the breach from elsewhere, only for it to expand again. This time, even sandbags cannot completely halt the inflow of water. In just 1 hour, the water level has surged to knee height, and the rapid rise fills Yuan with fear. He looks at the time, 11:50. It should have already entered the eye of the typhoon. There's still time. Half an hour later, observing the water level drop to his calves, Yuan exhales deeply. Finally, it has receded, but he knows that now is the moment for true diligence. Arriving at the exit, he bends down to move the sandbags, blocking the breach. As the breach widens, the rainwater flooding into the air raid shelter cascades rapidly through the opening. Yuan sees that the previous breach has now expanded to more than 4 times its original size. No wonder the sandbags cannot entirely prevent the spread of water. The water level in the sewer had receded to halfway, allowing the residual rainwater to cascade forth. He hastily retrieved the stone bricks he had previously discovered from the small opening and set them aside. Returning to his hiding place, he filled a bucket with quick-drying cement and made his way back to the exit. During these few hours, he had not been idle. He had exchanged a tactical sword from the bald man for 2 bags of quick-drying cement and some construction materials. With the rainwater in the air raid shelter completely drained, less than 3 hours remained until the eye of the typhoon lingered over Green Forest City. Yuan dared not delay, swiftly mixing the cement according to the prescribed proportions. This time, he was more astute. Instead of directly sealing the exit, he lay on the ground, extending his arm through the gap. After applying a layer of cement along the outer wall of the air raid shelter, he then used the stone bricks to seal the opening. Once the layer of quick-drying cement hardened, it would serve as a protective barrier, although it would not withstand the impact of rain for long. Even holding for an hour or two would suffice for Yuan. Within half an hour, the gap was completely sealed, allowing Yuan to breathe a temporary sigh of relief. Surely, there would be no further issues now. Resource management log of Yuan's hideout. Day 6 of the Wasteland. Location, District 13, East City, Green Forest. Food, 8 cans of beef, 3 cans of fruit, 6 packs of military rations, 3 bottles of mineral water, 28 chocolate bars, 8 packs of Camel cigarettes, 9 packs of Marlboro cigarettes. Medical supplies, 1 car-mounted first aid kit, 1 medical backpack. Resources, 1 car engine, 1 spark plug, 1 car air conditioning compressor. Weapons, 1 dog leg knife, 2 Glock 17 handguns, 1 SW Model 500 revolver. Tools, 1 multifunctional tool pliers, 1 multifunctional toolbox. Container, un outdoor Oxford cloth backpack, 60 litres, un backpack, un convac crossbody bag. Chapter 35, The Sixth Day, Crisis and Gift. Day 6 of the Wasteland. With a resounding crash, as Yuan shattered the quick-drying cement, revealing the sewer exit once more. He cast the enormous stone he had been holding onto the ground below. A miscalculation. In his initial focus on sealing the exit securely, he had neglected to consider the need for a hammer. This realization struck him only as he prepared to break the seal. The only melee weapon he had left was the dogleg knife. The remainder were firearms, a folding crossbow, or a bow and arrow. He possessed no tools capable of damaging the quick-drying cement. Though he had an adjustable wrench and a pipe wrench, they were far too small. After a few attempts, his hands trembled, and the cement remained merely scratched. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use 2 large stones to resolve the issue. After clearing the exit, although the typhoon had passed, the sewers still flowed with water. However, it appeared that in a few hours, once the accumulation drained away, it would be safe to enter. A smile crept onto Yuan's lips, but just as he was about to return to his hideout, his gaze suddenly froze, as if he had spotted something. A few seconds later, a corpse, swollen and pale from being soaked in rainwater, drifted downstream. The body was incomplete. Its head had been partially severed by some unknown force, leaving the brain either lost or devoured, rendering it hollow. The neck and scapula were also gnawed halfway through, with arms and thighs bearing a disturbing lack of integrity. Yuan squinted slightly, observing the slowly vanishing corpse, as countless thoughts raced through his mind. The body was clearly not one that had fallen from the surface into the sewer. Rather, it belonged to one of the scavengers or survivors hiding within. This was a suspicion Yuan had long harbored. Judging by the condition of the corpse, it had died only 2 or 3 days prior. But what creature could have mangled it so? The first thing that came to Yuan's mind was the investigation report he had seen at the East City Waterworks Center. With this thought, he immediately returned to his hiding place and retrieved the report for another reading. Mimi approached Yuan, glanced at him a few times, then made her way to the corner he had prepared for her, a nook lined with hay, and lay down. Minutes later, Yuan exhaled deeply, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The direction from which the corpse had floated, although replete with many intersections, was all too close to Block 15. This block bordered Block 10, where the investigation report had noted the presence of a gigantic rat. Could it be that the creature was indeed still alive, having traversed from Block 10 into Block 15? Or even Block 13? If that were the case, trouble loomed ahead. Yuan was loath to entertain such thoughts, yet the reality was undeniable, and his character compelled him to confront it. Regardless of whether that being was a giant rat, it posed a significant threat to his safety. The sewer was to be his primary passage and battleground for reaching other blocks, and the existence of such an unpredictable factor left him restless. A flicker of ferocity crossed his eyes. Casting another glance at the prone Mimi, he moved toward a door, opening it to reveal a small room of roughly 2 square meters, neatly arranged with all his supplies. This was a level 1 warehouse he had constructed during his 2-day refuge from the typhoon. While modest in size, it provided a dedicated space for storage without encroaching upon his original hiding area. He surveyed a line of weapons in the corner, contemplating before selecting an FN-FEL assault rifle along with its accompanying magazines and ammunition. The caliber was indeed the truth. This principle guided Yuan's choices, which is why he had not opted for the MP5. Though the MP5, as a submachine gun, boasted a rapid rate of fire, he was unsure if the 9mm pistol rounds could penetrate the hide of the adversaries he might encounter, particularly in a post-apocalyptic world where creatures could easily undergo mutations. Although the true enormity of that mouse remains uncertain, beneath the formidable caliber, all creatures are rendered equal. Under the bombardment of a 76,251mm bullet, any carbon-based life form is destined to succumb. This firearm, or rather all the weapons in the armory, have recently been meticulously maintained by Yuan, the cost being merely 1,000 survival points for a bottle of gun oil. Little did he anticipate that the freshly polished weapons would soon be put to use. The magazines were fully loaded, comprising 3 in total, each accommodating 20 rounds, summing up to 60 bullets, surely sufficient for the task at hand. Should these 60 rounds fail to eliminate the mouse, Yuan surmised that his fate would be sealed. Additionally, he prepared 3 M64 grenades as a precautionary measure. The M500 revolver was also retrieved. Its 500 caliber bullets would serve as his final bastion of hope. After half a day had elapsed, the bottom of the sewer was finally visible, a layer of silt blanketing the ground, accompanied by a foul odor. The surface, though still damp, did not impede Yuan's movements when he descended to investigate. He was also ready to venture out and assess the situation following the recent typhoon, as well as to scour for supplies to upgrade his hideout. Due to the typhoon, the construction of his refuge had been delayed for 2 days. With the new player protection period expiring in 24 days, he needed to make up for lost time. Upon returning to his hideout, Yuan activated the virtual panel for the destiny cards. Now that he could depart, it was time to select his fateful gift. His gaze upon the destiny card page shimmered with anticipation. Over the past 2 days, he had pondered what items might emerge as the fateful gifts. And now the mystery was about to be unveiled. As the thought of drawing from the destiny cards crossed his mind, familiar words materialized once more. Maxim, all gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the shadows. This text swiftly transformed into 3 options. Choose one of the following 3 fateful gifts as a present from destiny. Yuan took a deep breath. Here it comes. 1. A fashionable floor-mounted clothing rack. Function: randomly produces an article of clothing daily in the appropriate size, with a chance of high-quality garments. 2. A resource recycling garbage bin. Function: transforms the waste within into random resources daily, with a chance for double portions or rare resources. 3. A cornucopia of fresh produce. Function: randomly generates a new fruit or vegetable daily, with a chance for high-quality food. Yuan stared at the 3 options for his fateful gifts, suddenly beset by a bout of indecision. The choice was exceedingly difficult. He desired each of them. His current attire was nearly worn to tatters. Although he had previously collected some clothing, either the sizes or styles were unsuitable. It would be absurd to don a stylish trench coat while navigating the sewers. Moreover, The season was not conducive to such attire. Resources. What he currently lacks the most is precisely that. He is almost driven mad by the thought of acquiring resources. Vegetables. He has an acute need for them. It has been 6 days since he entered this desolate world. While food is not in short supply, consisting of canned beef, military rations, and biscuits with a daily serving of high-energy goat milk, he is severely lacking in vegetables. It has been several days since he last visited the restroom, and he is now suffering from constipation. A mask of anguish has settled upon Yuan's face as he irritably scratches his hair, longing for everything. Taking a deep breath, he suppresses his inner turmoil and forces himself to regain composure. His gaze flits back and forth among 3 options, casting aside personal preferences and desires to consider solely the current necessities for survival and development. Ultimately, he fixes his gaze upon Chapter 36, the Fate card, the luxurious card. Yuan's attention is finally drawn to the resource recycling bin. Although reluctant to admit it, this choice indeed represents the optimal solution for his current predicament. His clothing may be worn, but is still serviceable. At worst, he can wash it. After all, no one is watching or cares. In the absence of vegetables, he can simply drink more water to soften his stool, or purchase wild fruits or vegetables from other players using survival points. Even wild grasses could remedy this issue. Yet, resources remain an elusive matter. What truly concerns Yuan are the words resource recycling. Having established a goal in his mind, he hesitates no longer. He chooses the resource recycling bin. Resource recycling bin has been placed in your hideout. Please check it yourself. A rather ordinary white trash bin appears at Yuan's feet, emblazoned with the recycling symbol on both sides. As the selection of Fate concludes, the wooden box containing the Fate card begins to tremble. 3 seconds later, a long, earthy yellow card adorned with mysterious patterns materializes before him. This Fate card, luxurious card. A rock-level luxurious card. Luxurious card, quality, rock level. The player must engage in one act of luxury unrelated to survival within 2 days, consuming 50,000 survival points. Failure to do so will result in the player's death. Luxury. Reading the warm reminder below, Yuan's heart sinks. While he is eager to expand his hideout, 150,000 survival points is simply unattainable. Even if he sold all his possessions, it would not suffice. Thus, he must devise a means to expend those 50,000 survival points on matters unrelated to survival. While 150,000 is excessive, he can at least contemplate how to manage the 50,000, and he has developed a general strategy in his mind. Nevertheless, a twinge of pain grips Yuan's heart. 50,000 survival points. He is uncertain whether all his possessions, excluding firearms, even amount to that sum. With only 2 days left, he fears for his very life. He approaches the newsstand once more, sifting through the newspapers for information from the past few days. In the newspapers from yesterday and today, 4 pieces of critical intelligence have emerged. Apart from one report concerning the departure of a typhoon and the subsequent weather recovery, the remaining 3 pertain to neighborhood news. Neighborhood news section. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, medium. Following deliberation, the rebel prison has resolved to conduct a resource exchange with the burning bastion at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow in the Blackstone Canyon of the Northern Wilderness. As a countermeasure against the retaliation from the Black Shield Police Department, they have dispatched 2 raiding squads to transport 20 slaves in exchange for a truckload of fuel, along with some survival supplies and explosives. Neighborhood news section. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, low. Due to the violent storm caused by the typhoon, Green Forest City has experienced widespread flooding, particularly in the Eastern District, where several subway tunnels have been inundated by sudden deluges. Among those severely affected are the Homeless Organization, the Liberators in the 5th District, and the Rogue Gang, the Ghost Heads, in the 9th District. Only the Wilderness Raiders, known as the Bloodhand Gang, managed to take refuge in the 10th District under the leadership of the Mahata brothers, successfully occupying the Green Forest Light Supermarket. They have reported 3 missing individuals and 4 injured, and they do not plan to leave until their wounds have healed. Neighborhood news section. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, medium. Commander Old Koo of the Black Shield Police Department has successfully completed an arms suppression mission in the Central District and returned to the Eastern City this morning, bringing news of the impending trade between the rebel prison and the burning bastion at 1 p.m. tomorrow. He has ordered the Carmen enforcers to take charge, with the Soda enforcers assisting in an ambush against the returning raiding squad in the underground tunnel of Carlisle in the 9th District, aiming to seize all the traded supplies. However, the Soda Enforcers have received secret instructions from Commander Loris to eliminate Carmen. Yuan took up pen and paper to jot down his thoughts. The first two news items were refreshed yesterday morning, while the report regarding the Black Shield Police Department's attack on the rebel prison emerged this morning. Initially, Yuan had no intention of getting involved, but circumstances have now left him with no choice. To eliminate the extravagant card requires at least 50,000 survival points, an unattainable sum through ordinary channels in such a short span of 2 days. His only hope now rests on the resources from the rebel prison trade. Opening the virtual map, he examined the location of the Carlisle underground tunnel in the 9th District, situated northeast of the 13th District, marking the farthest edge of Green Forest City. The quickest route from the eastern suburbs to the northern suburbs traverses through the 9th District, with the Carlisle underground tunnel being a segment of this path. On the virtual map, he plotted a route from his hideout to the 9th District's Carlisle underground tunnel, furrowing his brow slightly at the distance. This is indeed quite a trek. If he were to walk there by himself, it would likely take nearly 2 hours for a one-way journey, requiring him to traverse 11 blocks before entering the 9th block. The thought of potentially encountering that elusive giant rat filled Yuan with trepidation. After making specific annotations on the memo regarding the pertinent information for tomorrow's operation, he finally turned his attention to the garbage bin at his feet. It appeared to be an ordinary 14-liter household trash can, complete with a flip lid. Over the past few days, Yuan had accumulated quite a bit of refuse, which he had piled up in the corridor outside his hideout. Initially intending to dispose of it today, now it could serve a purpose. There was a substantial amount of trash, and even after filling the can, it only consumed half of it. Nevertheless, Yuan felt quite satisfied with this arrangement and was curious to see what surprises tomorrow's garbage bin would bring. He then entered the hideout and began donning his Enforcer tactical suit. He fully equipped the Enforcer tactical vest, Enforcer tactical gloves, Enforcer tactical boots, and Enforcer goggles. He stowed away spare magazines for the FNFAL assault rifle and grenades into the vest, while also securing his dogleg knife, Glock 17, and M500 revolver. Yuan distinctly felt the weight of his gear bearing down on him. He looked at Mia and mentally commanded, equip. In the next moment, Mia, who was lying on the ground, vanished, replaced by an overwhelming strength coursing through Yuan's body, making the once cumbersome equipment feel remarkably light in his hands. A look of excitement spread across his face as he picked up the FNFAL assault rifle and stepped out of the hideout. It was time for him to seek an opportunity to eliminate the luxurious card. Chapter 37, Craftsman, Marcel. Upon entering the sewer, Yuan disengaged from Mia's equipment and mounted it, sprinting through the damp tunnels. To his surprise, Mia's back was broader and more stable than he had anticipated, causing him to barely feel any jostling. Canchino Street. This was not Yuan's first visit. However, this time he was not heading to the home of the woman with the tear mole, but rather to number 7 Canchino Street. Due to the tactical vest and gear he was wearing, Yuan struggled slightly as he emerged from the sewer, but it was manageable. Canchino Street had been ravaged by the typhoon, now a scene of disarray with bent trees, destroyed houses, and a carpet of leaves and weeds. However, this chaos had inadvertently cleared away the hidden threats. Given that it was still daytime, Yuan had no intention of lingering in the middle of the road. Instead, he slipped into an abandoned house nearby and ascended to the 2nd floor. Directly across from him stood the residence at number 7 Canchino Street, which, unlike the other clearly abandoned houses, appeared unremarkable and somewhat dilapidated. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these are merely superficial issues. The fundamental structure of the room remains intact. The so-called dilapidation of the house is confined to the edges of the walls and eaves. Such damage poses no significant threat to the integrity of the dwelling. Rather, it serves a deceptive purpose. The craftsman, Yuan, gazed at the adjacent residence, his mind swirling with fragments of intelligence. The newspaper had made its appearance on the 3rd day, indicating that he would depart from the residence today in search of supplies. With the typhoon having just passed, the optimal time for exploration would be the evening. Having organized his thoughts and mentally rehearsed the potential occurrences, Yuan settled into a patient wait, refraining from any action until he encountered Marcel. The sky remained shrouded in gray, even at 7 o'clock in the evening, and the darkness was already encroaching. As he meticulously observed the opposite side, Yuan suddenly pressed his head against the corner of the window. He caught sight of the door of residence number 7 on Canchino Street swinging open, where a shadowy figure cautiously peered outside before stealthily departing, melded with the night. As the figure exited the confines of the house, Yuan also vacated his abandoned shelter. The moment the individual stepped beyond the boundary of the premises, he softly called out, "Is that you, Marcel? I'm a friend of Fedmon." Just as his voice escaped, the figure reacted with startling agility, rolling aside and swiftly concealing themselves behind a utility pole. A dark muzzle emerged from behind the pole, aimed directly at Yuan's position. Anticipating such a response, Yuan had already concealed himself behind a wall, revealing not a trace of his form. He called out again, "Marcel, do not shoot. I'm a friend of Fedmon." However, before he could finish, a gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the surrounding wall. Yet the sound was not jarring. The weapon had been equipped with a silencer. A crisp, yet chilling voice followed. "Who exactly are you? Fedmon has no friends. How do you know of me and my connection to him?" To his astonishment, Yuan realized that Marcel was a woman. This revelation momentarily stunned him, but he quickly recalled the conversation between the trio at the entrance of the Wutong apartment, where they had indeed mentioned another woman alongside the one named Mona. Could it possibly be her? The dull thud of another gunshot interrupted Yuan's reverie, prompting him to frown slightly. This woman certainly possessed a volatile temperament. Yet, as her life was intricately linked to his own, he felt compelled to explain urgently. "Do not fire. You risk attracting the enemy. Fedmon is dead, as is his child. Only his wife has survived, and I saved her." "What?" Marcel exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. "Clarify the situation." Yuan promptly recounted the events surrounding residence number 68 on Canchino Street, emphasizing the critical details. Upon hearing that Yuan had slain the refugees and saved the woman with the tear mole, although there remained a sense of caution towards him, it was significantly less than before. Yuan also noticed the virtual combat interface illuminating with a faint glow from the persuasion skill. "How'd you come to know of me?" he inquired. "I discovered a notebook in the room that revealed the connection between Federmond and yourself, and that you were a craftsman responsible for the supply deliveries." At this moment, Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. He had lied. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how he possessed such knowledge. He could only hope that the persuasion skill would prove effective. Marcel, however, did not question him further, but instead posed the next query. "What is your purpose in seeking me?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. Did she believe him? There was no time for reflection as he promptly responded, "I see great potential in you, and I wish to invest in you." What? Marcel sounded as though she had heard the most outrageous tale, her voice slightly elevated. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and lowered her tone, inquiring urgently, "What did you just say? Invest in me? Invest in what?" She had not even realized that her weapon had unconsciously lowered, her initial wariness transforming into a blend of astonishment, joy, and disbelief. "I am quite interested in your craftsmanship. I can provide you with a batch of supplies, food, materials, and resources for living. In return, all I ask is that you share your findings with me upon completion of your research. Is that all?" "Yes, it is that simple." Yuan could sense the astonishment and delight in her words. Evidently, his proposal resonated with Marcel's interests. However, he felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. What could it be? Yuan soon realized that it was all too easy. Marcel's demeanor did not align with that of someone living in the Wasteland. Yet, he brushed aside his doubts. His true objective was not her so-called research, but rather the consumption of resources. As long as she accepted his investment, he could fulfill the conditions of the extravagance card. It appeared that Marcel had genuinely accepted Yuan's proposition, and after a swift negotiation, they agreed that he would deliver the supplies the following night. Once everything was settled, Yuan left 3 bags of military rations in the corner by the wall. "You can make use of these for now. Refrain from venturing outside. The Black Shield Police Department and the Thug Prison have just engaged in a skirmish, and there is a risk of widespread conflict. The streets are unstable. Just wait for my supplies to arrive tomorrow night." With that, Yuan cautiously retreated from Marcel. "Understood." Marcel watched as Yuan's shadow faded, her earlier joy vanishing in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of vigilance and gravity. She retrieved a smartphone and a fist-sized drone from her pocket. Under her remote control, the drone ascended immediately, flying toward the location where Yuan had just been. Chapter 38, Thug Prison, Habel, and Baku. On Marcel's phone screen, the previously dark street became strikingly clear. The drone, surprisingly equipped with a night vision camera, meticulously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no ambush lay in wait, before witnessing the retreating figure of Yuan. Only then did Marcel retract the drone and hasten to the corner. seizing 3 packages of military rations. Upon returning to cabin number 7, the door swung open effortlessly, and Marcel slipped inside. "Who is that?" A somewhat frail voice echoed within the room. Marcel swiftly approached a screen mounted on the living room wall, executing a few simple commands before whispering. "It seems I have glimpsed the individual meant to rescue you. Are you saying that person was him?" A wheelchair glided into view before Marcel, its occupant's voice quivering slightly. Had Yuan been present, he would have recognized the figure in the wheelchair as the long-missing woman with the tear mole, Mona, though her body appeared frail. Her wounds had evidently been carefully treated and bandaged. The most notable change lay in the eerie glint of madness and coldness that now flickered in her eyes. Marcel's expression betrayed a hint of concern. "Sister Na, he seems to have learned of my whereabouts from an unknown source, claiming to have discovered my information through Fedman's notes. I chose not to expose him. He wishes to invest in my research and will send supplies tomorrow. Is he truly trustworthy?" Mona's gaze softened as she regarded Marcel. "Marcel, do not let my circumstances sway your decisions. I cannot turn back now. Once I regain my strength, I shall depart from here within a day or 2. At that point, you will be you, and I will be I. As for whether to trust him, that is for you to decide. Sister Na, you intend to leave?" Marcel's anxiety surged. "It's far too perilous outside, and you've just endured such severe injuries." Before she could finish, she noticed a sudden chill in Mona's eyes. "The individual is correct. Every beast must have someone to send him to hell." With those words, the wheelchair retreated into the shadows once more. Soren High Security Prison, located on the eastern outskirts of Green Forest City, was once a tightly guarded institution equipped with comprehensive facilities, including a robust logistical support system and armed units tasked with maintaining order. However, it had now devolved into a true den of thugs, with even the outer armed forces and ammunition depots falling under the control of the rioters, thoroughly armed to the teeth. The prison's perimeter, reinforced with barbed wire and shards of glass, complemented by snipers and machine gunners stationed in watchtowers, exuded an atmosphere of grim foreboding. Yet, within the public area of the prison, the lights blazed brightly. The marauders had encircled the playground, shouting and cheering with excitement. It had been transformed into a gladiatorial arena. Inside the arena, 5 slaves brandished weapons, their faces a mixture of terror and frenzied determination as they charged towards the imposing figure at the center. With a sinister grin, the robust figure merely smiled in response, easily evading the dagger thrust by a solitary assailant. His palm, resembling a fan, grasped the top of the slave's head, effortlessly lifting him as one might a fledgling chick. The slave emitted a pained wail, which ignited excitement among the surrounding marauders. Some even climbed atop the apocalyptic chariot, exuberantly shouting, "Hammer! Hammer Haber, invincible! Hammer Haber is invincible!" With a bloodthirsty grin, Haber held the slave's head aloft, flinging it toward the other 4 slaves. Thud, 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 thud. Each of the 4 was sent sprawling to the ground. Subsequently, Haber turned his gaze to the slave in his grip, his right fist crashing down upon the slave's skull. With a resounding smack, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Haber discarded the lifeless body as if it were refuse. Astonishingly, the other 4 slaves had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Receiving a towel from one of his subordinates, Haber wiped his hands briefly before tossing the towel carelessly to the ground. Another individual presented him with a perfectly cut cigar. Haber reclined in a massive armchair. "Those 4 will be delivered to Victor tomorrow." After speaking, he took a deep drag from the cigar, the spicy sensation rushing to his head, allowing him to savor it with closed eyes. Behind him, a man who had been quietly observing the gladiatorial contest since the beginning nodded slightly in response. "It has already been arranged, Warden." No sooner had his words left his lips than the 4 unconscious slaves were dragged away, while others began to clear the arena for the next gladiatorial match, where screams and cheers heralded a bloody slaughter. After watching for a time, Haber cast a sidelong glance at the man standing behind him and exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice deepening. "Baku, regarding tomorrow's affairs, all is in order, yes?" Baku, upon hearing this, smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, his right middle finger adjusting his spectacles slightly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. "Rest assured, everything has been meticulously arranged. Should the Black Shield Police Department dare to come, they will undoubtedly receive a surprise." Haber erupted in laughter, his fan-like hand landing heavily on Baku's shoulder. "I knew I could count on you for these matters." He glanced around before leaning closer to Baku's ear. "Hey, I've always said you should take up the role of warden while I play the enforcer. These matters of strategy are simply tiresome." At that moment, Haber bore no resemblance to the leader of a brutal prison. He appeared more like a hapless soul thrust into an unwanted role. However, Baku shook his head slightly, gazing earnestly at Haber. No, the warden must be you. To the outside world, the leader of the brutal prison can only be you. As for other matters, with my presence, chaos shall not ensue. Very well, very well. I shall go and train. Haber seemed to have anticipated this outcome, dismissively waving his hand as he departed. Yet, the moment Haber left, the previously raucous arena fell into an immediate silence. All eyes were drawn to the upright figure, and unlike the previous excitement and fervor directed at Haber, the gaze cast upon Baku was imbued with awe, submission, and a hint of madness. At that moment, a person tethered by a dog leash was brought forth. Upon seeing Baku, he scrambled forward, panting with fervor, and rubbed his face against Baku's polished shoes. Baku gazed upon his creation with satisfaction, lifting his foot to press it against the man's head. Have the details of tomorrow's transaction been disclosed? He inquired. Master, the information has been relayed precisely as you commanded, came the reply. Baku chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes as a glint of cold light flickered into the void ahead. The anticipation is palpable. Chapter 39, The Thought Card, Fear of the Ascendant. Yuan halted his frantic pace only when the buzzing behind him ceased entirely. Turning back to observe, the drone, Marcel, was indeed more complex than it appeared. Although the sound of the drone was barely perceptible, perhaps inaudible to an ordinary person, Yuan, bolstered by the enhanced title of street rat, could hear it distinctly. Indeed, those who survived in the Wasteland were no fools to be easily deceived. Nevertheless, Yuan found satisfaction in this. If there was anything that piqued his interest, it was undoubtedly the reward that awaited him upon completing this fateful card task. In comparison to the potential reward, the expenditure of 50,000 survival points felt less burdensome. Let it be an exchange. Regaining his focus, Yuan turned away from Marcel and walked towards the relatively well-preserved residence before him. With the task of the decadent card underway, he could not neglect the construction of his hideout, as the progress delayed by the typhoon needed to be swiftly compensated. The next day, Yuan was awakened by the bleating of a goat. He had returned to his hideout at 3 a.m. after scouring no fewer than 10 residences. Many of these homes had been visited numerous times by others. However, Yuan's objective was never the ordinary supplies, but rather large items, such as toilets and bathtubs. The previous night, he successfully gathered the materials needed to upgrade the rest area, bathroom, and kitchen. Rest area level 2, single bed. Function, comfort level 3. Restores an additional 10 stamina per hour, recovery speed of bodily functions at 10, resting time of 4 hours, enhances emotional stability. Bathroom level 3, lavatory. Function, hygiene level 3. Comfort level 3, reduces illness probability by 15, lowers risk of wound infection by 10. Diminishes risk of mental breakdown by 15, constipation probability by 15. Hemorrhoid trigger probability by 10, equipped with moisture prevention, sewage backflow prevention, odor control, and pest deterrent effects. Provides 48 L of daily water for living use. Unlocks toiletries crafting. Kitchen level 2, camping firewood stove. Function, energy level 2, comfort level 2, hygiene level 2. During combustion, the temperature within the shelter increases by 5 degrees. While within a 2-meter radius, it rises by 15 degrees. Fuel duration is 40, and the combustion effect is 30. The food crafting list has been updated. This is the masterpiece that Yuan labored over throughout the night. Of course, many materials were procured from the Tao cave, such as the barbecue grill and stainless steel required for upgrading the camping fireplace. But these details are of little consequence. He can finally relieve himself within the shelter, no longer needing to venture outside to bury his waste. With this thought, Yuan felt a sudden pressure in his abdomen and hurried to the bathroom to attend to his personal matters, afterward feeling significantly more at ease. After freshening up, he took a blowtorch to ignite a piece of firewood and tossed it into the fireplace, beginning to prepare breakfast for the day. The design of the camping fireplace is remarkably ingenious. The core consists of a stainless steel body where the firewood burns, while water can be boiled or soup cooked above it. Below the fireplace, a shelf accommodates utensils or miscellaneous items, and the ashtray can also be used to grill simple foods. The chimney of the stove connects directly to the ventilation system, completely eliminating the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. This camping fireplace has truly captured Yuan's heart. After gulping down a cup of high-energy goat milk, he felt satiated, and the time had already reached 7 a.m. Though he had rested for less than 4 hours, Yuan felt unusually invigorated. The recovery effects of the single bed were remarkably effective, gathering all the household waste. He approached the recycling bin and lifted the lid, his eyes brightening with excitement as he quickly retrieved the contents. Plastic 2. Scissors 1. Yuan gazed at the 2 pieces of plastic and the brand new pair of scissors in his hands, looking back at the recycling bin with the curiosity of a child beholding a new toy. A hint of contemplation flickered across his expression. The freshly emerged items seemed related to the refuse he had discarded. Yesterday, he had disposed of various plastic wrappings and metal cans in abundance. Immediately, he resolved to conduct another experiment. This time, he refrained from placing his household waste into the bin. Instead, he ventured to the corner where the sheep manure was piled, collected some in a bag, and then placed it into the recycling bin. After sealing the lid, he felt a sense of anticipation for what might appear the following day. If the resources emerging from the recycling bin were indeed linked to the waste he had deposited, the potential for utility would be greatly enhanced. All would hinge on tomorrow's validation. Returning to the shelter, he checked today's newspaper rack. To his astonishment, beside the refreshed newspapers lay a card of earthy hue. An additional informational item had appeared today. Could this also be an intelligence card? Yuan hurriedly picked it up. Thought card. Fear of the superior. Quality. Rock level. Function. This card, when used on a target, can awaken their fears towards specific individuals, planting the seeds for overcoming that fear in the future. Yuan gazed at the card in his hand, his brows furrowing in contemplation. The notion of awakening a fear of certain individuals and sowing the seeds for its eventual dissolution intrigued him. He understood the card's implication. When a person reaches the pinnacle of fear regarding something, 2 outcomes typically arise. One is utter breakdown and subsequent escape. The other is a fierce resurgence, where the intense fear engenders a powerful contrarian impulse, leading to the destruction of the object of their dread. This card's effect seemed to be the planting of seeds for rebellion. On the virtual screen, the Book of Fate unfolded as it had previously, revealing the thought card, Fear of the Higher-Ups, which slotted into place. Closing the screen, he turned his gaze to the day's newspaper, which surprisingly contained only a single piece of news in the neighborhood news section. Quality rock. Danger level, moderate. At 4:25 a.m. today, 30 flame knights from the burning fortress stealthily entered Sploro Park in the 9th District, carrying substantial goods for a transaction with the riot prison. They successfully made contact with representatives from the riot prison, marking an experimental collaboration between the burning fortress and the riot prison. What? Yuan stared incredulously at the content of the newspaper. Wasn't he the transaction between the riot prison and the burning fortress scheduled for this afternoon? And wasn't he the location supposed to be the Black Market Canyon? How could it possibly be in the 9th District? Moreover, the time had shifted from 1 p.m. to 3 hours earlier. Yuan felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. This was serious. If the supplies from the burning fortress had already entered the 9th District, why hadn't they gone directly to the riot prison? And what about the ambush by the Black Shield Police Department on the riot prison? What was the nature of this collaboration between the riot prison and the burning fortress? Was it related to today's operation? An array of questions swirled in Yuan's mind. He needed to clarify these matters urgently. He quickly opened the virtual map, searching for Sploro Park in the 9th District, recalling that he had seen the name before. Soon, he located Sploro Park, and his pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 40, Shocking Insider, Flame Priestess. Yuan magnified the map, and upon seeing the location of Sploro Park, he began to grasp the intentions of the burning fortress and the riot prison. A chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, he activated the virtual screen and the Book of Fate, utilizing the information card, Insider, Target, Intelligence on the collaboration between the burning fortress and the riot prison. In the next moment, the information card, Insider, vanished from the Book of Fate, and the text surrounding the information about the burning fortress on Yuan's newspaper began to crystallize with clarity. Within 2 seconds, the newspaper underwent a remarkable transformation, presenting a brand new news report before Yuan. Upon merely catching sight of the sensational headline that brimmed with tabloid allure, Yuan could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. Shocking insider information. A fiery fortress and a prison of thugs conspire in broad daylight. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, moderate. According to our undercover reporter, who risked life and limb for this revelation, it has come to light that the fiery fortress and the thug prison have forged a clandestine pact. They intend to launch a frenzied ambush on the Black Shield police station this afternoon. Is this a descent into moral decay or a distortion of humanity? For a comprehensive account, please refer to our detailed report. Investigations reveal that a material exchange is imminent between the fiery fortress and the thug prison, wherein the latter will trade 20 slaves in return for supplies provided by the fiery fortress, including a truckload of fuel, various survival provisions, and explosives. In truth, these 20 slaves serve merely as a facade. The genuine transaction involves a donor suitable for organ transplantation, intended to provide a new lung for Victor, the leader of the fiery fortress. Consequently, the fiery fortress must deliver the supplies to the secluded area of Sploro Park in District 9 ahead of time, subsequently aiding the thug prison in executing their ambush on the Black Shield police station. This transaction also lays the groundwork for future collaborations between the fiery fortress and the thug prison. The objectives of this partnership are twofold. The fiery fortress will assist the thug prison in dismantling the Black Shield police station's stronghold in East City, thereby solidifying their control over the region. In return, the thug prison will aid the fiery fortress in seizing the #1 offshore oil field located in the Green Forest Sea. To ensure the success of this collaboration, the thug prison has dispatched 1 guard and 40 marauders, along with 10 slave suicide bombers, marking the commencement of the assault on the Black Shield police station. The fiery fortress will deploy 30 flame knights to execute the ambush, with a plan stipulating that, apart from 5 flame knights tasked with guarding the supplies and the organ donor, the remaining 25 will engage directly in combat. However, 1 flame priest has unexpectedly joined the reserve team, seemingly harboring ulterior motives, a matter that our newspaper is currently investigating. Yuan, having absorbed all the information, felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This was perilously dangerous. If he proceeded with his original plan to wait in the Carlisle tunnel for an opportunity, he would likely meet an untimely demise without even realizing how it happened. This transaction was evidently a trap set by the thug prison and the fiery fortress targeting the Black Shield police station. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Yet soon, a more exhilarated expression graced his face. The fiery fortress had left behind only 5 flame knights and 1 flame priest to guard the supplies. Was that not merely 6 individuals? Yuan's mind began to race. If it was truly only 6 people, with his current armament, he might very well be able to overcome them. If he could eliminate all 6 before the other enemies returned, he could seize those supplies. Could he not? It was already 8 in the morning, and Yuan could no longer remain seated. He swiftly donned all his gear, ensuring to equip himself with the M64 grenade. The 9th district is not particularly close, and given the unexpected circumstances, he must venture to Sploro Park to assess the situation and strategically plan his escape route. This opportunity is rare and must be seized. He quickly beckons to Miemia, come and equip yourself. Upon seeing Yuan's signal, Miemia transforms into a stream of light and swiftly enters Yuan's body. Yuan then departs from his hiding place, descending the ladder into the sewer, where he disengages from Miemia and climbs onto her back. After adjusting his direction, he points forward and declares, "Let us go." Miemia promptly sets off, effortlessly carrying Yuan forward. In the 9th district, Sploro Park is a dense woodland area, encircled by a multitude of trees that obscure the view within. It is difficult to discern the situation without approaching closely. However, the previously deserted woods are unusually crowded today. 30 modified Wasteland motorcycles are neatly arranged on one side, followed by 5 modified Doomsday pickup trucks. Unlike vehicles from other factions, those from the Burning Fortress feature exhaust pipes that rise high, reminiscent of chimneys. At this moment, a man clad in a fiery red robe stands before one of the pickups. His bald head is adorned with intricate flame tattoos, and both earlobes dangle with earrings crafted from crimson gemstones. Hualuo gazes contentedly at the man locked in a cage atop the truck and nods slightly. The strength of this donor exceeds our expectations. Hearing this, one of Hualuo's companions chuckles and replies, "Our leader places great importance on this collaboration. This donor was captured just yesterday, and upon confirming that he meets Leader Victor's requirements, we proceeded with the exchange." Hualuo nods in satisfaction. "On behalf of our leader, I extend our gratitude to Leader Haber for his efforts. Rest assured, this ambush will not allow a single member of the Black Shield Police Department to escape." "Thank you, Priest Hualuo." Once the individuals from the riot prison are dispatched, the smile on Hualuo's face fades as he turns to a flame knight beside him. The knight immediately steps forward. "My lord, rest assured, the entire park has been searched. Everything is secure. But why have you come personally? Were you not attending to that matter?" Hualuo replies with a slight nod. "Originally, I did not intend to come, but an issue arose during the previous operation. Someone managed to steal our belongings while we were distracted. I received word from Hans that they tracked the vehicle's tracks to the target, who has taken refuge in Green Forest City. My objective this time is them. What? The Flame Knight exclaims, but quickly regains composure and lowers his voice. My lord, I will dispatch someone to search immediately. Hualuo waves his hand dismissively. No, this collaboration with the riot prison is equally crucial and must not falter. We will complete the task at hand first. This matter must remain concealed from the ruffians within the prison. We must not allow them to perceive any anomalies in our behavior. Do you understand? Indeed, my lord Wailo. Wailo gazed at the Flame Knight before him, a smile gracing his lips as he patted the knight's shoulder. Gaina, upon the successful completion of this task, you shall surely ascend to the rank of Flame Priest. When that time comes, I shall cast my vote in your favor. Strive to execute this task with finesse. All credit belongs to you, my lord Wailo. Were it not for your guidance, I would have succumbed to disaster long ago. Very well, very well. Once you are elevated to Flame Priest, there shall be many matters of which you will be entitled to knowledge. Your perspective on this world will undergo a significant transformation. Chapter 41. Infiltration, Annihilation, Spoils of War. With a gentle push, Yuan lifted the manhole cover, cautiously surveying the situation outside. Observing the dense forest, he calculated the passage of time in his mind. He was presently situated near the musical fountain at the heart of Sploro Park. The sewer system here connected directly to the tunnels beneath Carlisle, and the distance was not considerable. Moreover, from this manhole, the northern boundary of the forest was less than 200 meters away, affording him a direct view of the situation beyond. Having arrived in this area around 10 a.m., Yuan had thoroughly explored the underground of Sploro Park and had even meandered over to the Carlisle tunnels to assess conditions there. Subsequently, he had mapped out his escape route after procuring the necessary supplies. It was nearing 3 in the afternoon. Even if the ruffians staged an elaborate performance, they should be returning soon. Yuan pondered this in his mind. In truth, the timing was not far off. Several minutes later, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from beyond the manhole cover, followed by the thunderous roar of numerous motorcycles. Peering cautiously from the edge of the cover, he gazed in the direction of the commotion. A fleet of more than 20 motorcycles, ablaze with flames, burst forth from the forest, charging toward the source of the battle with remarkable fervor. Yuan could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet, he was not mistaken. Each motorcycle was adorned with a pipe resembling an exhaust, from which torrents of roaring flames erupted into the sky, accompanied by billowing clouds of black smoke. With fervent cheers from the riders, the procession vanished from sight, leaving only the distant rumble of their engines. A classic film flickered in Yuan's mind. So this was the Flame Knights. No wonder they bore such a name, all with shaved heads. How could they not be singed by the flames? With a moment of reflection, Yuan regained his focus on the task at hand. Casting one last glance in the direction the Flame Knights had departed, he pushed the manhole cover aside, bracing himself as he emerged onto the ground, carefully replacing the cover to set a warning trap. Raising his loaded FN-FAL assault rifle, he stealthily made his way toward the forest. Equipped with his gear, Yuan felt as light as a feather despite donning several dozen pounds of equipment. Each movement was executed with effortless grace. On his back, he carried a 60L Oxford cloth backpack, which contained no supplies other than an empty rucksack and a bundle of rope. Soon, he arrived at the dense forest, where several doomsday pickup trucks were parked in a central clearing. The distance from his position was less than 100 meters, shielded by the trees. Yuan cautiously approached. Before long, he had a clear view of the scene before him. 5 bald Flame Knights stood in formation around a bald man clad in a crimson robe. Beside this middle-aged man, surprisingly, stood an individual evidently from another faction. Yuan speculated that this person was the representative sent by the prison of thugs, as he was the only one among the 7 with hair. Although an additional person had arrived, it did not significantly alter the situation for Yuan. All 7 individuals were focused on the direction of the ongoing battle, while the man suspected to be the Flame Priest conversed with the representative from the prison. Yuan gently lowered his FN-FAL assault rifle, retrieved an M64 grenade from his pouch, removed the safety pin, and stealthily approached, careful to avoid any noise from snapping branches beneath his feet. Fortunately, the commotion from the distant fight masked his movements, allowing him to position himself within 20 meters of the group, right by the doomsday pickups. This is it. I cannot advance any further. Yuan crouched behind the truck bed, preparing to throw the grenade. However, as he began to rise, his gaze met another pair of eyes, and both were momentarily stunned. Yuan's mind raced. How could he have forgotten the intel indicating the presence of an organ donor? But why did this individual's eyes seem so familiar? It quickly dawned on him who this person was, the very one who had stolen his soy milk powder that day. How had he ended up in the clutches of the prison of thugs? The other man evidently recognized Yuan as well. His surprised expression quickly shifted to one of calm focus, locking his gaze on the grenade in Yuan's hand. Instinctively, he crouched low, attempting to shield himself within the confines of the pickup truck bed. Despite his careful movements, he still inadvertently made some noise. Noticing that one of the Flame Knights had shifted his shoulder, Yuan understood he could wait no longer. He hurled the grenade towards the center of the Flame Knights, then swiftly ducked behind the truck's wheel, retrieving another grenade. A moment later, a startled cry rang out, followed by the sound of the grenade rolling on the ground. Then, with a resounding explosion, the first grenade detonated. In that instant, Yuan had already removed the safety pin from the second grenade, casting it over his shoulder without raising his head, estimating the trajectory across the pickup truck. 3 seconds later, an explosion reverberated once more. However, Yuan was thoroughly prepared this time. As the blast echoed, he rolled out from behind the tire and dropped to the ground. His FNFEL assault rifle was already aimed at the motionless figures sprawled on the ground ahead, uncertain of their fate. The sound of gunfire erupted, punctuating the air as he fired multiple rounds into the bodies. But he quickly sensed something was amiss. There were only 5 corpses. Instinctively, he rolled his body. At that moment, gunfire rang out, and 2 bullet holes appeared where he had just been lying. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan discerned the enemy's position and heard the agonized cries emanating from the front. Narrowing his eyes, he realized that although the previous grenades had left 2 survivors, they were undoubtedly gravely injured. With this knowledge, he thought, seize the moment, take their lives. If the enemy had been unscathed, Yuan might have hesitated. But now that he knew they were wounded, he felt no fear. He pulled a grenade from his chest and hurled it towards the source of the cries. Indeed, as the grenade was released, sounds of rolling and wailing ensued. A cold smirk crossed Yuan's face. Boom! The explosion resonated once more. This time, he afforded the enemy no respite and charged forth, directing his FNFAL towards the area where the noise had originated. As bullets struck the ground, creating a series of craters, Yuan calculated his ammunition while advancing swiftly. Soon enough, he spotted 2 figures hiding behind a tree. One seemed to have heard his approach, raising an AK in response. Gunfire erupted once more. Chapter 42, A Bountiful Harvest Retreat. The FNFEL continued firing until the magazine was empty, at which point Yuan paused. He replaced his last magazine, having observed that both adversaries lay in pools of blood, each struck by multiple bullets. Approaching the fallen, he was not surprised to find that one was the Flame Priest, while the other was the Flame Knight. To his astonishment, the Flame Priest still clung to life, his scarlet robe unblemished by gunfire. Had it not been for the continuous bleeding from his neck, he might have seemed entirely unscathed. Yuan's gaze gleamed at the sight of the crimson robe. It was indeed a valuable item. The Flame Priest looked at Yuan, raising a hand to say something, but Yuan narrowed his eyes. Bang! The world fell silent. With all enemies eliminated, time was of the essence. Yuan quickly removed his backpack, extracting a shoulder bag to scavenge the supplies from the 7 fallen foes, tossing items indiscriminately into the bag. The fierce battle surely echoed to the Carlisle Tunnel, and the Flame Knight could return at any moment. He had to hasten his pace. During this period, a system alert resonated, signaling to Yuan that something valuable had emerged, yet he had no time to investigate. After thoroughly searching the belongings of the 7 individuals, he stripped the Flame Priest of all his equipment, while the others merely collected a handful of bullets and selected a few of the finest weapons. They then approached the parked Doomsday pickup trucks, which had been specially modified to offer substantial cargo space. Although referred to as pickups, they resembled trucks more closely. The first truck was filled with fuel, containing 20 neatly arranged steel barrels, each with a capacity of 100 liters. Without hesitation, Yuan loaded all of them into his storage. Next, he arrived at another truck filled with survival supplies. He unzipped the package and meticulously inspected its contents, searching for the items he required. Inside, he found 2 large bags of canned goods, encompassing nearly 100 cans of various types. There was also a bag of assorted food, including sausages, biscuits, and military rations, a bag of dried seafood like fish and shrimp, a bag of jerky made from unknown creatures, and a bag of various mechanical parts. The remainder comprised a box of homemade explosives, totaling around 20 bundles. Upon seeing such an abundance of supplies, Yuan sprang into action. He hurriedly gathered the materials and rushed toward the manhole cover, a mere few hundred meters away, a distance that posed no challenge for him. In just a few minutes, he had tossed all the supplies into the sewer, while the explosives were carefully stored in his inventory due to their inherent danger. After thoroughly ransacking the driver's cabin, he prepared to leave. However, just before departing, Yuan noticed a person bound in a cage, who gazed back at him with calmness, neither pleading nor struggling. Even when Yuan was busy transporting supplies, the individual remained silent. Furrowing his brow, Yuan's finger rested on the trigger, and he raised his weapon. Yet, upon meeting the individual's serene gaze and glancing at the distant flame priest, a new thought flickered through his mind. With a loud bang, the cage's chain shattered. Meeting the astonished stare of the captive, Yuan nodded slightly before making a swift exit. He could already faintly hear the rumble of motorcycle engines. He had to leave quickly. As the sounds of battle from afar had gradually subsided, he swiftly slipped into the sewer, secured the manhole cover, and disengaged his gear. The moment Mimi appeared before him, Yuan quickly tied 6 backpacks together with a rope, then gently patted Mimi's head. "Good girl, use your horns to lift the load." Mimi's massive horns hooked onto the rope, and with Yuan pulling from below, the 6 bags were gradually elevated and placed onto Mimi's back. After reinforcing the bundles with additional rope, Yuan finally sighed in relief as the sound of motorcycles echoed outside. "It's time to go." He glanced up at the manhole cover with a faint smile, then hurried with Mimi toward their hiding place in the dense woods of Sploro Park. Gaina knelt upon the ground, gently closing the eyes of the flame priest. His pent-up fury now impossible to contain. "Have we yet to uncover any trace of the enemy?" he inquired. "Boss, it is peculiar. Logically, with all our fuel and supplies missing, the enemy must have arrived by vehicle, and their numbers should be considerable. Yet, we have not observed a single tire track or signs of a large presence. This defies reason." Upon hearing this, Gaina furrowed his brow. No tire tracks or signs. How could that be? However, after surveying the surroundings himself, he found no evidence of other vehicles, leaving him utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, he quickly recognized that the loss of the donor was far more troubling than the missing supplies and fuel. The leader had procured such ample fuel and resources specifically to exchange for that donor, yet now all fuel, supplies, and the donor had vanished. The only ones aware of this location were the thug prison. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Gaina. The placement of supplies here was orchestrated by the thug prison, and their directive for an ambush against the Black Shield Police Department had rendered this place defenseless. Now, with the supplies and donor lost, the 2 enforcers from the Black Shield Police had escaped right under the noses of the thug prison. A fierce and murderous glint flashed in Gaina's eyes as he articulated, "Very well, the thug prison has truly outdone itself." Casting a disdainful glance at the representative of the thug prison, who lay lifeless at his feet from a grenade blast, he seized the AK-74 from one of his subordinates and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the corpse, reducing it to a pulpy mess. Discarding the weapon, he approached the body of the flame priest, carefully lifting it and making his way toward the doomsday pickup. "Everyone, return to the fortress immediately." His voice conveyed a chilling resolve, promising neither mercy nor reprieve. Meanwhile, within the Carlisle tunnel, members of the thug prison were busy clearing the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of the Black Shield police enforcers. A prison guard surveyed the scene with a grave expression. "What? Have we still not located those 2 enforcers?" His voice was laced with barely suppressed fury. "In the Tusk prison, we have yet to find any trace of them." Bang! Before the guard could finish, he was sent flying by a kick from Tusk. "A bunch of useless fools. Boss Bahaber specifically set this trap for the Black Shield Police. And yet the 2 most crucial targets have escaped." At this point, a thought seemed to strike Tusk, and he swiftly turned his gaze to another individual. "What the burning fortress? Why have they suddenly departed? What could be the reason?" The raider under scrutiny fell silent, trembling. Tusk prison. The individuals sent to investigate have yet to return. Tusk, upon hearing this, was on the verge of erupting when suddenly a combat vehicle charged forward with astonishing speed, capturing everyone's attention. Screech. The vehicle left a long skid mark as it halted before Tusk, and a raider hurriedly disembarked, exclaiming in shock, "Disaster has struck. The inhabitants of the burning fortress left behind in Sploro Park have been slain, with all trading supplies and donors vanished. Tragically, a flame priest has also perished. The people of the burning fortress seem to suspect us, having executed 5 of our brothers sent to inquire before departing. What? A cold sweat instantly drenched Tuss's body as he realized the gravity of the situation. He bellowed, "Everyone, return to the prison at once, immediately." Chapter 43. Comprehending Tactics. Diverting Calamity. Ding. Congratulations, you have comprehended the tactic. Diverting Calamity. Reward, 200 survival points. As Yuan progressed through the sewer, his steps faltered momentarily, first in surprise. Then, seemingly grasping the situation, a look of delight appeared at the corners of his mouth. "It seems I have succeeded. But what exactly is a tactic? ISNT to skill?" Opening the virtual interface battle page, he noticed a new section labeled Tactics beneath the Skills column. The first slot prominently displayed a tactic named Diverting Calamity. Diverting Calamity. Quality: excellent. Function: when one's own faction is embroiled in conflict with another through intentional provocation, design, and layout, there exists a 60 probability of attributing the ensuing disaster to a third party or individual. Gazing at the description of Diverting Calamity, a grin spread across Yuan's face, and he could not help but laugh heartily, slapping his thigh in admiration of his past decision. Everything had transpired just as Yuan was about to depart. He had contemplated eliminating the fellow who had pilfered the baby formula, as that individual posed a significant threat. However, he suddenly considered that perhaps sparing him would yield better results than outright murder, as long as he could redirect the enmity of the burning fortress toward another faction. Though it was merely a fleeting thought, he had approached it with a sense of experimentation, not anticipating such success. Yuan felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. Moreover, he had unlocked a new function within Battle. Even now, he remained unaware of the other capabilities the virtual interface had yet to reveal. It seemed that only upon triggering certain special conditions would corresponding functionalities become accessible. The unlocking of skills had followed this pattern, and now, the unveiling of tactics adhered to the same principle. The virtual interface resembled an enigmatic riddle, perpetually concealing surprises that could emerge at any moment. Shaking his head gently, he closed the interface, the joy in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a renewed sense of caution and vigilance. Once Meme had disengaged its equipped state, Yuan found his movements laborious. Each step felt heavy, his body encumbered by over 10 kilograms of equipment, in addition to 2 backpacks full of supplies, making his return to District 13 seem an uncertain endeavor. Of course, his destination was not District 13, but rather Canchino Street in District 11. With such a substantial load, he was determined to complete the task of eliminating the extravagance card first. Meme, on the other hand, appeared unfazed by the considerable burden it carried, merely puzzled by the slow pace, occasionally casting curious glances at Yuan. Yuan remained vigilant regarding the supplies strapped to Mion's back, ensuring they did not fall, as it would necessitate a cumbersome rebundling, wasting precious time. Soon, the pair, 1 man and 1 sheep, approached the sewer near the Carlisle Tunnel, an essential passage for Yuan en route to Block 11. Suddenly, as he neared the location, a gunshot rang out, startling him. Swiftly, he extinguished his flashlight and raised his weapon, cautiously peering into the depths of the sewer where he heard a commotion. The voices were alarmingly close, no more than 100 meters away, likely just around the corner. Without hesitation, Yuan discarded his backpack and looked at Mion. A keep. Mion transformed into a stream of light, merging seamlessly with Yuan. A few large bundles of supplies fell to the ground, their thud muffled by the clamor of shouting. He stealthily navigated toward the corner of Carlisle Street. Got him in, Ruin. Aren't you supposed to be fast? A boisterous voice echoed from around the corner. Soda, you fool, if you kill me, do you think Commander Locke will spare you upon our return? A cold voice responded, accompanied by a cough and labored breaths. Locke, bah, I'm with Lawless now. He'll protect me. Soda retorted, Locke, do you think he would jeopardize his standing for you and Lawless? Yuan's footsteps grew lighter as he cautiously peeked around the corner of the sewer. About 30 meters away, a flashlight lay abandoned on the ground, illuminating 2 figures in a standoff, or rather, an execution. 1 man towered with a gun drawn, while the other lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. It was them. Yuan recognized the voices, Carmen and Soda, along with Commander Locke and Lawless, the very individuals mentioned in the newspaper reports about the Black Shield Police Department. A flicker of surprise crossed Yuan's gaze. He had not anticipated that these two could escape the ambush at the thug prison and the burning fortress. Truly impressive. It seemed one could not underestimate the street thugs of these districts. Yuan mused that if he were ensnared by such rival factions, escape would be nearly impossible unless a retreat plan had been conceived beforehand. But was that feasible? His gaze swept over the two men, his mind rapidly recalling information about them. Soda had covertly aligned himself with Lawless. Was Carmen indeed affiliated with Locke? Lawless was the brother of that bald man, and thus he aimed to eliminate Carmen. Of course, Lawless's primary target was Yuan himself. Commander. Yuan's attention lingered on Carmen, a new idea forming in his mind. It appeared that Lawless's threat could be neutralized through an alternative approach. Another gunshot rang out. Aren't you so cocky? Try being arrogant one more time. Soda's boisterous laughter reverberated through the sewer. Meanwhile, Carmen bore yet another wound, unable to suppress a grunt of pain. Soda pressed his foot firmly onto Carmen's wound, twisting it with delight as he observed Carmen's agony. A sense of satisfaction washed over him until Carmen collapsed onto the ground, at which point his enthusiasm began to wane. Well, don't say I turned you into a vengeful spirit. Remember, it was Loris who ordered your demise. What could I do? After all, you failed to rush to Freeze's aid when that fool was attacked, opting instead to pursue the rioters in prison, which ultimately led to Freeze being slain by that sewer rat. TSK. Dying in the sewers was Freeze's fate, and it seems it is yours as well. At that moment, Soda felt an unusual exhilaration. Gazing at Carmen, he shook his head slightly. All right, you know what you need to know. Now let me send you on your way. He laughed maniacally, his gun aimed squarely at Carmen's head. However, just as he raised the weapon, still in the throes of laughter, Carmen's previously dazed expression transformed into one of sharp clarity. At some point, a clawed blade had appeared in his right hand. In an instant, the blade sliced through Soda's wrist, severing both the artery and tendons, causing the gun to clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, a gunshot echoed from around the corner of the sewer. The bullet pierced through Soda's skull, erupting in a spray of crimson. It was only upon hearing the gunfire that Carmen realized someone was lying in ambush nearby, a surge of alarm coursing through him as he attempted to evade. Yet, his injuries were too severe. The counterattack against Soda had drained his last ounce of strength. He fell heavily to the ground, striving to retrieve the pistol that had slipped from Soda's grasp. But just as his hand reached for it, bang! A bullet struck the ground, a stray shot grazing his scalp, serving as a warning to remain still. Carmen froze, slowly retracting his arm while managing a faint, bitter smile. Chapter 44. Activate Thought Card. Target. Carmen. Lying on the ground, Carmen gasped in pain, the injury throbbing intensely. Were those the rioters? They were quick on his heels. As he contemplated this, he noticed a somewhat familiar figure hastening towards him from the corner of the sewer. Familia? Carmen blinked in surprise, straining to turn his head. When the figure approached and kicked the fallen gun away, clarity dawned upon him. It was not a familiar face. Rather, he recognized the individual's attire, the same law enforcer gear he himself wore. Gazing at the obscured yet gradually illuminated features in the interplay of darkness and flashlight, Carmen began to grasp who this person was. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. So, the sewer rat is quite young. Hey, not bad looking at all. Perhaps dying at his hands wouldn't be so terrible. Meanwhile, his right hand discreetly concealed itself beneath him. A soft, mocking laugh echoed, followed by an exceedingly calm and indifferent voice. Carmen, as an enforcer, if I were in your position, I would refrain from engaging in such perilous and misleading actions, such as wielding that weapon in your right hand. Carmen froze momentarily, offering a wry smile before fully relaxing his body. With a soft thud, he cast the clawed blade to the ground, revealing both hands, which he kept within sight for Yuan. His injuries were far too severe, leaving him devoid of any capacity for resistance. Noticing this, Yuan nodded slightly, tossing his assault rifle behind him and retrieving his Glock 17. With one hand on guard, he swiftly searched Carmen's body, discarding all discovered weapons 2 meters away. Only then did he cease his movements and gaze at Carmen, who appeared bewildered by Yuan's actions as he observed the search. You're not going to kill me? Yuan had already risen, deftly gathering the weapons strewn across the ground. Kill you? Why would I do that? Do we not share a common enemy? Furthermore, do we harbor any enmity towards each other? As he spoke, he approached Soda, beginning to strip him of his supplies and gear. Soda's only weapons were the previously discarded handgun and tactical sword, and his equipment mirrored Yuan's own. The only item that brought Yuan satisfaction was the enforcer helmet he finally acquired. He had always believed that an enforcer's suit could not possibly lack a helmet. Removing the bloodied helmet from Soda's head, he paid no mind to its condition, but he did glance at the helmet that Carmen had dropped, with a sense of fulfillment. He placed Soda's helmet upon Carmen's head, much to Carmen's astonishment, before donning Carmen's helmet himself. After adjusting it to fit comfortably, he nodded in satisfaction. Yuan then set aside Soda's enforcer suit and turned his attention back to Carmen. Lowry's has already marked you as a thorn in his side. Soda's attack is merely the beginning, not the conclusion. I suggest you contemplate how to address the threat Lowry's poses. Gently patting Carmen with his left hand, he observed the bewilderment etched on Carmen's face. He offered no explanations because, at the moment he touched Carmen, an unseen force had already been set in motion. The Book of Fate had turned its pages. The thought card, Fear of the Superior, transformed into a spectral light that melded into Carmen's being. Thought card activation successful. Subject, Carmen. Fear target, Lowry's. As he beheld the words materializing on the virtual screen, a mysterious smile graced his lips. The deed was done, and Yuan knew he must depart swiftly. The remaining matters would be entrusted to time. If I were you, I would ensure my existence remained unknown to others. Wouldn't you agree? With this remark, Yuan tossed a signal flare he had retrieved from Soda's belongings before Carmen could respond. Of course, if you believe that revealing my affairs to Lowry's will earn you his mercy, perhaps you might want to give that a try. With an air of indifference, Yuan concluded his remarks and lifted his equipment, turning to leave. However, after merely a few steps, he halted once more, returning before Carmen to pose an unexpected question. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of that bald man? Oh, Friss and his safe house? Safe house. Frisch. Carmen's mind momentarily faltered, but he soon recollected himself and weakly replied, I'm unaware of his safe house, but I do know he has a liaison in the 14th district. A leader of a homeless organization. Due to Friss, we've been turning a blind eye to that organization. She might possess some knowledge. The homeless organization? What is it called? And do you know its location? It's called Nightingale, and it seems to be located near the Opera House. Beyond that, I have little information. No one is willing to inquire about Friss, Carmen explained. Yuan took note of this information, though he needed to verify its accuracy. And what of Soda? Does he have any accomplices or a safe house? None, Carmen replied, shaking his head. Soda's sole pastime is tormenting prisoners, aside from patrolling. He typically remains at the police station. Having acquired the desired information, Yuan revealed a smile. He rose once more, gathering his equipment. Well, to be honest, escaping from the riot prison and the traps of the burning fortress is quite an achievement. So here's a piece of news for you. The riot prison's target is the entire East City, and the Black Shield police station has evidently become an obstacle to their dominion over East City. Thus, prepare to brace yourselves for war. Moreover, I've told you not to engage in underhanded actions, yet your feet remain restless. I'll let it slide this time, but I hope you refrain from such easily misconstrued antics in the future. Good luck, Officer Carmen, respect. As he watched the figure vanish around the corner of the sewer, cold sweat trickled down Carmen's brow. How could he know everything? He glanced at his tactical boots, which he had specially modified to conceal a blade approximately 5 centimeters long. This was his final opportunity for a counterattack, yet the opponent was far too cautious, leaving him unable to find the moment to strike. At that instant, he sensed a pressure from the young man akin to that posed by Lawless, yet even more elusive. He firmly etched the words into his memory. Regardless, he had managed to survive. Now, he needed to contemplate how to exit the sewer and return to the police station. And there was that message left by the previous individual. Was the riot prison preparing for full-scale war? If so, Carmen painstakingly bandaged his wounds and bit off a thin syringe from his collar, driving it into his neck. As the hormones surged through his body, the pain swiftly subsided, and a surge of strength coursed within him. Struggling to rise, Carmen staggered toward the nearest sewer manhole cover. Chapter 45, Baku Speculations and Responses, Marcel's Gift. East suburbs of Green Forest City, riot prison. At this moment, Habel's expression was as grim as if he were on the verge of shedding tears. So, you have returned merely to inform me that not only did 2 enforcers evade capture right on your noses, but also that the resources intended for the burning fortress, along with an organ donor, have been seized, culminating in the death of a fire priest? He approached Tuss, the individual responsible for this operation, and struck him forcefully on the head. The impact drove the skull deep into the chest cavity, blood gushing forth. With a swift kick, he sent the corpse flying several meters away, turning his gaze toward Baku. Yet, he found Baku shaking his head slightly, rising to his feet and adjusting his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose with a middle finger. While most matters could be addressed, the most troublesome aspect was the donor. This situation demanded an explanation for Victor. Send someone to retrieve that donor. We must prepare to confront the burning fortress, Habel said, his brow furrowed. Baku, you cannot go. Setting aside the fact that the transaction has already been completed, our slaves and donors have been handed over, and the guards of the resources are now in the hands of the burning fortress, leaving us with no involvement. Moreover, we not only lost slaves and donors, but our resources were also taken. Logically, it should be as causing them trouble. Who knows if the people from the burning fortress are engaged in a black-on-black scheme? After signaling his subordinates to carry out his orders, Baku spoke gravely. Indeed, we have suffered a significant loss, but now is not the time to dwell on that. The transaction and collaboration were clearly concluded. Victor is not so short-sighted as to engage in black-on-black dealings, especially considering they have lost a fire priest. This defies logic. The ones in genuine peril are us. Habel looked incredulously at Baku. What do you mean, Baku? Baku narrowed his eyes towards the direction of the Black Shield Police Department. Habel, you must understand that it was we who requested the burning fortress's assistance to ambush the Black Shield Police Department, and we proposed changing the transaction site to Sploro Park. Now, all resources and donors at Sploro Park have vanished. The fire priest has been killed. Yet the enforcers from the Black Shield Police Department escaped under our ambush. Turning to Habel, Baku's tone grew somber. If you were a member of the burning fortress, what would you think? Habel's expression shifted dramatically. He was not one to ponder such matters deeply, yet he was not foolish. He quickly grasped Baku's implication. Are you suggesting the burning fortress might believe we were behind this? How could that possibly benefit us? From Victor's perspective, we are indeed the primary beneficiaries, Baku replied. Thus, I must personally explain this matter to Victor. Thankfully, we still have a transplant donor that meets his requirements, leaving us some room for redemption. Otherwise, we may find ourselves squeezed between the Black Shield Police Department and the burning fortress. Habel was rendered speechless, his gaze towards Baku now laden with gravity. Yet, who could have stolen our resources? And how could the enemy have known about Sploro Park? Baku let out a cold snort. This is rather simple. In light of such events, whose gain is the most substantial? Certainly, it was the Black Shield Police Department, and a cold gaze swept over the multitude of marauders outside. Little did I anticipate that there were still rats lurking within my abode. Yet once I had calmed Victor, I was determined to extend my hospitality to this commendable mister. Mouse upon my return. Block 11, 7, Cancino Street. 8 o'clock in the evening. When Marcial heard the intrusion alarm and checked the surveillance, she was met with the sight of several large bundles of supplies outside the residence. Her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. How could this be possible? If it weren't for the familiar figure behind the wall, she would have thought herself ensnared in a dream. Swiftly donning her gear, she grasped her weapon and opened the door, taking shelter behind the surrounding wall. At that moment, the bundles of supplies were merely 2 meters away, within arm's reach. All 4 large packages lay open, revealing their contents: mechanical parts, electronic components, food, dried fish, and canned goods. Marcial's heart quivered slightly. A voice emerged from across the way. Marcial, these supplies are my investment in you. Take them. Marcial remained incredulous. After all, they were still strangers. Anyone capable of producing such an abundance of supplies was certainly not an ordinary individual. But what could he possibly want? Marcial refused to believe that someone would willingly relinquish such resources for a research outcome of unknown value. This was the Wasteland, after all. Yet the evidence lay plainly before her. Are you certain these are for me? She inquired. No, I have already stated that these supplies are an investment for you, not a gift. You may regard me as an angel investor. When you achieve your research results, it will also be my reward. Listening to his earnest and serious correction of her misunderstanding, Marcial felt no discernible difference. It was merely a matter of phrasing. Yet she was undeniably pleased that her research was recognized by someone. Marcial, do you not accept my investment? Yuan observed her silence and frowned slightly. This gesture of generosity seemed to perplex him. Why is accepting this so difficult? Is this person a fool? Hurry and accept. He mused internally. Suddenly, she uttered, "Wait a moment," and astonishingly retreated into her room. Yuan exclaimed, What are you doing? Are you coming back? What about those 4 bundles of supplies? Are you just going to leave them there? He felt a surge of frustration. Surely, These supplies wouldn't be left unclaimed. With less than 10 hours remaining until the lavish car mission deadline, if anything went awry with Marcial, where would he find another opportunity to eliminate the lavish card? Was he truly destined to liquidate all his firearms to gather the 150,000 survival points? Fortunately, Marcial did not keep him waiting long. She soon reappeared, delicately placing a long, slender object on the ground outside the courtyard. This is the finished product I previously crafted, a token of our first meeting. I gladly accept your investment, particularly the components and electronic elements, which are of immense assistance to me. Shall I proceed to move everything inside? Marcial still seems somewhat uneasy. Yuan's gaze fell upon the elongated object, contemplating its nature while responding to Marcial. Go ahead and move it. Once you're done, I shall join you. By the way, within the package of canned goods, there is a motif. Could you discern which hotel's emblem it represents? A hotel? Marcial paused momentarily, but then turned her attention to the package. Indeed, she spied a sheet adorned with the design of a bauhinia flower. After a brief contemplation, Marcial quickly recognized it and looked at Yuan, stating, "This should be the emblem of the Olai's Hotel, which is not far from here. However, I would advise against visiting." Chapter 46. The Reacquisition of Rare Treasures. The Mirror of the Starry Sky. An Assault. Yuan was somewhat taken aback. What is the matter? Is there danger? Indeed, the area surrounding the Olai's Hotel is under the dominion of an armed faction. They occupy the John Keats Zoo, which is in close proximity to the hotel. If you venture there, you might easily attract the attention of those armed personnel. Yuan understood that Marcial was referring to the thugs associated with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Nonetheless, having finally gleaned the location of the hotel linked to the car belonging to Biaogo, he felt compelled to explore it at the earliest opportunity. After several minutes, Marcial successfully transported 4 large packages of supplies back to the room and then turned towards Yuan. If I achieve any results, how shall I contact you? You need not reach out to me. I will visit periodically. If you have any research findings, simply draw a circle on the outer wall, and I will contact you upon seeing it. Understood? Marcial affirmed as she closed the door. It was not until 5 minutes later that Yuan swiftly emerged from his concealed corner, taking a few quick strides towards the elongated object, seizing it in one motion before vanishing into the shadows. The exotic BGM and mechanical notifications resonated clearly in his ears. Destiny card. Rock class luxurious card elimination successful. Destiny points. 1. Detecting convertible items. Would you like to convert? Requires 1 destiny point. Of course, convert immediately. Destiny points. 1. Acquired rare treasure. Mirror of the Starry Sky. Yuan could hear the sound of his own deep breaths. Another rare treasure. His heart soared with indescribable joy. Had the timing been more opportune, he would have begun examining it immediately. He swiftly returned to the slightly ajar manhole cover, slipped into the sewer, and secured the latch. Only then did he activate his flashlight and examine the elongated item in his possession, which resembled a tripod backpack, measuring approximately 1 meter in length. It contained a considerable amount inside. As he laid the backpack on the ground and unzipped it, he was astonished to discover a wooden astronomical telescope, reminiscent of medieval design, complete with a dedicated tripod. Mirror of the Starry Sky. Quality. Rare treasure. Owner. Yuan. Rare structure. Starry Sky Observatory. Upon gazing at the exceedingly simplistic description, Yuan was taken aback. In comparison to the other rare items, Mirror of the Starry Sky and Moo were worlds apart in value. Suppressing his disappointment, he clicked on the rare structure to view the detailed information, and the astonishment on his face was soon replaced by delight. Rare structure. Starry Sky Observatory. Function. Every 7 days, one can obtain an immensely precious celestial phenomenon. Upon construction, one can eliminate a luxury card of no higher than bronze quality. Construction requirements. 50,000 survival points and 1 vacant room. The ability to eliminate a luxury card? It must be of no higher than bronze quality. Yuan was genuinely elated. Today, he had expended considerable effort to acquire resources valued at 50,000 survival points, only to eliminate a rock-quality luxury card. Now, with the same 50,000 survival points, he had the opportunity to eliminate a bronze-quality luxury card. How could he not feel joyous? Yuan had long suspected the existence of higher-level fate cards, so he was not surprised. It appeared that the key to constructing this rare building was not merely the survival points, but rather that vacant room. Yuan had grasped the crux of the matter. However, he was not in a rush. lacking any luxury cards at present. He had time to explore the deeper rules behind the fate cards and to seek out the so-called vacant room. Regardless, with the threat of the luxury card dissipated, Yuan's spirits lifted considerably. He unequipped Moo, placed the remaining 2 packs onto its back, and climbed atop Moo, beginning their swift dash toward their hideout. Though burdened with 2 packs and Yuan, Moo's steps remained sprightly. The duo quickly exited the sewer passage located on Canchino Street, turning toward the corridor leading to Block 15. Block 15 lay directly south of Block 11 and directly east of Block 13. To return to Block 13, this route through the sewer was the swiftest. Upon entering Block 15, a mere turn at the next corner toward the west would lead directly to Block 13. This was a route Yuan had traversed numerous times before. However, just as he departed Block 11 and entered Block 15, a frown creased Yuan's brow. What was that odor? Due to the typhoon and torrential rain from a few days prior, the sewers had been permeated with a damp and oppressive scent. Yet, since it was merely rainwater, the odor was not particularly foul. Now, however, a nauseating and repugnant scent wafted through the air, causing Yuan to feel uneasy. When he had passed through here yesterday, he had not detected this foul smell. Furthermore, as he was headed to Block 9 today, he had not traversed this area, indicating that this stench had emerged only after he departed last night. A heaviness settled in his heart as he discerned that the foul odor bore a striking resemblance to the scent of decaying flesh. Damn it! Could it truly be that I have encountered that creature? The only thing that came to Yuan's mind was the massive rat. He raised his FL assault rifle and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He tightened his legs around Mai's abdomen, and her footsteps quickened slightly. We must depart from this place swiftly. I can only hope that my fears are unfounded, he thought to himself. Ahead lay the corner of the sewer. A mere right turn would lead him into Block 13. Mai also sensed the tension in the air, quickening her pace while preparing for battle. As they moved rapidly forward, the stench of decay intensified, and Yuan's nerves became increasingly taut, his title of block rat enhancing his hearing to its fullest extent, leaving no unusual sound unnoticed. He swallowed involuntarily, feeling the sweat pooling in his palms, yet his fingers dared not leave the trigger. Suddenly, a clear rat squeak emanated from the left ahead. Bang! A bullet flew toward the source of the sound. However, upon pulling the trigger, Yuan realized that the noise had come from nothing more than a fist-sized black rat, which, clearly startled by the gunfire, tumbled into the waterway, its drenched black fur clinging together in a most unpleasant sight. It was merely a small rat. Yuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, understanding that he had been overly anxious. It was no wonder he was on edge. He harbored a profound aversion to snakes and rats, one that was far from ordinary. He even recoiled at the thought of touching a pet rat, such as a fancy rat, which bore a striking resemblance to its wild counterparts. Regaining his composure, Yuan re-entered a state of vigilance. Amidst the palpable tension, Mai had already rounded the corner, and the virtual map indicated that they were approaching Block 13. The putrid odor in the air began to dissipate. With the reduction of that stench, Yuan's nerves gradually relaxed. He exhaled deeply. Perhaps it was merely the scent of a decaying animal drifting from somewhere unknown, he mused. Just then, a sudden tingling sensation surged from the crown of his head down through his body, instilling in him an unsettling feeling of being preyed upon. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, sending frantic signals of impending death. Danger lurked above him. Chapter 47. Fierce Battle with a Mutant Rat. Expulsion and Return. Yuan's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly assessed the direction of the impending attack, propelling himself forward. He synchronized his movements with Mai, who was beneath him. A gust of wind brushed past the back of Yuan's head, carrying with it an overwhelmingly foul odor. The sound of a sharp object scraping against his enforcer helmet sent a jolt through him, making his scalp tingle as if something were attempting to cleave his skull. Fortunately, he reacted decisively. As Mai vanished from sight, he executed a forward roll, landing on one knee with his gun aimed at the position behind him. With a thunderous barrage of 7.62 by 51 mm bullets, they sped towards the ominous shadow that had abruptly materialized from the depths of the sewer. Yuan finally discerned the assailant's form, sending a chill coursing down his spine. What manner of creature is this? Over 2 meters in length, it's damp. Sticky fur clung to its body in matted clumps, dark as thick tar, emanating an overwhelmingly foul stench. The wedge-shaped, triangular head of the rodent boasted whiskers measuring 50 to 60 centimeters, paired with malevolent green eyes that exuded a cunning, bloody, and venomous aura. A pair of enormous, chisel-like incisors glimmered with an orange-yellow sheen under the flashlight's glare, their worn edges failing to dull their menacing sharpness, instilling a sense of dread. Behind it, a flesh-colored tail, nearly double its body length, lashed against the sewer walls, producing sharp, cracking sounds. In the illumination of the flashlight and gunfire, one could also glimpse the rough, resilient rings of flesh-colored scales adorning the tail, an utterly chilling sight that raised the hairs on the back of Yuan's neck. He inhaled sharply. Who could possibly tell him that this was merely a rat? A colossal black rodent, towering at a height of 12 meters? The bullets thudded against the gigantic rat's hide, resonating like the sound of leather being struck, with beads of blood surfacing on its fur. However, the projectiles failed to penetrate its mutated skin, instead embedding themselves like rivets upon its surface. This scene shattered Yuan's understanding of reality. 7.62 by 51 millimeters rounds. In truth, the mutated giant rat was not unscathed. Although the bullets could not fully breach its altered hide, the tremendous force of the impact inflicted significant internal damage, eliciting a pained shriek. In mere seconds, an entire magazine of ammunition was rapidly expended. Just as the last bullet was fired, the mutated giant rat, evidently enraged, propelled itself forward, its hind legs coiling with force, and lunged at Yuan with its chisel-like incisors bared. A flash of madness ignited in Yuan's eyes as he hoisted the FN-FEL assault rifle above his head, bracing it firmly against the rat's gnashing teeth. The protective gear he wore, known as the Enforcer, began to show signs of wear under the creature's claws, deep scratches appearing in rapid succession. Nonetheless, despite the overwhelming force of the giant rat's assault, Yuan was unavoidably knocked to the ground, the impact nearly forcing a mouthful of blood from him. He could only brace his feet against the rat's abdomen, pressing the rifle against its incisors, striving to endure the onslaught. Fortunately, he was still equipped with the enhancements from Mie, which had granted him significant physical strength, allowing him to barely withstand the giant rat's charge. A noxious, viscous slime erupted from the creature's maw, enveloping Yuan in its stench, triggering a sensation of suffocation and dizziness. Damn, there's also a biochemical attack. His eyes burned painfully, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Realizing he could not continue like this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Yuan's eyes. His eyes bulged as he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, forcefully kicking the colossal rat upwards. As the creature momentarily lifted off the ground, the pressure on Yuan's hands suddenly eased. Now was the moment. Mie disengaged from her equipped state, materializing 3 meters above Yuan's head. Mie, charge at him! Yuan shouted with all his might. But the enormous rat was already descending upon him once again, this time without Mie's equipment-enhanced attributes. Yuan's strength was insufficient to withstand the rat's immense size. With the rat's jaws agape, its massive incisors poised to strike, Mie charged forward with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, her formidable horns collided with the rat's teeth, sparks flying in all directions. The rat toppled over, sprawled out under the impact of Mie's assault. In terms of size, Mie was not smaller than the rat. In fact, she towered over it and possessed far greater strength. Previously, the rat's ambush had nearly cost Yuan his life, but now, under Mie's full force charge, the disparity was starkly evident. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan rolled to the right, tumbling into a nearby sewage ditch, drawing forth the M500 revolver secured at his waist, and aimed it at the rat's head, which was struggling to rise. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in quick succession. 2 struck the skull, tearing away a patch of fur, while the final shot pierced directly through the rat's right eye, releasing a foul liquid as the eye exploded. The rat let out a bone-chilling shriek that echoed through the sewer, causing Yuan to feel dizzy and disoriented, unable to discern his surroundings. He instinctively covered his ears, crying out in pain as his consciousness began to fade. When Yuan regained awareness, his head throbbed as if struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him disoriented. He lay on the ground. The rat and Mie both vanished. Mie, he called softly, extracting his Glock 17 with his left hand. Rapid footsteps approached as Mie darted around the corner of the sewer, still bearing the blood of the rat. Clearly, she had been pursuing the creature, but returned immediately after ensuring Yuan's safety. Mie stood before Yuan, rubbing her horns against his chest, seemingly inquiring about his condition. Yuan forced a faint smile, reaching out to comfort her. However, A searing pain shot through his right hand, with his wrist and palm feeling as if they were being torn apart. The M500 revolver lay discarded on the ground. This was the reason he had only fired 3 shots. The consequence of hastily firing 3 rounds single-handedly had nearly incapacitated his right hand. The recoil of the 500 caliber revolver was simply beyond his capacity to endure. As he gazed at his trembling hands, Yuan gritted his teeth, rising with Miemia's assistance. After placing the bundle of supplies onto Miemia's back, he picked up the deformed FN-FEL assault rifle that had been gnawed by the giant rat and climbed atop. Lying flat against Miemia's back, he softly urged, "Hurry, let us return home." Miemia, no longer restraining her speed, swiftly dashed towards their hiding place. The remainder of the journey unfolded without incident. Along the way, Yuan felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegration. His head was heavy, and he longed to succumb to sleep, relying solely on willpower to maintain his final moments of consciousness. Upon reaching the entrance of the air raid shelter, Yuan summoned the last vestiges of his strength to equip himself alongside Miemia, transporting the supplies into the shelter. He lacked the energy to drag them back to their hiding place, leaving them abandoned in the corridor. Managing to return to the hiding place, he staggered and collapsed onto the bed in the resting area, using his dwindling awareness to disengage the equipment from Miemia. Just as Miemia arrived, a thought flashed through Yuan's mind, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Damn, I must ensure the gas mask is equipped next time. Chapter 48, Black Shield Police Station. Chief Hog. Ding ding ding. Yuan felt a splitting headache, his body aching as if it were falling apart. Yet the alarm clock gradually roused him. He opened his eyes to see the ceiling of the hiding place, illuminated by the soft glow of energy-saving lights. His hazy consciousness began to clear. Am I in the hiding place? Memories of previous experiences rushed back. Mutated giant rats, battles, and escapes all replaying vividly. He glanced at the positioning watch on his wrist, which persistently vibrated and chimed. This was the alarm he had set, meant to awaken him from his weary stupor. Immediately, he focused on the time. It was 3:18 a.m. This was not good. He had only 5 minutes left to upload supplies to the Tao Tao cave. Exceeding 12 hours would incur exorbitant storage fees, set at 1,000,000 survival points per item. If he missed the deadline, the storage fee would be astronomical. Thankfully, he had set the alarm to wake him. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. As he attempted to rise with his right hand propped against the bed, a sharp pain shot through his wrist. Frowning, he looked down to find his wrist slightly swollen. The injury was more severe than he had anticipated. However, there was no time to ponder his wounds. Miemia, come. Miemia had already approached him as he regained consciousness. Grasping Miemia's horns with his left hand, he finally managed to stand up. Enduring the pervasive aches throughout his body, he hurried to the air raid shelter corridor, swiftly removing all supplies uploaded to the Tao Tao cave. With mere seconds to spare, he successfully retrieved the last barrel of fuel. Yuan gazed at the 20 barrels of fuel, weapons, equipment, and explosives, letting out a long sigh of relief. At last, with the assistance of Miemia, the supplies previously placed near the ladder's exit were dragged back to their hideout. He removed his equipment and retrieved the vehicle's first aid kit along with a medical pouch. After tending to his wrist injury and applying some ointment for bruises, he prepared to rest further. However, upon seeing Miemia, he suddenly recalled that the high-energy goat milk seemed to aid in recovery, particularly for fractures. Although his wrist was not broken, it likely suffered from minor cracks and contusions. He immediately took out the day's portion of high-energy goat milk and consumed it, surrendering to his body's protests and sinking into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the Black Shield Police Department, Carmen found himself confined within a solitary room, awaiting the final outcome. He silently calculated the passage of time. It had been nearly 10 hours since his confinement. Surely, the investigators would be returning soon. Gazing at the overhead light, an image continuously flashed through Carmen's mind. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing an imposing figure who entered the room and seated himself in a chair that appeared somewhat small for his stature. The man was a robust, bald giant with dark skin and sharp, piercing eyes, clad in a commander's uniform that weighed dozens of pounds yet seemed effortless for him to bear. He regarded Carmen directly and spoke plainly. "Carmen, the investigators you mentioned have returned and indeed discovered traces of the burning fortress. Furthermore, our personnel observed individuals from the riot prison heading towards the burning fortress a few hours ago. You are hereby released." Carmen was not taken aback by this revelation. He turned his gaze towards the imposing commander. Commander Lao Ku, the collaboration between the burning fortress and the riot prison is undoubtedly intricate. I suspect this is merely the beginning. I fear that the ambush we faced at the Land Hotel was merely a ruse intended to lure us into attacking their convoy. The informant who disclosed this information to us may have already been compromised by the riot prison. I am aware of that, the commander responded. Let us discuss this further later. The director wishes to see you. Come with me. A flicker of surprise crossed Carmen's face. You mean Director Hogg? Hurry. We must not keep the director waiting, Lauco urged. Understood. The two ascended to the 5th floor of the police department and entered an exceedingly opulent room. Within, a figure awaited, facing away from the door and gazing out at the night sky through the window, the glowing ember of a cigar flickering at his fingertips. Lauco led Carmen into the room and stood at attention before the figure. Director, Carmen has arrived. 2 seconds later, the figure slowly turned, casting a fleeting glance at Carmen before pivoting away once more. Leave, came the dispassionate voice, devoid of any emotional resonance. Yes. Lauco promptly guided Carmen out of the room. It was then that Carmen noticed beads of sweat glistening on Commander Lauco's brow, filling him with apprehension. As the foremost commander of the Black Shield Police Department, Lauco occupies a position second only to the director. Yet he appears to be gripped by an extraordinary fear of him. Enough, you may leave, he commanded. The conflict with the riot prison and the burning fortress is likely to erupt soon. His gaze turned to Carmen, assessing him like a predator eyeing its prey. This matter should remain confidential for now. Do you understand my meaning? Carmen nodded in understanding. Tu comprehend, commander Lauco. Go now. Carmen promptly made his way out. But just as he was about to descend the stairs, he encountered a figure approaching him. Pausing to observe, a chill coursed through him, evoking a tremor of dread within. He quickly composed himself and saluted. Commander Loris. Loris appeared somewhat taken aback by Carmen's presence, momentarily halting his stride. After a penetrating glance at Carmen, a barely perceptible smirk graced his lips as he brushed past him. As Carmen watched Loris's figure recede, the inexplicable fear that had gripped him gradually dissipated. Reflecting on this shift in his emotions and recalling what Soda had said in the sewers, his gaze toward Loris subtly transformed. With a slight tightening of his lips, he turned and continued his descent. When Yuan awoke again, it was already 4 p.m. He had inexplicably slept for a full 12 hours. Yet his condition had notably improved. The benefits of a single bed for bodily recovery, coupled with the restorative effects of high-energy goat milk, had worked wonders. Aside from a slight ache in his right wrist, he was no longer sore, and his previously foggy mind had regained clarity. Lighting a cigarette to invigorate himself, Yuan leaned against the wall of his bed and began to examine the virtual panel. He discovered that many players were fervently discussing something in the chat channel. The messages were rapidly refreshing, and his curiosity piqued as he realized that a significant event had transpired during his slumber. Chapter 49. Elimination Information of the Wind God's Hideout, Wasteland Battle Royale. Elimination Information. Wind God's Hideout was eliminated in the Wasteland Battle Royale by the Destruction Dragon Train. Time, 1549. Yuan stared at this pinned message that had appeared just minutes prior, his heart pounding with astonishment. A player ranked within the top 300 had been eliminated. This was undoubtedly the highest-ranked player eliminated since Yuan entered the game. Moreover, Yuan gazed at the elimination information with a furrowed brow. What in the world was the Wasteland Battle Royale, and what was the situation with the Destruction Dragon Train? Having previously experienced the purchase of information, Yuan decided to directly search for keywords related to the Wasteland Battle Royale and the Destruction Dragon Train in the Tao Tao Cave. However, he found not a single piece of information to retrieve. Frowning, he turned to the chat channel, hoping to uncover some answers. Haven of the Hive. Who would have thought that even the Wind God has been eliminated? It seems my decision not to participate was indeed wise. It is utterly terrifying. Haven of the Stag. That shouldn't be the case. For those esteemed individuals ranked within the top 1,000, preserving one's life should be relatively straightforward. Could it be that the Destructive Dragon Train is the regional overlord? Haven of Babel. Were you pondering? Is not as simple as you believe. Not only us, but even many among the top 100 esteemed figures are reluctant to partake. Their sanctuaries have long been fortified to rival small fortresses. How could they possibly engage in life-and-death struggles with others? Haven of the Pagoda. Indeed, in our realm, they are the Titans. Should they ascend, they would merely become the lowest of the low, mere prey in the eyes of others. Give me that opportunity, and I too would not ascend. Rather, I would relish my reign as a petty emperor in my own world. Haven of the Dragon King. Esteemed figures, What are you all discussing? Why does the screen still obscure certain information? Haven the Hive? A newcomer. Some details are not meant for public disclosure. Hence, the system automatically blocks certain keywords. Once you have surpassed the novice protection period, you will understand. Haven of the Pagoda. Enough of that. Let us change the subject. That brother who previously listed fuel, please make your presence known. I am in urgent need of fuel. The price is negotiable, and private chats are welcome. Observing the conclusion of the conversation within the chat channel, Yuan meticulously reviewed the records, extracting information and forming hypotheses. 1. The Wasteland Battle Royale is likely the obscured information, fraught with peril, as even many top-ranking players abstain from participation. 2. This content is currently under strict regulation. Only upon meeting certain criteria will one gain access to this information, possibly explaining the absence of relevant intelligence transactions in the Tao Tao Cave. The system notifications are only triggered upon the demise of high-ranking players. 3. It appears that the chat channel he currently occupies is a specific group for a certain tier, such as a novice group, whiteboard group, or a low-tier group, with even higher tiers above. Hence, many top-ranking players opt to remain in this tier, choosing to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. However, numerous queries remain unanswered, such as the nature of the destructive dragon train, which bears a name strikingly similar to the naming conventions of sanctuaries. Could also be a player? Additionally, why does the Haven of the Hive suggest that such information will be revealed after they surpass the novice protection period? How do they know? By what means? These questions remain unresolved for the time being. Yuan recorded all these inquiries in the Sanctuary's memo for future reference. And there is the private chat function. According to the implications from the Haven of the Pagoda, social clearly indicates the existence of a private chat feature, yet he finds himself devoid of such functionality. Must one await specific permissions to unlock it? He attempted to search for private chat keywords in the Tao Tao Cave, and this time, received a direct answer. As per the usual protocol, 50 survival points for each piece of information. Once again, it is an old piece of paper worn to a patina, which Yuan has thoroughly examined, confirming his suspicions. The novice protection period lacks private messaging capabilities, only upon its conclusion, after completing a task known as the Wasteland trial. Will the functions of adding friends, private chats, and group conversations be unlocked? Yuan continues to search for information regarding the Wasteland trial in the Tao Tao Cave, yet finds no trading options available, clearly indicating content under strict regulation. He subsequently lists this newly acquired note for 50 survival points in the Tao Tao Cave. Patiently awaiting the next fortunate soul, Yuan exhales, peeling back another layer of the mystery that envelopes the Wasteland. With the critical juncture remaining the end of the novice protection period. This period is indeed a genuine safeguard. Once it concludes, crises from all directions will inevitably rush forth, some spawned by players, others by the world's mechanics. For now, he casts these thoughts aside, deciding to plan for the future later. He must first attend to his immediate tasks. After a simple meal, he prepares some fresh grass for Meow Meow. Watching Meow Meow consume the food heartily brings a slight smile to Yuan's lips. He is truly grateful to Meow Meow for yesterday's events. Had it not been for its sudden charge, his survival during the mutant giant rat's assault would have been uncertain, let alone Meow Meow's assistance in bringing him back to safety afterward. Even his injuries healed swiftly, thanks to the nutrient-rich sheep's milk. It would not be an exaggeration to call Meow Meow his savior. Gently patting Meow Meow, Yuan begins to assess the losses from the previous day. Glancing at the FNFAL assault rifle, severely deformed from the giant rat's bites, he feels a twitch at the corner of his eye. It is indeed quite exaggerated. This is a firearm. The law enforcement vest he wore yesterday is now declared a total loss, having been shredded into ragged strips by the giant rat's claws, exposing the bulletproof plates inside, which are now marred with deep scratches, nearly penetrated. The sight sends shivers down Yuan's spine. Had he not worn this armor yesterday, he would have surely been disemboweled. The same fate befell the law enforcement helmet he had only just acquired. Yuan gazes at the clearly visible scratch on the back of the helmet, feeling a profound sense of despair. It had been less than a day since he obtained it, and already it is rendered useless. Nevertheless, although the equipment is now inoperative, it has fulfilled its purpose. He temporarily stores these 3 items in a corner of his hideout. Fortunately, Yuan had obtained another set of law enforcement armor from Soda yesterday, sparing him from the vulnerability of being unarmored as he had been before. While the prior incident could be overlooked, after experiencing the giant rat's assault, Yuan is determined not to confront such creatures with his bare flesh again. He must find a way to procure a helmet. Otherwise, he would feel excessively insecure. Yuan remains uncertain about the extent of the mutant giant rat's vengeful instincts. But given its previous ambush, its intelligence seems to be quite formidable. Although Yuan managed to shatter one of its eyes with a single shot, it is hypothesized that the mutated giant rat, despite its severe injuries, may escape the relentless pursuit of Mai. Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. This moment undoubtedly represented the mutated giant rat's most vulnerable state, presenting an opportune chance to eliminate it. He resolved that it was imperative to devise a plan to eradicate it completely. Otherwise, it would remain a lingering threat. The direction in which the mutated giant rat had fled was toward Block 15, and Yuan intended to revisit that location in the coming days. Chapter 50, Escape Route. Defense System, Flamethrower. Yesterday's haul was substantial. The 20 barrels of 100 liters of fuel alone were worth a fortune, a precious resource even more scarce than cigarettes. Comparable to firearms and ammunition, with no reliable channels for acquisition. Naturally, he did not dismiss the possibility that other players might have access to similar resources. Hoarding them for personal use without putting them up for sale, much like himself, these 20 barrels of fuel would not be easily offered on the market. 2,000 liters of fuel may seem plentiful, yet it is a modest amount when one considers the power demands of their hideout. And the eventual acquisition of vehicles would lead to significant consumption. Selling it now might be straightforward, but obtaining it later would be akin to scaling a mountain. Beyond the fuel, the most considerable gain was the 25 bundles of homemade explosives, each equipped with a mechanical timer. Homemade timed explosives. Quality, ordinary. Weight, 2 kilograms. Condition, extremely stable. Timer duration, 1 to 30 minutes. Destruction radius, 0,3 meter. Severe injury radius, 3 to 10 meters. Lethal radius, 10 to 30 meters. Yuan meticulously placed these 25 bundles of timed explosives into a storage box, sealing it and positioning it in a corner of the passage far from the fuel barrels. While these items were indeed valuable, their perilous nature increased exponentially, and unsettling thoughts flickered through Yuan's mind. Fortunately, the stability of the explosives allowed him to breathe somewhat easier. After managing the two most valuable and hazardous categories of supplies, he turned to the firearms and ammunition he had seized from the burning fortress, which were now essential to his needs. Unlike the equipment from the Black Shield police station, the armaments from the burning fortress primarily consisted of AK series weapons, 2 AK-74S, 1 AK-74U, 1 AKM, and finally, 1 AK-12. There was no shortage of ammunition, with hundreds of rounds available in both 7.62 by 39 millimeters and 5.45 by 39 millimeters calibers, sufficient for Yuan's use for some time. Remaining were the throwing weapons Yuan had specifically reserved: 8 F1 grenades, 5 stun grenades, and 3 sticks of explosives fitted with detonators, effectively compensating for his previous lack of throwing armaments. From the equipment worn by the Flame Knight of the Burning Fortress, Yuan only managed to bring back a military-grade telescope, as he could not carry more. All available space was filled, and retrieving these items had already demanded considerable effort. However, the most precious spoils he returned with were the complete set of equipment and items belonging to the Flame Priest. Yuan would never forget that when he defeated the Flame Priest, he heard more than one mechanical prompt sound. Any item that triggers such notifications is undoubtedly of high value. With an exhilarating heart, Yuan emptied the contents of his Oxford backpack onto the ground. And at that very moment, a series of notification sounds echoed in his ears, akin to the most enchanting symphony in the world. Ding! High-value resources detected. Detected a special construction path for the hideout facility. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value resources detected. Detected a special construction path for the hideout facility. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value resources detected. Detected an optimized construction path for the hideout facility. Would you like to add this optimized path to the security wall construction list? Ding! High-value resources detected. Detected rare-grade equipment. Flame Priest Robe. A smile nearly reached Yuan's eyes as he discovered 3 construction blueprints for the hideout, 2 of which were for special construction paths that did not even exist in the hideout. He promptly added all of them to the hideout facility management log. As the blueprints vanished, 2 new construction path lists and 2 optimization paths appeared in the hideout facility management log. Ding! Defense facility construction path unlocked. The hideout defense system management log is now accessible. within the survival interface. In addition to the pages for Hideout Facility Management Log and Resource Management Log, a new page titled Hideout Defense System Management Log emerged. Yuan could hardly contain his eagerness to examine the newly revealed facilities. Escape route, quality, unknown description. This is a remarkable construction blueprint that can create a special escape route, connecting the hideout to a safe house for convenient escape or safe transfer in critical moments. It can connect to a maximum of 3 safe houses. However, it appears that certain necessary conditions are still lacking for its construction. Construction requirements: 1 escape key, 1 safe house, 3 locked doors. Defense, flamethrower, quality, rare description. Within a 100-meter radius of the hideout, up to 20 flamethrower devices can be constructed to safeguard the hideout security. Please note that this facility will scorch the surrounding area upon activation. Ensure to maintain a safe distance from the hideout and prepare appropriate protective measures during construction. Construction requirements: essential materials: 10 L of fuel, 1 high-pressure cylinder, 1 pressure relief valve, 1 steel, 1 spring, 2 9V batteries, 1 resistance wire, 1 metal water pipe, 1 metal nozzle. Auxiliary materials: 2 rubber washers, 1 metal pin. Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Incredible. Truly astonishing. The escape passage provided him with an immense sense of security. For once the facility was genuinely put to use, it would likely signify that their refuge was in a perilous state. Having an opportunity to flee was undoubtedly invaluable. Regarding the construction requirements, aside from the locked door, he had yet to conceive any ideas for the other 2 elements. Nevertheless, the construction path had been established, granting at least a sense of direction and purpose. As for the defensive measures, flamethrower, it fulfilled his previous speculation regarding the refuge. What precisely was the level of defense? He had already erected numerous facilities in his hideout, enhancing safety, comfort, hygiene, and energy levels, yet the defense level remained at 0. He had previously pondered whether it was necessary to elevate the walls level, and now he had an answer. Moreover, the defensive installations were astonishingly constructed around the refuge, which elated him profoundly. His greatest concern had been the potential invasion by other players after the novice protection period ended. What if they discovered the hideout and destroyed it? This dilemma had now been directly resolved. This was, after all, a flamethrower. The construction range extended within 100 meters surrounding the refuge, providing him with ample operational leeway. It was crucial to remember that his hideout was built within an air raid shelter. By strategically positioning the flamethrowers, these passages could transform into an inferno from which intruders could not escape. Instantly, several suitable locations for constructing flamethrowers emerged in his mind. This blueprint was fortuitous. With over 20 days remaining before player invasions commenced, he had ample time to transform the air raid shelter into a deadly inferno. A glint of ruthlessness and cold determination flashed in his eyes. Chapter 51. The Robe of the Flame Priest, Crafting Station. Note: the security and walls facilities had also added an optimization path. Security level 3, fireproof door. Walls level 2, heat-resistant firewall. He was not surprised by this development. The burning fortress had an abundant supply of fuel, and intelligence indicated their interest in the offshore oil fields of Green Forest City. The resources controlled by the burning fortress were likely either a refinery or oil mines. Only by possessing these 2 would they have access to rich fuel resources. Furthermore, the Flame Knights had modified flamethrowers on all their motorcycles, and even their individual vehicles were adorned with flames. Their faction name was entirely related to fire as well. Thus, acquiring the blueprints for fire defense and fire-related facilities from that evidently high-ranking flame priest was entirely reasonable. Upgrading these 2 facilities was not particularly challenging, as many materials were commonplace, yet gathering them all would require some effort. Fortunately, their construction priority was not high, allowing for a gradual collection. Lastly, there was the Flame Priest's striking crimson robe. This was also the first time Yuan encountered equipment designated as high-value assets, classified as rare, indicating its true scarcity. The Flame Priest robe was crafted with great care from the skin of a mutated creature, the Flame Wolf, though regrettably, it was already damaged. Quality rare. Weight, 18 kilograms. Function, it can withstand 800 degrees of fire for 3 seconds and resist 4,000 joules of kinetic piercing. It cannot mitigate the impact damage caused by bullets. It is capable of enduring temperature differences between 65 and 50 degrees, thereby maintaining a constant temperature for the wearer. The Flame Wolf skin? Yuan pondered, realizing this might be akin to the mutated giant rat he had encountered. The memory of the giant rat withstanding the FN-FEL assault rifle's full magazine without sustaining any harm was still vivid in his mind. It seemed that mutated creatures were not uncommon. He simply had yet to encounter them, and the danger level of this world needed to be elevated. His gaze fell upon the crimson robe, deep in thought. Was this equipment powerful? Indeed. Yet, it was unsuitable for Yuan. Neither the robe's style nor its flamboyant colors aligned with his needs. As he examined the robe for the damaged area, he discovered the source of the flaw, a broken seam at the fur's stitching, resulting in a nearly 20-centimeter gash. At this moment, Yuan's mind began to race. The high quality of this equipment was fundamentally attributed to the flame wolf skin. Why not modify the robe? The garment was quite ample, and with proper tailoring, it could yield 1 or even 2 pieces of leather armor. Not only would it insulate against extreme temperatures, ensuring the body remained at a stable temperature, but it also offered superior ballistic protection, making it an ideal material for crafting inner armor. If there were any scraps left over, he could fashion tactical gloves, boots, or a hat. In the event of facing severe cold weather in the future, this outfit would be a lifesaver. In an instant, various ideas for modifying the robe flashed through Yuan's mind. However, to realize these aspirations, he required a tailor, as he lacked such skills. Alternatively, his gaze shifted to the facility management log hidden nearby, specifically the crafting station. Crafting station, level 1, dilapidated workbench. Construction materials, 1 screwdriver, 1 multifunctional pliers. 20 units of wood, 5 screws, 5 nuts. Construction time, 1 minute. This might also be a viable solution. In the Wasteland world, finding a reliable tailor was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. While the daily refreshed newspapers could potentially feature information about tailors, such intelligence appeared randomly, making the probability of encountering a tailor nearly zero. Upgrading the crafting station would be beneficial for future use, and when the opportunity arose, he could inquire with Marcial. A craftsman, even if she lacked tailoring skills, she might know someone in that field. Yuan contemplated quietly. Once a determination is made, he is no longer a procrastinator. Apart from timber, all other construction materials had been gathered prior to this moment, allowing him to directly expend 100 survival points at Taotao Cave to purchase 20 units of wood. He then commenced the construction of a level 1 crafting table. In a mere minute, a square table measuring 600 by 400 millimeters materialized before him, featuring a small drawer reminiscent of the wooden desks from his school days, accompanied by a petite stool beneath it. Upon seeing this, a smile spread across his face. It truly evoked that familiar sentiment. He opened the drawer to find a screwdriver, pliers, screws, and nuts within, though they could not be retrieved, eliminating any possibility of reuse. He had not harbored high expectations for this. The virtual interface displayed the facility management log for the crafting table, revealing a list of items available for crafting: 8 wires for power cables, 1 flathead screwdriver, and 1 DVD. A quick glance at the various crafting projects showed that none catered to his immediate needs, particularly the recipes for clothing. Clearly, modifying the red robe was no longer feasible. He would have to inquire with Marcel later. However, upon noticing that the requirements for upgrading the crafting table to level 2 had been met, he promptly chose to proceed with the upgrade. The multi-functional toolbox, measuring tape, nail gun, adhesive, long nails, jack, and small electronic scale all vanished, and a countdown timer for the 30-minute upgrade appeared on the crafting table. He hoped that the level 2 crafting table would yield some pleasant surprises. He then turned his gaze to the remaining items on the ground, all of which were miscellaneous objects scavenged from the Flame Priest. Among them was a beautifully crafted dagger adorned with red patterns, though it did not pique his interest. A Zippo lighter caught his eye, showcasing the Flame Priest's evident affection for it. It exuded a vintage charm and was impeccably clean. There was also a pure titanium outdoor survival whistle. Next, he discovered a folded note, prompting a soft exclamation from him. He picked up the note and read it carefully. "Dear Priest, based on tire tracks outside the motel at the Broken Bridge, we traced through the unloading area and warehouse to the eastern district of Green Forest City. However, due to the typhoon, all vehicular traces have vanished. Today, we located the vehicles swept away by the flood. It is speculated that the group of raiders who infiltrated the main guest rooms and absconded with our spoils is likely within the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 15th blocks of the Eastern District. I shall continue the search." As he gazed at the note, his eyes sparkled. The information contained within was quite substantial. Chapter 52. The 8th day of the Wasteland, 2 bloody news reports. He had not anticipated that someone would dare to seize items from the burning bastion. And not only had they succeeded, but they had also escaped to Green Forest City. It is no wonder that previous intelligence did not mention the involvement of the Flame Priest in the transaction with the Thug prison. The Flame Priest must have been tracking the band of marauders and fortuitously encountered the deal with the Thug prison, thus arriving to bolster the scene. Yuan contemplated the sequence of events in his mind. Although he was equally curious about what that group had seized from the burning fortress, he was not yet desperate enough to search for a handful of individuals capable of hiding in the vast expanse of the streets. Yuan meticulously arranged his firearms and equipment in the storage, particularly wrapping the Flame Priest's robe in a length of cloth he had specifically procured. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the neatly organized firearms. The FL assault rifle lay damaged. While he still possessed another, he had depleted all 7.62 by 51 mm ammunition during his battle with a mutated giant rat, necessitating the acquisition of a new weapon. His eyes scanned over the MP5 submachine gun and the Remington 870 shotgun, ultimately settling on the AK-12. His most formidable adversary at present was the mutated giant rat, unlike the frail corporeal form of a human. To confront the threat posed by the mutated giant rat, the power and penetration of the bullets became Yuan's paramount concern. Though the MP5 submachine gun utilized 9 by 19 mm rounds, which were larger in caliber compared to the AK-12S5, 45 by 39 mm, the disparity in propellant charge was immense. The penetrating power unleashed upon firing was markedly inferior as well. Of course, the crux of the matter lay in Yuan's grasp of a 45 by 39 mm round, observing the purple and green hues of the bullet's tip with narrowed eyes. 45 by 39 mm 7N10. Description: although this was a reloaded bullet, it should not be underestimated. Type: bullet. Ricochet rate: 38. Penetration: medium. Probability of failure to chamber: low. Probability of failure to fire: low. Is it merely a 7N10? It's not even a 7N10M. Yuan murmured inwardly. While the 7N10 is an enhanced penetrating rifle round, its performance pales in comparison to the subsequent second-generation bullet, the 7N10M, and even more so against later versions. Nevertheless, as an enhanced version of the standard steel core bullet, the 7N10's penetrating power stands as the most formidable among all his current ammunition. Even the penetration of the previous FL assault rifle's bullets was far inferior to that of the PP round. After all, comparing FMJ bullets with PP rounds in terms of penetration was rather unfair. FMJ bullets are incapable of penetrating the thick hide of the mutated giant rat. Thus, Yuan could only resort to trying the 7N10 round. However, he harbored some apprehensions. While the 7N10 possessed strong penetration against high hardness armor plates, its efficacy against the soft fur of the mutated giant rat remained uncertain. Yet, there were no other alternatives at this juncture. Loading the 5.45-39 mm 7N10 rounds into the magazine, Yuan grasped the AK-12 and made his way to the air defense shelter, entering a corridor that culminated in a steel plate. This was the shooting range where he had previously practiced his weaponry. Raising his rifle and taking a brief moment to steady his breath, he fired. Bang, 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 clink, clink, clink. The gunshots reverberated through the corridor, accompanied by the sound of bullets striking the steel plate. However, the noise quickly ceased, and Yuan grimaced and shook his head. No. He needed to find some noise-canceling headphones. He had noted this issue when shooting in the sewers earlier. In the confined environment of the corridor, the gunfire was amplified to a painful degree, causing discomfort to his eardrums. Approaching the steel plate, he observed several distinct dents where bullets had impacted, and a smile crept across his face. Not bad. Returning to his hideout, he readied the AK-12, spare magazines, and ammunition. The Level 2 crafting table had also completed its upgrade. On the now twice-as-large surface, a reloading press appeared, alongside an electronic scale. Yuan's eyes brightened as he gazed at the reloading press, eagerly manipulating the lever. Was this for reloading ammunition? Indeed. The crafting list had also revealed a category for bullet manufacturing. As long as he had gunpowder, casings, or materials such as brass and steel, he could produce corresponding rounds. Though the 1-minute crafting speed per bullet was rather slow, perhaps the upgrade would enhance this speed. However, with an ample stockpile of ammunition, there was no rush to craft more. Additionally, the list now featured an option for leather tanning, which delighted Yuan. At this point, he had meticulously organized all the spoils from yesterday's operation. Truth be told, he felt quite fatigued. While organizing the loot was certainly gratifying, it was also exhausting. Nevertheless, he found a certain joy in his weariness. Checking the time, he noted it was nearly 5 in the afternoon, with just over 2 hours remaining before nightfall. Yuan approached the dilapidated newsstand, perusing the refreshed newspapers of the day, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon finding no additional intelligence items. However, the news within the paper caught his attention. District News Section. Quality Rock. Danger Level. Medium. This morning, the Aurora Animal Assistance Society received reports of a sighting near Newson Avenue in District 12, where a gang of vagrants had captured and subsequently killed 2 wolves. As per the President's directive, this evening, a beast tamer, accompanied by a veterinarian and 30 armed caretakers, would conduct a sweep of all vagrants and scavengers in the vicinity of Newson Avenue in District 12. This serves as a death notice from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society to all vagrants and survivors in the East District. Every animal within this district is their private property, and any act of harm, capture, confinement, or breeding of animals will be met with the full force of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. District Life News. Quality Rock. Danger Level. Low. At 2:13 a.m. today, a homeless individual was brutally murdered within a residence at 78 Splendor Street, Block 11. According to our investigation, this individual had previously committed heinous acts, having killed 7 survivors, assaulted 8, and tortured 3, accumulating a grave list of crimes. Upon death, the victim had his tendons severed, his hands bound behind his back, and he was positioned on his knees in a posture of repentance. The assailant slashed the victim's carotid artery and plunged the weapon into his heart, imbuing the act with a sense of ritualistic fervor. On the floor before the victim, a blood-drawn arrow pointed towards a chilling inscription: "Sinner, go to hell and repent." Such ghastly news permeates the air. Upon consulting a virtual map, I swiftly located 78 Splendor Street in Block 11. It lies on a rather secluded road. It is not far from Canchino Street. Indeed, Block 11 is fraught with unrest. Chapter 53. Exploring the Oli's Hotel, Encountering the Safe Again. Regardless of the circumstances, the individual responsible for the death of the homeless man poses a significant safety concern. Fortunately, based on the last message left by this person, their target appeared to be the homeless individual. Nonetheless, I must remain vigilant when traversing Block 11 in the future. It's no wonder that other players express trepidation when discussing urban zones. The situation here is genuinely troublesome. Various factions of thugs are intertwined, vying for control over the city's streets, while beneath them, numerous homeless organizations band together, plundering and wreaking havoc. At the bottom of this hierarchy are the scavengers and the fortunate survivors. They are merely potential recruits for the homeless or even the thugs, poised to turn rogue at any moment. In this wasteland, genuine goodness seems to have perished long ago. Returning to my thoughts, I turned my gaze to the first piece of information. Unconsciously, I had drawn a cigarette and placed it between my lips, attempting to organize my thoughts. As the smoke curled around me, my focus sharpened, and I checked the time. It was now 5:13 p.m. The Aurora Animal Assistance Society would be clearing Block 12 tonight, taking away over 30 thugs, making this evening the optimal time to explore the Oli's Hotel, when a number of thugs at the Jonki Zoo would be at its lowest. The only precaution necessary was to keep Mia as presence concealed, ensuring no one else could see her. Fortunately, she had not been revealed before Carmen yesterday, which eased my mind. The Black Shield Police Department controls the entire East District, yet the Aurora Animal Assistance Society manages to maintain a stable presence in Block 11's Jonki Zoo. I refuse to believe there is no connection between the two. In any case, I must prepare for combat during tonight's exploration of the Oli's Hotel. As for the fate cards, I have decided to draw them tomorrow. My right wrist requires further recuperation. At 7:30 in the evening, Yuan found himself near the streets adjacent to the John Keats Zoo in Block 11. Having intentionally steered clear of Block 15 and instead entered Block 11 via Block 12. The exploration mission tonight was of paramount importance, and with the need for his wrist to recuperate, he chose to avoid entanglements with the mutated rats. In the pitch-black sewer tunnel, the virtual map adjusted its scale under Yuan's command. He had previously unlocked the 3 manhole covers nearest to the Oli's Hotel, strategically positioned on the east, north, and west streets, with a cluster of buildings to the south. He meticulously verified the route for his impending actions and the escape plan in case of unforeseen circumstances. Peering through the manhole cover, he noticed the sun had begun its descent, casting a yellowish hue across the sky. His location was a crucial thoroughfare from the zoo to Block 12, As soon as anyone from the Aurora Animal Assistance team departed the zoo, he would be promptly informed. Yuan understood why Maxiel had previously advised against him exploring this area. The dangers were indeed significant. The Aolisai Hotel lay to the west of the John Keats Zoo, separated by merely a street, with a direct distance not exceeding 300 meters. Any commotion at the hotel would undoubtedly alert the zoo. Correspondingly, from within the confines of the Aolisai Hotel, one could easily observe the activities at the zoo. As the clock struck 7:45, Yuan discerned the distant roar of an automobile engine emanating from the direction of the zoo. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a vehicle passing overhead and swiftly receding reached his ears, heading towards Block 12. After waiting for an additional 2 minutes to ascertain the absence of any other developments, Yuan finally sprinted toward the Aolisai Hotel. By the time he entered the hotel, the sky had plunged into complete darkness. Upon locating the staircase, he ascended to the 8th floor. As he passed the front desk, he noticed the hotel emblem displayed on the backdrop, identical to the one on Biao Ji's room card. Convinced he had not erred in his destination, Yuan began to anticipate room 0813. He hoped this journey would not be in vain. Soon, he reached the 8th floor, where he encountered overturned furniture, shattered doors, scattered luggage, and several skeletal remains, all accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor. Yuan disregarded these sights, quietly retreating into a corner upon entering the floor, curling his body into the shadows. He carefully scrutinized the concealed corners, ensuring he did not miss even the slightest sound. After a minute, he cautiously took a step forward, venturing deeper into the corridor. 0837, 0839. He had taken a wrong turn. It must be this way. Following the door numbers, Yuan located room 0813. But the sight of the violently damaged door met his gaze. Although he had anticipated such a scenario and could not claim to be overly disappointed, a lingering dissatisfaction still resided within him. Embracing a mindset of having come this far, Yuan reluctantly stepped into the room, cautiously beginning his exploration. As was customary, he first drew the curtains, then retrieved a flashlight set to low light mode to survey the entire space. However, upon observing the empty wardrobe, the open suitcase, and the scattered debris along with black footprints, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be little need for further searching. What caught his attention was an object behind the bedside table. As the beam of the flashlight illuminated the area, Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. How could there be a safe here? A black safe, embedded in the wall, stood before him. The scuffed scratches and pitted marks on its surface clearly indicated that it had not gone unnoticed, yet those who had encountered it had been unable to open it, let alone remove it. Ultimately, they had simply given up without resolution. Yuan recalled the key that had been with Biaogu alongside the room card. He carefully retrieved it from his backpack and inserted it into the safe. As the key gradually engaged, a smile crept onto Yuan's lips. He was filled with anticipation for what treasures this safe might conceal. With the key in hand, unlocking the safe proved to be remarkably simple. As the door swung open, Yuan's brow furrowed slightly at the contents revealed within: a laptop, a USB drive, a mobile phone, and a document folder. Was this all? While the laptop was indeed valuable, none of these items triggered any notifications, leaving Yuan somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, anything stored in a safe should possess some worth. He placed the laptop on a nearby surface. Given the time that had elapsed, its battery was likely depleted, and he would need to recharge it to access its contents. The mobile phone and USB drive were stowed in his backpack. His gaze then shifted to the document folder. Upon examining the sealed strip on the back of the folder, Yuan's eyes narrowed with renewed focus. Without a moment's hesitation, he tore open the seal and extracted its contents. The moment he laid eyes on the items, his pupils constricted, and his heart seemed to momentarily halt. In disbelief, he read the title, Chapter 54, Evaluation Report, ranking 9349. The accompanying photograph depicted a ferocious-looking black rat, and he nearly dropped what he was holding in shock. The psychological impact was indeed overwhelming. Once he regained his composure, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This was intolerable. He needed to eliminate that creature swiftly, or he would be unable to find peace, as it was far too unsettling. As he steadied his emotions, his gaze at the document folder became razor-sharp. There were a total of 17 photographs, all featuring the menacing black rat. Most of the images were taken from clandestine angles and were somewhat blurred, with only 7 being relatively clear. The backdrop of the photograph depicts a section of a sewer, where a large black rat appears considerably smaller than its present size, measuring merely over a meter. Surrounding the creature are a dozen officers clad in police uniforms, poised and ready for action. Each officer brandishes a handgun, and scattered bullet casings litter the ground. The fur of the formidable rat bears flecks of blood, yet it is evident that the creature possesses formidable bullet-resistant capabilities at this moment. The final image captures the scene of the mutated giant rat as it wriggles into a narrow sewer opening, fleeing from its pursuers. The expressions on the faces of the officers observing the escape of this aberrant beast are vividly varied: fear, trepidation, pallor, and relief. Among them, Yuan recognizes a familiar figure, the bald-headed Fries. He is taken aback to discover that Fries was already a police officer before the Wasteland era. The certainty regarding the temporal context of the photograph, predating the Wasteland, is derived from Fries' demeanor and appearance, which starkly contrast the caution, indifference, and vigilance characteristic of survivors in the desolate world. Not only Fries, but the other officers also display similar traits. Their uniforms remain remarkably pristine, despite the effort to capture the mutated rat in the sewer, indicating their quality at a mere glance. Furthermore, their skin appears smooth and youthful, with one officer evidently in his 20s, likely a recent inductee into the police force, exuding a hint of bashfulness. All these factors substantiate that the photograph is indeed set in a time before the Wasteland. Beneath the photograph lies a preliminary investigation report, which, perhaps due to the connection with the mutated giant rat, captures Yuan's keen interest. Preliminary assessment report on anomalous phenomena at John Creek Zoo. Assessment Unit. Zoo Qualification Review Committee Safety Observation Group. Assessor. Ningshe. Assessment Target. John Creek Zoo. Assessment Reason. Continuous reports from local residents regarding abnormal animal howls and ground tremors. Following 92 days of covert observation and infiltration, we confirm that the John Creek Zoo operates normally on the surface. However, it is conducting animal modification experiments within its underground facilities and enclosed exhibits. The core objectives of these experiments include animal gigantism, mutation induction, and behavior control. Thus far, the experiments have yielded preliminary results, posing a significant biological safety risk. Moreover, behind these animal experiments, we have uncovered the existence of a mysterious organization known as the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, characterized by its substantial financial resources and clandestine activities. It is suspected that this organization has infiltrated and is manipulating the John Creek Zoo. Our findings indicate that the animal experiments are primarily categorized into three directions. 1. Gigantism. Animals appear to secrete growth factors uncontrollably after being injected with a certain hormonal catalyst, resulting in their colossal and unmanageable size. 2. Mutation induction. Investigations reveal that following the injection of this hormonal catalyst, there is a probability of bodily organs undergoing mutations. 3. Behavior control. The John Creek Zoo is attempting to manipulate the behavior of mutated animals by implanting brain chips into the aberrant creatures. Additionally, we have thoroughly investigated the layout of the zoo's facilities. The ground camouflage area operates under the guise of a standard zoo environment. The underground experimental zone, however, serves as a living animal testing facility managed by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. This experimental area poses a significantly high risk, with potential for test subjects to escape, ecological contamination, and the militarization of biological weapons. It is recommended that the Safety Committee isolate and dismantle both the John K. Zoo and the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Detailed investigative materials and backups have been stored on a USB drive, which can only be accessed through the observer's computer, and we extend our gratitude to Mr. Loris, the senior inspector from the East City Police Department, for providing crucial evidence. Upon completing the evaluation report, a notification chimed, triggering critical node, history, hidden secrets behind Green Forest City, achievement unlocked, echoes of history, achievement points awarded, 200 points. Hideout ranking updated, current rank, 9,349. Observing the unexpected rise of 150 places in the rankings, Yuan felt neither the excitement nor exhilaration he had previously experienced. This rise perplexed him, as he could not discern the value this investigation report held for his advancement. Furthermore, the achievement echoes of history remained an enigma. Yet it surprisingly awarded him 200 achievement points. Yuan scrutinized the report and photographs in his hands, narrowing his eyes. One thing was certain. Any achievement capable of prompting such a ranking surge was undoubtedly significant. Previously, he had acquired the blueprints for the entire sewer network of E-City and received only 200 achievement points. The fact that the achievement Echoes of History also granted 200 points underscored its importance. He found himself unable to fathom the reasons behind this, leading him to believe that he had yet to reach a stage where he could engage with such matters. In other words, this investigation report was perhaps too advanced for him at this time. Moreover, the earlier report from the Water Authority had indicated that the emergence of mutated giant rats was linked to a religious ceremony within a room in Block 9. How then did the zoo become entangled in this narrative? The hidden secrets behind Green Forest City, the hormonal catalysts of animal experimentation, and the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, intertwined with the mutated giant rats and lorries. As he recalled all the intelligence gathered since entering the Wasteland, a vague thread began to take shape in Yuan's mind. But no matter how he tried to grasp it, it remained elusive. Nonetheless, he sensed that this thread might be intricately connected to the transformation of Green Forest City into its current state, a relationship that was difficult to articulate. If that were the case, the acquisition of 200 achievement points would indeed be justifiable. Now, he needed to seek out information that could piece together all the clues. The appearance of that mutated black rat was likely not as simple as it seemed. The fact that the Black Shield Police Department could coexist peacefully with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society in the East District perhaps hinted at undisclosed secrets. He carefully returned the report and photographs to the folder and then placed them into his backpack. Regardless of the circumstances, this exploration of the Olai's Hotel was not in vain. Yuan's regard for the Aurora Animal Assistance Society has risen to a level comparable to that of the Black Shield Police Department. He had previously perceived this organization as posing minimal threat, assuming they would remain confined to the vicinity of the zoo. However, it has now become evident that their activities are indeed perilously formidable. The mere thought of potentially dozens of mutated rats traversing the sewers sends shivers down his spine. Temporarily casting aside these chaotic thoughts, Yuan began his search in other rooms. Since room 0813 contained a safe, what about the other rooms? He couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Chapter 55, The Sacrificial Ceremony, The Raven's Night Raid, The Retreat. After thoroughly investigating the entire 8th floor, Yuan had to concede that safes were not a standard feature in every room. There were only 5 in total on the 8th floor. 3 were already open, and aside from room 0813, the last safe, once he skillfully unlocked it, revealed nothing but emptiness. Yuan's spirits plummeted. Fortunately, it was not a complete loss. Although the Hotel's supplies had been thoroughly scavenged, the facilities remained intact. Among these were the resources Yuan desperately needed. Finally, the 20th fire extinguisher was sufficient. He exhaled deeply, counting the neatly arranged 20 fire extinguishers in the Wasteland's hollow, a smile creeping onto his lips. It was only when he inadvertently spotted the fire extinguishers in the corridor that the realization dawned upon him. Fire extinguishers are essentially high-pressure gas canisters, perfectly suited to serve as defensive structures for his hideout and as materials for constructing flamethrowers. He promptly began collecting them within the hotel. Clearly, no one had any use for the fire extinguishers, which worked to Yuan's advantage. With the experience of gathering fire extinguishers, Yuan's mind was thoroughly invigorated. The Olai's Hotel is vast and opulent, equipped with a plethora of functional facilities. Perhaps he would uncover many construction materials that are typically hard to find. He activated his virtual display to begin examining the construction materials for his hideout facilities. Suddenly, a series of synchronized gunshots resonated from outside the hotel, prompting Yuan to swiftly close the virtual display and approach the window. It was then he noticed a bonfire had been ignited at the zoo, surrounded by a group of people engaged in some unknown activity. Recalling the assessment report he had seen earlier, Yuan contemplated briefly before retrieving his binoculars from his backpack and positioning himself against the wall to observe the bonfire. At a glance, the corners of Yuan's mouth tightened. A man was bound to a wooden stake before the bonfire, resembling the classic depiction of Hong Xiuquan's brother. He was encircled by candles, and on the ground amidst them, a mysterious liquid, either red or black, had been used to inscribe peculiar symbols, an eerie sight. The man's bare body was similarly marked with patterns reminiscent of a black sun. From within the crowd emerged an individual clad in a long black hooded robe. Yuan noticed that the figure before him wore a long robe adorned with the same black sun pattern. Clutching a strangely shaped dagger, he approached the bound man with measured steps. Yuan swiftly adjusted the magnification of his telescope, and As the distance diminished, he beheld the man's face, which was etched with terror, helplessness, and a silent plea. Yet all was in vain, as the figure in black slowly plunged the dagger into the man's chest. The latter's body convulsed violently. Simultaneously, another cloaked individual extended a syringe to the dagger-wielding figure. The man accepted the syringe and positioned it against the man's temple, driving it straight into his flesh. At the very moment of penetration, the convulsing man suddenly lifted his head, gazing skyward, his mouth agape, as if to emit a mournful wail. From the syringe, a faint luminescent liquid was extracted from the man's mind. As the glowing substance was withdrawn, the man fell eerily still, his complexion rapidly darkening. The figure in black, however, placed the syringe into a prepared thermos, from which Yuan could discern an eerie chill emanating. Witnessing the scene unfold in the zoo, Yuan exhaled a heavy breath, softly murmuring, "Ah, a religious ritual." The previously vague threads of understanding in his mind began to crystallize. It seemed that the Aurora Animal Assistance Society was indeed conducting religious ceremonies in the 9th District. Everything now made sense. Yet, just as he intended to continue observing, he noticed the cloaked figure suddenly look up in his direction. Through the telescope, although he could not discern the figure's features, a chilling illusion gripped him, the sense that he had been seen. A prickling sensation coursed through his scalp. This was perilous. Damn it. With no time to ponder further, Yuan swiftly stowed away the telescope and turned to flee. At that moment, a coarse, guttural voice echoed from the darkness outside the hotel window. A massive shadow lunged from the air towards the window of Yuan's room. The tempered glass shattered under the force of the impact, shards flying into the room. Yuan had already leapt forward at the sound, rolling into a tumble that carried him out of the room and then slid into the corridor. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of the shadow's form, a monstrous black bird with a wingspan of 3.5 meters. With no time to dwell on the revelation, Yuan realized he had been exposed. He dashed towards the staircase, leaping downwards. In less than 30 seconds, he had descended to the first floor. But just as he was about to exit the hotel, the low, guttural call echoed again from just outside the main door. The enormous shadow swept past the entrance, and Yuan's gaze sharpened. The scruffy bird was attempting to delay him. This place was no longer safe. He had to escape swiftly. The zoo is situated in close proximity, and it is anticipated that the enemy will soon encircle this area. He must depart promptly. With this thought in mind, he retrieved a stun grenade from his tactical gear, removed the safety pin, and dashed out of the hotel. Indeed, at the very moment he exited, the colossal bird swooped down once more. This time, under the moonlight, he discerned its true form, a gigantic raven. Upon sighting the raven, he hurled the stun grenade in its direction, immediately turning away, closing his eyes, bowing his head, and covering his ears in a seamless motion. With a resounding bang, the grenade detonated. The brief fuse of the stun grenade, combined with his calculated throw, ensured that even though the raven altered its flight path upon noticing the projectile, the explosion still occurred in close proximity. Accompanied by a deafening roar and an intensely bright, blinding flash, the surroundings were illuminated as if it were midday. Despite his preparation, he was momentarily dazzled by the brilliance, but it was fleeting. Just as he opened his eyes, he heard the sound of a massive object crashing to the ground. It was the giant raven, rendered incapacitated by the explosion, struggling as it flapped its wings. He glanced back at the raven, which was now a mere 10 meters away, his eyes narrowing with fierce intent. Damn it! He hurled 2 F1 grenades beneath the raven and swiftly turned to sprint towards the nearest manhole cover. The ensuing explosions echoed thunderously, accompanied by the crackling sound of shrapnel and debris. He had already plunged into the sewer, secured the latch, and the roar of engines reverberated above him. After descending the ladder, he exhaled deeply. Without looking back, he raced towards the direction of Block 12. Chapter 56. Architectural Blueprint of the Green Forest Financial Center. Draw Fate Card. On the 9th day of the Wasteland, at 7 a.m., he was roused by the alarm. He entered the bathroom and picked up the mirror. The wound on his face, inflicted by glass the previous night, had begun to scab. He couldn't help but wonder whether that bird had perished in the explosion. The thought flitted through his mind. He believed the likelihood of its demise was quite high. The 2 F1 grenades he had left beneath the raven were only a couple of meters off. At such a close range, it was undoubtedly within the lethal blast radius. Even if its feathers could withstand shrapnel, could they also absorb the force of the explosion? This question, however, quickly faded from his thoughts. Following the previous night's battle, He had escalated the threat level of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society to the maximum. After a swift wash, a meal, and feeding Miemia, he stepped outside his hideout, glancing at the resource recovery bin. A smile spread across his face upon seeing a bag of pale blue liquid and a small packet of white granules inside. Hey, indeed. The materials emerging from resource recycling are intricately linked to the refuse being collected. Yuan retrieved plant nutrient solution and compound fertilizer from the resource recycling bin and returned them to the concealed storage room, which already housed a bag of nutrient solution and fertilizer. These were items exchanged the previous day, and with today's 2 bags, Yuan now possessed 2 bags of plant nutrient solution and 2 packets of compound fertilizer. Although he had no immediate use for them, the innate agricultural inclination within him, as a son of Huaxia, was stirring with anticipation. However, for now, this notion remained merely a thought, primarily because he lacked the requisite skills. He scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that he needed to seek out literature on cultivation. Yet, just last night, he had scoured the virtual map and found no agricultural schools, horticultural institutions, or research facilities in the Eastern District. However, there were numerous bookstores. He resolved that whenever he had time or happened to pass by, he would explore the bookstores for relevant texts. As for seeds, Yuan could only contemplate procuring them from other players for the time being. Fortunately, he still had time to search for these items. After placing today's refuse into the recycling bin, Yuan approached a dilapidated newsstand to peruse the day's newspapers, only to be greeted with an unexpected delight. A neatly arranged stack of blueprints lay beside the newspapers. Would you like to spend 250 survival points to purchase this informational item? Yes. As his survival points were deducted, the blueprint in his hand became clearer, revealing familiar patterns that caused Yuan to pause in surprise. Was this an architectural design blueprint? Green Forest Financial Center Tower Architectural Blueprint. Quality rock. Description. This blueprint details the architectural structure of the Green Forest Financial Center Tower located on Philin Avenue in the 6th District of Green Forest City. The Green Forest Financial Center Tower? And in the 6th District? He promptly purchased the blueprint and scanned it into his locator watch, which displayed relevant information before him. Astonishingly, the height of the financial center tower reached 530 meters, a stature that could rival the iconic slender waist of the city. Gazing at the virtual structural diagram of the towering 3D building, Yuan's mind began to race with possibilities. Could he observe the police station in the 1st District directly from here? He noted this idea for future consideration before turning his attention back to the day's newspaper, which contained 2 news items, albeit with intriguing content. District Life News. Quality rock. Danger level. Low. Neek, a member of the Blood Hand Gang located at the Greenlight Supermarket in the 10th District, was currently in distress. Ever since a few days ago, when they, under the leadership of 2 leaders from Mahada, seized the opportunity amidst the conflict of 2 rival factions to steal all the belongings from a motel room. Misfortune had plagued them. First, they encountered a typhoon, and 1 vehicle was swept away by the flood, leaving 3 individuals missing. Subsequently, while attempting to evade the typhoon, 4 individuals have sustained injuries and have now been hiding here for 3 days. However, the leader seems to be evading something, resolutely preventing them from stepping outside the supermarket, driving him nearly to the brink of madness. Woman, I need a woman. Ching Ching, wait for me at Nightingale. Nick gazed at the celestial tattoo on his forearm, silently resolving to find a way to reach Nightingale tonight in search of his Ching Ching. Neighborhood news quality, rock solid. Danger level, moderate. According to public reports, the wild dog community in Block 15 has experienced a continuous string of disappearances for 2 days, with a current total of 7 missing persons. Interviews conducted by our reporter in surrounding communities revealed that not only the wild dog community, but also its neighboring areas have reported cases of missing individuals. In fact, the number of disappearances has surged dramatically since yesterday, totaling 17 individuals. This sudden and substantial loss of life has instilled extreme fear and unease among the remaining survivors, many of whom have begun fleeing from the vicinity of the wild dog community since dawn. A concerned citizen claimed to have heard devilish howls emanating from underground last night, attributing it to a curse from demons. Residents of neighboring blocks are advised to refrain from visiting Block 15 for the time being. Yuan observed the 2 news articles, their rich content and intricate information proving somewhat perplexing. He retrieved a note containing information from the spoils of the Flame Priest and had an epiphany. It turned out that the items stolen from the burning fortress belonged to the Bloodhand Gang, and whatever they were after must be significant enough to warrant such relentless pursuit. Additionally, Yuan was surprised to discover that the Bloodhand gang was familiar with Nightingale, possibly even well acquainted with it. He speculated that Nightingale might be a place of revelry established in the wasteland of Green Forest City, previously under the protection of the Black Shield Police Department's Freeze. It indeed had the qualifications and reasons to exist. It was even plausible that Freeze, or the laborist behind him, could be the shadowy owners of Nightingale. After all, it had been 4 or 5 days since Freeze was eliminated, and no news had emerged regarding Nightingale, which was quite unusual in the Wasteland. Of course, it was also possible that Nightingale had fallen to another faction, a mystery that would require further investigation to unravel. As for the second article, Yuan immediately deduced that the mischief was undoubtedly the work of the mutated giant rat. Its need to restore its body would necessitate considerable energy and sustenance, prompting it to launch successive attacks on the refugees or survivors. However, based on the information gleaned from the newspaper, it appeared that the condition of the mutated giant rat was not as dire as initially presumed. The wild dog community, indeed. Yuan silently noted this information. After reading the news, he opened a virtual hologram to the fate cards. Following a day and night of rest, aided by high-energy goat milk and the comfort of the rest area, the injury on his right wrist had nearly healed. Now was the time to select a new fate gift and fate card. Proverb: all gifts of fate have long been marked with their price in shadows. 3 seconds later, 3 fate gifts appeared before Yuan. Chapter 57. The Magician's Hat and the Battle Against the Mutated Giant Rat. Select one of the 3 gifts of fate as your bestowed blessing. 1. The Magician's Hat. Function: the hat possesses a cubic meter of space for the free retrieval of items and can transform its shape at will. 2. The Arms Dealer's Weapon Rack. Function: each day, the weapon rack refreshes randomly with a weapon, with a chance of high-quality arms appearing. 3. The 3-star Steward Steam Pot. Function: after 10 minutes of sustained heating, the steam pot randomly produces a dish of steamed food, with a chance of yielding high-quality cuisine. After contemplating the 3 options, Yuan hesitated, for he desired them all. The first option needed no elaboration. Regarding the weapon rack, although he was not in want of weapons, he lacked superior quality ones, especially after his encounter with the mutated giant rat, where his current firearms proved inadequate against the looming threat. The third option, the food, was also enticing, as it had no limitations on usage and merely required heating to refresh. However, given the present circumstances, Yuan ultimately chose the first option. The Magician's Hat has been placed in your hideout. Please check it at your convenience. Following this, a long wooden box began to sway once more. This time, the fate card, Conquest. Conquest card, rock grade quality. The player must conquer a formidable creature or an organization of 10 or more individuals within 2 days, or face death. If one cannot submit mentally, must they perish physically? Yuan mused quietly. The first entity that came to mind was the mutated giant rat, which undoubtedly fit the definition of a powerful creature from any perspective. If the mutated giant rat did not qualify as powerful, he could scarcely imagine what other being might. Even a tiger or a grizzly bear could not disregard firearms. Yet that mutated giant rat maneuvered with ease. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yuan's eyes. Perfect timing. I intended to seek it out in District 15 today. This Conquest card has come at an opportune moment. The threat posed by the mutated giant rat gnawed at his peace of mind. He could not maintain peak condition at all times. Should he encounter this creature again, while injured, it would surely spell his doom. With the mutated giant rat currently gravely wounded, now was the ideal moment to eliminate it. Strike while the iron is hot had always been Yuan's guiding principle. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. He promptly donned his gear. The Enforcer's armor, tactical gloves, tactical boots, AK-12, a combat knife, F1 grenades, and flashbangs, all fully equipped. Finally, he transformed the Magician's Hat into a ring, adorning his right middle finger. Its name now changed to the Magician's Ring. With a positioning watch on his left wrist and the Magician's Ring on his right, he was ready. All 5.45, 3, 9 7 and 10 round were loaded into spare magazines and tucked into the ring, and for additional assurance, he even stowed an AK-74 inside as a backup. Armed to the teeth, Yuan, before departing, unearthed the Enforcer helmet, which bore a gash from a mutated beast, from the pile of discarded equipment. Without the helmet, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Fully prepared, he left his hiding place and mounted the sheep, racing towards Block 15. Upon returning to the battleground where he had previously faced the mutated beast, The remnants of the fierce conflict were still evident. The walls and ground were riddled with bullet holes and the marks left by the savage strikes of the mutated giant rat. Gazing at the grim walls and the desiccated bloodstains, one could only imagine the ferocity of that encounter. As a principal participant in the battle, Yuan couldn't help but feel a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, running his fingers along a gash that penetrated an inch deep into the wall. He took a deep breath. This time, the giant rat must die. He recalled the spot where the mutated rat had ambushed him. It turned out that above the sewer there was a layer of air raid shelter, and the place of the ambush was not a proper exit. At some unknown point, a breach had formed in the shelter, small yet perfectly positioned in a blind spot, which allowed the rat's stealthy approach to go unnoticed. Following the guidance of the virtual map, as he neared Block 15, a distinct stench began to permeate the air, confirming that he was on the right track. Immediately equipping himself with the necessary gear, Yuan, with his enhanced physical capabilities, cautiously advanced toward the sewers leading into the wild dog community, AK-12 in hand. Learning from his previous encounter, he remained vigilant, scrutinizing overhead in every conceivable corner where an ambush might be lurking. As he stealthily approached the wild dog community, the foul odor grew increasingly pungent, prompting him to furrow his brow. Fortunately, he had prepared well and donned a disposable mask from his medical pack, a necessity he had anticipated needing. Before setting out, he had affixed a flashlight to the AK-12's foregrip with tape, creating a makeshift tactical light that moved in synchrony with his line of sight, set to a low beam, his enhanced hearing attuned to the surrounding sounds. Just as he was about to enter the wild dog community, Yuan suddenly halted. Tilting his head slightly, he turned his ear toward the front right, as if he had detected something. The sound of gnawing reached his ears. His eyes brightened. He had not misheard. His breath slowed, and he became acutely aware of his footfalls, advancing cautiously. As he drew nearer, the sound became clearer, mingling with the almost palpable, nauseating stench in the air. Yuan concluded that the mutated giant rat was just ahead, precisely at the source of the noise. The mutated giant rat exhibited considerable caution, pausing every few minutes to survey its surroundings while foraging. During these moments, Yuan would halt his advance, waiting silently. Only when he heard the sound of the creature gnawing once more would he continue to draw closer. It appeared that the damage inflicted upon the mutated giant rat had significantly impaired its sensory capabilities, Yuan mused. Under normal circumstances, the creature's sensory perception would undoubtedly surpass his own. Yet, given that he had approached so near without being detected, it indicated a troubling deficiency on its part. When he had shattered one of its eyes, it was likely that he had also affected its auditory nerves, and it had yet to recover. This presented Yuan with a prime opportunity. With both visual and auditory impairments, he felt confident in his ability to dispatch it. Yuan chose not to extinguish his flashlight. Instead, he lowered his weapon. The act of switching off the light would produce a faint click, and he was now perilously close to the creature. Any slight noise could arouse its suspicion. He had already spotted its location, approximately 20 meters away, within a drainage pipe no more than a meter in diameter. He could see the creature's grotesque form along with its hideously ugly tail. At the junction of the pipe and the drainage channel lay several gnawed corpses, indicating that the rat was thoroughly indulged in its meal, occasionally flicking its tail with satisfaction. Positioned on the same side as the drainage pipe, the mutated giant rat was entirely oblivious to Yuan's presence. He refrained from approaching any closer. The AK-12 vanished from his hands, replaced by an F1 grenade. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he directed his gaze towards the mutated giant rat. In an instant, he yanked out the safety pin and hurled the F1 grenade towards the creature's location. Chapter 58, The Escaping Giant Rat, A New Target. Yuan acted swiftly. As he tossed the first grenade, a second one was already in his grasp, aimed at the same spot. Simultaneously, as he released the second grenade, he executed a backward dive, although the mutated giant rat's perception was significantly diminished. The sound of the pin being removed and the spring mechanism of the grenade was unmistakably clear in the stillness of the drainage tunnel. Consequently, the moment the grenade was thrown, the rat abruptly ceased its gnawing and perked up its ears. Then came the sound of the grenade hitting the ground, followed by the noise of Yuan hitting the floor. The creature instinctively retreated from the drainage pipe to investigate. Just then, the grenade detonated. Boom! Boom! The successive explosions were accompanied by the cacophony of debris and shrapnel, interspersed with the rat's anguished shrieks. Enduring the impact of 2 grenades at close range was no trivial matter for the mutated giant rat. The sewer was immediately filled with the smoke and dust resulting from the explosion. Yet, Yuan, unfazed by the chaos, swiftly rose to his feet after the grenade detonated. He disengaged from his equipment alongside Mie, grasped his AK-12 once more, and switched on the flashlight affixed to the foregrip to its brightest setting, directing a barrage of gunfire into the depths of the sewer. He emptied an entire magazine, but silence persisted. Rapidly replacing the magazine, he remained on high alert. The cold beam of the flashlight illuminated the swirling smoke and dust, rendering the interior utterly indistinguishable. Mie stood ready at his side, prepared to provide support at a moment's notice, as Yuan had specifically instructed her on their way to Block 15. Mie, exhibiting her quick wit, maintained a poised stance, facing the direction of the smoke, positioned at Yuan's flank. As Yuan contemplated whether to toss another grenade into the fray, a shadow flitted through the haze, revealing the grotesque form of a mutated giant rat. Under the beam of the flashlight, its wedge-shaped head was illuminated, exposing a gaping black cavity where its right eye once was, and its ears bore signs of mutilation. Its fur was patchy, with flames licking at its hide, rendering it even more fearsome in appearance. At that moment, it bared its massive jaws, its oversized incisors glistening with an orange-yellow sheen, lunging towards Yuan. Upon recognizing him as the foe from 2 days prior, the remaining eye of the mutated giant rat blazed with fury. With a swift and prepared response, Yuan had already squeezed the trigger upon noticing the shadow of the beast. The bullets rained down upon the mutated giant rat with relentless ferocity, producing a series of muffled impacts as the creature emitted frantic squeals. Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The 7N10 ammunition was effective. However, the rat's fur provided an exaggerated level of defense. Though the entire magazine of 7N10 rounds had been expended with effective results, the mutated giant rat still barreled towards Yuan. Yet, Yuan appeared oblivious to the impending assault as he stepped back 2 paces. Another figure, charging forward, collided directly with the mutated giant rat, producing a resounding crash. In that instant, time seemed to rewind, reminiscent of the previous night when Mie had sent the creature sprawling once more. Meanwhile, Yuan had reloaded his weapon. The AK-12 erupted in fire once again. However, the mutated giant rat had evidently learned from its previous encounter. Upon being struck by Mie, it deftly twisted midair and dashed towards the sewer as it hit the ground. The entire skirmish lasted less than 5 seconds, yet it was fraught with tension and exhilaration. Bullets pursued the fleeing mutated giant rat, but failed to inflict any damage. Watching it escape, Yuan quickly realized, Mie, we must pursue. It is attempting to flee. With those words, Mie surged ahead, and Yuan followed closely behind. Yet it was too late. As Yuan charged towards the drainage pipe, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a long, thick tail disappearing into the darkness. Faced with the narrow pipe, merely 1 to 1.5 meters in diameter, a grim expression settled upon his face. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped away. Yet, he could not possibly venture into such a conduit in pursuit of the mutated giant rat. In the open terrain, he could still maneuver alongside the creature with the aid of Mie. However, in the confines of this narrow pipe, should the rat launch an attack, he would have no chance to resist. This predicament was troubling. After this assault, the creature would undoubtedly prove even more elusive. Nevertheless, there was little he could do. The advantage of the mutated giant rat within the drainage system was beyond Yuan's capabilities. As he pondered his next steps to locate the mutated giant rat, his gaze suddenly fell upon a spot on the ground. There, he crouched down to examine a fresh pool of blood, sparking a realization within him. He swiftly returned to the location where he had previously battled the mutated giant rat. Indeed, there was another pool of blood. Yet, the penetrating effect of the 7N10 rounds did not seem sufficient to inflict fatal damage upon the creature. Recalling snippets of the earlier confrontation, his attention finally settled on 2 explosive marks near the drainage pipe. These were the remnants of the 2 F1 grenades that had detonated earlier, and he remembered the flames that had engulfed the mutated giant rat upon its appearance. A glimmer of insight flashed in Yuan's eyes, quickly followed by a wave of regret. Of course, how could I have overlooked that? I had fallen into a cognitive trap, fixating solely on a direct confrontation with firearms against such a creature. What attack could rival the ferocity of flames? The bloodstains were evidently a result of the mutated giant rat sustaining the full force of the grenade explosions, with the flames scorching its fur. The unexpected discovery of the creature's vulnerability alleviated the frustration of its earlier escape, with the mutated giant rat having fled. Yuan was not inclined to linger in this unsavory location, as he felt himself becoming increasingly overwhelmed by the stench. He mounted Mia and swiftly returned to his hideout. Once inside, he rifled through the newspapers in his possession, seeking an opportunity to eliminate the Conquest card. Initially, he had intended to slay the mutated giant rat to fulfill the Conquest card mission, but the creature's unusual caution had thwarted his hunting plans. Now, he needed to find alternative means to complete the task promptly. Ultimately, his gaze landed on 2 articles concerning the Bloodhand Gang. There were 2 ways to accomplish the Conquest card mission: either eliminate a formidable creature or dismantle an organization with over 10 members. After much contemplation, it became evident that the Bloodhand Gang was his most suitable target at present. However, Yuan needed to ascertain whether the gang indeed comprised more than 10 members, a detail the articles did not clarify. Thus, he would have to investigate personally. Chapter 59. Capture Bloodhand Gang Nick. Late at night, 14th Street, Watergate Street. Nick stealthily traversed the streets, tightening his grip on the pistol he held. His mind wandered to the moment he would reunite with Qin, a sense of urgency swelling within him. Having been away for over half a month, he couldn't help but wonder if she missed him. He felt the hard object nestled in his pocket, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was the gift he had chosen for Qin. However, a fleeting expression of confusion and disdain crossed his face. The leader was truly something. After successfully seizing a significant haul, they now cowered within a supermarket, unable to venture out, their spoils seemingly off limits. He couldn't fathom their fear. Shaking his head in silence, he dismissed the thought. Whatever. Tonight, he would seek out his Qin, and no one could impede him. She would surely adore this silver bracelet. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow had already taken note of his presence. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck Nick's right arm, piercing through with a swift thud. His cry had barely escaped his lips when a hand swiftly covered his mouth, a sharp blade pressed against his throat, and a clear, icy voice resonated from behind him. Don't move, or you shall die. Nick felt the coldness and sting at his neck, forcing himself to endure the excruciating pain, ceasing his struggles and cries. In the depths of the sewer, the flashlight illuminated Nick's face, and Yuan observed the distinctive tattoo on his arm, narrowing his eyes. Nick? No, I'm not Nick. You must have the wrong person. Upon hearing this, Yuan's brow furrowed, and he raised the crossbow bolt. Oh, I see. I am indeed looking for Nick. And since you are not him, prepare to meet your end. No, please, brother, don't take action. I am Nick. I was wrong. I truly am Nick. As he watched the panicked Nick before him, Yuan's gaze remained cold. You claim to be Nick. How can you prove it? What if you are merely spewing nonsense? Brother, what do you want from me? What must I say to prove my identity? Nick pleaded, desperation etched on his face. Yuan let out a cold laugh. What do you mean? You stole our belongings and fled. What proof do you need? These words drained the color from Nick's face, only to be replaced by a flush of panic as he fervently replied, Brother, we merely took some supplies from the unloading area. It wasn't supposed to escalate to this. Before he could finish, Yuan had already loosed the arrow from his crossbow. Nick gazed at the crossbow bolt embedded in his thigh, the agony causing his entire body to tremble. Yuan kicked him squarely in the face, visibly swelling and causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Even now, you play the fool, making me chase you from the motel to here. The last remnants of Nick's hope shattered as he turned his gaze to Yuan. Brother, what happened at the motel was not my doing. It was our leader, Brother Mahada, who insisted on the theft. I was merely outside waiting for them. I truly knew nothing else. Spare me. I will divulge anything you wish to know. Just let me go. It was all the Mahada brothers' idea. I advised them against taking action, but they would not listen. They are currently at the Sophie Cathedral. Everything of yours is there, I assure you. I'm not deceiving you this time. Yuan had just reloaded his crossbow when he heard this, and without hesitation, he released another bolt, this time striking Nick's other leg. Nick stared at Yuan in disbelief, veins bulging on his forehead. A devil, this man is truly a devil. Yuan bent down to grasp the bolt, twisting it cruelly as he listened to Nick's incessant wails. Only after several moments did he finally relent, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once more, where are they hiding? Are you certain it is the Sophie Cathedral? Nick was slumped on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he gazed at Yuan. How does he know everything? As Yuan reloaded the crossbow, aiming this time at Nick's groin, Nick's pupils dilated in fear upon hearing the next words. Tell me, if I were to strike this spot, would your beloved Qingqing still glance your way? The smile on Yuan's lips transformed in Nick's eyes into the most wicked of grins. His seemingly casual words became the whispers of a demon. Nick was utterly broken. The green forest light. They are in the green forest light. I swear, I will tell you anything you wish to know, just spare me. Nick cried out, instinctively covering his groin with his intact left hand. Having achieved his objective, Yuan ceased his torment, replacing his smile with a cold, penetrating gaze. Tell me, how many of you are there in total? What does your schedule look like? How are the sentries distributed? What weapons do you possess? What are the distinguishing features of the Mahata brothers? This is your final chance. Answer incorrectly once more, and you shall bid farewell to your Qingqing. There are 16 of us, but 3 went missing during the typhoon a few days ago. Among the remaining, 4 are injured, and we have maintained a normal schedule, which is why I could come out now. The others are all asleep. Nick gasped for breath, but continued. Usually, only 3 keep watch at night. 1 on the first floor and 2 on the 4th. We have only 4 AKs, a 74U, and 3 handguns. The rest are bows and homemade daggers. Our leaders are a fat one and a thin one. The thin one is the eldest, and the fat one is the second. They each bear a bloody palm tattoo on their forearms, which is how our gang got its name, the Bloody Hand Gang. Is that so? Now tell me again, how many of you are there? Yuan suddenly inquired. 16 in total. What weapons do you have? 4 AKs, a 74U, and 3 handguns. The fat one is the eldest, and the thin one is the second, correct? No. Oh dear, I forgot again. How many are there in total? 3 missing, 4 injured? Brother, moments later, Yuan withdrew the dagger from Nick, having gathered a comprehensive understanding of the Bloody Hand Gang situation. Through persistent inquiry and careful interjection, he confirmed the reliability of the answers provided, particularly as Nick's consciousness began to wane due to severe blood loss, rendering the likelihood of deceit minimal. The notes in the hideout meticulously documented a wealth of information. The Bloodhand Gang comprises 16 members, armed with 4 AK, 74 US, 3 handguns, 1 homemade shotgun, 3 bows, and a dozen melee weapons. Their routine typically commences with rest at 11 p.m. During the day, 6 sentinels are stationed, while 3 guard the premises at night. Daytime posts are located on the 3rd and 4th floors and the rooftop, whereas nighttime vigilance is maintained at the 1st floor entrance and the 4th floor. The Mahata brothers, 1 stout and 1 slender, bear blood-red palm tattoos on their arms. Yuan glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. There should still be time. In Chapter 60, titled The Green Forest Lights Supermarket, Infiltration and Hunt, Yuan and the sheep traversed the sewers, leaping over sewage channels with ease, swiftly covering 15 blocks before entering the 10th block. Observing the virtual map, he furrowed his brow at the layout surrounding the Green Forest Lights Supermarket. The good news was that 2 main roads flanked the supermarket, allowing him to approach directly through the sewers, and a number of Bloodhand Gang members aligned with the requirements of the Conquest card mission. However, the bad news was equally apparent. The supermarket's vastness meant that if even 1 person managed to escape, his Conquest mission would remain incomplete. This was precisely why Yuan had targeted Nick for elimination. The Conquest card demanded the complete domination of an organization without a single omission. This consideration led him to prioritize the mutated giant rats during the day. The challenge lay in the supermarket's 4 expansive floors, where the 1st and 3rd floors housed the general supermarket, and the 4th floor contained high-end electronics and office areas. According to Nick's intelligence, the Bloodhand Gang primarily congregated on the 4th floor's office section, with the Mahata brothers in the general manager's office, while others occupied the finance office and the procurement office. Yet, Yuan possessed only the external street map of the supermarket and lacked the internal structural layout, complicating his task. Furthermore, he had but this one opportunity to act tonight. He must eliminate the Bloodhand Gang before dawn. Otherwise, should they notice Nick's absence overnight, they would likely relocate, leaving Yuan with no escape. He glanced at the magician's ring, a flicker of relief washing over him. Fortunately, he had been cautious before setting out. He had brought the right tools. Before long, Yuan arrived at the streets adjacent to the Green Forest Light Supermarket. The supermarket's facade faced Qing Shui Avenue, serving as a parking lot, with the main entrance situated here. The 2 sentinels stationed on the 4th floor were tasked with monitoring this very spot. Another individual was tasked with monitoring the escalator passage leading down to the 4th floor, from where the main entrance on the 1st floor was also visible. To the west of the supermarket lay Fengwu Street. which is the very street where Yuan currently found himself. This was the side entrance of the supermarket, with delivery and staff passages located here, and a third night watchman stationed at this point. Equipped with a crossbow, Yuan stealthily approached the staff passage, moving along the supermarket's wall under the cover of night. Nick had departed from this very spot. The person guarding the first floor post tonight was his brother from childhood, which facilitated his smooth exit. As Yuan advanced cautiously, an exceedingly faint snoring sound reached his ears, causing him to pause momentarily. Checking the time, he noted it was 3 a.m., a revelation dawning within him. Following the sound, he drew near to the watchman's position. Indeed, a figure huddled in the corner of the staff passage was the source of the noise. The entrance to the staff passage had long been compromised, with several supermarket carts piled up as obstacles, leaving only a narrow gap for entry and exit. Yuan approached this gap, held his breath, and quietly stepped over to confront the watchman, swiftly dispatching him without so much as a whisper. Only after the watchman lay silent did he gently place the body on the ground and continue his advance inward. Time was of the essence. It was now 3 o'clock, and dawn would break around 5 or 6. He had less than 3 hours. After entering the staff passage and turning left, approximately 20 meters ahead was the staircase corridor that led directly to the 4th floor, remaining undetected by the watchman stationed at the escalator. Recalling Nick's descriptions of the supermarket's layout, Yuan instinctively turned left. Soon, he encountered the staircase corridor he had envisioned, ascending to the 4th floor where 2 intersections awaited him. To the right was the escalator, guarded by watchmen, and to the left lay the office area, where all other marauders, including the sentinel watching over the parking lot, were resting. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan decided it would be prudent to first eliminate the watchman near the escalator. He promptly shifted towards the right passage and quickly spotted the escalator's location. However, he had not been informed of the exact position of this watchman, only that he was somewhere along this corridor near the escalator, which caused him to frown. Now, nestled in the shadows of the corner, he observed the direction of the escalator. Yet despite his scrutiny, he could discern no suspicious figures, just as he considered alternative strategies. A fleeting red dot in the distance captured his attention. Yuan immediately focused on that area, and sure enough, moments later, the red dot reappeared, accompanied by a prolonged exhalation. Positioned behind a pillar between the escalator and the corridor, Yuan quickly deduced that someone was hiding there. No wonder. He now understood that the earlier red dot was a lit cigarette. The sentry evidently employed this method to combat the drowsiness and fatigue that the night watch engendered. Yuan exhaled deeply, reassured by the knowledge of the opponent's position, as everything would be manageable thereafter. Grasping the crossbow with its folded limbs, he crouched low and approached the pillar with measured steps. Damn it! Standing guard in this wretched place daily, one could never ascertain when it would finally end. A cigarette was flicked away, followed closely by a hushed voice of complaint. Yuan slowed his movements further, the crossbow now aimed toward the pillar, a mere 5 or 6 meters separating him from it. He cautiously shifted his foot to the left, ensuring his body remained in the optimal concealment offered by the pillar. As his footsteps echoed softly, a figure emerged from behind the pillar, entering Yuan's line of sight. However, the individual's attention was wholly fixated on the staircase and the main entrance on the 1st floor, completely oblivious to the direction of the office area behind them. Thus, Yuan smoothly pressed against the pillar, stealthily positioning himself behind the unsuspecting figure. With a deft flick of his wrist, the crossbow vanished, replaced by a knife, its blade glinting ominously in his hand. He advanced a step, his left foot wedged between the opponent's feet, while his left hand clamped over the mouth and nose. The knife poised menacingly against the throat. A low, muffled grunt escaped, blood streaming from the raider's mouth and nose as his body convulsed in desperate struggle. Yuan clenched his teeth, his left arm's muscles taut. The strength he possessed far surpassed that of the raider. Within mere seconds, all motion ceased, leaving only silence in its wake. After a few more moments, Yuan cautiously laid the body flat on the ground, rubbing his left hand over the raider's form to cleanse the blood from his gloves. He stowed the raider's firearm and equipment, which he had propped against the wall, into the magician's ring. Yuan then relocated the body behind the pillar and immediately proceeded toward the office area. Only the final sentry remained. Chapter 61. The Bloodhand Gang must perish tonight. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, the hour when the human body sinks into profound slumber, coinciding with the most vulnerable and fatigued state of the guards. Yuan traversed the corridor of the office area, checking the door signs to confirm his location. This was the Human Resources Operations Department, Ah, the procurement department located. He peered through the crack of the door, and indeed, faint sounds of snoring emanated from within. After confirming the procurement department's location, he swiftly located the finance department, followed by the general manager's office. These 3 rooms housed all members of the Bloodhand Gang. However, to err on the side of caution, Yuan conducted a thorough search of the other departmental rooms as well. Most of the doors stood ajar, and he deduced that there was likely no one present, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the rooms verified, he was now ready to act. He approached the farthest room in the corridor, the supermarket conference room, where, according to Nick, the final sentry would typically be stationed. Yet, the door to the conference room was firmly shut. Yuan crouched by the crack, hearing no discernible noise, and pondered his next move. As the sentry proved insurmountable, and with the barrier of that door concealing his presence, there was no necessity to alarm the adversary at this juncture. Yuan produced 2 bundles of custom-timed explosives, placing them against the corridor wall adjacent to the conference room. After glancing at the time, he activated the timer, initiating a countdown of 5 minutes. Subsequently, he proceeded to the corridors outside the general manager's office, the finance room, and the procurement room, depositing timed bombs in the corners of each room. With 2 bundles in every chamber and countdowns decrementing sequentially, ensuring that the final detonation would occur simultaneously. Upon setting the last explosive in the procurement room, only 1 minute and 11 seconds remained on the countdown. Just as he was about to depart, the sudden sound of a door opening in the finance room caught his attention, prompting Yuan to look up. What he beheld was an equally astonished figure, holding a flashlight, who had also spotted Yuan crouched in the corner of the procurement room. In that fleeting moment of mutual acknowledgement, Yuan swiftly drew a hand crossbow, aiming it at the individual and releasing the trigger. However, the adversary, realizing the imminent threat, evaded just in time, retreating behind the door where the bolt embedded itself in his cheek, pinning him to the door frame. What followed was a heart-wrenching scream that reverberated throughout the floor. Enemies. Damn it! Yuan cursed under his breath, realizing that someone had emerged at this critical moment. With only a minute remaining before the explosives detonated, he had no choice. He had to stall the Bloodhand Gang. He hurled a flashbang directly at the finance room door and seized the opportunity to dash towards the rear passage. This was the sole escape route in the office area, and if he could secure it for the remaining minute, he would achieve victory. With that scream, the other members of the Bloodhand Gang, previously in slumber, were instantly awakened, arming themselves and preparing for battle. Yet, in the next moment, the flashbang detonated before the finance room. A resounding boom echoed through the air, accompanied by a blinding flash of white light and a cacophony of noise. The marauder who had discovered Yuan was the first to succumb, covering his eyes and collapsing to the ground in agony. Following closely were the other marauders in the finance room, drawn by their comrades' cries, all eyes shifting towards the corridor. The sudden illumination in the darkness caused all to fall, writhing and contorting in pain, their screams amplifying in intensity. Simultaneously, the doors to the general manager's office and the conference room swung open. The procurement department was even more direct. Without opening the door, bullets penetrated through, creating a series of holes in the corridor wall. What the hell is going on? Where are the enemies? A furious voice bellowed from the general manager's office. A portly man clad in a bulletproof vest, adorned with a chain of ammunition across his chest, burst forth wielding a machine gun, only to find Yuan just as he rounded the corner of the corridor. Damn it there! The rapid fire of the machine gun erupted, flames spewing forth as a storm of bullets engulfed the very spot where Yuan had just been. The bullets carved deep craters into the walls of the corridor's bend, smoothing the sharp edges into mere remnants of their former selves. In this critical moment, Yuan, having swiftly taken refuge behind the corner wall, watched in trepidation as the bullets whizzed perilously close, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. Damn it! His heart raced with a sense of foreboding. Glancing at the timer, he noted that only 53 seconds remained. Once again, a stun grenade materialized in his hand. There was no way he could escape with the machine gun blazing. Thus, he resolved to rely on throwing weapons to buy himself time. Removing the safety pin, he hurled the stun grenade towards the corridor wall, where it ricocheted off and rolled toward the ruined door of the procurement department. The portly figure nearby immediately recognized the grenade, his eyes widening as he dashed toward the office. A grenade, in truth, due to the machine gun's relentless fire. The raiders in the procurement room had been too terrified to show themselves, and upon hearing the warning of a grenade, they had no hesitation in dropping to the ground. Consequently, when a thunderous boom and blinding flash of the stun grenade erupted in the corridor, everyone was caught off guard. Within the confines of the indoor environment, the power of the explosion amplified geometrically, striking the raiders in the procurement department foremost. Previously, the door had offered some semblance of protection, but now they were left entirely exposed. Clutching their heads, they collapsed to the floor, their combat effectiveness utterly diminished. Meanwhile, the night watchman in the conference room suffered the least impact. Thus, as the grenade detonated, he was the first to lean out, aiming his AK-74U towards the corridor to fire. Yet, he could not possibly be quicker than Yuan. As soon as he emerged, Yuan detected his movement and swiftly aimed his weapon. With a rapid succession of shots, the night watchman was struck in both thigh and arm, tumbling to the ground. Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the virtual screen, watching the countdown. 5 seconds left. It was time to withdraw. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted towards the rear stairwell as the timer approached its end. Just as he reached the stairwell, a series of explosive detonations erupted behind him, followed by a seismic tremor that shook the entire building. Yuan then felt a searing wave of heat crashing against his back. He was thrown, enveloped in thick smoke and dust. The corridor became a haze. Coughing, Yuan fought to disperse the smoke before activating the virtual screen to check the status of the Conquer Car mission. To his dismay, there was no notification indicating the task's completion, and he silently sighed in resignation. With the AK-12 firmly in hand, he resolutely charged once more towards the office area. His gaze icy. The Bloodhand Gang must perish tonight. Chapter 62, Eliminate Mahada and Retreat. Thick smoke and flames engulfed the office area. In his relentless pursuit to eradicate the Bloodhand Gang, Yuan had deployed 7 bundles of custom-timed explosives, resulting in unparalleled devastation. The floor was littered with debris and shards of wall, as Yuan's piercing eyes searched for any survivors. Time was not on his side. The magnitude of this explosion would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire 10th District, and perhaps even beyond. Daybreak was imminent, and given the 10th District's position at the eastern edge of the city, the nearby garrison of marauders was likely already aware of the unfolding situation. What troubled Yuan the most was the presence of the burning fortress. They had been tracking the Bloodhand Gang for days, and if they had traced them to this vicinity, they would surely be en route. With precious little time remaining, Yuan had to act swiftly. This urgency was the very reason for his immediate return. He could not afford the risks of failure or delay. Moving rapidly across the gravel, he soon arrived at the procurement room, where the original walls had vanished, revealing several bodies obscured beneath the rubble. Without pausing to ascertain their fates, he fired a shot into the head of each corpse, counting as he went. There were 3 bodies in the procurement department. He then proceeded to the finance department, where he encountered another 3 corpses. Just as he was about to leave after ensuring they were all dead, a faint groan emanated from beneath a pile of bricks and rubble. Yuan swiftly cleared the debris, uncovering a bloodied figure, gruesome yet alive. The individual, using the last vestiges of his strength, caught Yuan's gaze and, illuminated by the flashlight, pleaded with his remaining eye for salvation. "Help me," he uttered weakly, only to be met with the ominous barrel of a gun. Bang! Yuan's attention then shifted towards the general manager's office in the conference room. The Bloodhand Gang consisted of 16 members, excluding the 3 who were missing or deceased, and Nick, whom he had slain. Only 12 remained in the building. After accounting for the 2 sentries he had eliminated, merely 10 remained. Yet still, the notification of task completion had not appeared. It seemed the variables lay among the remaining 3. Upon entering the general manager's office, the first sight that met his eyes was that of a corpulent corpse, clutching a submachine gun in his grasp. After dispatching the final shot, he collected the weapon, the ammunition belt, and all other belongings into his magician's ring. However, the slender figure he sought was nowhere to be found. Scanning the room, he discerned no other signs of life amidst the shattered stones. Furrowing his brow, Yuan turned and entered the conference room. After finishing off the last of the night watchmen, he confirmed his suspicions. The leader of the Mahada brothers, that very thin man, was inexplicably absent. The most dreaded scenario has indeed come to pass. Yuan returned to the general manager's office, searching once more. Yet he could not locate the thin figure. However, in the corner, he discovered a parcel partially buried in concrete. This was the backpack that Nick had mentioned, belonging to the Mahada brothers. All the items seized from the motel were contained within this bag. After stowing the parcel within the magician's ring, Yuan, in a fit of frustration, fired several shots at the ground and cursed, Damn it. You managed to escape. I'll give you that. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance at the office area engulfed in smoke and flames before swiftly making his way towards the stairwell. The explosion at the Green Forest Lights supermarket and the ensuing gunfire indeed attracted the attention of all nearby marauders, vagrants, scavengers, and survivors. They were irresistibly drawn to the commotion and the flames that danced in the distance. Among them was Hans, who had been searching for the Bloodhand gang's burning stronghold. He stood atop a high building, gazing at the distant blaze. Boss Hans, that S in the direction of 10th Street. We passed through there just yesterday. Someone behind him explained. Did we enter that building? Hans inquired. No, we only passed by on the adjacent street, came the reply. Retrieving a map that detailed his pursuit of the marauders, Hans glanced again at the direction of the flames, aligning it with his tracking route, and made a decisive choice. He folded the map and addressed the others, speaking in a low voice. Let us go investigate. At the Green Forest Lights supermarket, 3 minutes after Yuan's departure, a gaunt figure climbed through the window of the general manager's office, his body and face marred by wounds and blood, yet he paid them no heed. He swiftly approached the corpse of the hefty man, fixating on the bullet hole in the skull, his eyes betraying a tumult of hatred, anger, resentment, and sorrow. The sight of his missing backpack only intensified the coldness in his gaze. However, these emotions were fleeting, replaced by caution and shrewdness. Mahata knew he must vacate the premises post-haste. This supermarket had become a beacon in the night, soon to be swarmed by countless moths and mosquitoes. He needed to escape the encirclement before that occurred. Particularly, the relentless pursuers who had dogged them like rabid dogs for days would certainly seize this opportunity to investigate. Drawing his pistol from his waist, he dashed toward the stairwell. Upon reaching the corridor, he cautiously peered out to confirm the absence of anyone. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Mahata's eyes. This was anticipated. Given the commotion, that individual would undoubtedly not linger here, especially with the Marauder's prison nearby. Clearly, his adversary had already departed, which was precisely why Mahata had chosen to hide in the 10th Street area. As Mahata contemplated, his ears suddenly perked up, detecting the faint sound of an engine. Alarm surged within him. Someone was approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed down the stairwell. However, as he rounded a corner, he felt his foot snagged by an unseen object, followed by a sharp, resonant sound. What was that? How could this be? Mahata, in disbelief, turned toward the source of the sound, his expression one of horror. Casting aside all caution, he leaped down the stairs in a desperate bound. Just as his body rolled onto the third-floor corridor, a violent explosion erupted at the stairwell's bend. Boom! The sound of shattering glass resonated as shrapnel flew. Mahata curled into a ball, shielding his head with his arms. As the chaos subsided, he sprang to his feet, only to be met by the dark muzzle of a gun and a pair of chillingly cold eyes. There was no time to react. The gun fired. Bang! Blood intertwined with flames and darkness, blossoming into a vivid display. Thud! Mahata's body crashed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a long-awaited mechanical prompt echoed in Yuan's ears. Fate card. Ignoring the notification, Yuan swiftly collected all of Mahata's belongings into the magician's ring, leaving no item behind, not even clothing. After meticulously checking every inch, including hair, armpits, and calves, he turned and sprinted downstairs. There was no time to lose. The enemy was closing in. During his escape, a black armband snagged on a piece of wire. Chapter 63, Black Shield Armband, Undercurrents. Buzzing. The flame motorcycle came to a slow halt in front of the Green Forest Lights supermarket. Hans surveyed the scattered glass shards at his feet and the thick smoke billowing from the 4th floor, his gaze flickering with concern. Other knights gathered beside him. 2 would remain to guard, while the others ventured inside to assess the situation, hastening to leave before the rioters and the Black Shield police arrived. Unter Hans Direkun, the Flame Knights sprang into action. They split up, some taking the escalator directly to the 4th floor, while others opted for the stairwell, each fully armed. However, as the rioters ascended the escalator to the 4th floor, an explosion erupted, sending them crashing to the ground, lifeless. Be careful, it's a tripwire, someone warned. Hans's eyes hardened, disregarding his subordinates' cautions, and continued up the escalator. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he stumbled upon a throat-slit corpse. Entering the office area, Hans surveyed the devastation of the explosion, yet he detected a familiar scent amidst the carnage, his brow furrowing. Boss, this is our time bomb. Are there other brothers from home here? A flame knight approached Hans, holding a piece of explosive debris aloft for inspection. Hans took the object, instantly recognizing it as the timing mechanism of the incendiary stronghold's bomb, further accentuated by the distinctive scent lingering in the air. His mind raced back to the incident that had transpired in the 9th District, his gaze gleaming with a cold light. Everyone began to search meticulously. This was the handiwork of the same group that had previously assaulted Priest Hualuo, leaving no trace unexamined. The Fire Knights were taken aback, but soon revealed their murderous intent. "We understand now, boss." The search proceeded swiftly, and they soon uncovered the lifeless body of the corpulent Mahata. Hans hurried over to inspect the scene, noting the bullet hole in the man's head and the evident signs of looting. He realized that this adversary was quite formidable, cautious, vigilant, and decisive. He paced to the window, where the glass had been shattered by the explosion, providing an unobstructed view of the parking lot of the Green Forest Light supermarket. His attention was drawn to a half-formed blood handprint at the window's edge. He touched it gently. Suddenly, he raised his head. It had been freshly made. A vivid image flashed in his mind of an individual clinging to the window's edge, suspended outside the building, eluding the enemy's search. "Clever maneuver," Hans murmured softly. At that moment, a report came through. There was a body found in the staircase corridor, and upon comparison, it was indeed the leader of the Blood Hand gang they had been pursuing. Hans made his way to the staircase corridor, where the acrid scent of recently exploded grenades lingered in the air. Mahata's blood still flowed, having perished just moments before their arrival. "Boss, we have already examined the nearby exits. We found another body in the staff passage, but it has been cold for some time. No signs of the enemy have been discovered." Just as one of the Fire Knights finished speaking, another approached Hans, holding an object aloft. "Boss, we have a discovery." Hans looked over, his brow raising in intrigue. It was a badge, stained with torn fabric and blood. Recognizing the emblem of a Black Shield, the insignia of the Black Shield Police Department, he noted the fresh blood on the fabric. His fingers instantly became crimson and damp. "Where is this found?" he inquired. "At the corner of the staff passage. It seems it got snagged on a protruding wire in haste." The Black Shield Police Department. Contemplating the badge, Hans proceeded to the parking lot, retrieving a whistle from his chest. He blew into it, the sound resonating in the air. Soon, a hawk descended from the sky, landing gracefully on Hans's outstretched arm. A note and the badge were secured to the hawk's leg, and Hans produced a piece of jerky from his waist pouch, offering it to the bird while gently patting its head. "Go, my dear." With a sharp cry, the hawk took flight, vanishing into the now slightly cool sky. As the hawk disappeared, a manhole cover by the roadside, 100 meters from the parking lot, slowly closed. Yuan put away the telescope, his mind still lingering on the scene he had just witnessed. He was astonished to discover that the whistle could actually summon that hawk. The realization struck him as he recalled the pure titanium outdoor whistle he had found on the Flame Priest. Yuan gazed at the slightly shimmering tactic on the virtual panel, diverting calamity, a smirk forming on his lips. It was uncertain whether they had noticed, nevertheless. It was best to leave this place for now. Returning to the sewer, he summoned Mia, and together, they sprinted towards their hiding spot. After Yuan's departure, those within the burning fortress quickly vacated the area. Yet the situation in the Eastern District grew increasingly tumultuous. In the eastern suburbs, at the riot prison, Baku was reporting to Haber about the incident involving Black Lung Victor when a prison guard entered. "Warden, Deputy Warden," the guard announced an hour ago, "there was a violent explosion in Block 10. Our personnel went to investigate, and 12 individuals were confirmed dead. It appears to be the work of the Blood Hand gang, a band of marauders frequently seen in the wilderness. The leader, the Mahata brothers, have all been killed." Furthermore, Haber glanced over, a hint of impatience in his demeanor. "Furthermore what? Speak quickly." "It seems there are signs of the Flame Knight's presence at the scene," the guard continued. At this revelation, both Haber and Baku were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances before Baku turned to the guard. "Are you certain it was the Flame Knights? What is the situation?" The guard promptly replied. "We discovered numerous traces of motorcycles at the site. The tire marks indicate that approximately 15 to 20 vehicles were present. Additionally, there were signs of rummaging and searching at the explosion site. Lastly, we found this." The guard produced a bag containing charred remnants from behind him. "These are fragments of the explosives found at the scene, consistent with the materials previously provided by the burning fortress. Therefore, this explosion, coupled with their appearance there, may be significantly related to the burning fortress." Baku's eyes narrowed at this information. The burning fortress? Among the supplies stolen from us a few days ago, there was indeed a cache of explosives. The guard paused momentarily before responding. "Yes, the supplies included 25 bundles of timed explosives." After a brief hesitation, he added, Deputy Warden, are you suggesting that this explosion was orchestrated by the same group? Baku adjusted his glasses, lost in contemplation. We'll discuss that later. The priority now is to trace the Flame Knights. I must understand their purpose for being here. Understood. As the guard departed, Haber turned his attention to Baku. What is going on? Baku gestured for Haber to remain silent. Recognizing the cue, Haber promptly fell silent, aware that Baku was deep in thought. Minutes passed before Baku's eyes suddenly flashed with insight. He looked up sharply at Haber. I comprehend now. It is no wonder that during our previous transaction with the Burning Fortress, a flame priest suddenly appeared. It seems that the true purpose of these Flame Knights arriving here today is indeed linked to the Flame Priest. Chapter 64. The Conquest card is eliminated, Freedom Mode activated. In the Hideout of the Abyss, after confirming the safety of the alert traps set at the entrance of the sewer ladder, Yuan finally returned to his sanctuary. He promptly removed the gear from Mian and fed her fresh grass, which she devoured eagerly, clearly starved. Yuan then shed his armor, kindled the firewood in the hearth, and set a kettle of water to boil. The time had now reached 6:10 a.m. on the 10th day of the Wasteland. He first proceeded to salvage the resources from the recycling bin, retrieving a bundle of wires and tape, and subsequently placed the new refuse into the bin, securing the lid. After laying out the spoils of the night on the floor from the magician's ring, he stepped into the bathroom for a brief shower. After a night of battle, he was covered in soot and dust, which washed away under the cleansing embrace of shampoo and body wash, flowing as dark water into the drain. Upon exiting the bathroom, the fatigue that had enveloped his body seemed significantly alleviated, though the absence of hot water remained a minor inconvenience. Nevertheless, Yuan felt quite content, and at that moment, the water in the hearth had reached a boil. After preparing a packet of soy milk powder and pairing it with biscuits for breakfast, Yuan commenced his serious endeavors. He activated the virtual panel, and the fate card notifications appeared promptly. Fate card, rock level conquest card elimination successful. Fate point. 1. Detected valuable options among the conquest targets. Would you like a plunder? Consume 1 fate point. 3 blood red options subsequently emerged. More valuable options. Yuan gazed at the light screen with delight. The last time valuable options appeared was during the elimination of the kill card, where the lockpicking skill had proven immensely beneficial. He wondered what options awaited him this time. 1. An empty room. 2. Follower token. 3. Black market entry permit. Upon the appearance of these 3 options, Yuan's gaze fixated intently on the first, causing him to sit up slightly. An empty room. He felt a thrill of excitement, dismissing the latter 2 options with a mere glance and decisively selecting the first. Fate point. 1 acquired. An empty room. As the fate points were deducted, a land deed manifested in Yuan's hand. Empty room. Quality rock. Description. A safe house can be constructed in a location outside the hideout. A safe house. At this moment, Yuan was truly exhilarated. He immediately entered the warehouse and retrieved the rare item, the Starry Mirror. The Starry Mirror could facilitate the construction of a rare building, contingent upon possessing 50,000 survival points in an empty room. The vacant rooms can be transformed into safe houses, which implies that the extraordinary structure known as the Mirror of the Starry Sky could also serve as a refuge. Upon his virtual screen, the specification for the hideout and escape route have already been summoned. 1 escape key, 1 safe house, and 1 locked door. With the safe house established and the locked door readily available, all that remains is to locate the final escape key to construct this escape route. Yuan's gaze fell upon the pile of resources collected from the Blood Hand Gang. However, just as he prepared to examine the supplies, the fate card interface underwent another transformation, eliciting a tinge of astonishment from Yuan. What is happening? Hasn't T had already concluded? Haven T even selected a new fate gift. Under Yuan's watchful eyes, the wooden box containing the fate cards began to tremble, its lid slightly ajar, as streams of light emerged from the void and entered the box. These streams of light shimmered in 4 hues: gold, silver, bronze, and earth yellow. Once the streams dissipated, the box closed once more. A line of text subsequently materialized on the screen. Slaughter, Indulgence, Extravagance, and Conquest each yield 1 card. The novice tutorial has concluded, and the free mode has commenced. Yuan swallowed hard as he read the subtitles on the screen. Are you telling me that the fate card tasks I previously endured were merely in novice tutorial mode? This cannot be true. The tasks for the 4 fate cards, aside from a slaughter which was somewhat manageable, were all fraught with peril and anxiety. To complete the tasks, He had navigated the treacherous grounds of the Black Shield police station, storm prison, and the burning fortress, devising every possible strategy to acquire resources and weaponry. Whether confronting mutated giant rats or forcibly dismantling the Bloodhand gang, he had faced numerous dangers. Now, to be informed that all of it was merely a novice tutorial task, Yuan's composure shattered instantly. If a novice tutorial was this absurd, what could the so-called free mode possibly entail? Overthinking would yield no benefit. Yuan swiftly assessed the potential implications of the fate cards. The 4 streams of light that had entered the wooden box suggested that the levels of the fate cards were likely to be these 4, the lowest being stone, followed by bronze, silver, and gold. Yuan strained to recall the images of the streams that had just flashed before him. Fortunately, the proportion of gold and silver among the streams was not high. The most prevalent was still the earth yellow, corresponding to the stone card. This realization somewhat alleviated Yuan's anxiety. With merely 20 days remaining until the end of the novice protection period, he faced the impending invasion from veteran players, which represented his most significant threat. Additionally, there loomed the perilous Wasteland survival game that sent shivers down the spines of even the top 100 players. Although Yuan lacked detailed information regarding this event, fragments of conversations from seasoned players hinted at its extreme danger, suggesting that he would likely encounter the Wasteland survival game once the novice protection period concluded. These crises compel Yuan to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength, and he cannot afford to miss the assistance bestowed by fate, including the rewards that follow the completion of fate cards. Taking a deep breath, he endeavors to expel the unease and restlessness from his mind. Ultimately, he ignites a Marlboro cigarette, and under the influence of nicotine, his mood gradually begins to stabilize. Mia casts a curious glance at Yuan, perplexed by his sudden solemn expression. Meanwhile, Yuan's thoughts return to rationality and composure. He comprehends that the enhancement of the fate cards presents a favorable prospect for him. The gifts he previously received from fate and the rewards from completing fate cards are of rock-solid quality. The increased difficulty implies a potential for higher quality rewards. The mere thought of possibly obtaining rewards of bronze, silver, or even gold quality stirs a flicker of anticipation within Yuan. All of Fate's gifts are already marked with their respective prices. A saying regarding Fate cards flashes through his mind. Since he has chosen to accept Fate's offerings, he fully understands the principle that one gets what one pays for. There is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Having embarked on this path, he shall press onward. With this resolve, Yuan's gaze sharpens with unyielding determination. He now only hopes that fortune will favor him and allow him some time to develop before drawing a high-level Fate card. Everything hinges on his next draw of the Fate card. Chapter 65. Unveiling the Tidal Path of Extraordinary Artifacts, Achievement Rewards. Yuan closes the virtual screen and directs his attention to the pile of spoils on the ground, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Due to the pressing time constraints, he has not gathered a substantial amount of resources this time, possessing only 2 AKs, a 74U, several dozen rounds of ammunition, and a PKM machine gun with over 300 rounds of 7.62x 50E4 MMR ammunition. However, the mere presence of this machine gun fills Yuan with joy. He has a slight obsession with firearms, perhaps a trait inherent to men. After admiring it for a moment, he neatly arranges the weapons and ammunition in the storage. The warehouse requires an upgrade. Observing the nearly full storage brimming with firearms and ammunition, Yuan cannot help but feel a twinge of pride. These are the fruits of his labor. It would be disingenuous to claim otherwise. Subsequently, his gaze shifts to the backpack found in the general manager's office and the items recovered from the slender Mahata. Among them, a small wooden box captures Yuan's attention. This box measures approximately 8 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and less than 2 centimeters in thickness. It was discovered in Mahata's inner pocket, tucked close to his chest. The only thing that could warrant such careful concealment by Mahata, aside from the coveted item pursued by the burning fortress, is beyond Yuan's speculation. With a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, Yuan slowly opens the wooden box. Before him lies an unremarkable brass key, accompanied by a tag that reads Motel Main Guest Room. A key? A cipher? As Yuan immediately recalled the escape key mentioned in the construction requirements for the escape passage, he felt a sudden jolt upon encountering the key. At that moment, a melodious yet chilling notification resonated in his ears, causing his very soul to quiver. Ding! Detected player Yuan. Acquired artifact. Escape key. Hidden conditions triggered. Acquired artifact ranked 5000. Possesses management authority over the hideout. Title path pathfinder unlocked. Players still within the novice protection period. Conditions met. Unlocking artifact. Long tier title path. Reward. 5,000 survival points. Congratulations. Yuan's hideout has been activated, granting artifact leaderboard access. Acquired title. Eye of Insight. Achievement unlocked. Artifact collector. Achievement points gained. 500. The leaderboard information for Yuan's hideout has been updated, initiating ranking evaluation. Development potential. Risk resistance coefficient. Achievement bonus. Title rarity. Current hideout ranking. 8599. With a gasp, Yuan stared at the series of notifications displayed on the virtual screen, his heart racing. His ranking had astonishingly surged by 750 places. He gazed at the seemingly ordinary key in his hand, unable to fathom the immense power it contained. It was noteworthy that from the moment he entered the Wasteland world until now, his total ranking increase had been merely 751 places. Yet due to this key, his ranking had skyrocketed by 750 positions. This was no longer mere surprise, but rather a thrill bordering on terror. This was no longer the time when he ranked 10, 0, 0, 0. The higher the rank, the more arduous the ascent. With every subsequent rank increase, the necessary resources and achievement points escalated in difficulty. Taking a series of deep breaths to calm his exhilaration, Yuan turned his gaze back to the screen. He understood that this significant rise was not solely attributable to the achievement points, as 500 points were scarcely enough to propel him up so many ranks. The crux lay in the newly unlocked artifact, long-tier title path, and the title Eye of Insight. The rarity of this title path and its enhancement to the hideout's development potential might even surpass that of the shadow of the city title path. Eagerly, he scrutinized the newly acquired title, Eye of Insight. Title, Eye of Insight. Quality, rare. Path affiliation, artifact, long tier. Effect, unlocks spiritual vision. Mental resistance 15. Mental trauma recovery speed 20. When gazing at a target creature, there's a chance to discern weaknesses, optimizing the hideout facility crafting table. Artifact workshop. Spiritual vision? What could this artifact workshop be? Yuan gazed intently at the information on the screen, his eyes reflecting profound contemplation. Once again, artifacts insight, and now the emergence of spiritual vision and the artifact workshop flooded his mind, evoking a vivid memory of a scene he had witnessed at the Oli's Hotel. In the John K. Zoo, the Aurora Animal Assistance Society is poised to conduct a sacrificial ceremony, and the threat posed by this organization has been grossly underestimated. The sole piece of good news is that the effects of the title Eye of the Seer are remarkably potent, providing both mental resistance and enhanced recovery speed. Subsequently, Yuan gazed at the recently acquired achievement, Curator of Oddities, which yielded unexpected rewards. A blueprint for crafting a spirit collector? The achievement not only granted Yuan 500 achievement points, but also rewarded him with an item crafting blueprint. Yuan opened the facility management log of his hideout. Indeed, within the crafting station facilities, a new optimization path labeled Workshop of Oddities appeared, which could be unlocked by constructing a level 3 crafting station. Furthermore, the item crafting list displayed a glowing red crafting page for the spirit collector. The red hue indicated that the crafting requirements were not yet met. Thus, Yuan examined the prerequisites. A level 3 crafting station, 100 milliliters of fresh spirit creature blood, 100 grams of spirit creature drops, 2 CPUs, 1 portable electronic device, and 3 white crystals. Good heavens! Yuan could not help but rub his temples. He had yet to comprehend the earlier requirements. Now, the emergence of a spirit creature raised the question of where he might procure such a being. After all, he was in a wasteland. However, he soon realized something was amiss, for within the crafting list of the spirit collector, 2 items were inexplicably displayed in white. The white status indicated that he already possessed these items, which were 100 grams of spirit creature drops and a portable electronic device. Yuan clicked for details, discovering that there were 3 variations of portable electronic devices that met the criteria: a laptop, a mobile phone, and a GPS watch. The laptop was the one found in the Oli's Hotel. He possessed several mobile phones, all of which satisfied the conditions. The GPS watch surprised Yuan. He had not anticipated that items bestowed by fate would count as crafting materials. Upon observing the displayed item for the spirit creature drops, a thought crossed his mind. Indeed, it was the Flame Priest's robe. Precisely, the Flame Priest's robe was the so-called spirit creature drop. But Yuan understood that the key element in crafting the robe was the hide of the flame wolf. Since the flame wolf's hide was classified as a spirit creature drop, it followed that the flame wolf itself was the spirit creature. If that were the case, Yuan instantaneously recalled the commotion caused by the mutated giant rat incident in Chapter 66, Hideout Rankings, 8599. In the underground mining area, within the mossy cottage hideout, a distortion of space occurred, and Xiao Wu materialized within the hideout. Congratulations, you have successfully invaded the Blood Wolf hideout area. Commencing battle performance evaluation. Resources expended by both parties, quantity of plundered materials, status of casualties on both sides. Results of this invasion, bronze. Congratulations to the Moss Cabin for acquiring a bronze chest. Ignoring the bronze chest that lay before him, Xiao Wu glanced at his injured calf, a slight grimace forming on his lips. As the crimson badge on his chest disintegrated into ashes at the conclusion of the notification, he found himself accustomed to such occurrences. To his surprise, the Blood Wolf had set up a jungle trap. Had he not been vigilant, he might have fallen into the trap and allowed the foe to escape. Nevertheless, a smile soon graced his face. Truly, as a player ranked 8478, this individual's area was abundant in resources. With his supply, he anticipated a potential rise in his ranking. Upon opening the bronze chest, he discovered a bow, 30 arrows, 5 apples, 3 cans, 5 bottles of water, and a blueprint for a rocket furnace. Casting a cursory glance at the rocket furnace blueprint, he carelessly tossed it aside. Being merely an ordinary kitchen facility, a level 2 establishment, it had long since become outdated for him. Grabbing an apple and taking a bite, he reclined on the sofa draped in bear skin, activating the virtual screen in search of his next target. Yet, in the next moment, as he settled into a prone position, he instantly sat upright, discarding the apple on the ground. The virtual screen swiftly transformed, landing on the leaderboard for hiding spots. Upon seeing the name ranked 8599, a brilliant light flickered in his eyes. The Fish Abyss Hideout. Impossible. To leapfrog 750 ranks. How could this be? What on earth had transpired? Why had he surged so dramatically in ranking? Xiao Wu seemed entranced, murmuring softly to himself. His gaze, fixated on the Fish Abyss Hideout, flickered with countless thoughts, each seeking the most plausible explanation. Yet he found himself at a loss. He could not fathom what could propel a newcomer, barely 10 days into the Wasteland world, to ascend to the 8,599 position. Could be the title path? Yet, the titles available to newcomers could not possibly confer such formidable achievements in this Wasteland Battle Royale. No, he had not yet surpassed the novice protection period and thus did not meet the entry requirements for a golden chest. But that raised the same question. He was still under novice protection, with no invasion permissions activated. What could it possibly be? At this moment, Xiao Wu's emotions were akin to countless ants incessantly gnawing at him, an unbearable itch for answers. The Fish Abyss Hideout had long become his hunting target, and the peculiar actions of the individual since entering the game had ignited within him an intense desire for exploration and destruction. His expression grew increasingly frenzied and morbid as he pondered. What is it? What could cause a newcomer to ascend so dramatically in rank? It was excruciating. He yearned for the answer. His eyes were now bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead. Could it be some extraordinary relic? His gaze involuntarily drifted to the crimson pendant upon his chest, only to shake his head rapidly, a self-deprecating smile curling his lips. What a jest! The emergence of each peculiar object invariably incites a fray among marauding factions. Not to mention a newcomer like him. Even players ranked among the top 5,000 would hesitate to engage. It is simply beyond the reach of novices. But what could it be? Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and activated the chat channel, a flamboyant smile gracing his lips as he rapidly typed. Moss Cottage Hideout, Fish Abyss Hideout, Esteemed One. Have you perhaps developed a new title path or acquired rare resources? Would you permit me to exchange 1,000 survival points for this information? Moss Cottage Hideout, Fish Abyss Hideout, Esteemed One. Should you have any inquiries for me, we may share information. Furthermore, once your novice protection period concludes, there will surely be incursions into your territory. I can offer you my protection. Moss Cottage Hideout, Fish Abyss. Several messages were dispatched, yet Xiao Wu received no response. His expression first darkened considerably, but he swiftly regained his composure, though his gaze bore a shadow of gloom. Damn it, this individual is remarkably cautious. Since entering the game, his spoken words have been few indeed. As his eyes flickered, he opened his friends list, sending messages to a few individuals, and soon received their replies. Yes, master. Upon seeing their responses, Xiao Wu's laughter echoed within the hideout. What to do? I can hardly contain my excitement. Just a bit longer, hee ha ha, a little longer. Within the fish abyss hideout. It seems I must seek out the mutated giant rat for validation, to ascertain whether it is a sentient being. Yuan closed the facility management log of the hideout and opened the chat channel, intending to gauge other players' reactions to his recent ranking elevation. As anticipated, the significant rise in the fish abyss hideout's ranking ignited the entire chat channel. There were exclamations of awe, envy, congratulations, jealousy, malicious speculation, a yearning to be an accessory, and even two female players posing flirtatiously. Yuan merely smiled at these comments. He had no intention of heeding their words. Silently, he noted the player IDs of those who harbored jealousy, malicious speculation, and moral condemnation towards him. However, when he encountered certain remarks, his movements stilled, and his expression subtly shifted. Moss Cottage, observing the offer to assist him in confronting player incursions, a smirk played at the corners of Yuan's mouth. Is he truly foolish, or merely pretending? Regarding Moss Cottage, Yuan chose to disregard it, continuing his habitual indifference. Yet, he soon noticed several individuals echoing the sentiments of Moss Cottage, including a few familiar IDs, individuals he had long since recorded. Just as Yuan prepared to deactivate the virtual screen, a new ID caused him to frown slightly. Bloodwolf Hideout, Fish Abyss Hideout, indeed, esteemed one. Shall we engage in a resource information exchange? I possess an abundance of tropical fruits. Would that be agreeable? After the information regarding the Bloodwolf's hiding place surfaced, several players who had previously supported the Moss Cottage began to echo the sentiments about the Bloodwolf Sanctuary. This scene appeared entirely normal, and the statements regarding the Bloodwolf's lair seemed innocuous. Yet, how could Yuan fail to perceive the underlying intricacies? After a moment of contemplation, he recorded the name of the Bloodwolf's hideout. After further scrutiny, Yuan decided to close the chat channel. He recognized that his cautiousness bordered on paranoia. However, he felt he had little choice. He firmly believed that high-ranking players posed a greater threat than mere street thugs. If he could not extinguish the threat in its infancy, he at least needed to discern its source. Chapter 67, Extraordinary Item Rankings, 4,968th place, Escape Key. Escape Key. Quality, Extraordinary. Ranking, 4,968. Description. The creation of this item was serendipitous, yet it does not diminish its formidable strength. Function. Any door opened with this key leads to the main guest room of the Northern Wilderness Motel, with a cumulative stay limit of 3 hours per day. Upon leaving the room, one will return to the location prior to entering. After constructing an escape route, the escape key allows for seamless travel between safe houses and hideouts. Warning. Be mindful of the time spent in the motel's main guest room. Exceeding the allotted time without exiting will result in being permanently trapped within. Yuan gazed at the unremarkable brass key in his hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Is this truly an extraordinary item? Before him, an alternative leaderboard materialized on the virtual display, the Extraordinary Item Rankings. This was the second list to appear, akin to the Hideout Rankings. Each line represented the name and rank of an extraordinary item. The variety was so vast that it left Yuan somewhat bewildered. Medical supplies, tools, construction materials, household items, furniture, weapons, vehicles, and valuables. Anything imaginable could potentially be an extraordinary item. Yet, once an item achieved this status, it would possess unimaginable abilities. The escape key, ranking at 4968, was among the lowest on the list, as the total number of extraordinary items was capped at 5,000, distinguishing it from the Hideout Rankings. The leaderboard displayed only the names of the extraordinary items without revealing their owners or specific functions, requiring speculation based solely on the names. For instance, an item named Breathing Pot Hose led Yuan to conjecture that it likely possessed air-related abilities, such as air purification. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Yuan found himself at the entrance of the hideout, with the stainless steel waterproof door sealing shut. He withdrew the escape key and inserted it into the lock of the waterproof door. With a crisp sound, the security door swung open, revealing not his previous refuge, but rather a spacious and tidy room. Measuring approximately 20 to 30 square meters, the entrance led into a double bed flanked by 2 nightstands, accompanied by a cozy double sofa and a coffee table. On the wall hung a 27-inch LCD television and a clock, which indicated the time as 9 o'clock sharp. As Yuan stepped into the room, the warm-toned lighting enveloped the space, creating a rather inviting ambience. The window was draped with white sheer curtains, obscuring the outside view and rendering it impossible to lift. The room featured a private bathroom complete with a toilet, shower, and sink, all furnished with toiletries. At that moment, Yuan felt a sense of disorientation, as if the desolate wasteland was merely a fleeting dream. Here he was, still residing in a civilized world. In disbelief, he reached out to touch the duvet of the double bed, soft and comforting, and cautiously sat down before slowly reclining. His entire body was enveloped by the thick white bedding, and the scent of freshly laundered linens wafted around him. How nostalgic it felt. Gazing at the ceiling, which had begun to display a faint yellow hue, he found himself lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent 10 days in the wasteland, and despite the brevity of that time, it felt as though he had been estranged from civilization for an eternity. Raising his left hand, he set a 5-minute alarm for himself before closing his eyes. He resolved to think of nothing, to do nothing, and simply lie there in tranquility. His mind became a blank canvas, a void. He allowed himself this brief respite. This was his final thought. As the alarm chimed, Yuan's eyes flew open. Taking a deep breath, he sat up, tossing the bedding in disarray. He made his way to the bathroom, tossed the toiletries into the magician's ring, and then exited the room. As the door closed behind him, he found himself once more outside the security door of his refuge, only to discover that the items he had stored in the ring had vanished. Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether items could not be taken away. Inserting the escape key into the security door once more, he entered the main guest room of the motel. To his surprise, the disheveled bedding had returned to its original state. The entire room appeared just as it had when he first arrived, clean and orderly. It seemed that upon leaving the room, everything reverted to its previous condition. His gaze shifted to the bathroom. What if I were to wash up here? Though he had just bathed, Yuan was not averse to indulging in another. Thus, after a series of tests, he once again stood before the security door of his refuge, a smile gracing his lips. He had deduced the hidden rule of the room. Aside from that particular taboo, one could only enter the main guest room of the motel by unlocking the door with the escape key for the effect to take place. The two doors serve as a stable bidirectional passage. Thus, anyone can enter the motel's main guest room alongside another before the door closes. Furthermore, even if one enters the room beforehand and shuts the door, as long as there is someone guarding the entrance, reopening the main guest room door from the inside will reveal the room to those outside. Once 3 individuals exit the room and close the door, all belongings within the room will return to their original positions, and any consumed items will be replenished. However, items not belonging to the room will vanish entirely. The dimensions of the door restrict the size of objects that can pass through. Only those capable of fitting through the door may gain entry. Now that the escape key has been secured and vacant rooms are available, plans for constructing a safe house can commence. Once the safe house is established, the next step will involve creating an escape route. Yuan swiftly formulates his subsequent strategy in his mind. The initial phase of constructing the safe house is to build the extraordinary structure known as the Celestial Mirror, the Starry Observatory. However, erecting the Starry Observatory will require 50,000 survival points and a vacant room, and it also has the potential to eliminate a luxury card of bronze quality or below. This opportunity is one Yuan will not let slip away. He must also devise a way to acquire the necessary 50,000 survival points. But there is still ample time. Yuan now has a target for resources. He recalls the 3 keys obtained from the Enforcer Freeze, the bald-headed figure. It seems the time has come to venture into the 14th district and investigate the situation with Nightingale. Naturally, his gaze shifts to the Mahata backpack at his feet, filled with anticipation. There's also a Spoils of War. Hopefully, it contains something valuable. Chapter 68. Rare Level Optimization Path. Treadmill, Generator Room. Generator Level 2. Treadmill, Generator Room. Quality, Rare. Associated Path. Generator Level 2. Function, Energy 8. Maximum power generation, 6 kilowatt-hours per hour. Maximum energy storage, 100 kilowatt-hours. Room area, 8 square meters. Number of treadmills, 3. Construction requirements. Generator, Level 2, 1 automotive energy battery pack, 3 vehicle chargers, 3 motor controllers, 3 motors, 3 rollers, 3 running belts, 3 control mainboards. 3 control consoles, 6 hydraulic rods, 6 fuses, 20 wires, 30 steel, 5 insulating tapes. Construction time, 3 hours. Yuan gazes at the recently added optimization path for the generator. The rare quality optimization path is an unexpected treasure found within a backpack. This marks the second time he has encountered a rare-level optimization path for a hideout facility. The previous one was for ventilation level 3. He is acutely aware of the preciousness of rare-level paths. Elevating the generator's facility level is indeed the next step in Yuan's plans, as the majority of subsequent constructions for the hideout will rely on electricity to function, including the level 3 kitchen, level 2 water collector, level 4 restroom, and so forth. This is an unavoidable issue. The arrival of the level 2 generator was impeccably timed. What mattered most to Yuan was undoubtedly the energy storage capacity, which boasted a remarkable maximum of 100 kilowatt-hours. This substantial reserve of energy would enable him to accomplish numerous tasks, especially considering that a standard level 2 generator typically only holds about 10 kilowatt-hours. The allure of such an opportunity was simply irresistible. Currently, his level 1 generator storage capacity stood at a mere 108 kilowatt-hours, barely sufficient for the demands of lighting facilities. However, before he could proceed, he needed to upgrade the generator to level 2. As for the automobile energy battery pack, he was confident that he could procure one from an electric vehicle, allowing him to simultaneously acquire an onboard charger and motor controller. Components such as motors and running belts were easily obtainable, as they were commonly found in treadmills, which gyms and luxury hotels typically possessed. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Yuan activated the virtual map to search for potential locations. After scanning a building in Block 14, he paused momentarily, his eyes brightening with a sudden realization. With a clear destination in mind for his next search for construction materials, he turned his gaze towards a small art tube before him. This tube had been salvaged from Ahata's backpack, which contained little of value aside from it. The rest were merely gold and silver trinkets. Yuan speculated that the art tube might also have originated from a motel, though this remained mere conjecture. After all, the rare generator schematic was found within this very tube, along with a partial blueprint. Gazing at the ambiguous symbols and lines on the blueprint, he frowned slightly. Despite examining it several times, he gleaned no pertinent information, yet he instinctively sensed that this document was not trivial. With no further insights to uncover, he carefully returned the partial blueprint to the tube, treating it with the reverence it deserved. Anything that could accompany a rare-grade schematic was bound to possess significance. With no current information, perhaps it was linked to the blueprint's missing half. If he were to chance upon the other half in the future, it might yield valuable discoveries. However, for now, this was merely a fleeting thought for Yuan, an aspiration, albeit a meager one. Having processed all his spoils, Yuan felt a slight wave of fatigue wash over him. The time spent testing the escape key had been considerable, and it was now the morning of the 10th day in the Wasteland. Gathering his spirits, he approached the dilapidated newsstand, intending to check for any noteworthy happenings before taking a break. As anticipated, there were only 2 rock-solid news items today, yet the content brought a subtle smile to his lips. Block news section, quality, rock-solid danger level, moderate in an exclusive report. It was revealed that the deputy warden of the thug prison, Baku, returned to the facility from the northern wasteland at precisely 1:12 a.m. today. He was dissatisfied with the outcome of the negotiations with the burning fortress, although he promptly delivered the backup donor to Black Lung Victor, demonstrating the sincerity of the collaboration between the thug prison and the burning fortress, as well as mourning the demise of the flame priest Warlow. It was evident that Victor had not fully embraced his explanation. The assassination of priest Warlow had incited the flame knight's animosity towards the thug prison, and no traces of the Black Shield Police Department were found at the scene, rendering Baku's words unverifiable. Therefore, he needed to devise a means to prove that the Black Shield Police Department was complicit in orchestrating the attack on priest Warlow. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Victor had also alerted the Flame Knights hidden in Green Forest City, instructing them to investigate the situation of the Black Shield Police Department while pursuing the rat. Block news section, quality rock, danger level, low. In the early hours of last night, a horrific extermination event took place at the Green Forest Light Supermarket on 10th Street. The Wilderness Raiders organization, known as the Blood Hand Gang, was ambushed, leading to a fierce exchange of gunfire that lasted for a full minute, characterized by intense firepower and the deployment of several high-powered explosives for precision demolition. Ultimately, the Blood Hand Gang was completely annihilated. The assailants' methods were ruthlessly brutal, yet executed with remarkable efficiency and an extraordinary degree of caution. This confrontation drew the attention of numerous factions, including the Burning Fortress, Thug Prison, and the Black Shield Police Department. At the scene, The Burning Fortress discovered a blood-stained armband from the Black Shield Police Department and transmitted it back to their headquarters. To their surprise, the Thug prison had a transplant donor, which clarified the misunderstanding surrounding the armband left by the Burning Fortress personnel at the supermarket. Yuan reviewed the newspaper articles, reflecting on the two recent operations and the reactions of the three Thug factions involved. He concluded that due to the Thug prison's swift and decisive response, coupled with the discovery of the armband, it was highly probable that both factions would direct their ire towards the Black Shield Police Department. Although this differed from his initial expectation of mutual suspicion and conflict among the three factions, it was not entirely in vain. Nonetheless, Yuan felt that the rift caused by the murder of the Flame Priest had already taken root between the Thug prison and the Burning Fortress, particularly among the lower-tier thugs, and this divide would not be easily mended. This was evident from the attitude of the Flame Knights of the Burning Fortress towards the Thug prison, as reported in the news. Even if the leader of the Burning Fortress collaborated with the Thug prison again, it would ultimately be those Flame Knights executing the plan. And as long as there remained a divide and suspicion between them, the outcome would be uncertain. Yuan meticulously recorded all his thoughts, shut down the virtual light, and lay down on a single bed. He stretched wearily, feeling a tinge of regret that the newsstand had not refreshed with additional intelligence items today. He would have to check again later, in hopes of acquiring a bronze-quality, luxurious card next time, thus enabling the construction of the Stargazing Observatory along with a generator, a nightingale, and mutated giant rats. Yuan, burdened with thoughts and plans for the future of his hideout, finally succumbed to a deep slumber after a night of toil. Chapter 69. The Frantic Planning Slot, the Collapsing Yuan. Upon awakening, Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity throughout his body, brimming with vitality and spirit. After a leisurely stretch, he glanced at the time and realized it was already 4 p.m. He hastily rose to freshen up, heated a can of sardines and some high-energy goat milk, and while eating, perused the virtual display. During his brief respite, another player had fallen victim to an invasion and subsequent demise at the hands of others, a fate Yuan had grown accustomed to. After a cursory exploration of the treasure hole without finding any items of interest, he navigated to the Destiny card page. It was time to discern what changes awaited in the Destiny cards under the free mode. However, the page appeared unaltered, still presenting the familiar options of proverbs and the three-choice fate gifts. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan decided not to dwell on it further. What was meant to happen would eventually unfold. He shifted his focus to the current selection of fate gifts, which were notably intriguing. The Frantic Planting Slot function significantly accelerates the growth rate of plants in the planting slot, with a chance of producing optimized varieties, provided sufficient water and nutrients are available. The occasionally interfering headphones function continuously plays soothing music for the mind, though it may occasionally interfere, allowing snippets of others' conversations to be heard. The Stylish Shoe Cabinet function daily presents a pair of shoes in the correct size, with a chance of high-quality options. To be candid, Yuan found himself particularly drawn to the second option, believing that the occasional snippets of conversation could unveil secrets unknown to him, an instinctive feeling. However, the Frantic Planting Slot also piqued his interest, as he was in dire need of dietary fiber and various vitamins. Although he had procured some fruits from other players through the treasure hole in recent days, his severe compulsion to collect and hoard left him feeling insecure in this unstable and unguaranteed survival mode. The notion of planting had long been on his mind, especially after discovering that the resource recycling bin could transform waste into fertilizer and nutrient solution, which had delighted him greatly. The arrival of the Frantic Planting Slot felt serendipitous, akin to a pillow arriving just as one feels drowsy. After a few moments of contemplation, acknowledging that he already possessed a dilapidated newsstand and that his need for information was not as pressing, Yuan resolutely chose the Frantic Planting Slot. Instantly, a rectangular carbonized solid wood planting slot measuring 120 by 50 by 50 centimeters materialized in the corner of his hideout. Simultaneously, the wooden box of the Destiny cards completed its shaking. But as Yuan beheld the name of the drawn Destiny card, his lips involuntarily twitched. In silence, he screamed within, "What a calamity! How could it be this again? Why is it not the opulent bronze card? This Destiny card, Indulgence. Indulgence card, raw quality, requires the player to indulge in primal desires at least once within 2 days, or face death." With a resounding slap, Yuan smacked his forehead and let out a heavy sigh. He furtively glanced at Mia, who happened to be looking this way, and quickly turned his head away, feeling guilty. Damn it, Are they really trying to drive me to my demise? Yuan swore he would have preferred to draw the Conquest card or the Opulence card. After all, those two cards either consumed resources or involved combat, which he didn't mind at all. But the Indulgence card was entirely different. It was pure torment. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, he realized that pondering over it was futile. He should focus on how to complete the task instead. The same target cannot be indulged in twice. Although he had no intention of doing anything with Mia, this hint served as a reminder for him. Fortunately, he was no longer the naive newcomer who had stumbled into the Wasteland, utterly clueless about Green Forest City. He finished the last bite of sardine and downed a gulp of high-energy goat milk. Tonight, he was headed to District 14, and it seemed imperative to investigate that nightingale. The task of the Indulgence card hinged upon it. Just as he made this decision, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations. After consuming high-energy goat milk for 7 consecutive days, you have received the kidney vitality buff, stamina 15, and a slight resistance to cold. Ordinarily, this would be cause for celebration, but Yuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Why must it happen at this moment? At 8:11 p.m., at the intersection of Jinxie England Avenue and Waterfront Street in District 14, outside the Land Hotel, Yuan cautiously lifted the manhole cover and peered outside. The night was dark and windy, enveloped in an inky void. On the street, remnants of Wasteland battle vehicles and traces of combat from a few days prior, when the thugs attacked the prison, were still visible. It seemed all was safe. The manhole he occupied was the very spot where he had once stolen a corpse, though the bodies of the thugs in the sewers had vanished. Whether the Black Shield Police Department had removed them or they had been washed away by the rain during the typhoon, he did not care. After confirming that no one was outside, he swiftly climbed up to the street, making his way towards the Land Hotel under the cover of darkness. 6 or 7 days had passed since the last conflict, and following the search by the Black Shield Police Department and the subsequent cleansing brought by the typhoon, this area was remarkably safe. No one would come here searching for supplies. Of course, part of the reason could be that the Land Hotel had already been frequented by countless refugees, scavengers, and survivors. Yuan had long suspected this. But his purpose for being here was not the ordinary supplies. He sought a vehicle and a treadmill. Upon entering the hotel, he quickly located the stairwell and proceeded towards the underground parking lot. The stairwell corridor was separated from the parking lot by a glass wall, which had long since shattered. Yuan cautiously stepped over the scattered shards of glass and entered the parking area. Although he did not anticipate any danger, he still crouched in a corner, listening intently until he confirmed everything was normal 2 minutes later. Only then did he feel a slight sense of relief. He switched on his flashlight, revealing an exceedingly chaotic scene. Cars lay overturned, others had collided with one another, and some had crashed directly into the parking lot support columns. There were even human remains, devoid of flesh and blood. The air was heavy with a foul odor, faint but unmistakable, indicating that a tragedy had unfolded here during the apocalypse. Yuan first utilized the shattered glass at the entrance of the stairwell to create a makeshift barrier, then swiftly navigated through the wreckage of vehicles. His flashlight swept back and forth among the cars as he searched for his target. Soon, he stood before a few vehicles that had sustained minor scrapes. Their windows were smashed to bits, and the interiors had been completely looted. After surveying these cars, a smile of delight crossed his face. These were the ones. Without hesitation, he retrieved his pre-prepared disassembly tools from the magician's ring and began to dismantle the vehicles. Chapter 70. Dismantling Car Parts, A Place of Joy. Nightingale. Yuan was not particularly skilled at disassembling cars, but he enjoyed watching second-hand car buying and inspection videos, so he had some basic understanding of their structure. After a few struggles, he managed to disassemble one car, successfully obtaining a complete energy battery pack after 5 hours of effort. This accomplishment was made possible by the Taodao Hole's shelving feature, allowing him to bypass the need for transporting heavy or bulky components. He merely had to disconnect them from other structures to directly place them onto the Taodao Hole for later transfer, significantly saving Yuan's time and energy. With the hard-won car energy battery pack successfully shelved in the Taodao Hole, Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. This evening had been dedicated to this solitary task. It was well worth the effort. The car energy battery pack was the crucial material for constructing the rare facility treadmill generator room, and it was also the key factor enabling the generator room to store 100 kilowatt hours of electricity. Spending several hours on this endeavor was not a loss. Subsequently, Yuan disassembled additional onboard chargers and motor controllers from other vehicles. By the time he completed everything, it was nearing 4 a.m., and dawn was not far off. He stored his disassembly tools and departed from the land hotel, re-entering the sewers to make his way to the opera house. The opera house, where the homeless organization Nightingale resided, was not far from the land hotel. Both were located on Golden Orchid Avenue, and Yuan speculated that Baldy Friss might have headed from Riverside Street to Golden Orchid Avenue with the intention of reaching the opera house. Before long, Yuan arrived near the opera house, lifting a manhole cover to peer at the establishment. Indeed, he discovered that it was unlike any other. In other places, the night is shrouded in darkness, with not a flicker of light daring to emerge for fear of detection. Yet within the towering edifice here, a faint glow emanates. Goodness, something intriguing is afoot. Who could assert that this locale bears no ties to the criminal underworld? I would never believe such a claim. Yuan produced his binoculars to scrutinize the building. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He discerned a figure emerging from the opera house. The individual furtively glanced around before swiftly vanishing into the shadows, heading towards a side street. A homeless person, perhaps? Various thoughts raced through Yuan's mind. He promptly closed the manhole cover, nimbly descended the ladder, and summoned his companion, Mai, leaping onto her back. Quick, Mai, let us proceed. As Mai set off, Yuan conjured a virtual map, swiftly retrieving the street layout in the direction the homeless individual had departed and the positions of the sewer grates. Calculating the route while gently squeezing Mai's abdomen with his right leg. Mai, turn right. Mai immediately complied, veering around the next corner. Within a minute, Yuan arrived in manhole cover, swiftly equipping himself and Mai. After climbing the ladder, he deftly twisted the internal bolt to unlock the cover. As he gradually lifted the manhole, he spotted the figure not far down the street, cautiously edging along the shadows towards another thoroughfare. Observing this, Yuan jumped down the ladder, called for Mai, and continued in pursuit of the homeless individual. At last, upon lifting the manhole cover once more, he beheld the homeless person merely 10 meters away, moving with utmost caution toward him. He held his breath, waiting in silence. When the individual approached within 2 meters of the manhole, Yuan abruptly flung the cover aside, propelled himself with forceful legs, and soared from the sewer. In the face of the homeless person's astonishment and bewilderment, he seized the man's collar, effortlessly dragging him to the mouth of the sewer. With a firm grip, Yuan hoisted the homeless individual, and with Mai's attributes augmenting his strength, the man was as light as a fledgling chick in his hands. As he descended, the lower half of the homeless person was already wedged into the sewer opening. Realizing what was transpiring, the individual grasped the edge of the manhole with one hand, while the other brandished a dagger, angrily lunging at Yuan. Yet before the dagger could strike, a massive hand came crashing down. With a resounding slap, the homeless person felt a wave of numbness wash over half his face before succumbing to unconsciousness. Seeing the man rendered senseless, Yuan promptly tossed him into the sewer, retrieved the dagger, and swiftly descended, sealing the manhole behind him. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, executed with remarkable efficiency and decisiveness. The street fell silent once more. Yuan summoned Mai, flinging the unconscious man onto her back as they sprinted towards Jinxianglin Avenue. A few resounding slaps later, the homeless individual began to stir, disoriented. Observing his confusion, Yuan brandished the dagger and plunged it towards his thigh. A piercing scream echoed through the sewer. "Are you awake?" The dispassionate voice of Yuan emerged, his right hand slowly twirling a dagger, causing the refugee's face to drain of color. "Spare me," the refugee, whose swollen face distorted his words, spoke with a breathless tone, yet his eyes were filled with dread as they met Yuan's gaze. Yuan released his grip and looked towards him. "Do you understand my questions?" "I understand. Where did you just come from?" "The Nightingale. I just came from a Nightingale." "The Grand Opera House. Excellent. I appreciate cooperation." Yuan continued. "What is the purpose of the Nightingale?" Upon hearing this, the man comprehended Yuan's intentions and felt as though he had encountered a stroke of terrible misfortune. With no tears to shed, he lamented the fact that the Nightingale had been singled out, and he was the one to suffer for it. There was no room for evasion. He answered every question posed by Yuan, and even volunteered information that he thought might be pertinent. However, he had only visited the Nightingale a few times, so his knowledge was somewhat limited. After acquiring the information he sought, Yuan, not one to linger, swiftly ended the man's plight. He had gleaned a general understanding of the Nightingale's operations. Indeed, as Carmen had indicated, it was a refugee organization tacitly permitted by the Black Shield Police Department, a fact well known among all refugee groups. Thus, no one dared to confront the Nightingale, fully aware of the powerful figures that stood behind it. This very reason rendered the Nightingale a unique entity. The 14th District belonged to the Black Shield Police during the day, but at night, it was the domain of the Nightingale. The establishment opened its doors at 9 p.m. and closed at 5 a.m., transforming into a sanctuary of pleasure for the Eastern City. A safe haven for refugees, scavengers, and marauders alike. Once inside the Nightingale, patrons were under its protection. Any troublemakers faced immediate execution. The establishment offered a plethora of goods, catering to all ages and temperaments, allowing guests to indulge in various pleasures. However, one must present a substantial amount of resources to partake in these services. Murder, release of pent-up emotions, and different levels of indulgence corresponded to varying prices. The Nightingale was indeed intriguing. Yuan found himself captivated by it. This mission to alleviate his hedonistic card now seemed promising. Nevertheless, the Nightingale closed its doors promptly at 5 a.m., compelling all guests to depart before that hour, which explained the urgency among the refugees to leave. While their safety was assured within the confines of the Nightingale, once outside, their fates were of no concern to anyone. Of course, no one would dare to harm those exiting the Nightingale. It was well understood that anyone leaving would possess no resources. Time was insufficient today, but he could explore the situation tomorrow night, simultaneously working to eliminate his hedonistic card and gather intelligence on the safe house of the bald-headed Freeze. The 3 keys left behind by Freeze had been lingering in Yuan's thoughts. The Nightingale is connected to Freeze. He must venture inside to investigate. Most importantly, he suspects that the figure standing behind the Nightingale may not be Freeze at all, but rather his brother, Loris. Just as Loris sought to eliminate him to avenge his brother, given the chance, Yuan would also facilitate a reunion for the 2 brothers. After all, a family should ideally be together. Chapter 71, Information Card, Insight. On the 11th day in the Wasteland, at Yuan's hideout, he meticulously organized the supplies he had gathered from the Tao Tao cave, including automotive energy batteries, onboard chargers, and motor controllers. Despite spending an entire night collecting only these resources, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The most challenging materials required to construct the rare-level treadmill generator room had been secured. He only needed to gather treadmill components and wiring for the optimization upgrade. However, before proceeding, he needed to elevate the generator from level 1 to level 2, a prerequisite for the optimization. The materials for the upgrade had long been collected, and without delay, Yuan initiated the upgrade, which would take 30 minutes. Casting a glance at the generator enveloped in a green light, Yuan approached the old newspaper rack. The new day's newspapers had arrived, and today, an additional piece of intelligence had emerged. Information card, Insight, Quality Rock. Function, upon use, grants insight perception for 30 minutes, allowing one to observe subtle traces and increasing the probability of discovering traps, mechanisms, and secret facilities. Consumption of survival points, 500. Having experienced the effects of the information card, Yuan promptly purchased it, and the insight card seamlessly entered the slot of the Book of Fate. The insight card should indeed be suited for exploring certain specific scenarios. He pondered briefly on its applications. Though classified as an information card, to Yuan, the insight card felt more akin to a skill. Picking up today's newspaper, he was met with 3 clearly printed headlines, causing a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Today, there were 3 news items. This was his first encounter with such a multitude. Previously, there had typically been only 1 or 2. Could this be a change in the free mode? His gaze shifted to the news content, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. Block Life News. Quality Rock. Danger level, low. Following the recent attack by Soda, the Black Shield Police Department's Carmen had discreetly begun monitoring Commander Loris's whereabouts. After several days of surveillance, he confirmed that Loris would visit Philin Avenue in the 6th block every night before 2 a.m. This revelation thrilled Carmen, as he recalled having seen Freeze in that vicinity before. Was Freeze's safe house located in the 6th block? Ever since Freeze's demise, Loris had been making nightly visits there. Damn it, why was he becoming increasingly fearful of him? Perhaps it was time to seek out the hyena. Neighborhood Life News. Quality Rock. Danger level low. Ching of Block 14 has been engulfed in fear for several days. This anxiety stems not only from having inadvertently witnessed something she should not have, but more critically, one of her significant clients has not patronized her for over 2 weeks. If this continues, she faces the grim prospect of being cast aside. Neek, where have you disappeared to? If you do not return soon, I shall surely perish. What to do? That wretched Nina has lured away several of my clients with her endowments, lamented Ching. Neighborhood news segment. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association in Block 11 was recently surveilled by an unidentified individual, prompting a thorough investigation of the area. The search led to the discovery of a mutilated body, arranged in a grotesque ceremonial display at 78 Splur Street. Missionary Miller expressed profound admiration for the ritualistic and solemn nature of the corpse. He regarded it as a rare masterpiece. The genius who created this work is nothing short of extraordinary. I perceive an intense spiritual brilliance within him. He is a natural-born saint, and I must find him. He is destined to be my disciple, declared Missionary Miller. Yuan observed the three news reports with varying emotions, with the matter of Free's safe house being his primary concern. He had initially assumed that the location of the safe house was with the Nightingale, while Carmen speculated it to be in Block 6. However, Block 6 indeed presents a significant likelihood, as it borders Block 1, a place shunned by vagrants and scavengers, making it an ideal candidate for a safe house. Yet, the precise location remains elusive, merely a conjecture from Carmen. This posed a troubling dilemma, and Yuan resolved to await further intelligence. He pinpointed the location of Philin Avenue on the virtual map, noting it was the very thoroughfare where the Green Forest Financial Center Tower resides. Moreover, the leads from the Nightingale could not be overlooked, given that the Nightingale continued to operate after Free's demise. Yuan suspected that the situation surrounding the Nightingale was far more intricate than it appeared. The possibility of Freeze having a safe house with the Nightingale still loomed large, especially since he frequently spent the night there. His gaze shifted to the newspaper, narrowing slightly at the mention of Ching's news. Having seen what one should not have, he mused. Perhaps Ching could serve as a valuable entry point. As for the final news report, he tapped the newspaper, his lips pursed. The Aurora Animal Assistance sweep in Block 11 would undoubtedly pose a threat to Marcel. To claim he was unconcerned would be disingenuous. His worry did not stem from a profound care for Marcel, but rather from the substantial investment of resources he had made. Initially intended to fulfill the task of the luxury card, a choice made out of necessity. Nonetheless, he harbored a flicker of hope for Marcel. Should they develop any extraordinary tools, it would undoubtedly yield significant profits. Concerns for others now seem somewhat superfluous. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association has already swept through what needed to be addressed, and he cannot afford to take risks by inspecting matters personally. The encounter with the colossal raven and the priest presiding over the sacrificial ceremony had left a significant impression on Yuan. Without certainty, he had no intention of provoking the Aurora Animal Assistance Association again. As for Marcel, her prolonged survival in Block 11 suggests she must have her own means of coping. All he can do now is place his faith in her. May she find her own salvation. After organizing today's newspaper along with past editions, he settled by the fireplace, enjoying his reheated meal while preparing to browse through Tao Cave for potential bargains. To his surprise, one item on the trading page caught his eye, a mobile phone charger. Priced at 500 survival points, Yuan furrowed his brow. He had previously searched for a mobile charger, driven by curiosity about the contents of the phone he had found in his safe. Yet, each attempt yielded only broken cords or bent plugs. None were intact, which was quite disheartening. Despite having come across several phones, he had yet to find a usable charger. Just as he was about to make the purchase, a thought struck him. The crafting station could potentially produce wires, circuit boards, and sockets. He had checked it recently, and perhaps it could yield a charger. He promptly approached the crafting station and examined the production list, and to his delight, he found it. Indeed, there it was. Chapter 72, The Secret Intelligence of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Mobile phone charger, crafting requirements: 1 damaged charger plug, 2 power cables, 2 fuses, 1 basic filter capacitor. Crafting time, 5 minutes. With all the necessary materials on hand, Yuan immediately selected the crafting option, watching the status change to crafting in progress. A smile broke across his face. As the old adage goes, what is saved is what is earned. In the days leading up to his entry into the Wasteland, he had indeed gathered a considerable amount of electronic refuse, particularly while at the Waterworks Center, where he mostly collected such materials. With the acquisition of the Magician's Ring, his backpack had been relegated from his combat readiness list, transforming into a repository for these assorted items. It was brimming with various small trinkets, and even Yuan had only a vague recollection of what he possessed. Little did he anticipate that these seemingly insignificant items would save him 500 survival points. A sense of clarity enveloped him. The joy he felt was not merely the thrill of acquiring spoils through combat, but rather the satisfaction of a hoarder. It was the delight of collecting odds and ends, simply for the sake of preparedness, even as he had gradually forgotten them. Yet, at this crucial moment, they reappeared in a different guise, resolving his dilemma and leaving him with a sense of surprise and accomplishment. This feeling was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon the completion of the mobile phone charger, it appeared on the workstation simultaneously with the upgraded generator, which experienced enhancements in both power generation and storage capacity. Several outlets emerged on the concealed wall, and Yuan took out the phone he had discovered in the safe at the Olai's hotel, connecting it to the charger to initiate the charging process. As the charging icon illuminated the screen, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Soon, he would uncover the contents within the phone. The Aurora Animal Assistance Society, perhaps. When Yuan awoke, it was already 4 p.m. After a brief freshening up, he discovered that the phone was fully charged. He purchased some fresh grass from Tao Tao Cave to feed Mia while he settled into the boss's chair with a pack of cookies. The phone powered on without any lock, and with a simple swipe, he accessed the home screen, which revealed only one application. Upon opening it, he found merely 3 segments of automatically downloaded video content. Clearly, this phone had been deliberately left by its owner to retain pertinent information. Yuan clicked on the first video. The sounds of rapid breathing, hurried footsteps, and indistinct alarms emanated from the device. His motion of pausing to enjoy a cookie caused Mia to cease eating as well, curiously glancing in his direction. The video continued, and with the sound of a door slamming shut, a perspiring middle-aged man appeared on the screen. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with slightly gaunt cheeks that lent him an air of competence. The man gasped for breath, occasionally coughing violently, although his eyes reflected a hint of panic. He still managed to maintain his composure. "I am Ninja. It turns out we were all mistaken. The issues at John Kazoo are far more severe than we had imagined." The urgency in his voice reverberated within the hiding place, causing Yuan to sit up straight, his eyes narrowing slightly. What John Koo is conducting is not merely animal experimentation, or rather, animal experiments are merely their preliminary trials. Their true project is the spirituality program, targeting humanity. They are conducting live experiments using homeless individuals, vagrants, and even volunteers lured by monetary incentives. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire interrupted Ning's words. "I just witnessed a test subject injected with some kind of serum. It grew larger, transforming into a grotesque being that was neither human nor beast, its bones grotesquely contorted, skin cracked, truly horrifying. In the end, that individual went mad and was physically neutralized by security forces using heavy weaponry. They have discovered my whereabouts. The fact that you're viewing this video indicates you have found the key I concealed. Although I do not know who you are, upon seeing this footage, please contact the Animal Qualification Review Committee immediately to report this matter. Furthermore, do not contact the Green Forest Police Department. I suspect that individuals from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society are embedded within a precinct. The entire city of Green Forest is no longer safe. Exercise extreme caution." Black Sunday. With a sharp, resounding explosion, the screen abruptly vanished. 2 seconds later, the video automatically transitioned to the next scene, revealing the human experimentation footage referenced by Ninja. It appeared that Ninja had clandestinely recorded this from a concealed location, the angle being exceedingly narrow and slightly shaky. However, the experimental process was captured with crystal clarity. A homeless man clad in a white lab coat lay on the bed of the experimental chamber, a syringe piercing his carotid artery, a pale blue liquid slowly being infused into his body. 1 minute later, the previously unconscious man began to convulse violently. The steel bed beneath him, firmly anchored to the ground, showing signs of deformation from the force of his thrashing. Outside the chamber, a dozen lab personnel in white coats swiftly manipulated various instruments, while 3 figures clad in black robes, adorned with a sun emblem, observed the transformations of the homeless man within the chamber with an unsettling calm. Surrounding them, dozens of armed security forces stood at the ready, their equipment far surpassing that of the Black Shield Police Department, leaving Yuan in awe. Within the experimental chamber, the homeless man's body convulsed as if a monstrous entity were attempting to break free from within him. Bulges appeared across his skin, moving rapidly until cracks emerged, threatening to burst open. Finally, before the eyes of many, the man's physique began to swell dramatically. His once frail body became grotesquely inflated, with white bony protrusions emerging from his elbows and knees, instilling terror and all who beheld it. With a thunderous crash, the transformed man, now a monstrous figure, slammed against the glass of the chamber, leaving a massive spiderweb crack in its wake. The three robed figures retreated cautiously, one gesturing for the security forces to step forward, shielding them from harm. Subject 17 has gone rogue. The experiment has failed and is irreversible. Initiate the containment protocol, declared one of the lab personnel. In an instant, the glass of the chamber shattered. As the glass splintered, dozens of security forces opened fire. When the gunfire ceased, the creature lay motionless on the ground, reverting back to the homeless man, though his body had been reduced to a pulpy mass. The second segment of the video concluded, and after 2 seconds, the third segment began to play. This footage appeared to be set in a containment area, where numerous biological specimens were held within alloy and electrified enclosures. Among them were a raven, a brown bear, a king cobra, and a chimpanzee, all exhibiting sizes that far exceeded normal dimensions, with varying degrees of mutations. The brown bear's fur had hardened, resembling armor, imparting an impression of formidable resilience. Meanwhile, the raven's eyes shone with an unnatural brightness. Yuan immediately recognized it as the very raven that had assaulted him 2 nights prior at the Olai's hotel, though it appeared smaller in the video than it had that fateful evening. As the 3 videos concluded, Yuan's gaze deepened with contemplation. The experimental mutations of biological entities under the auspices of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society revealed the true might of their capabilities. In Chapter 73, the gathering of rare resources and premium wool unfolds. Yuan was taken aback to see the mention of the term spirituality once again, merely a day later. Even more astonishing was the realization that the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had advanced their experiments on mutated beings to such profound levels, showcasing a diverse array of mutated species. The colossal rat discovered in the sewers could hardly be considered one of their creations. It was merely an accidental byproduct. However, the disconcerting truth remained that he was currently incapable of subduing even the mutated rat, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. It became clear to him why he had suddenly attained the achievement of Echoes of History after reviewing the assessment report. The Aurora Animal Assistance Society likely represented the most clandestine boss lurking within the depths of Eastern City, Green Forest. As for Ning's situation, it was not Yuan's concern to fret over. What particularly piqued Yuan's interest was Ning's concluding remark in the video. If the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had indeed infiltrated the police department system prior to the descent of the Wasteland, then the current coexistence of the 2 entities was indicative of a relationship far beyond mere collaboration of forces. It was highly probable that the Black Shield Police Department was merely a facade orchestrated by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Should this be the case, the situation within the riot prison became all the more intriguing. Their eagerness to dominate Eastern District of Green Forest raises the question of whether they truly comprehend who the real overlord of the East is. Furthermore, the Black Shield Police Department had suffered significant losses in their recent skirmishes with the riot prison. Would the Aurora Animal Assistance Society intervene directly? All these possibilities brimmed with uncertainty. And let us not forget the Burning Bastion. Their relentless pursuit of the Bloodhand Gang implies their awareness of the value of the escape key, coupled with the escape route blueprint dropped by the Flame Priest, which was intrinsically linked to the escape key. The loss of both items now cast suspicion squarely upon the Black Shield Police Department. Yet, within the ranks of the Flame Knights, it was evident that some harbored a deeper animosity towards the riot prison. What choices would they ultimately make? A flurry of thoughts raced through Yuan's mind as he pondered his potential for growth amidst the confrontations between these factions. Eventually, he exhaled deeply, leaning back against his chair. There was still too little information. Much of it remained ambiguous speculation, rendering it unreliable. Given this circumstance, it was prudent to observe the unfolding events patiently. Ultimately, what would prevail would be strength and intelligence. Fortunately, from the current situation, Carmen had not disclosed his existence. The 3 major factions remained oblivious to his presence, which served as his greatest asset. Yuan's mind was remarkably clear. To forge iron, one must possess strength. Regardless of his machinations, lacking power would render any opportunity graspable only in vain. After charging Ning's laptop, Yuan prepared to set forth. This night would lead him to the Nightingale, marking the final evening for him to eradicate the Indulgence card. However, before that, he must first gather all the necessary materials to construct the running generator room. The current inadequacy of electrical reserves has become the primary constraint on upgrading his hideout. Previously, the lack of options could be overlooked, but now, with the optimized blueprints laid out before him, he is determined to assemble all the requisite materials today, aiming to complete the generator's enhancement by tomorrow. Entering the warehouse, he stowed the funds needed for the evening activities into the magician's ring. This time, he chose not to don the enforcer's outfit, instead opting for a simple outfit befitting a common drifter. Yet, just as he prepared to leave the hideout with Baba, he caught sight of the remarkably dense wool adorning the creature and paused momentarily, struck by a twinge of regret. Oh no, how could he have forgotten about the premium wool that Baba produced every 7 days? Today marked the 11th day since entering the Wasteland, and he could have harvested the wool yesterday, but he had been so preoccupied that it slipped his mind. Now, however, a pressing issue arose. He had not yet sheared the sheep. How was he supposed to manage this? Yuan had already retrieved the scissors. Glancing at Baba with a furrowed brow, he vaguely recalled having seen a video in which a sheep was laid down, and with a swift motion of clippers, the wool would come off in one continuous piece. Lacking clippers, he reasoned that scissors might suffice. As he reminisced, he held the scissors aloft, contemplating Baba's woolly coat. With a determined bite of his lip, he tossed a bundle of grass to Baba and began shearing from the base of the tail. Whether it would work or not was secondary. He would shear first and worry later. Baba exhibited no particular reaction to Yuan's actions, merely casting a curious glance before returning to munch on the grass. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Yuan's brow. One could not help but admire the exquisite quality of Baba's wool. Despite lacking grooming and having been cared about by Yuan, it remained impeccably clean and silky with a hint of golden sheen. The fibers were delicate and soft, approximately 15 centimeters in length, adorned with natural wavy curls. Grasping a handful, one could feel its fluffiness, warmth, and resilient elasticity. Initially clumsy in his movements, Yuan gradually mastered the technique as he continued to shear, his speed increasing, and the wool began to peel away from Baba like a luxurious coat. An hour later, with the final snip, he gazed at the substantial bundle of wool in his hands and exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last it was done. Baba, now shorn, appeared significantly diminished, its body stripped bare, and with some uneven patches, it had transformed from a beautiful sheep into an unsightly one. Baba seemed to sense the change. First, it lowered its head to inspect its front hooves, then turned to gaze at its body. Subsequently, it ceased grazing, staring blankly at Yuan. Yuan's lips twitched, and his expression grew somewhat awkward. He pointed at the wool strewn across the ground and the scissors in his hand, offering a sheepish smile. The scissors proved somewhat unwieldy this time. Next, I shall seek an electric shaver, rest assured. No burrias. After a brief moment, Mimi finally lowered her head once more to graze on the grass, albeit with her rear facing him, clearly unwilling to meet Yuan's gaze for the moment. Yuan offered an awkward smile. Indeed, I must procure a shaver next time. These scissors are rather cumbersome. Mimi can produce an impressive quantity of high-quality wool, approximately 20 kilograms every 7 days, a considerable figure. Coupled with the excellent quality of her fleece, Yuan diligently gathered the wool scattered on the ground, and subsequently placed it into a bag along with the enormous wool blanket. Thus, he finally completed this task. The attributes of Mimi's wool were astonishing, causing Yuan's lips to curl in delight. High-quality wool. Quality, exceptional. Fiber fineness, supreme. Fiber length, 14 to 16 centimeters. Elasticity, outstanding. Fluffiness, superior. Insulation, excellent. Durability, remarkable. Collection quality, extremely poor. Evaluation. Are the hands of the collector engaged in a duel? Chapter 74. Unforeseen circumstances, entering the Nightingale. Tulp, tulp, tulp. Mimi raced through the sewer with Yuan in tow. Perhaps due to the absence of wool cushioning, Yuan felt that today's journey was particularly jarring. Upon his return to the terrestrial hotel, he found his rear somewhat numbed. The time read 7:35 p.m., with still a while until the Nightingale opened its doors. He intended to first gather supplies at the terrestrial hotel. His objective was clear: the 19th floor, home to the hotel's fitness and entertainment center. Yuan had planned to ascend yesterday, but dismantling the car consumed far too much time. As he lifted the manhole cover, darkness enveloped the sky. Yuan sensed that twilight was arriving earlier, and the weather seemed to be turning colder. Following the path from yesterday, he swiftly entered the terrestrial hotel, ascending the stairwell to the 19th floor fitness and entertainment center. It was evident that the center had also been ransacked. Flower pots, chairs, dumbbells, and barbells lay scattered across the floor, alongside shredded clothing and dried blood, painting a grim picture of the chaos that had ensued. Yuan initially conducted a cursory inspection of the fitness and entertainment center. After confirming that the gym, entertainment area, esports room, and gambling zone posed no danger, he approached the expansive windows of the gym. Here, no fewer than 20 treadmills were neatly arranged. It became apparent that the terrestrial hotel, indeed, boasted a breathtaking view. The grand floor-to-ceiling windows offered a glimpse of the entire nightscape of Jinxianglan Avenue, although the exterior was shrouded in darkness. The moonlight illuminated the remnants of the once bustling avenue in the wasteland. Some treadmills had sustained damage, and due to their proximity to the windows, Yuan refrained from activating his flashlight, instead relying on the faint glow of his street rat title and the soft moonlight to swiftly select the treadmills in good condition. 3 treadmills were quickly located, and an attempt was made to directly list them on Tao Tao Cave. However, as anticipated, it proved impossible to do so. The only recourse was to disassemble the treadmills before listing them. Drawing from the experience of dismantling a car the previous day, today, Yuan found the process of disassembling the treadmill to be considerably smoother. He began by unscrewing the bolts on the frame, removing the running board and the belt, followed by the motor, drive screw, control panel, electronic controller, and display screen. With each component removed, he promptly listed it on Tao Tao Cave. The disassembly of the first treadmill was rather slow, compounded by the lack of light. It took over an hour to complete. However, the second treadmill was taken apart at a much quicker pace, finishing in just over 40 minutes. As Yuan prepared to tackle the third treadmill with renewed vigor, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something unusual on the street below. Curious, he turned his head to see 3 vehicles approaching from afar along Jinxianglan Avenue. Coming from the 4th district, the binoculars were quickly retrieved, and as he focused, he saw the 3 cars make a turn into the opera house, disappearing behind its walls. A sense of unease gripped Yuan. He opened the virtual map and swiftly traced the route of the vehicles from the 14th district into the 4th, then to the 5th, and finally to the 1st district. The identity of the visitors became abundantly clear. Officers from the Black Shield Police Department. Only they would dare to be so brazen in their nighttime movements, especially given the short distance from the 4th to the 1st district. The question lingered. Who could they be? The first name that sprang to Yuan's mind was Loris. Checking the time, he noted it was 10:05 p.m. He hoped they would leave soon. He wished for no unforeseen factors to disrupt the meticulous plans he had devised. With this thought, he hastened his pace, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the Nightingale. By the time he had disassembled the 3rd treadmill and listed it on Tao Tao Cave, the clock read 10:30 p.m. He took out the binoculars once more to survey the Nightingale's vicinity, yet there was still no sign of the 3 vehicles departing. Hesitation crept in. According to his plan, he should now be preparing to head to the Nightingale, but with the presence of the Black Shield officers, he was reluctant to take any risks. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. He would wait for another hour. If those individuals had not left by then, he would have no choice but to venture to the Nightingale to ascertain the situation. Resolved, Yuan left the gym and headed towards the adjacent entertainment center. His objective was the esports gaming room, where he needed to collect additional wires for optimizing the generator. Other electronic components would prove invaluable as well, particularly the CPU chips, which were essential materials for the forthcoming creation of a spiritual collector. The collection of these supplies was remarkably straightforward. The entire power supply of the esports area was entirely stripped bare, and every computer chassis had been dismantled, with the electronic components securely stowed within the magician's ring. In less than an hour, Yuan departed from the Land Hotel. However, this time he did not enter the sewers, instead adopting the guise of an ordinary vagrant with a messenger bag slung over his shoulder, making his way toward the Nightingale. Upon nearing the opera house, he did not enter directly, but concealed himself in the shadows of a wall. Yuan retrieved binoculars to survey the situation at the opera house. His brow furrowed in perplexity. How curious. Where had they gone? Had they descended into the underground parking garage? From an external viewpoint, the Nightingale's conditions appeared unchanged from the previous night. Just as Yuan contemplated entering to investigate, a sudden flash of light emerged from a corner of the opera house. He instinctively pressed himself against the wall, witnessing 3 heavily armed Wasteland vehicles slowly exiting the building, proceeding onto Jianglan Avenue, and swiftly departing toward the 4th district. Indeed, They had ventured into the underground parking garage. Regardless, the departure of the Black Shield Police Department relieved Yuan's tension. Not wishing to linger further, he noted the hour was nearing midnight. He had to hasten to tend to urgent matters. Glancing around, he crouched low and hurried toward the opera house. As he approached, light spilled through the cracks of the entrance, causing him to tense slightly. A vague sense of threat lingered. Nonetheless, he continued forward nonchalantly, casting furtive glances at the nearby shadowed corners and several windows on the second floor, likely occupied by Nightingale-esque security personnel. Yuan feigned ignorance, striding straight toward the entrance. Yesterday, he had gleaned the details of entry into the Nightingale from a vagrant. Thus, when he pushed open the ajar door and beheld two women clad in maid outfits, he deliberately affected an air of awkwardness and caution, though his gaze revealed unabashed desire. The maids, evidently accustomed to such attention, remained unfazed. Suddenly, two burly men appeared behind Yuan, weapons in hand. One of them scrutinized Yuan for a moment before raising an eyebrow and inquiring, "Hey, I haven't seen you before. Who introduced you?" Yuan glanced at the weapon in the man's hand, covered his messenger bag, and offered a sheepish smile. "Nick introduced me." The burly man nodded in understanding, shifting his gaze to Yuan's bag. "In that case, do you know the rules?" "A bit. 1 unit of food serves as the entry fee," Yuan replied, grinning as he produced a packet of instant noodles from his bag and handed it to the man. The burly man nodded slightly, then stepped aside, gesturing to one of the maids. "Take him inside and give the brother a proper introduction to our offerings here." He then turned to Yuan, casting a warning glance. "Since this is an introduction from Nick, you should be well aware of the rules here. Do not stir up trouble, understood?" "Understood. All right, off you go." Yuan immediately followed the maid, his gaze fixated on her alluring figure, occasionally scratching his groin, revealing his impatience. Observing Yuan's departing silhouette, the burly man displayed a look of disdain and chose to ignore him. A faint smile curved at the corners of Yuan's lips. However, he quickly resumed his greedy gaze upon the maid ahead. The Nightingale organization was indeed formidable. Even the maid's physique was exceptional. No wonder it had become a place of pleasure in the 14th District and even the entire East District. "Do you wish to go to the hall or a private room? Perhaps I could accompany you?" The maid suddenly turned to Yuan, a hint of seduction gleaming in her eyes. Yuan, possessing a commendable appearance and a decent height, was far from being comparable to the Wasteland scavengers. Even though he had made an effort to groom himself, it did little to mask his looks. The maid, seasoned in her experiences, immediately discerned that Yuan was different. Hall or private room? Yuan was naturally aware of the distinction between the two, yet he feigned ignorance. "Could you enlighten me on the differences? What are the prices? Is Ching available? I would like to see her." The maid pursed her lips, seemingly unperturbed by Yuan's inquiry about Ching. With a shrug, she replied, "All right. If you wish to see Ching, then the private room is your only option. You will pass through the hall on the way. You can observe for yourself then." With that, she cast a glance at Yuan's satchel and fell silent, continuing to lead the way. The two soon arrived at a redemption counter. The maid pointed at Yuan and said, "Looking for Ching, referred by Nick." "Ching?" A man with a scraggly beard looked up. "Do you have any goods?" 3 pieces of gold jewelry or 10 portions of food or equivalent other supplies. Yuan retrieved several mobile phones from his backpack, all collected previously. "Are these phones sufficient?" The man took the phones and handed them to someone behind him. Yuan then noticed that behind the man was a workstation where a young man began to disassemble the phones. Before long, all the phones were dismantled, revealing their internal motherboard structure. After a careful inspection, the young man nodded slightly to the man. "Valued at 7 portions of food." The bearded man turned to Yuan. "You still need 3 more portions of food or equivalent supplies." Yuan pondered for a moment, reaching into his satchel to produce 2 memory sticks. "Is this enough?" The young man examined the memory sticks, confirming they were intact, yet shook his head. "Not enough, still 1 portion short." Yuan then offered a hard drive. "Now, is this sufficient?" "Yes, this is adequate." The bearded man nodded and handed Yuan a red token. "You must surrender all weapons. They cannot be brought inside. When you leave, present the token to claim your belongings." Yuan displayed a moment of hesitation. The man, growing impatient, urged him on. "Hasten, for no one is concerned with your trifling possessions. Should you refuse to relinquish your weapon, entry is denied, and prior provisions shall not be returned." "I shall comply," Yuan declared, drawing a dagger from his waist and presenting it forth. The man accepted the dagger and conducted a thorough inspection of Yuan before nodding towards the maid. "Escort her inside. I shall notify Qingqing on my end. Proceed. The maid instructed, striding into the depths, with Yuan closely trailing behind. The two entered a grand hall. And despite Yuan's extensive experience and exposure to myriad spectacles, the actual scene before him was utterly captivating. What a magnificent spectacle, he exclaimed inwardly. The hall was partitioned into several sections, each showcasing distinct forms of entertainment. Some are operating trains, others engaged in blind box openings, some are burrowing through wall crevices, while a few occupied a square meter of space awaiting patrons. Not only were women present, but men as well, each exhibiting a plethora of styles that rendered the atmosphere exhilarating. Upon witnessing the maid ushering in guests, the onlookers unveiled their longing gazes, frequently glancing at the satchel that adorned Yuan. The maid swiftly guided him through the hall to the booth area. The booths, in truth, were diminutive chambers, roughly 3 to 4 square meters in size, each containing merely a single bed. Sounds of intense skirmishes already echoed from some of the rooms, a fierce cacophony indeed. Finally, the maid pointed to one of the rooms, saying, "Enter. Qingqing shall arrive shortly. She will be yours for the night." With that, she turned and departed. As the maid left, Yuan's gaze lingered greedily upon her alluring form until she vanished from sight, at which point he shut the door, his expression returning to clarity. Listening to the fervent sounds of combat beyond the door, he pondered deeply. During his passage, he had at least observed no fewer than 20 armed personnel safeguarding this establishment, and the number of destitute individuals entering this venue far exceeded his expectations. It seemed evident that the number of vagabonds in the East District was significantly greater than he had previously perceived. Perhaps this was a deliberate strategy by the Black Shield Police Department. Only through such means could a sufficient number of individuals venture into Nightingale, exchanging perilously acquired resources for fleeting pleasures. In other words, under the intentional orchestration of the Black Shield Police Department, Nightingale had transformed into a den of iniquity within the East District, bolstered by the deterrent power of the police and adequate force for protection, effectively assuaging the majority's apprehensions. Coupled with a multitude of men and women offering tantalizing services, the scattered resources dispersed throughout the East District and beyond would undoubtedly converge within the confines of Nightingale in this manner. What a clever stratagem, Yuan mused silently. Outside the booth, the sound of light footsteps resonated. The door creaked open, revealing a woman of moderate attractiveness. Her presence infused with the pungent aroma of cheap perfume as she entered and secured the door behind her. Clad in an evidently worn short skirt, its color faded yet alluring, she appeared to be in her mid-20s, her demeanor a blend of urgency and secrecy, but upon catching sight of Yuan, her eyes brightened momentarily before she donned a professional smile. A voice, sweet enough to send shivers down the spine, emanated from the lips of the woman before him, causing Yuan to involuntarily tremble. "Brother, it appears this is your first time here. How would you like to play? I shall accompany you tonight." Yuan gazed at the woman, a slight smile curving his lips. "Are you Qingqing?" The woman's expression momentarily stiffened, yet she quickly resumed her professional smile, leaning against Yuan like a supple serpent. "Brother, who accompanies you is merely a matter of perspective, is it not?" Tonight, however, before she could finish her sentence, hurried footsteps approached, and the door burst open to reveal a petite woman. Upon seeing the woman seated beside Yuan, her expression darkened, and she pointed an accusatory finger, unleashing a torrent of insults. "You wretched harlot." Chapter 76. The Indulgence card is dispelled, passion, and Qingqing's secret. "Nina, you vile creature. Here you are again to steal my clients. Leave." Upon hearing this, the woman who had entered first froze momentarily, before adopting a mocking and indifferent demeanor, puffing out her ample bosom as she regarded the newcomer. "TCH, Qingqing, here the guests choose whom they wish. Perhaps you should consider their preference?" As she spoke, the woman cast a sultry glance at Yuan. Qingqing also turned her gaze towards him, her previously furious expression now tinged with uncertainty. Yuan, observing the looks exchanged between the two, chuckled. "Are you Qingqing?" he asked, seeking confirmation. "Yes, I am," she replied. "Do you recall when Nick last visited?" Yuan's question evidently caught Qingqing off guard, her expression faltering momentarily before she quickly regained composure, eagerly stating, "I forget the specifics, but it was roughly half a month ago." Satisfied with her response, Yuan pointed at Qingqing and instructed, "You may stay." "Humph." The provocative woman scoffed, turning to exit, but as she took 2 steps, Yuan grasped her arm firmly. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. A glint of coldness flashed in Yuan's eyes as he gestured towards the woman's waist. You may leave, but my belongings must remain. At his words, the woman's face paled, and she shook off Yuan's grip, attempting to flee. Yet, as she turned, she was met with a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap resonated throughout the room as Qingqing deftly struck the woman across the face, then seized her hair, pulling upwards, while her other hand began to search the woman's waist. A memory card soon appeared in her grasp. You filthy thief, daring to steal from a client. You're finished. Qingqing's tone was laced with exhilaration. I didn't do it, Qingqing. You're doomed. The woman shrieked, her voice filled with desperation. Just then, the door was forcefully swung open, and two grim-faced men entered, eyeing the scene. What on earth is happening? Is there trouble? One of them exclaimed, raising a weapon towards Yuan. What the hell? Yuan thought to himself, nearly convinced he had stumbled into a Wasteland version of Shakedown, as they entered without so much as a question and immediately aimed at him. At this moment, Qingqing waved the memory stick in her hand and turned to the newcomer. Fifth brother, Nina not only offended my guest, but also stole from them, and she was caught red-handed. Upon hearing this, the man referred to as fifth brother took the memory stick from Qingqing, glanced at it, and tossed it back to Yuan. He then cast a cold glance at Nina. Anyone who dares to break the rules shall be taken away. Immediately, his companions seized Nina and turned to leave, while she desperately pleaded for mercy. Once her voice faded, Qingqing let out a sigh of relief and looked at Yuan, her face clearly displaying anxiety and fear. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved half a cigarette from her undergarments. Lighting it, she took a small puff before reluctantly offering it to Yuan. Here, consider it a thank you for choosing me. If I can't attract more clients, I might run into trouble. Yuan looked at the half cigarette, shaking his head slightly. I don't smoke. Then you shall belong to me for the night. Although somewhat surprised that Yuan didn't smoke, after all, it was a rare good thing, she nodded lightly. Yes, before the shop closes, I am yours. Hesitating for a moment, she continued slowly. I can accompany you in some thrilling activities, but it cannot be excessive, as those are additional paid services and must remain discreet. Yuan glanced at the time. Only 4 hours remained until closing at 5 o'clock. It would be best to complete the Indulgence card task first. He immediately looked at Qingqing and opened his right hand. Since that is the case, let us begin. Show me your service skills. All right, I promise you one to be disappointed. Qingqing replied, entering her professional demeanor. However, as she began to lift Yuan's shirt, she instinctively took 2 steps back, pointing at the vividly detailed ram's head tattoo on his chest, her eyes filled with shock. At that moment, she felt as if she were being watched, especially when her gaze fell upon the 2 crimson eyes on his chest. A wave of panic washed over her. This is... Yuan's lips twitched, his expression slightly stiffening. Oh no, I forgot about this. He immediately lowered his shirt. Never mind. Let us continue without taking it off. Huh? Oh, all right. At his words, Qingqing promptly adopted her professional attitude and resumed her flirtatious demeanor. It must be said that Qingqing's skills were commendable. Yuan experienced a thrill he had never felt before. He once again heard the exotic background music and the sound of the fate card snapping. A cold mechanical prompt echoed in his ears. Fate card. Rock level Indulgence card successfully removed. Fate points 1. Indulgence target passion 1. No valuable options detected for the Indulgence target. Passion? What passion? As Ian opened his eyes, he activated the virtual light screen to check the information. Passion. Description. The Indulgence target is exceedingly pleased with your performance and is very willing to engage in prolonged communication. This is her invitation. Function. Enhancing the target's indulgence, increasing affinity, boosting desire for communication. Yuan gazed at the information presented on the luminous screen, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. His attention was firmly fixated on a particular line of text. The Indulgence target is profoundly satisfied with your performance and is eager to engage in a long-term exchange. This is her invitation. Could it truly be this way? His emotions were a tangle, yet the 2 perfect scores from Qingqing were enough to illustrate the situation. He was also astonished by his performance that evening, the clock indicating it was already 2:30 in the morning. How had time slipped away so effortlessly? A term flickered through his mind, abundant vitality. So that was the cause. How terrifying. Yuan could distinctly perceive the shift in Qingqing's gaze towards him, now imbued with a newfound warmth and intimacy. His initial excitement began to settle, as reason and composure reclaimed dominion over his thoughts. He understood that Qingqing's transformation was a consequence of passion. It was merely a transaction. Yu Yuan's gaze drifted towards Qingqing, his eyes narrowing slightly, as his mind swirled with contemplation. With the Indulgence card successfully dispelled, he realized he should seize the remaining moments to fulfill the second objective of his visit. Soon, a plan began to form. Rising, he approached his satchel, his right hand discreetly reaching inside, retrieving a silver bracelet from the magician's ring. In the midst of Qingqing's astonished stare, the bracelet was fastened around her wrist. This. Yu Yuan interrupted her by gently covering her mouth, speaking in a low tone. The moment you entered, I sensed something was amiss with your emotions. You appeared quite anxious and fearful, as if you were afraid of something. Consider this bracelet a gift for you. Qingqing scrutinized the bracelet, her brow furrowing slightly, her gaze towards Yu Yuan now tinged with contemplation. Yu Yuan offered a smile, suggesting, "Why not share with me what troubles you? It might alleviate your anxiety, perhaps." The room fell into silence. He ceased to urge her, allowing their eyes to lock in a moment of stillness. Suddenly, Qingqing let out a dismissive laugh. "Forget it. I knew you were not so simple. Your intentions or plans are of no concern to me, considering you assisted me today." A flicker of hesitation crossed her features, but ultimately, with a sigh, she turned her gaze back to Yu Yuan. "Embrace me." Yu Yuan was taken aback, but complied, stepping closer. Qingqing nestled her head against his neck, whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Have you ever seen a snake 30 or more meters long?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan's heart jolted. Chapter 77. The Mutated Giant Snake, Lilith? The Complexities of the Nightingale. Have you ever seen a snake 30 or more meters long? Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it resonated in Yu Yuan's ears like thunder. Had this been before today, the weight of her words would have meant nothing to him. However, he had just witnessed a video on Ning's phone featuring a serpent, a king cobra, measuring over 10 meters in length. Now, upon hearing Qingqing's words, he experienced an entirely different sensation. Grasping her hand a bit tighter, he lowered his head. "Where did you see it?" Yu Yuan's voice remained steady and robust. Qingqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this man before her would not dismiss her as fancifully imagining things. This feeling left her somewhat astonished. She instinctively looked up at Yu Yuan, and upon meeting his gaze, serious yet imbued with a trace of solemnity, she found herself momentarily stunned. The aura he exuded now was worlds apart from before. Yet, inexplicably, her heart felt a surge of reassurance. For reasons unknown, she felt a flicker of trust towards this man before her. After a moment's hesitation, she finally revealed the secret that had weighed heavily on her mind for days. Right here in this building, that day, while I was in the restroom, I inadvertently heard a sound from the corridor, something slithering past. I peeked through the crack in the door, and her voice began to tremble. I saw a massive serpent crawling down the corridor. It was extraordinarily thick and long, definitely at least 20 to 30 meters, though I couldn't be precise. As she spoke, Qingqing gazed into Yu Yuan's eyes, her hand caressing his cheek. "I swear it's true. I was utterly terrified, not daring to make a sound." I remained in the restroom for what felt like an eternity before I finally mustered the courage to step out, only to find nothing in the corridor. Initially, I thought it was just an illusion, but there was a peculiar, foul odor lingering in the air. When I prepared to leave, I noticed a distinct scratch on the wall. I cannot be mistaken, for there were no marks there prior to my entering the restroom. Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "How can you be so certain that the scratch on the wall appeared after you entered the restroom?" "Because I have a habit of feeling the wall as I walk, tracing my fingers along its surface. It reassures me that I am still alive." Qingqing's tone suddenly turned grave. "Thus, I am certain that the scratch was definitely not there before I went in." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan fell silent, and the two remained in an embrace. After a long while, he gently spoke again. "Have you ever seen a pattern resembling a black sun?" "A black sun? What is that?" Qingqing asked, bewildered. "It is a black circle, yet evokes an immediate impression of a solar eclipse." "Have you seen this pattern on anyone else?" Qingqing pondered for a considerable time before finally shaking her head gently. "No, I have not noticed such a pattern. I am usually confined to the dormitory and the partitioned areas. I cannot venture elsewhere, as each zone is guarded." Yu Yuan did not express much disappointment. The unexpected discovery of clues regarding the mutated creature was already a delightful surprise. "You might want to pay attention to that pattern. It could be related to the serpent you mentioned." Upon hearing Yu Yuan's words, Qingqing nodded slightly, having comprehended the fears that resided within her. Yu Yuan began to inquire about the matters that concerned him most. "Are you referring to the enforcer, Friss?" Qingqing cast a puzzled glance at Yu Yuan, seemingly perplexed as to why he was so interested in her affairs. Yes, and before I arrived today, I noticed individuals from the Black Shield police station approaching. Do you know who they are? Qingqing released her grip on Yuan, her brow furrowing in concern. What are you actually trying to do? Aren't you a drifter? Why are you inquiring about this? Yuan shook his head slightly. Some matters can be exceedingly perilous if you are aware of them. As he spoke, he retrieved a golden ring from his satchel, one of the spoils he had discovered in Mahada's backpack, never anticipating that it would be used in such a manner. He extended the ring towards Qingqing. Consider this a transaction. You can use this resource to alleviate your current predicament, and in return, I gain information. Afterward, you can pretend none of this ever transpired. Contemplating the golden ring in her hand, Qingqing bit her lip for a few seconds before decisively snatching the ring and tucking it into her undergarments. She then shot Yuan a glare and leaned in, giving him a firm squeeze. All right, what do you wish to know? Hurry and ask. Yuan grimaced at her grip, thinking to himself, what a fierce woman. However, aware of the urgency of the situation, he promptly inquired, I've heard that Friss is romantically involved with your leader. Where do they typically frequent? And who are the individuals from the Black Shield police station that came tonight? Do you have any information? Nonsense. Who said Friss is involved with Lilith's mother? That is utterly ridiculous. Qingqing retorted disdainfully. That bald man is merely responsible for maintaining security here. However, Mei Jie does indeed have some connection with him. The people who came tonight seem to be significant figures from the Black Shield police station, but I don't know much more. Mei, who is she? And who is Lilith? Yuan pressed, sensing a substantial misunderstanding at play. Lilith's mother is the leader of our nightingales. Although she is referred to as mother, she is only in her 30s. We rarely see her. Mei Jie is one of the sisters who assists Lilith's mother in managing our affairs. I've seen her and that bald man getting cozy several times. Every time he encounters us, he gets a bit too handsy. If it weren't for Lilith's mother keeping him in check, who knows what might happen? Yuan suddenly understood, but immediately posed the next question. So, what did you mean when you said Friss is responsible for security here? He is an enforcer of the Black Shield police station. This is merely a drifter organization. How could he be in charge of your safety? Moreover, isn't the Nightingale secretly supported by the Black Shield police station? Why would the Lilith you mentioned command such respect from Friss? Qingqing looked at Yuan in surprise upon hearing his words. I find myself increasingly curious about your identity. However, you are right. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Very well, this shall be my final inquiry. Once I finish, you must depart quickly. As if these questions were never posed. Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. No problem. What you mentioned is merely information we have intentionally disseminated. This is not a refugee organization. The Black Shield Police Department is solely responsible for our safety, and we are all under the guidance of Mother Lilith. As for other matters, I cannot say. With that, she concluded, I've shared enough with you for today, and I must insist you do not attribute it to me. Now be off. I too need to return and rest. You troublesome one. Upon hearing this, Yuan understood it was indeed time for him to leave. All right. Please keep an eye out for the identities of those arriving from the Black Shield Police tonight, and check if there is any residence nearby associated with Freeze. I will exchange supplies with you again next time, and I assure you it will be satisfactory. Hearing his words, Qingqing shot him a glance, but, after a moment of contemplation, nodded slightly. I will do my best. No guarantees, though. Understood. You may assess the situation as you see fit. As Yuan retrieved his weapon from the exchange point and returned to the Opera House entrance, it was nearing 4 o'clock. To his surprise, someone else was also preparing to leave. Upon noticing Yuan, the individual immediately adopted a defensive posture, halting in place. Clearly, they had no intention of departing together. Yuan merely cast a casual glance at the person, and under the watchful gaze of the burly man, he exited the opera building. After discerning his direction, he vanished into the darkness. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes had locked onto him the moment he appeared, remaining fixated until his figure completely disappeared, their gaze profound. It was only when a new figure emerged from the opera house that the eyes finally shifted away. Chapter 78. Organizing plans, upgrading the rummaged newsstand, magazine display racks. Within Yuan's hideout, the level 2 treadmill generator room, is under construction with an optimization time of 3 hours. Yuan watched as the rare generator finally began its optimization, a faint smile gracing his lips. It hasn't been easy. After 2 nights of effort, I've finally gathered all the necessary materials. With his positioning watch and virtual map, he could pinpoint the required supplies directly on the map, making it simple to gather them. Otherwise, searching for construction materials amidst the vast streets would have relied on mere chance, significantly increasing the danger involved. After opening Tao Tao Cave and spending 10 survival points to purchase 6 kilograms of grass from Yao Miao, Yuan settled by the fireplace to prepare breakfast. After several days of fluctuating fortunes among the players, the price of grass in Tao Tao Cave had stabilized at 5 survival points for 3 kilograms. A price that seemed to have been tacitly accepted by all. Despite a busy night, he felt adequately refreshed and not overly fatigued, allowing the fireplace to heat his food. He also activated the virtual light screen to plan his upcoming endeavors. First, I opened the facility management log of the Hideout. With the optimization and upgrade of the Level 2 running generator room underway, other facilities within the Hideout were also poised for electrical enhancements. Yuan meticulously examined the construction materials of the kitchen, drainage, lighting, and restroom facilities, and to his surprise, he discovered that a considerable amount of materials had been inadvertently amassed, amounting to nearly half of the total required for upgrades. This was undoubtedly good news. Estimating the timeline, he surmised that if he devoted himself entirely to gathering materials, he could complete the upgrades of all existing facilities within 2 to 3 days. Additionally, there was the construction of defensive flamethrowers. The high-pressure gas cylinders and metal nozzles needed for this defensive structure had already been collected during the exploration of the Olai's Hotel. Now, he only needed to gather 20 sets of pressure relief valves, springs, metal pipes, 9V batteries, and resistance wires to complete the construction. However, he intended to initially construct only 10 flamethrowers to set up the defensive traps in the air raid shelter. This would suffice to transform the shelter into a lethal furnace, while the remaining 10 would serve as backups. Furthermore, he needed to select the locked doors for the escape passage in advance, which could be constructed immediately upon the completion of the Stargazing Observatory. As for the fire doors and firewalls, Yuan reviewed the construction list. Materials like perlite boards, galvanized steel plates, fireproof seals, closers, and rebar could also be gradually collected. He compiled a complete list of materials required for upgrading the facilities, which would be his primary focus moving forward. His gaze drifted to the frenzied planting troughs nestled in the corner, and his eyes brightened slightly. Indeed, the cultivation of vegetables could commence as well. Although the quantity planted in the troughs was limited, if they grew quickly, they could ensure a supply of fresh vegetables every few days. Currently, he had the planting troughs and fertilizers ready. He only needed to find suitable soil and vegetable seeds. In search of vegetable seeds, Yuan browsed through the Tao Tao Cave. However, he found that none of the seeds were inexpensive. While the prices were not exorbitant, he decided to conduct further searches within the city. Yuan continuously organized his plans in the Hideout's memo and documented intelligence regarding the Nightingale. The enormous snake, measuring around 20 to 30 meters in length, mentioned by Qing, reminded him only of the one housed in the underground experimental base of the John Kazoo. Yet, that was a mutated creature controlled by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, and now it appeared in connection with the Nightingale. While he could not ascertain if it was indeed the same snake, the likelihood of 2 giant serpents existing within a single city seemed exceedingly low. Coupled with the complex relationship between Nightingale's leader Lilith and the Black Shield Police Department, Yuan found it challenging not to associate Lilith with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. The notion that Nightingale might actually be an organization established in collaboration with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society and the Black Shield Police Department flickered through his mind, growing increasingly plausible with each reflection. All of this hinges on the news from Qing. Reflecting on her, Yuan had once pondered whether she might betray him. Considering the inquiries he had previously made were evidently driven by ulterior motives, he conceded that this was somewhat perilous, yet to unravel the internal dynamics of the Nightingale organization, Qing was the most suitable candidate. Coupled with the influence of passion, the level of risk remained within manageable bounds. Moreover, there was a crucial factor to rely on: mutual benefit. Qing's circumstances within the Nightingale were far from favorable, and he could provide her with resources and enhance her value. Any woman not utterly foolish would refrain from betraying him. However, one must always be wary of the unexpected. Therefore, he had no intention of venturing into that domain in the coming days. After having his meal, at 5:45 a.m., Yuan felt reasonably alert. He opened the Fate card, preparing to explore the new gifts of destiny. As the strength of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association surfaced, Yuan increasingly perceived the depths of Dongsheng as unfathomable. Just a few criminal factions were already troublesome, and now there emerged a Nightingale connected to both the Aurora Animal Assistance Association and the Black Shield Police Department. The more he learned, the more he realized that Dongsheng was a veritable den of peril. The The deeper he delved, the more terrifying it became. And he understood why seasoned players wore expressions of dread when discussing the urban sectors. Were it not for the Fate card, he might have met an untimely end. The gifts of destiny were undoubtedly the quickest avenue for him to enhance his strength. As the Fate proverb manifested and then dissipated, 3 options illuminated the screen. Choose one of the following 3 gifts of Fate as your boon. 1. Upgrade dilapidated newsstand to a magazine display rack. Function: acquire 1 to 3 free newspapers daily, which may contain intelligence, with a chance of revealing additional items requiring survival point for purchase. 2. Zhich's homemade soil spray. Function: automatically reloads 2 rounds of ammunition daily. When attacking from behind, the first bullet immobilizes the enemy and triggers a turnaround effect, while the second bullet activates a fatal attack effect. 3. The protagonist sound system. Function: each day, a unique BGM just for you will play. When the music begins, you will gain a special status boost, lasting for 3 minutes and 24 seconds. The notion that the dilapidated newsstand could be upgraded sparked a glimmer of surprise in Yuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he disregarded options 2 and 3, opting directly for the first choice. The dilapidated newsstand has been upgraded to a magazine display rack, now placed in your hideout. Please check it. As the prompt concluded, Yuan scarcely spared a glance at the Fate card draw, immediately directing his gaze towards the dilapidated newsstand. A 5-tiered wooden display rack now stood before him. Chapter 79. The Bronze Luxurious Card, Sniper, Training Notebook. This was indeed the magazine display rack. Yuan gazed at the walnut-colored magazine rack, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Intelligence, yes, intelligence. He quickly glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes until 6 o'clock. Yet his anticipation was already palpable. Uncertain of what revelations today may bring, he suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze towards the virtual light screen, neglecting to examine the Fate card drawn earlier. However, upon revisiting the Fate card page, a vivid green hue caught his eye. This Fate card, Extravagance. Extravagance card. Quality, bronze level. The player must perform 1 act of extravagance unrelated to survival within 7 days, consuming resources amounting to 150,000, or face death. The bronze extravagance card had arrived. As he perused the details of the Fate card, he felt immense relief at possessing a 3rd method to eliminate the extravagance card. Is this truly the challenge posed by a bronze-level Fate card? The difficulty seems to beckon my demise. If the tasks for the bronze extravagance card are this arduous, what must the challenges of other cards entail? He silently lamented. Fortunately, having previously acquired the rare treasure, Mirror of the Starry Sky, which requires collecting 50,000 survival points to construct the Star Observatory, this bronze extravagance card could be perfectly nullified. With a week to complete the task, he would need to locate Friss's safe house, but there were alternative routes. Given such ample time, scavenging could easily yield the requisite 50,000 survival points. However, careful consideration must be given to the selection of resources. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized it was already 6 in the morning. When he returned to his senses, he noticed 2 newspapers and a notebook had appeared on the magazine display rack. New items. Rising to approach the display, he first picked up the notebook, triggering a message on the virtual light screen. Would you like to spend 1,000 survival points to purchase this information item? Gasp. Even though he had prepared himself, he could not help but inhale sharply. How exorbitant! Yet almost immediately a smile spread across his face. The higher the cost, the better the quality. It is indeed expensive, for quality demands a price. After several prior purchases, he had developed considerable trust in the offerings of Fate's gifts. Whether it was the initial map of the eastern district of Green Forest City, or the later Insider card and Thought card, each had yielded immeasurable benefits, far surpassing the investment by multiples, even tens of times over. This notebook was a surefire investment. He promptly chose to proceed with the payment. As 1,000 survival points were deducted, a line of text appeared on the notebook. Sniper Training Journal. Sniper Training Journal. Quality, bronze. Author, Mori. Description. This is a compilation of training notes by the legendary sniper Mori, published as a textbook for aspiring marksmen. Those who read this book may acquire knowledge of sniper shooting techniques, with a slight chance of mastering the skill, precise shot, and an extremely low probability of attaining the skill, deadly sniper. Goodness, a skill book? It can be this way. Eagerly flipping through the pages of a notebook, he wondered if he might be the fabled protagonist, capable of instantly grasping an exceptional skill. Regrettably, he flipped through the book twice yet found no reaction. clearly indulging in a bit of fanciful thinking. Nevertheless, Yuan was quite satisfied. 1,000 survival points, even if merely gleaned from reading this notebook, were worth the investment. Having acquired some sniping techniques and methods, I knew that the gifts of fate were undoubtedly of substantial value. Closing the notebook, his gaze shifted to the two newspapers. One was still the Green Forest City Daily, while the other was titled Agricultural Knowledge Report. Yuan picked up the Agricultural Knowledge Report. It contained a single article entitled, "The New Star of Protein Farming. Mealworm cultivation is quietly initiating a green agricultural revolution. Quality, rock solid. In the traditional perception, farms raise pigs, cows, and chickens. Yet, in many modern agricultural bases today, rows of neatly arranged plastic trays teem with thousands of golden larvae wriggling in wheat bran. These are mealworms. As a highly promising source of super-sustainable protein, their nutritional value exceeds all expectations. Little bugs, great nutrition. The mealworm, scientifically known as Tenebrio molitor, has been found to contain over 50 protein in its dry matter, rich in healthy fats with a fat content of 25 to 35, along with various vitamins and minerals such as iron and zinc, presenting a comprehensive and balanced nutritional profile akin to a concentrated nutrient package. The low-carbon model of animal husbandry. Mealworms produce almost no methane or other greenhouse gases during their cultivation. They thrive on agricultural waste, such as wheat bran, vegetable peels, and dried leaves, yielding vast quantities of high-quality protein. Requiring minimal space, they can be raised in vertical tiered systems, consuming virtually no potable water, rendering them highly cost-effective. The growth cycle of mealworms is relatively swift, taking only 1 to 4 weeks to mature into larvae, reaching the edible stage, thereby offering substantial economic benefits. A new emerging food for humanity. Roasted or fried mealworms possess a delightful crunch. Alternatively, they can be ground into powder and incorporated into various food preparations, significantly enhancing the nutritional value of the products. Renowned agricultural scholar Professor Dai Lu asserts that the mealworm revolution has sketched a more sustainable, efficient, and nutritious future for us. Mealworms? Yuan pondered over the newspaper thoughtfully. To thrive, one must navigate the stages of cultivation and farming, much like his current situation. Though temporarily secure in his sustenance through the resources of marauding bandits and refugees, an underlying sense of crisis loomed over him. He could manage this for a month or two, but what about a year or two? Resources would inevitably dwindle, and only true self-sufficiency would provide the answer to survival. He had previously considered vegetable cultivation for this very reason. As for animal husbandry, he originally intended to find a time to retrieve that group of Cree Mountain sheep. As long as he designated a space within the air raid shelter, raising them should pose no issue. However, the emergence of the news regarding mealworms has sparked a new idea in him. Undoubtedly, compared to sheep, mealworms are far more convenient to rear. They require less food, grow rapidly, occupy minimal space, and produce almost no noise. Moreover, their nutritional value surpasses that of lamb by a significant margin, rendering them an ideal organism for cultivation. Yet, the drawbacks are equally apparent. In terms of texture and the psychological barriers associated with consumption, mealworms fall short in comparison to lamb. After some contemplation, he folded the newspaper. This is intriguing. Perhaps it is worth exploring, or even better, a dual approach could be beneficial.